Chapter 1. Just turn 1. Is the counterattack system here? The Qian Shuzhou winter approaches. Is he all right? He has caught a slight chill, but nothing serious. The doctor said a couple of days of medicine will suffice. That is a relief. Li gazed at his concerned parents. As a time traveler, he found himself in an unfortunate predicament, having reincarnated as an infant born from the womb, and now he had just celebrated his first year. The frail body of an infant was particularly vulnerable, and with winter's onset, the sudden drop in temperature nearly led him to catch a cold that could have been fatal. The Li family, to which Li belonged, was a renowned aristocratic clan in Deqian, wielding significant influence. His father, Li Yuntian, was the current patriarch of the Li family, a formidable figure at the martial emperor level, recognized as one of the strongest in Deqian. His mother, Xiao Qingya, hailed from a scholarly lineage, embodying the grace of a distinguished lady. His elder brother, Li Xian, was a prodigy in cultivation from a young age, possessing extraordinary talent that allowed him to enter the Royal Academy for training without the need for examinations. His sister, Li Shuer, had joined the Taiqing sect as a disciple and had become its holy maiden at a tender age, destined to become the future leader of the sect. From the perspective of lineage and background, Li had much to be proud of. After all, he was also a time traveler, with a promising future ahead. With such a destiny, who still used stairs, one could simply leap down. Just as Li was about to drift into a peaceful slumber, a panel suddenly materialized before him. The system had arrived? Your performance during the first birthday celebration was exceedingly poor, leaving your father profoundly disappointed. From the onset of cultivation, your progress has been sluggish, leading to your reputation as a cultivation failure. Consequently, your standing within the Li family has plummeted, resulting in neglect from your father and bullying from your siblings. At the age of 8, you aspired to gain recognition through scholarly pursuits, yet illness struck, and you would fall asleep at the mere sight of books. By the age of 10, the only person who cherished you, your mother, passed away, leaving you an orphan, bereft of parental love. On your 20th birthday, your fiancé arrived to call off the engagement, shattering your dignity. In a fit of anger, you established a 3-year pact with her. The system has detected that you meet the conditions for a counterattack life and has activated the counterattack life system. Li, is this a summary of my unfortunate past? Could it be a life simulation system? Are these the events that will transpire in my early years? The narrative seemed vaguely familiar, as though he had encountered it in a certain novel. Unlike the trajectory Li had envisioned, he was to be looked down upon from a young age, spurned and bound by a 3-year agreement. This was a classic trope of a cultivation failure's beginning. According to the system simulation, I am destined to be deemed a failure for 19 years before I can activate the counterattack life system. Li did not come to this world to be a failure. He was here to revel in the experience. This life path was unacceptable. He resolutely commanded the system to resimulate. He silently focused, issuing commands to the system for an extended period, yet there was no response. Suddenly, another panel appeared before him. Host Li. Age 20. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Please commence your counterattack life. Counterattack mission issued. Gain the attention of your father, who has long neglected you. Make him realize that his past indifference was a grave mistake. Li. A large question mark flashed above his head as he stared blankly at his panel and the mission issued by the system. I am 20 years old. I have only just turned 1. Moreover, what on earth is this counterattack mission? How have I begun to counterattack? Surely, this system has arrived prematurely? Li began to comprehend that what he had activated was not a life simulation system at all. It had always been a counterattack life system. It had simply arrived a tad too early, coming into play when he was merely 1 year old, and had divulged the entire plot before he even reached 20. The pressing question now was that the system had arrived too early and the mission had come too soon. How was he to accomplish this mission? Fortunately, the mission bore no time constraints, otherwise it would truly be a disaster. Perhaps he could simply proceed along the narrative, completing the events leading to his 20th birthday before fulfilling the mission. One step at a time, it seemed. Having a system was a boon. Even if it had come too early, it was certainly better than having none at all. All in all, the future was promising. Being ill like this, I wonder if it will affect the birthday celebration. In the Li family, Every child underwent a celebration upon reaching their first birthday, where tests were conducted to gauge one's cultivation talent and constitution. Thus, the first birthday celebration held particular significance for the children of the Lee family. A commendable performance could lead to resource allocation and a bright future. Conversely, a lackluster performance could only lead to a life of mediocrity. What if Li Yuntian suddenly conceived an idea? Xiao Qingya guessed what Li Yuntian was contemplating and promptly shook her head, saying no, is still an infant. Your aura is too overpowering. He may not be able to withstand it. Very well. Li Yuntian sighed, conceding defeat. Li gazed at his parents with wide eyes. Today marked the day of his first birthday, which coincided with the celebration itself. There were only a few hours remaining until the festivities commenced. A maid approached, carrying a bowl of medicine. "Here, come, drink your medicine," Xiao Qingya gently urged as she carefully fed Li Yi. After swallowing the medicine, he felt considerably better, though the bitterness lingered. Once the medicine was administered, the effects took hold, and Li Yi felt drowsy, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Why isn't his condition improving after taking the medicine? Li Yuntian frowned, worry etching his features as he gazed at Li Yi. He has only just taken the first dose. It cannot work miracles so swiftly. Xiao Qingya reassured him, gently patting Li Yi's back to lull him to sleep. "Let me have a look at the child." Li Yuntian observed Li Yi, who lay quietly in Xiao Qingya's arms, not crying or fussing, and felt an urge to tease him. As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Yuntian had several children, yet none were as well behaved as Li Yi, who resembled a porcelain doll. He would undoubtedly grow into a handsome young man. This naturally endeared him to Li Yuntian. Just took his medicine. I was in the midst of soothing him to sleep," Xiao Qingya informed him. Li Yuntian, unfazed, replied, is so well-behaved he won't cry." With a sense of resignation, Xiao Qingya handed Li Yi over to Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian gingerly cradled Li Yi, gently patting his back and swaying him softly. In this fantastical realm, cultivation levels were categorized into martial apprentice, martial master, great martial master, grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial sovereign. Li Yi opened his large eyes, gazing at his father, a martial emperor. The script seems somewhat amiss. Is truly well-behaved, and so handsome you will surely be as dashing as I am in the future." Li Yuntian laughed heartily, praising Li Yi while also tooting his own horn. Xiao Qingya shot him a disapproving glance. Even in praise, he sought to embellish his own image. Has taken his medicine and needs rest. Do not create too much noise, Xiao Qingya cautioned. "Understood. I have more experience in caring for children than you do." As the patriarch of the Li family, Li Yuntian had more than one wife, including Xiao Qingya. He had 3 consorts in total. Xiao Qingya was the third. There were naturally more children than just Li Yi, but Li Yi was Xiao Qingya's firstborn. Li Yunshan's fondness for the obedient Li Yi only grew stronger. "Come here, let father give you a kiss." With his unshaven face leaning toward Li Yi promptly raised his hand to block Li Yunshan's face, expressing disdain. Li Yuntian found himself embarrassed by Li Yi's rejection, his expression one of mortification. "I am being spurned by my own son. What a disgrace." Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Successfully garnered your father's attention, transforming his indifference into care and affection, and you have rejected your father's goodwill, vowing to rely on yourself. Reward acquired, primordial sacred body. Li. A flurry of question marks raced through his mind. What is happening? I completed the mission? How did that occur? Li was utterly bewildered. He had done nothing, and yet the mission had inexplicably been fulfilled. Could it be that my rejection of Li Yunshan's affection drew his attention, causing him to no longer neglect me? This melodramatic plot sounds suspiciously like a romance novel. He shook his head decisively. It could not be so. The events of a failure had yet to transpire. There was no neglect to speak. Ophi's father's affection was only natural. It appeared that the system's recognition had indeed malfunctioned. Primordial sacred body. An unparalleled and invincible sacred body, possessing effects such as immunity to myriad evils, countering anomalies, invincibility among equals, physical invincibility, and challenging emperors. But one must admit, the rewards from the system are indeed substantial. How delightful! To be able to reap such rewards without effort, Li had no reason to decline. With the primordial sacred body as his starting point, the notion of being a failure was non-existent. There was no need for a counterattack was at the pinnacle from birth. Upon acquiring the primordial sacred body, Li's minor cold became inconsequential, vanishing in an instant. His previous fatigue transformed into vibrant energy, restoring him to his former state. Li Yuntian observed the revitalized Li, perplexed. He felt Li's forehead. His forehead is not warm. Has Ear recovered from his fever? Surely not so quickly, the doctor said to wait for a couple of days after taking the medicine. Xiao Qingya remained skeptical. Feel Ear's forehead. Xiao Qingya approached, touching Li's forehead, and indeed found it cool to the touch. Li Yuntian remarked, perhaps Ear's illness was never severe naturally. He would recover swiftly. Nonetheless, he should still rest for a while. As this was Xiao Qingya's first child, she was particularly anxious not to let anything happen to Li. Patriarch, the elder has sent me to inform you that the birthday celebration is about to begin. Please prepare to attend. A servant rushed in to relay the message. Very well, Li Yuntian nodded, instructing Xiao Qingya to hold the child as they proceeded to the venue for the birthday celebration. Escaping from the embrace of Li Yuntian, I found solace in the gentle arms of Xiao Qingya, akin to cradling two fluffy clouds, accompanied by a subtle, fragrant aroma that enveloped me in comfort. Is this what maternal love feels like? I reveled in the tranquility of Xiao Qingya's embrace, refraining from tears or tantrums. This child, still so clingy, Xiao Qingya remarked, her smile radiating the tender affection of a mother. Li Yuntian observed his son, Li, nestled in Xiao Qingya's arms, and sighed, uncertain of Li's capabilities. While other children at the age of 1 could run and jump, Li remained attached to Xiao Qingya, unable to walk or speak, as if he had not been born at all. This left Li Yuntian deeply concerned about Li's potential. In this fantastical realm, children typically developed at an accelerated pace by 1 year. It was standard for them to walk, jump, and speak. Yet Li lagged behind, his frail constitution contributing to the foreboding notion that, according to the original narrative, he would be labeled a waste in the eyes of many. Arriving at the square designated for the first birthday celebration, the atmosphere was vibrant with the Li family's festivities, especially with the presence of the clan leader, Li Yuntian, and a throng of family members gathered to witness the occasion. Li Yuntian presented a pill to Li, a medicinal elixir known for its ability to awaken latent potential and refine one's roots. The pill's gentle potency ensured that every child partaking in the celebration would consume one, optimizing their condition for the event. 5 children in total were set to undergo this rite of passage, standing in the square, ready for the test. An elder was addressing them, outlining the necessary protocols they were to follow. The examination consisted of 2 stages. The first was the talent stone, which assessed their aptitude for cultivation. Only those deemed sufficiently gifted could progress to the second stage, the grasping ceremony, where the items each child sees would dictate their tailored training path, a pivotal moment shaping their futures. Chapter 2. The Shattering of the Talent Stone. I believe that during this year's celebration, Leon Sai possesses commendable talent. I have heard he can lift a stone weighing 20 pounds, indicating his potential is at least 6 feet, one observer remarked. Indeed, he is the one I hold in highest regard this time. This child boasts natural strength and is a born genius in cultivation, with boundless prospects ahead, another added. Isn't that Li, the clan leader's son? Members of the clan scrutinized the children on stage, engaging in discussions about each one. The elders, their faces aglow, stroked their beards, embodying the image of sage advisors as they gazed at the future hopes of the Li family. Yes, it is he. Just turned 1 year old. His presence at the celebration is a given. I have heard that Li cannot yet speak. Indeed, he has only just learned to walk. His talent seems lacking. The clan leader's eldest son, Li Xian, is an unparalleled genius, and the young lady Li Shuer is destined to lead Taiqing's sect. With these 2 children, the family has enough to shine. The elders nodded in agreement, expressing their consensus. In this world of cultivation, it was commonplace for children to begin speaking and walking around 6 months old, yet Li had only just begun to walk at 1 year and still could not articulate words. From these 2 indicators, It was evident that Li Yi was of a naturally weak constitution, and his aptitude for cultivation was likely mediocre, leaving little room for hope. As the clan leader's son, Li Yi paled in comparison to Li Xian and Li Shuer, creating a stark contrast. It seemed that the fortunes of the previous two births had exhausted their potential, leaving little for Li Yi. However, the brilliance of Li Xian and Li Shuer was sufficient to uphold the family's prestige. Li Yuntian cast a sidelong glance at the group of elders, who, sensing his gaze, promptly ceased their discussions. Li Yunshan's expectations for Li Yi were not high. The facts were apparent, and it was true that Li Yi's innate talents were lacking. Yet, even in the face of this reality, he wished to avoid overhearing discussions that would bring him embarrassment. He still hoped that Li Yi would perform adequately, at least to the point of not bringing shame upon his role as a father. Xiao Qingya let out a quiet sigh. As a woman of a scholarly lineage, she felt her bloodline was insufficient, perhaps influencing Li Yi's condition. She did not aspire for Li Yi to possess extraordinary talent or achieve remarkable heights as a mother. She simply wished for him to live a life of safety and peace. The first birthday celebration begins. In the initial stage, the talent stone would assess their capabilities. The 5 children approached the talent stone in succession, with the first to step forward being Li Ansai, the prodigy upon whom the elders had placed great hopes. Li Ansai walked confidently, positioning himself before the talent stone, extending his palm to rest upon it. In an instant, the talent stone radiated a brilliant light. The brilliance emanating from the stone reached a height of 9 feet. Children of average talent typically measured around 3 to 4 feet. 5 feet was decent. 6 feet indicated good talent, while 7 feet was considered exceptional. 8 feet denoted extraordinary talent, and Li Yuntian himself had once measured 8 feet. As for 9 feet, throughout the entire history of the Li family, no more than 10 individuals had ever achieved such a feat. Li Yi's siblings, Li Xian and Li Shuer, were both 9-foot talents, marking a historic moment for the Li family, boasting 2 prodigies of such caliber simultaneously. This was heralded as the dawn of a new era of prosperity for the Li family, underscoring the significance of their status within the clan. In stark contrast, Li Yi appeared unremarkable, even inferior to that. Before his birth, there had been speculation about whether he would emerge as another unparalleled genius. Yet one could only say that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. His physique appeared average, and his potential was all too visible. 5 feet, and still rising, one elder noted. 6 feet, as expected. I had said he would reach at least 6 feet. It hasn't stopped yet. I estimate it may reach 7 feet. The clan elders watched in excitement, their faces glowing with pleasure as they stroked their beards, nodding in approval. In this generation of the Li family, the younger members exhibited promising talents, signaling a bright future ahead. 7 feet. The focus of the Li family members remained fixed on Li Ansai, as the light from the talent stone surpassed 7 feet, confirming that he was indeed a rare talent in cultivation. This child reaching 7 feet is remarkable. Soon, our Li family will add another master to its ranks. Ha, indeed. Clan leader, with Ankai's talent at 7 feet, we must open the treasure vault and select a suitable cultivation technique for him. The techniques within the treasure vault were reserved for the upper echelons of the Li family, accessible only to those who made significant contributions or possessed exceptional talent. Li Yuntian managed a perfunctory smile, saying, "That is only fitting." He glanced at Li Ansai, then at Li Yi, who could barely walk, and sighed. Ah well, without expectations, there can be no disappointment. With Li Xian and Li Shuer as his children, he felt content. As for Li Yi, he would cultivate him to be a good child and maintain a calm mindset. The light from the talent stone ultimately settled at 7 feet, eliciting a chorus of admiration from the onlookers, who cheered for Li Ansai while congratulating his parents, who were already contemplating celebratory feasts. Li Yi sat on the ground, bored, observing the proceedings, unsure of what his own measurement would be. In the original narrative, Li measured merely 1 foot, astonishing everyone and resetting the expectations for his potential. Now, with the ancient sacred body, he had defied fate. Would a mere talent stone test yield an extraordinary result? Noticing a gaze upon him, he turned to look at his father, Li Yuntian, sensing a wave of disappointment emanating from him. Li. The remaining children approached the talent stone one by one in comparison to Li Ansai. Their performances appeared rather ordinary, with the highest measurement reaching only 5 feet. The atmosphere gradually grew somber as the praises dwindled and idle chatter took their place. Finally, it was Li Yi's turn to step forward, the protagonist always making a late entrance. All eyes turned to Li Yi as he approached the talent stone, placing his palm upon its surface. No reaction? Could it be that his talent was so deficient that he measured less than 1 foot? That seemed improbable. Silence enveloped the crowd, an eerie stillness pervading the air. The elder, who typically spoke the most, fell into a contemplative silence, leaving everyone at a loss for words. How could they offer praise? They couldn't very well comment on the young master's hairstyle today. Silence seemed the wisest choice. Li Yuntian inhaled deeply while he had anticipated Li Yi's lack of talent. He had not expected it to be to such a degree that the talent stone showed no response, measuring less than 1 foot. The elder presiding over the ceremony was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure whether to announce the results. Li Yi remained unfazed, allowing the talent stone to process his formidable talent a moment longer. In the next instant, the talent stone erupted into a dazzling display of light. The crowd instinctively shielded their eyes against the brilliance. Nearly blinded by the radiance, this light was overwhelming. Even titanium alloy eyes would struggle to withstand it. 9 feet? My heavens, it is indeed 9 feet. Wait, something's off. Why does young Master Li Yi's 9 feet differ from the others? They had all witnessed 9 feet before, yet Li Yi's emanated an intensity far beyond that, too brilliant to comprehend. As the crowd marveled, the light suddenly vanished. They gazed in astonishment at the scene, bewildered as to what had just transpired. Could it have been an illusion? The stinging in their eyes suggested otherwise. What just happened? Why did the light suddenly disappear? Expressions of confusion and bewilderment crossed their faces. Crack! A sharp sound resonated throughout the square, drawing everyone's attention to the talent stone. Crack! Another similar sound followed. The talent stone had developed a fissure resembling a spider's web, with cracks spreading rapidly across its surface. Soon, the entire talent stone was riddled with fractures, and then, with a resounding shatter, it crumbled into scattered debris, littering the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The talent stone? Shattered? What transpired? How could the perfectly intact talent stone break apart? Staring in disbelief at the fragments scattered across the ground, they shifted their gaze to Li Yi, who stood nearby. The elder, who had been stroking his beard, suddenly grasped it tightly, inadvertently pulling out several strands in a shock. He rose from his chair, wide-eyed and utterly dumbfounded, as if his eyes might pop out of their sockets. Had the talent stone, which had been used for centuries, truly shattered so effortlessly? In the history of the Li family, such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. Words failed them, and they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to say. Li Yuntian was also left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could it be that young Master Li Yi possesses extraordinary talent, causing the talent stone to explode? Is that even possible? This was unprecedented. The brilliance just now. It must have reached 9 feet, right? Li Yuntian rose, excitement propelling him forward as he slapped his palm against the railing repeatedly. Could it be that Li Yi was indeed a genius? Had they all underestimated him? Perhaps he simply had not awakened yet? They had always thought Li Yi possessed only average talent, but his performance had truly astonished everyone, leaving them at a loss for words. The elder responsible for the ceremony stepped forward to inspect the talent stone, finding no apparent issues. Could it be that Li Yi's talent was so formidable that it had overwhelmed the stone? What level of talent could possibly shatter the talent stone? Such a notion was beyond comprehension. 9 feet was already considered the pinnacle of genius. What could this mean? A smile suddenly graced Li Yunshin's face, transforming his shock into elation, a sense of pride swelling within him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he proclaimed with arrogance, "Who said my son lacks talent? How could the son of Li Yuntian be a failure? My son is destined to be a genius." The crowd initially displayed signs of awkwardness before breaking into laughter, eagerly flattering Li Yuntian. From birth, Li had been of average constitution, and his growth had been equally unremarkably a clear path towards mediocrity. Who could have imagined that beneath his seemingly lackluster exterior lay such astonishing talent? Not only they, but even his father, Li Yuntian, had also believed Li Yi possessed only average abilities. Li Yunshan's lips could not help but curl upward in a proud smile. Even the crooked smile of the Dragon King paled in comparison. His children were all extraordinary talents. It was impossible not to beam with joy. Noticing the elder still in a daze, Li Yuntian urged, "What are you standing there for? Carry on." "Oh!" The elder snapped back to reality and instructed the attendants to tidy the area for the second phase of the celebration. Chapter 3. These two children must have had a grudge in their previous lives. Li Yi stood aside, awaiting the second round. He was taken aback by the shattering of the talent stone. With a mere flick of her wrist, Xiao Lu had already reached the limit of the talent stone. 3 children entered the second round, and naturally, Li Yi was among them. Lie glanced at Lian Kai beside him and issued a counterattack task. Confront your cousin who once humiliated you. The Grand Martial Master Lian Kai, you have resolved to avenge your past shame. Please defeat your rival, the Grand Martial Master Lian Kai. Li, staring at the little brat before him, who seemed rather dim-witted, he questioned how this child could be a Grand Martial Master and why he was expected to defeat him. This task must have gone awry. Li found himself both amused and exasperated. As for whether he could defeat the Grand Martial Master Lian Kai, he was uncertain, but he was quite certain that the current Lian Kai could be toyed with at will. Clenching his small fist, he thought, "So, you're a Grand Martial Master, are you? Please call me the one who specializes in dealing with children." Suddenly, Lian Kai felt a chill run down his spine, as though a pair of malicious eyes were fixed upon him, sending shivers through him. The second round involved a selection of weapons based purely on instinct, with no trials to speak of. Servants brought forth a rack filled with an array of weapons, showcasing a dazzling variety, alongside items like brushes and abacuses. The selection was a simultaneous affair for the 3 participants. Lie pondered, thinking that this was a perfect opportunity to gauge the strength of the Grand Martial Master Lian Kai. Lian Kai stared blankly at Li Yi, sensing something off in his cousin's gaze, which was laden with palpable malice. Being a child, he didn't comprehend it and assumed his cousin was simply smiling at him. After receiving a few words of caution from the supervising elder, the two were allowed inside. The onlookers fell silent, watching intently, careful not to disturb the 3 during their selection. Another child, driven by curiosity, rushed in, placing a hand on his mouth and babbling as he gazed at the weapons, appearing rather dim-witted. Compared to these weapons, he likely preferred food. Had there been a platter of roasted chicken, he would have dashed over without hesitation. Lian Kai extended his small hand, unsure of which weapon to choose, glancing left and right, yet finding none appealing. This scene left his parents in a state of anxious desperation, nearly voicing their thoughts aloud. Lie, however, was not focused on the weapons but rather on Lian Kai, observing him intently while contemplating how to defeat this Grand Martial Master. What is the heir doing? Li Yuntian clenched his fists. Despite having held the position of family head for many years and having cultivated an unflappable demeanor, seeing Li Yi remain motionless stirred a sense of panic within him. He longed to rush in and assist Li Yi with his selection, but he could not. Due to Li Yi's performance in the first round, all eyes were now on him. Don't be anxious. Heir just hasn't made his selection yet. Xiao Qinyu remarked, noticing Li Yuntian's unease. "I am not anxious." Li Yuntian retorted dismissively, waving his hand, "I have complete faith in heir's talents. He will not disappoint me." Xiao Qinyu smiled quietly, choosing to remain silent as she watched Lian Kai finally settled on a target, taking small steps toward a long spear directly in front of him, reaching out to grasp it. Upon seeing Lian Kai's choice, Li Yi also sprang into action, dashing toward him with his short legs. What is the heir doing? Li Yuntian was baffled by Li Yi's intentions. At this rate, was he planning to hoist Lian Kai back? Was he intending to use his cousin as a weapon? Fixing his gaze on the cousin who had once humiliated him, Li thought, although the deed had yet to unfold, "How dare you humiliate me? You shall soon learn the meaning of cruelty." Possessing an ancient physique, Li Yi's constitution far surpassed that of his peers, allowing him to run swiftly and steadily. In just a few strides, he caught up with Lian Kai. As Lian Kai reached for the spear, Li raised his foot and delivered a kick to Lian Kai's back, sending him sprawling onto the ground. "Go play in the mud." Kicked unexpectedly, Li and Kai's body lurched forward uncontrollably, tumbling like a ball and landing on the ground at Li and Kai. He blinked in bewilderment, utterly confused and at a loss, as if his mind had yet to process what had transpired. Did someone just kick me? After a moment of realization, the pain surged through him, and he began to wail, forgetting all about the weapon selection. This unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. They had assumed Li Yi was approaching Li and Kai to play, only to witness him deliver a kick that knocked Li and Kai down. Could it be that these two children had a grudge from their past lives? Li and Kai's parents exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly unprepared for this turn of events, their astonishment matching that of Li and Kai. Li Yi, being Li Yuntian's son, felt he could not say much that Li Yuntian awkwardly chuckled, offering an apologetic glance towards Li and Kai's parents. Children often engage in roughhousing. It is all in good fun. Chapter 4. Li Yi, I am no longer pure. Young Master Li Yi, gifted beyond measure, and you, the family head, are also a master of the sword. Surely you can cultivate young Master Li Yi into a top-tier swordsmanship expert. Li Yuntian nodded, relishing the praise. Now everyone knows how to offer compliments. Who was it earlier that doubted Yi heir's capabilities? My son is certainly not lacking. This wave of flattery indeed inflated Li Yuntian's ego. Indeed, Li Yi's talent had surpassed everyone's expectations, so much so that they had deemed it impossible, never considering this possibility. Yet Li Yi had achieved it, shattering all preconceived notions. The family head speaks the truth. We were indeed short-sighted, remarked one elder. Young Master Li Yi's potential is truly eye-opening. He is bound to become another pinnacle of our Li family. As Li Yi excelled. Compliments flowed forth effortlessly, with words spilling out in a continuous stream. The flattery delighted Li Yuntian, causing him to beam with joy, his smile stretching wide as he basked in the admiration, forgetting all about the dignity of being the family head, indulging in the accolades. He found himself lost in the moment, as if the praise were directed at him personally, and one dislikes showing off. It brings me joy that on the scene, after securing the sword, Li Yi reveled in the attention of the crowd. Glancing back at the Grand Marshal Master Li and Kai, who had been inexplicably knocked down by a kick, now sitting on the ground and crying loudly, that Li and Kai's parents were in a state of panic. Urging, stop crying already, get up and select your weapon. If you don't hurry, it will all be over. Li Yi, feeling bothered by the noise, approached the long spear that Li and Kai had initially wanted. Effortlessly lifting the large weapon from its stand, that he then stood before Li and Kai, who was too engrossed in his sobs to notice the culprit had come before him. With a swift motion, Li delivered a resounding slap to Li and Kai's face, abruptly silencing his cries, while the onlookers gasped in astonishment at this unfolding scene, confirming that these two children must indeed share a deep-seated enmity from their past lives. Clutching the weapon Li and Kai had intended to select, Li Yi flaunted it before him, and then retaliated with a sharp slap, underscoring the magnitude of their grudge. That Li Yuntian's lips twitched involuntarily, offering an awkward apology to Li and Kai's parents. Children will be children. It's all in playful jest. Whether it was intentional or accidental, they were oblivious. Yet it was evident that a personal vendetta was at play. That Li felt an intense burning sensation on his face, a mix of indignation swelling within him, prompting tears to well up. Can you fathom the psychological trauma inflicted upon a mere one-year-old child by such a slap? Li Yi, raising his hand in a threatening manner. Startled Li Yin, who, at an age when one struggles to control bodily functions, learned to suppress his tears. Observing Li Yin's stoicism, Li Yi finally relinquished the long spear he held. Bewildered, Li Yin caught the spear, nearly toppling over in the process. Attempting to rise, he found the weight of the spear too burdensome, constricting his fate like a noose. In that moment, all Li Yin wished to utter was, "Mother, I long to return home." The world is too perilous. Li Yin's parents exhaled in relief. Although the events were bizarre, they were fortunate to have secured their outcome with Li Yi's assistance. Li Yi turned his gaze toward another child, who, noticing the intensity of Li Yi's stare, trembled in fright, hastily dropping to the ground and feigning death, having learned from the misfortunes of others. Such precociousness at a tender age promised greatness in the future. The moniker infant executioner was undoubtedly well-deserved by Li Yi. As the ceremony concluded, the customary congratulations and celebrations were absent, replaced instead by a stunned silence as they beheld the unfolding scene. The occurrences of this particular celebration shattered their perceptions of reality, leaving them in disbelief. Whether it was Li Yi's astonishingly unconventional talent, which caused the talent stone to crack before their eyes, or his performance during the ceremony, it was all too much to accept. "Ha ha ha, my beloved son, come here, let your father embrace you." At that moment, if one were to measure joy, it would undoubtedly be Li Yuntian, whose elation was palpable. Difficult to articulate, he strode forward, lifting Li Yi in the air as if to proudly proclaim to all, "Behold, this is my son, my cherished son, come, let me give you a kiss." A kiss landed on Li Yi's cherubic face, which he instinctively attempted to reject, yet was unable to resist Li Yuntian's exuberance. The prickly beard against his skin left Li Yi feeling disillusioned. I am no longer pristine. Though he had not harbored lofty expectations for Li Yi, who could have predicted that he would be the one to astonish everyone? The thrill of the moment exceeded any prior excitement, fueled more by Li Yuntian's pride, a father exalted by his son's achievements. As the first in line to reap the benefits of his offspring's brilliance, Li Yuntian's heart swelled with pride that I in the audience. Xiao Qingya sighed in relief, genuinely pleased for her child. Li Yi. Since his birth, Li Yi had been frail, often falling ill. She knew his health best. It was a constant battle for him, and her worries had been substantial. Yet now, it seemed those concerns were unwarranted. Her child was thriving, and not only that, he was a genius. An elder responsible for the ceremony approached Li Yuntian. Ahem, patriarch, both Master Li Yi and Lian have talents exceeding 7 feet. You have yet to announce this. The elder's quiet reminder jolted Li Yuntian from his reverie. Overwhelmed with joy, he had momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. Suppressing his elation, he assumed the dignified demeanor befitting a family head. Though his lips betrayed him with a smile, that Li and Lian have both surpassed 7 feet in talent. Tomorrow, we shall unlock the treasure vault for these 2 children, granting them the opportunity to seek their fortunes within. With that, the anniversary celebration concluded, and Li Yi had captured the spotlight, basking in the reflected glory of his father, enjoying an unparalleled moment of prestige. Publish reverse mission. After receiving rewards, your cultivation will advance rapidly. Please demonstrate your prowess and successfully astonish your father with your progress. Here we go again, this absurd task. How am I supposed to shock my father? Perhaps a face full of surprises? The system had arrived early. The specifics of the task were of little importance. What mattered was the method of completion. Achieve the desired effect by any means necessary. Abba de Li babbled, struggling to articulate coherent speech. His frail constitution had hindered his development, preventing him from speaking until now, while others his age could run and jump. Yet now, as an ancient sacred body, his physique had undergone a complete transformation, enabling rapid growth. Xiao Qingya held Li Yi, playfully poking his chubby cheeks, her face radiating maternal tenderness, in her gentle embrace. It felt as if he had entered a realm of comfort, tempting him to give in to lethargy and abandon his aspirations. Li squirmed slightly, adjusting into a more comfortable position, relishing the experience. For the first time, he realized the bliss of being an infant. Chapter 5. Did Li Yuntian call Li Yi father? What an upside-down world. Heir, what troubles you? It seems the young master is hungry and desires milk, remarked a nearby maid. Indeed. Xiao Qingya suddenly remembered she had yet to feed Li Yi. Lifting her garment, she prepared to nurse him. Li Yi instinctively recoiled, resisting. How can a dignified ancient sacred body like myself still require milk? This is an affront to my status. Such a mischievous child. Xiao Qingya chuckled, playfully tapping Li Yi's nose before continuing to feed him. After a few minutes, this is truly delightful. Li savored the milk voraciously, as if indulging in a sumptuous feast. Who was it that claimed they would never drink even a drop of milk? Certainly not me. Xiao Qingya gazed at Li Yi with a mixture of amazement and amusement. While other children his age had already weaned, Li Yi was relishing the milk with unabashed enthusiasm. Showing no signs of wanting to stop, that I had no intention of drinking milk, but it's simply too delicious, he slurped eagerly, as though he could never be satisfied. Xiao Qingya was astonished by Li Yi's sudden increase in appetite. He was nearly draining her supply. It seemed he was in a growth spurt, and a larger appetite was only natural, so she paid it little mind. This little fellow can truly eat, she mused, playfully teasing Li Yi. Being able to eat is a blessing. It signifies a bright future ahead that Li had only managed to fill himself halfway. But alas, Xiaoqinya's milk supply was insufficient, leaving him to wait for the next feeding. "Madam, you have held him for a whole day. Allow me to take over for a while, so you can rest," suggested the maid. Wan Ning. "Very well." Xiaoqinya handed Li Yi over to Wan Ning, feeling somewhat fatigued after holding him for so long, that in Wan Ning's arms. Li felt uncomfortable, squirming his neck. The disparity between individuals was stark. Compared to Xiaoqinya's nurturing embrace, Wan Ning's hold felt rather uninviting, akin to sleeping on a wooden board. If Wan Ning were to have children in the future, he worried they might go hungry. Given her meager rations, observing Wan Ning's poor diet, Li Yi resolved that once he could speak, he would remind her to improve her meals. Having traversed the realm of infancy, Li Yi grasped a profound truth. No child should endure hardship. With that thought, he swallowed hard, feeling hunger pangs and yearning for milk. He glanced at Wan Ning's uninviting hold, his expression one of utter disillusionment. "Wan Ning." Just then, a hearty voice resonated from outside the door. The presence unmistakable. It could only belong to his father, Li Yuntian. "Let me see my heir." With a grand stride, he entered the room. Ever since the anniversary celebration the previous day, Li Yuntian had been exceptionally warm towards Li Yi, harboring high hopes for him. Were it not for his responsibilities as the family head, he would have wished to spend every moment nurturing Li Yi's growth. He scooped Li Yi into his arms, scrutinizing his beloved son, growing fonder with each glance. That moment, Li Yi realized he had made a mistake. Perhaps it was better to let Wan Ning hold him after all, as though her embrace was less than perfect. At least it was familiar. "Heir," Li Yuntian said, gazing at Li Yi's disdainful expression, his face a canvas of confusion. "Come, call me father." Xiaoqinya chuckled. "Heir cannot speak yet." Li Yuntian dismissed her concern. "Ah, you misunderstand. This is a matter of familiarity. After hearing it often enough, when he speaks, he will instinctively know to call me father." Xiaoqinya observed the joyful interaction between father and son. Smiling, "Heir, come, call father." Li attempted to respond, as if words were finally forming to him. His voice, though muffled, was an affirmative sound, and Li Yuntian's eyes widened. Did he just speak? Heir can talk now. Li Yuntian eagerly attempted to teach. "Heir, come, repeat after me." "Father." Without hesitation, Li replied. This time, the sound was clearer and more distinct. He had indeed spoken to by the heavens. "Heir can talk." Xiaoqinya gasped in astonishment. Unable to believe her eyes, Li Yuntian laughed heartily. "What did I just say? Am I mistaken?" Upon reflection, however, he sensed something was amiss. He had called father, and Li had responded with him. Had he just been called father by his son? Was this a world turned upside down? Pondering the possibility that Li Yi had just begun to speak and could only muster a single Li Yuntian called out once more. "Father." Li Yi responded with clear articulation. Goodness, it's true. Li Yuntian was now convinced that Li Yi could not yet speak. He could only manage a single Xiaoqinya looked on in disbelief. Wasn't the plan to teach Li Yi? "How did it turn into you calling Li Yi father?" "Li Yi," he called out, so I simply responded. After all, there's nothing to lose. The task of reversing the situation was completed. Your exceptional abilities not only astonished Li Yuntian, but also rendered him tongue-tied. Calling you father. The task was flawlessly accomplished. Reward. Innate sword chi. Innate sword chi. The essence of sword energy, which can be used to nurture sword intent and elevate one's swordsmanship. Lie. So, having Li Yuntian call me father twice means the task is complete. This is far easier than I imagined. With innate sword chi paired with my innate sword bone, mastering the sword is effortless. I could soar into the skies without a hitch. The benefits of innate sword chi far exceed the system's description. It appears that my innate sword bone has also been nourished by the innate sword chi, beginning to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, complementing each other and continuously strengthening that no need to practice swordplay. When I finally wield a sword, my sword energy will traverse 30,000 miles, a single strike capable of chilling 19 states. With such rewards, what's the point of reversing anything? Just enjoy the moment. Li Yuntian looked at Li Yi, surprised that his son had taken advantage of the situation, learning to seize opportunities at such a young age. He truly is my son, head of the family. The treasure vault is about to open. Please come and oversee the proceedings, a servant hurriedly reminded. Understood, I will be there shortly. Yinton cradled Li Yi and headed towards the treasure vault. Let's go choose some treasures. I'll carry Yi. Xiao Qingya insisted. Yintian firmly replied. He is my son, of course. I will carry him. Xiao Qingya chuckled helplessly, as if Li Yi were not her son. I have no one to confide my woes to. Upon arriving at the treasure vault, many clan members had already gathered early to watch, and the number of spectators exceeded even that of the previous day's birthday celebration. They were eager to see if Li Yi, who had shone brilliantly at the celebration, truly possessed the extraordinary talents rumored about him. As Li Yintian entered with Li Yi, they rushed forward to offer their compliments. Young Master Li Yi is truly outstanding. He is destined for greatness. I knew young Master Li Yi was a genius. Indeed, he is remarkable. Li Yintian stood proudly, his chest puffed out, as if the praises were directed at him. You are all too kind. He replied with a beaming smile as they approached the treasure vault. Ansai's parents had been waiting for some time, eager to enter the treasure vault and select their treasures. Upon seeing Li Yi's arrival, they quickly shielded Li Ansai behind them, fearful that Li Yi might treat him as he had the previous day. That Ansai cowered behind his parents, recognizing Li Yi with an ingrained sense of fear. Too intimidated to let Li Yi notice him, Li regarded his great martial master cousin with a benevolent expression, devoid of malice. Look at my smile. I am harmless. What transpired yesterday was merely to fulfill a system task. Ordinarily, Li Yi values brotherhood and kindness. Perhaps that slap had been too harsh, leaving Li Ansai with a psychological scar. Chapter 6. Fragments of Destiny Creek. At this moment, the door to the treasure vault swung open, and a plainly dressed elder emerged. He was Elder Li Yin, the guardian of the vault. Generally, those who guard the treasure vault are not ordinary. Li Yin is no exception. In terms of lineage, he can be considered a contemporary of Li Yuntian's grandfather, wielding the peak power of a martial emperor. Li Yin, having long guarded the treasure vault, detached from worldly affairs and dedicated to his cultivation, is typically only seen when the vault opens. He yawned nonchalantly, glancing at Li Yuntian. Although Li Yuntian was the family head, Li Yan's status and power demanded respect from him. These two children are the ones who demonstrated their talents, reaching 7 feet or more during the birthday celebration. They may enter the treasure vault, Li Yuntian explained, showcasing Li Yi and Li Ansai to Li Yi. Li Yin took a cursory glance at Li Yi and Li Ansai and merely grunted. Seemingly impatient, likely disturbed from his rest, and feeling that this was a waste of his time, for the talents of these two children, he was indifferent, eager to finish quickly and return to his slumber. Come on in, choose quickly and don't disturb my dreams, he said, yawning once more as he led Li Ansai and Li Yi into the vault, shutting the grand door behind them. Inside the treasure vault, items were categorized: formations, weapons, martial arts, elixirs, and herbs that do not mess things up. Li Yin warned, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of laziness, his tone sounding both like a reminder and a warning that I don't care what your talents are. This vault is under my management, and you must follow my rules. That if you disregard them, don't say I didn't warn you. I might just have to punish you. The first and second floors are accessible. The third floor is off limits. Young geniuses? Li Yin, was once one of them, a standout among the exceptional. Now, as a peak martial emperor, my pride radiates from within. Other talents are but mere trifles in my eyes. Do you understand? Li Yin suddenly barked at Yes. Ansai shuddered, timidly nodding, fearfully trailing behind Li Yin. Li remained unperturbed, curiously observing his surroundings. The vault appeared small from the outside, but was vast within, likely enhanced by some special formation. Explaining the significant disparity, countless treasures filled the vault, the culmination of the Li family's years of accumulation. Li's demeanor caught Li Yan's attention, prompting him to glance at Li once more, though no further interest was shown. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Yan's gaze as he scrutinized Li Yin. That fleeting moment, he seemed to sense a sharp sword energy emanating from Li Yi. Fleeting yet piercing. This puzzled Li Yin. The child was barely a year old. Where could such sword energy originate? Surely, he must have misjudged that Li Yin had practiced sword techniques himself and achieved considerable success. To cultivate sword energy is a daunting task. How could such a young child possess it? It must be a figment of his imagination that if it were true, he would gladly swallow his words. Stand within the formation. I will activate the inheritance formation for you. You will receive the martial arts best suited to you, Li Yin instructed. After acquiring your martial arts inheritance, you may select a treasure from the vault. But remember, it must be something you can carry away. Then come to me for registration. With that, Li Yin gestured for them to step into the formation. Who will go first? Liansai timidly raised his hand. Caught between the self-slapping Li Yi and the intimidating Li Yin, he merely wished to end this ordeal. Entering the formation, he stood at its center. Yin activated the formation, and the runes illuminated, setting the formation in motion. The formation assessed their qualifications, matching them with the most suitable martial arts. Suitable techniques allow for efficient cultivation. Before long, a beam of light enveloped Liansai, imparting the appropriate martial arts inheritance. Liansai clutched his head, overwhelmed by the influx of information, needing time to digest it. When it was Li Yi's turn, he stood at the center of the formation, awaiting its activation. Acquiring a suitable martial art based on his qualifications shouldn't be difficult. He was curious about what treasures lay within the Li family's vast heritage. Yin replicated the process, activating the formation. Inside the formation, the world spun, and Li found himself surrounded by a sea of martial arts. Filtering through the myriad techniques in search of the most fitting one. However, time passed, and he still couldn't find a suitable match, remaining in the process of selection. What could be the matter? Surely there are no techniques suitable for this child. Li Yin pondered, perplexed. It was unusual that he hadn't found a suitable martial art after such a long time. The Li family's extensive martial arts heritage is diverse enough that everyone should find something appropriate. The notion of none existing was absurd. Yi's situation was unprecedented for Li Yin. Undeterred, he intensified the formation's power to enhance its selection efficacy. After some time, a beam of light finally surged into Li Yi. Finally identifying a suitable martial art for him, Yi felt a new concept blossom in his mind. The martial art that was aptly suited to him. The technique was named Fragments of Destiny. From its title, it seemed promising, but regrettably, it was incomplete, comprising only the first 3 volumes. According to conventional wisdom, such incomplete texts are likely to be among the world's top martial arts, given that this technique aligns with his innate talents. It surely holds great potential. Yin withdrew his energy, concluding the formation. Now that you have acquired the appropriate martial arts, cultivate diligently and do not squander this inheritance. You may now select one treasure, provided you can carry it away, and then come to me for registration. After finishing, Li Yin yawned and retreated to the side for a brief rest, leaving Li Yi and Liansai to choose their treasures. Li Yi offered Liansai a harmless smile, causing him to shudder. Treasure your life. Keep your distance from Li Yi, he thought, quickly scampering away to select a martial art, unwilling to remain near Li Yi. Li Yi began his search for a treasured item within the vault. After a lengthy search, he still could not find anything suitable. When selecting, one must choose the very best. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Li turned his gaze to see Lian Kai, who had set his sights on a coveted treasure. Regrettably, his qualifications fell short of the requirements, and in his desperate attempt to seize it, he faced a fierce backlash as if struck by lightning. Li clicked his tongue in dismay. What a tragedy! He continued his search within the treasure pavilion, but after a prolonged period, he found nothing that caught his fancy. His attention shifted to the second floor. The treasure pavilion consisted of 3 levels, with the second floor housing treasures that surpassed those on the first. However, to obtain these treasures, one needed to possess even stronger qualifications. Conversely, those who attempted to forcibly take them, like Lian Kai, served as cautionary tales. Yin opened his eyes, sensing Li Yi ascend to the second floor, and shook his head. Acquiring treasures from the second floor was no simple feat. It required not only qualifications but also considerable strength. It had taken Li Yin immense effort to procure a single item from the second floor. Perhaps they might have the opportunity to claim treasures from there in the future. But for now, it was utterly impossible. That he chose not to concern himself with Li Yi any further, nor did he offer any warnings. He believed that once Li Yi faced disappointment, he would understand. Chapter 7. The obsequious ancient sword. Li Yin felt a wave of despair. Li had wandered the second floor, yet he still failed to find a treasure that piqued his interest. Just as he was about to randomly select an item, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the third floor, causing the innate sword aura within him to react. There must be something extraordinary on the third floor. The third floor, being the pinnacle of the treasure pavilion, housed treasures of unparalleled value to the Li family, exceedingly rare. Since the aura had responded, this treasure was certainly not to be missed. Ignoring Li Yan's warnings, he boldly stepped into the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Li scanned the area, searching for the source of the aura that had reacted. After a thorough examination, his gaze settled upon an ancient sword suspended in the center of the room. This sword exuded an air of antiquity, unmistakably indicating its long history and extraordinary nature. It could very well be a legendary weapon that seemed that this was indeed the finest treasure on the third floor. The energy he felt originated from this sword, which trembled slightly as if responding to his presence. How did this brat make it to the third floor? Li Yan, keenly aware of the disturbance, abruptly sat up, rage flashing across his face. He had warned him against entering the third floor. Now, if Li Yi insisted on disobeying, he could not be held accountable for the consequences that Li Yan's aura darkened. He initially contemplated punishing Li Yi, but upon noticing the ancient sword's unusual behavior, his brows furrowed in disbelief. The sword is reacting? This ancient sword was no ordinary blade. It had once belonged to the founding patriarch of the Li family, said to have been unearthed from an ancient tomb. Its tremendous power had enabled the first patriarch to establish the Li family and lay a solid foundation for its future. Unfortunately, since the time of the first patriarch, no one had been able to earn the sword's favor. Otherwise, the Li family's influence would undoubtedly have been even more formidable. Li Yan had once aspired to possess this sword, but when he sought its recognition, it had dismissed him without hesitation, repelling him before he could even approach. The mere thought of ownership was as distant as a dream. For the first time in years guarding the treasure pavilion, Li Yan witnessed the ancient sword react so vigorously. Is it because of this brat? Could it be that the sword recognizes his qualifications? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I could not gain the sword's acknowledgement, how could this child? This must be a fluke. Li Yan consoled himself, feeling an envious bitterness akin to sour grapes. Just as Li Yan was about to pull Li Yi down from the third floor, the ancient sword stirred. It flew off its pedestal, directing itself toward Li Yi, hovering before him without any rejection, emanating a gentle aura as if attempting to make amends. This is inconceivable. Li Yan was left speechless, utterly flabbergasted. Could it be that the ancient sword truly chose this child? Why him? He found it impossible to accept that on second thought. If the sword had recognized him, could this boy be an unparalleled genius among millions? Recalling the fleeting sword aura he had sensed from Li Yi earlier, a chilling thought struck Li Yan. Could it be that Li Yi possesses a legendary special physique, innately infused with sword aura? Such individuals are often prodigies of the sword, with a deeper comprehension of swordsmanship than anyone else. Swords endowed with intelligence would recognize such individuals as their rightful masters, as only they were worthy of unlocking their full potential. If this were true, it would make perfect sense. With this realization, Li Yan drew a sharp breath, nearly pulling out his own beard in astonishment that he had previously overlooked this child, not realizing he was such an extraordinary talent. Over the years, Li Yan had only heard of such individuals in tales. This was the first time he had encountered one in the flesh. Upon further reflection, this child's remarkable talent foretold a future filled with promise. If he could take Li Yi as his disciple and nurture him carefully, it would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride in the future. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. His gaze toward Li Yi grew increasingly fervent, as the initial indifference he had felt upon entering the treasure pavilion dissipated entirely. On the third floor, Li Yi scrutinized the ancient sword that hovered before him. The sword's blade appeared slender and lightweight, yet it radiated a chilling brilliance, sharp as a blade, making it difficult to meet its gaze. Li felt a refreshing chill emanating from the ancient sword. The engravings adorning the sword resembled falling snowflakes, painting a vivid winter scene. Beneath this snowy imagery lurked a menacing aura, instilling fear. Within the sword's essence, the snow fell endlessly, while mountains of corpses piled high. Rivers flowed with blood, casting a crimson hue over the sky. Even the falling snow was stained red, transforming into blossoms of blood. From this, it was evident that the sword was imbued with a cold and murderous intent. Having claimed many lives, such a sword was not something ordinary individuals could wield. Mishandling it could lead to a backlash, causing one to become a mindless killer. However, the ancient sword did not emanate a fierce murderous aura before Li Yi. Instead, It displayed a gentle demeanor, actively seeking to please him. Seeing that Li Yi remained motionless, the sword circled around him, performing a dance in the air, seemingly showcasing its capabilities and eagerly urging Li Yi to choose it. Had it possessed limbs, it would undoubtedly have knelt before Li Yi, imploring him to select it. What? Li Yin was now visibly agitated. This scene left him utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the ancient sword he once knew? How could it grovel before a mere child, begging for the child's favor? How shameless! The sword's current demeanor reminded Li Yin of his earlier attempts to gain its recognition. The wheel of fortune had turned. History often mirrored itself in astonishing ways. The ancient sword that once sought his approval now shamelessly sought to curry favor with a young upstart, one of his own descendants. This left him utterly disheartened. It felt as though something he had cherished was being ruthlessly trampled upon by another, who wielded it with complete disregard, that Li Yin could not accept it. Was the disparity in qualifications between individuals truly so vast? Even if Li Yi possessed unparalleled talent, the sword had once been a renowned artifact. Could it not maintain a semblance of dignity? Must it humiliate him so? Li Yin felt as though he was witnessing a mockery of his past. The ancient sword, however, showed no signs of retreat, fervently showcasing itself to please Li Yi, as if it were a devoted servant. That Li Yin could not help but exclaim that this ancient sword must be a counterfeit. A mere imitation, such an obsequious sword did not deserve to be called a famous blade. Let it be. I do not envy it in the slightest, truly not. With eyes ablaze, Li Yin was engulfed in jealousy. Li waited for a moment, and indeed, the ancient sword transformed into a devoted follower, rubbing against him and constantly seeking his approval. The sword's aloofness. What was that? Chapter 8. Li, who only wants milk, the most formidable treasure within the entire pavilion, was this ancient sword. And with it presenting itself so willingly, Li could not let the opportunity slip away. The excessively enthusiastic ancient sword was almost overwhelming. Li reluctantly accepted it. He extended his hand, and the ancient sword soared into his grasp, establishing a connection with him. The ancient sword possessed intelligence and chose its master. Not just anyone could wield it. Only those whom it acknowledged could forge a bond with it and harness its true power. It has truly recognized its master. Li Yin gazed at Li Yi in disbelief. The ancient sword had genuinely acknowledged him as its master, that a whirlwind of emotions surged within him, and he felt an urge to curse. At this moment, it was as if he was witnessing the first step of a future legendary powerhouse. The ancient sword's recognition of Li Yi was undoubtedly a good omen for the Li family. With the sword's endorsement, the family was destined to achieve newfound glory. Suddenly, Li Yin sensed something amiss. This is submission to its master. Li Yin was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground in an unprecedented display of shock. To submit to a master is distinct from merely acknowledging one. Acknowledgement grants one the right to wield, allowing the user to command me, while submission signifies complete allegiance, a profound loyalty to the wielder, and the ability to channel the sword's inherent power back to its master. Such submission is immutable and unresisting, maximizing the sword's formidable potential. Should the wielder fall, the sword itself would suffer grievous harm, possibly even losing its sentience and becoming nothing more than scrap metal. Without absolute recognition, a sentient weapon would never choose to submit to a master. For the first time, Li Yin witnessed a weapon willingly submitting to a master. The ancient sword intended to bind itself to Li Yi. Today was indeed an eye-opener, shattering his preconceived notions that in other circumstances, it might be the wielder earning the weapon's acknowledgement that prompts such submission. Yet here the ancient sword seemed to be shamelessly vying for this relationship. The disparity was monumental, leaving Li Yin perplexed. What kind of terrifying talent did Li Yi possess to elicit such behavior from the ancient sword? This child was destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Seizing the opportunity while he was still young and impressionable, Li Yin resolved to take him as a disciple, convinced that he would one day be celebrated for nurturing a prodigious warrior. The establishment of the submission to a master completed, he felt an overwhelming affinity for the ancient sword, as if he were one with it, a deep connection resonating within his soul. After accepting the ancient sword's submission, Li felt a surge of physical prowess, enabling him to wield the sword's essence even without drawing it. This was the advantage of submission to a master. The ancient sword remained fiercely loyal to Li Yi. free from concerns of backlash. Even if there were any, Li Yi's innate talent would allow him to suppress it effortlessly. Such was the nature of the primordial sacred body. Due to his submission to Li Yi, the ancient sword felt weightless in his grip, as if it were an extension of his own being, remarkably easy to handle. However, the sight of a 1-year-old child wielding a sword longer than his height was undeniably comical. Innate sword energy entwined with the ancient sword, nurturing it and gradually restoring its former glory. Meanwhile, Li Yin had been waiting downstairs for quite some time, his incredulous gaze shifting between Li Yi and the sword he held, shock rendering him nearly speechless as if caught in a dream. His demeanor towards Li Yi had transformed entirely. Previously indifferent and nonchalant, he now wore a benevolent smile. "You have truly gained the ancient sword's recognition. I never anticipated this," he remarked, suppressing his astonishment, one hand behind his back while the other stroked his beard, adopting an air of sage-like wisdom. Lie, with his youthful voice, replied, "It sought me out at Li Yin." Crackle, the sound of a heart-shattering "did I see?" No need to elaborate further. Li Yin then explained, "This sword is named Feishua, a prized possession of our ancestors that IT has helped establish the Li family's solid foundation. Now that Feishua acknowledges you, you must diligently cultivate your skills and achieve great things that I understand, Senior." Li nodded, garnering Li Yan's approval. Despite his tender age, Li exuded a maturity and composure that surpassed that of his peers. Li Yin continued to guide him. "You must immerse yourself in the way of the sword. Do not squander your gifts, nor let Feishua's potential go to waste. Thus, you require a master of swordsmanship. Conveniently, I possess some knowledge in this area," that he subtly hinted at the prospect of Li Yi taking him as a mentor, eagerly awaiting the boy's response. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I will certainly train diligently upon my return." Li Yi replied, preparing to depart from the treasure pavilion. "I need to teach you. Besides, having multiple mentors offering daily guidance sounds cumbersome. I would rather be cradled in my mother's embrace, drinking milk that I have yet to fully indulge in a carefree life. The prospect of a 9-to-5 existence is utterly inconceivable." Li Yin stared at him in disbelief. Countless individuals within the clan yearned to become his disciple. Yet here he was, disregarded by a mere child, an affront to his pride. Rather than anger, he pursued Li Yi, persisting in his gentle persuasion. "Young man, my swordsmanship is unparalleled within the Li family. Given your talent, I alone am worthy to be your teacher. Should you choose to study under me, I guarantee you will become a formidable swordsman, standing tall among the masses." He thought to himself that surely this would pique Li Yi's interest. After all, who could resist the opportunity to become a great swordsman? Not at all. "I simply wish to return home for milk," Li Yi replied innocently, a child's desire for milk seemingly unassailable. Li Yin nearly choked in exasperation. Milk? The chance to become a swordsman paled in comparison to milk in Li Yi's eyes. What a ridiculous jest! The sheer absurdity of it nearly caused him to choke. At 1 year old, and still not weaned, Li Yin implored, "Young man, trust me, milk is but a fleeting indulgence. You will inevitably outgrow it. Only strength is everlasting." To Li Yi's small face grew serious as he replied, "But I still want milk." That Li Yin could hardly contain his exasperation, internally cursing. What on earth? I truly wish to smash that milk bottle over Li Yi's head. How are his parents allowing such a large child to remain unweaned? Li Yi, with his naive demeanor, continued, "Senior, if there is nothing else, I shall return home for milk." With that, he attempted to leave. That Li Yin felt on the verge of collapse, having lowered himself to plead with the child to become his disciple, only to be ruthlessly rejected for the sake of milk. The sheer absurdity of it all left him incredulous. He longed to transform into a woman, to feed the boy a few drops of milk, thus ensuring his willingness to become his disciple. This child was clearly not easily swayed. A different approach was needed. He decided to speak with Li Yi's parents, believing they would surely understand. That he led Li Yi outside, eager to discuss matters with his parents. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten something crucial, but dismissed the thought. Nothing was more important than taking Li Yi as his disciple. That moment, in a forgotten corner of the first floor, Li Yin was left behind. Where is everyone? Li Yin had taken Li Yi out of the treasure pavilion. Creak. The door of the treasure pavilion swung open, revealing a throng of anxious onlookers waiting outside. At last, they have emerged. I wonder what treasures they selected or what techniques they obtained. With young Master Li Yi's talent, it must surely be the finest art of our Li family. The crowd buzzed with curiosity about what Li Yi had acquired. Completely oblivious to the fact that only Li Yi and Li Yin had emerged, overlooking Li Yin entirely, Li appeared to be holding a sword. Noticing the ancient sword in Li Yi's grasp, the elder members present became visibly unsettled, hastily rubbing their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as they stared in disbelief. This is the ancient sword Feishu. My heavens, it truly is the ancient sword Feishu. I never anticipated witnessing it choose a master in my lifetime. Given young Master Li Yi's qualifications, it is indeed plausible. Gasps of astonishment followed. Feishu has chosen a new master. Truly, heaven blesses our Li family. We shall surely achieve greatness once more. After the initial shock, an unprecedented excitement surged through them, tears almost spilling from their eyes as they trembled with joy. They seemed on the verge of kneeling in reverence. Only they could comprehend the immense value of the ancient sword Feishu, but if they were to learn that the sword had sought out Li Yi, their worldviews would surely collapse just as Li Yan's had. As Li Yi's father, Li Yuntian, stood there, he too was struck with disbelief that Li has obtained Feishu. He stood frozen, dazed. For countless years, aside from the first-generation patriarch, Feishu had never acknowledged another individual. Li Yuntian had once endeavored to master Feishu. Yet the sword had paid him no heed, that he had hoped that either Li Xian or Li Shuer might command Feishu. But the sword had shown no response to them. Either Toc Li Yi achieved such recognition was utterly unexpected. In that moment, a smile of pride spread across Li Yuntian's face. Truly, he is my son. To gain Feishu's acknowledgement is a sign of greatness. Dear, what sword is this? Xiao Qingya, not being a member of the Li family, was unaware of Feishu's significance. That Li Yuntian explained Feishu's importance to the Li family, and only then did Xiao Qingya grasp the magnitude of Li Yi's achievement. Mother. Li had intended to rush into his mother's warm embrace, but was unexpectedly intercepted by Li Yuntian. My dear son, let me hold you, Li. This father is of little concern. Realizing that Li Yi was Li Yuntian's son, Li Yin was struck with astonishment. Such a gifted child was undoubtedly his son. Filled with pride, Li Yuntian could scarcely look down upon others, exuding an air of superiority akin to a dragon among men. You certainly know how to produce exceptional offspring. Li Yin couldn't help but jest. Noting that all three of Li Yuntian's children were prodigies, especially Li Yi, who had even compelled Feishu to submit. Perhaps he had erred in prioritizing his own cultivation over marriage and procreation, leaving him single even as he neared the grave. Li Yuntian chuckled modestly. I must trouble you this time, senior. Having selected the treasures, he intended to leave with Li Yi, but Li Yin interjected, Wait, is there something else? Senior, Li Yuntian inquired, and Li Yin cleared his throat, saying, Well, I believe this child possesses remarkable talent and has gained the recognition of Feishu, but we cannot squander such a gift in the sword arts. Why not take me as your master, and allow me to guide you? This. Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Li Yin to wish to take Li Yi as his disciple. Li Yin was indeed one of the most formidable members of the Li family, with many seeking to be his pupil. However, Li Yin was inherently proud and had never accepted a disciple, believing them unworthy. The fact that he would actively take Li Yi as a disciple was unprecedented. Li Yuntian turned his gaze towards Li Yi, intending to inquire about his opinion. But before he could speak, Li Yi decisively shook his head, his expression one of disdain and refusal. What master? It's just an annoyance interrupting my milk. Li Yin lamented in silence, feeling a mix of frustration and disbelief. Here I am, a prominent powerhouse of the Li family, with countless individuals eager to be my disciples, yet I receive disdain from a mere child who isn't even fully grown his teeth. Senior, you see how eager is. Perhaps we should reconsider. While Li Yuntian was inclined towards this idea, Li had already rejected it. He thought to wait a while longer, allowing Li Yi to mature a bit more before making any decisions. Very well, Li Yin sighed. Resigned to the situation that at my age, is it truly so easy to take on a disciple? Li breathed a sigh of relief, finally free to enjoy his milk. After acquiring the ancient sacred body, his growth accelerated rapidly, accompanied by an increased appetite requiring more sustenance. Although he had just eaten, he found himself hungry again. Senior, where's my brother Lian Sai? As Lian's parents approached, they recalled Lian Sai, but had yet to see him emerge. It was then they remembered that Li Ansai had also entered, that Yin suddenly realized, exclaiming internally, "I actually forgot about this little one." He hurriedly retrieved Li Ansai. Thus, the treasure selection in the treasure pavilion concluded. Chapter 9. A Mother's Embrace Mother. Li crawled over to Xiao Qingya, staring at her with his big, innocent eyes, opening his mouth and chewing on his fingers, mimicking the act of eating. Xiao Qingya sighed in despair. Another round of milk. It was not that she was unwilling to feed Li Yi, but rather her milk supply was insufficient. She was nearly depleted. Ear has an ever-growing appetite. Xiao Qingya furrowed her brow, helplessly cradling Li Yi and feeding him. As she watched Li Yi greedily suckling in her arms, she thought, when will he ever wean? Other children typically weaned after a few months. Yet Ear was already a year old and still hadn't he. His appetite had grown immensely, resembling an insatiable bottomless pit. Xiao Qingya had even improved her diet to increase her milk supply. But it remained inadequate. That I truly wonder when this will end. She reached out, affectionately poking Li Yi's cheek. Little rascal, you are exhausting me. Li, however, felt no exhaustion. He was reveling in the comfort of his mother's soft embrace. Enjoying his milk. The leisurely life was simply delightful, aspiring to greatness. Whoever wishes to strive can do so, for I simply desire to lounge and drink milk. That I now understand why the ancient emperor adored beast milk so much. Drinking milk is indeed a pleasure. The only grievance is the insufficient milk. I am still hungry, a vehement protest. Xiao Qingya gently tapped Li Yi's forehead, complaining, "Are we, little rascal? You seem to be enjoying yourself." "Madam, perhaps we should find a wet nurse for the young master," Wan Ning suggested. Xiao Qingya considered this feasible. Given Li Yi's voracious appetite, it was indeed necessary to seek a wet nurse. Li eagerly nodded in approval. A wet nurse would be splendid, especially one who could hold him comfortably and ensure he was well fed. Has the young master understood what we are discussing? Wan Ning chuckled, glancing at Li Yi. With his adorable demeanor, Li Yi was irresistibly charming, especially to the ladies. Can already speak. Of course he understands. Xiao Qingya was perplexed as to why Li Yi, capable of running, jumping, speaking, and comprehending, still clung to nursing like an infant. Li Yi pondered the same. His rapid growth and high consumption necessitated more milk, and besides, it was simply delicious. "Madam, allow me to care for the young master. You should take a break." "Very well." Xiao Qingya, feeling fatigued, handed Li Yi to Wan Ning. Li glanced at Xiao Qingya's ample bosom and then at Wan Ning's more modest form, sensing a stark difference in comfort. With a look of disdain and reluctance, he thought mother is far better. Wan Ning, puzzled, wondered what the young master's disdainful expression meant. Did he wish for milk? "I have none to offer you, young master." Realizing the implication behind his gaze, she felt somewhat offended. Li looked up at Wan Ning with his adorable, innocent expression, snuggling in her arms. Though lacking his mother's softness, he found her embrace pleasant enough to as a child. He harbored no ill intentions. He merely sought a comfortable place to lie down and enjoy his leisure. "Qingya, my dear, are you preparing for a nap? It seems we have come at an inconvenient time." That a few ladies, accompanied by their maidservants, arrived at Xiao Qingya's residence. "Hello, ladies. What brings you here? Please take a seat." Wan Ning, fetch some tea. Wan Ning carefully set Li Yi down and hurried to serve tea. "That we came to visit you and Ear." The ladies smiled warmly, including Bai Lian, the first wife of Li Yuntian, and Gong Wenyue, the second wife, along with other female relatives of the Li family. They were primarily interested in seeing Li Yi, the current rising star of the Li family, renowned for his unprecedented talent and mastery of the Feishuo sword. His future was undeniably bright, and they hoped to forge connections with him, anticipating that he would provide them protection once he matured. Xiao Qingya was well aware of their intentions but chose to remain discreet. Cradling Li Yi, she introduced him. This is your eldest aunt, and this is your second aunt, Li Yi." The perpetual struggle of remembering names weighed heavily on him. Aside from uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers, anything more complex left him at a loss. He was unsure about the aunts, yet they were all beautiful and appeared nurturing, ensuring the well-being of any child. Gulugulu. Li swallowed hard, feeling hunger pangs as he caught a whiff of delicious aromas wafting in the air. He was ready to eat. "Is Ear feeling hungry?" Xiao Qingya noticed immediately as Li Yi's stomach grumbled. "Don't mention it. Ear has a tremendous appetite. My milk supply is insufficient and has been entirely consumed that I was just considering finding a wet nurse for him, or else he will never be satisfied. Such a hearty appetite, being able to eat is a blessing, indicating Iro's good health. Indeed, he requires more nourishment to support his growth. Xiao Qingyao wore a face filled with melancholy. She too wished to satiate Li Yi's hunger. Yet her milk supply was insufficient. There was little she could do to alleviate her own suffering, as the lack of milk was beyond her control. You must pay more attention to your diet. No one should have to suffer, least of all the child, advised Bilian. Drawing from her own experience, the Lie applauded his aunt, exclaiming, "Well said, I am already mindful." Xiao Qingyao found herself at a loss for words. As they remained unaware of the staggering volume Li Yi could consume. With his mouth agape, Li Yi chewed and feigned the act of eating, gazing at the several ants before him, confident they would discern his unspoken request. Yet this was no mere hint. It was a blatant declaration. "Hand over ear to me. My child has just weaned, and I possess ample milk," Qi Shui interjected. "Zaire has weaned." Xiao Qingyao fixed her gaze upon Qi Shui, who cradled Li Mingzi, merely 8 months old. Li Mingzi had already been weaned, while Li Yi, at a year, still relied on nursing. How could such a disparity exist? Indeed, Qi Shui responded, passing Li Mingzi to a maid while expertly nursing Li Yi. Li Yi reveled in the experience, nestled in Qi Shui's gentle embrace, savoring the milk with utter contentment. To his astonishment, once nursing commenced, it was evident that his appetite was truly remarkable. His little mouth continued to suckle incessantly, resembling a bottomless pit that could not be filled. "This child certainly has a hearty appetite," Qi Shui affirmed. Sighing, Xiao Qingyao felt a sense of relief with shared burdens. It appeared imperative to find a wet nurse without delay. Just as Li Yi indulged in his milk, he suddenly sensed an unusual gaze upon him, and upon closer inspection, it was Li Mingzi who watched him intently, swallowing hard. Recently weaned, he could not bear the sight, and it stirred his own cravings. With a loud wail, he protested, "I want milk too. Why should he drink and not I? That milk belongs to my mother." Li cast a triumphant glance at Li Mingzi, his small face brimming with pride and arrogance, as if to flaunt his privilege. Clinging to Qi Shui, he nestled against her, enveloped in softness and the alluring scent of milk, deliberately glancing back at Li Mingzi. "Not only am I cradled by your mother, but I also drink her milk. What can you do about it?" This was indeed a moment of unrestrained mockery, that To steal my mother and drink my milk. Who could endure such insolence? Li Mingzi, unable to bear it any longer, erupted into tears. "What has come over Zhe?" the onlookers questioned, perplexed by his sudden outburst. Lie continued to enjoy his milk, confident that if anyone dared to humiliate him again, he would simply seize their milk in retaliation. Qi Shui, focused on nourishing Li Yi, paid little heed to Li Mingzi's cries. The task of humiliation had been accomplished. Li had thoroughly embarrassed Qi Shui and Li Mingzi, exacting a painful price for their mockery, leaving Qi Shui's reputation tarnished and Li Mingzi in tears. Rewards were bestowed. Maximum insight. With this newfound insight, Li Yi's capacity to comprehend was dramatically enhanced, allowing him to grasp new concepts with remarkable ease. What nonsense is this? How could Qi Shui's reputation be tarnished by my actions? It's not as if I committed any impropriety. I merely drank some milk. Li Yi mused, appalled by the system's insinuation. Upon reflection, he considered that according to the system's timeline, he was merely 20 years old at this point, seeking milk from Qi Shui in the presence of her son. Li Mingzi, what an absurdly humiliating image that conjured. Yet he chose not to dwell on such matters. After all, the task was complete, that if drinking milk could secure rewards, then life was indeed pleasant. He welcomed it wholeheartedly. His ear still not full? After a considerable time, Li Yi remained nursing, that Qi Shui felt as if she were being drained entirely, nearly devoid of milk. Li truly has an insatiable appetite. The other ladies were astonished. They had all cared for children, some more than one, yet none had encountered a child with such a voracious appetite as Li Yi. Initially, Xiao Qingyao had dismissed the notion, but now she fully grasped the extent of Li Yi's consumption. "It eats far too much. My milk may not suffice," Qi Shui exclaimed in disbelief. To think I would be left speechless. After much contemplation, all I can say is, to eat well is a blessing. "I shall handle this," another lady interjected, stepping in to relieve Qi Shui. Eager to witness just how much Li Yi could consume, that it was hard to believe two women could not satisfy him. Li Yi, of course, would not refuse. He welcomed the abundance, transforming into an insatiable milk-drinking machine. After roughly half an hour, with both ladies alternating to feed him, Li Yi finally experienced a feast he had long awaited. The satisfaction of being full was exquisite. With his belly content, he lay comfortably in Xiao Qingya's embrace, drifting off into a deep slumber. The ladies sighed in relief. Li Yi's appetite was indeed formidable. Who among children could rival his nursing habits? They now comprehended the magnitude of his consumption. Qingya, you should consider hiring a wet nurse, they advised. This is beyond what can be managed through diet alone. Without two wet nurses to alternate feeding Li Yi, it would be challenging to satisfy this little one very well. Tomorrow. No, Wan Ning, go find wet nurses immediately. Seek those with abundant milk, and aim to find at least two. Did I understand, my lady? Wan Ning replied, departing to fulfill her task. Casting a glance at her own chest, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She had genuinely wished to assume the role of the young master's wet nurse. Caring for both the lady and the young master was her duty. As the hour grew late, they prepared to take their leave. Xiao Qingya stood to bid farewell to the ladies. We are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Your visit brings me great joy. In the days that followed, Wan Ning successfully located two young and beautiful wet nurses. Both possessing ample milk, at last, Li Yi was able to experience a life free from worry, enjoying plentiful meals, alternating between nursing and sleeping. A truly blissful existence that to traverse time was to savor life, not to endure hardship. Who would journey through time only to dwell in misery? There was no need for a counterattack. He merely wished for the system to embrace a state of relaxation. System. Chapter 11. There always seems to be someone trying to harm me. One day, Xiao Qingya cradled Li Yi while reading in the courtyard. Li Yi, now capable of running and jumping, articulating his thoughts, displayed the abilities of a typical child, even surpassing many of his peers in intellect. Yet he still relished the comfort of lying in his mother's embrace while nursing, a habit that was far from fading. Although he recognized that, as a time traveler endowed with the mind of an adult, it was somewhat embarrassing to indulge in such a childish pleasure. He could not resist. While he remained small, he intended to relish this experience, knowing that once he grew older, such joys would slip away. After all, what ill intentions could a child harbor? Li Yi gazed at the books before him, which included not only texts on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also insights into cultivation. The intention was to immerse him in knowledge from an early age, facilitating a smoother journey in his cultivation. Their concerns were unwarranted. For Li Yi, blessed with maximum insight, a mere glance was sufficient for comprehension. Upon reading through the material, he not only grasped the content, but also retained it with perfect recall, requiring no second reading. Maximum insight was indeed formidable. With such a gift, he would not need to waste time deciphering techniques, but could instead advance through cultivation seamlessly. Mother, please turn the page. I've finished reading. Li Yi urged, perched upon Xiao Qingya's lap, tugging at her sleeve for her attention. Already? Have you truly understood it all? Xiao Qingya chuckled, ruffling his hair. She had just turned the page and barely skimmed it. It was hard to believe Li Yi could have comprehended it so quickly. Skeptical of his claims, Xiao Qingya could not shake the doubt that Li Yi might be jesting. That, of course, I understand. Yet Xiao Qingya remained unconvinced, believing it improbable that Li Yi could grasp the material in such a brief time, especially since she had only managed to read the first line herself. Reading required careful consideration. It was essential to understand the content rather than merely glance at the words that as someone from a scholarly family. Xiao Qingya held particular reverence for the art of reading. Seeing her disbelief, Li Yi opted to demonstrate his abilities. He recited the entire page from memory, articulating his thoughts and interpretations, leaving Xiao Qingya utterly astounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Goodness! Ear truly did finish reading it. Not only that, but he also comprehended it. The depth of his understanding and perfect recall left Xiao Qingya humbled, struggling to believe that such feats could be accomplished by a mere one-year-old child. It was an incredible display of genius in reading. Could it be that the literary star has descended from the heavens? Li Yi candidly acknowledged that, were it not for the system granting him an unparalleled innate talent for comprehension, his current reading proficiency would hardly allow him to study for a minute before succumbing to 5 hours of slumber. Truly, he is my son. Xiao Qingyao also felt a swell of pride, sensing the legacy of her scholarly lineage reflected in Li Wai in that moment. Xiao Qingyao resolved to cultivate Li Yi into a prodigy, proficient in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting. Not only must he hone his martial skills, but he must also not neglect his education. Her mind was already busy crafting a curriculum for Li Yi. Aside from feeding and sleeping, there would be no moment wasted if Li Yi were to discover Xiao Qingyao's meticulous plans. He would undoubtedly commend her as a master of time management. That I regard you as my mother. Yet why do you wish to burden me? Elder Li Yin, please come this way. The voice of Li Yuntian echoed, as he led Elder Li Yin into the courtyard. Upon seeing the arrival of Elder Li Yin, Li Yi knew that it could not bode well. He was likely here to take him as a disciple. A prospect that held no appeal for Li Yi, who merely wished to indulge in the pleasures of life. Such moments would only become scarcer. One must savor each day as it comes. Having met Elder Li Yin, Xiao Qingyao stood, recognizing his esteemed position within the Li family, and offered him her respects. There is no need for such formalities. They do not concern me, Elder Li Yin replied. His gaze fixed intently on the infant in Xiao Qingyao's arms, a smile spreading across his face that eclipsed even the sight of a beautiful maiden unclad, leaving Li Yi feeling quite insecure. Li Yi was disinclined to engage with Elder Li Yin, clinging to Xiao Qingyao's neck and not even casting a glance in his direction. Elder Li Yin, feeling the sting of embarrassment, found himself at a loss. Never before had he faced such humiliation at the hands of a mere child. Yet he thought, as long as he could take Li Yi as his disciple, such indignities mattered little. With a genial smile, Elder Li Yin addressed Li Yi. Do you still remember this old man? Li Yi nonchalantly responded, Who are you, old man? And promptly shook his head in denial. Elder Li Yin cleared his throat, realizing for the first time that he had no leverage over a mere child. Li Yuntian interjected, This is Elder Li Yan, by lineage. You should address him as great-grandfather. Elder Li Yin stroked his beard, beaming in anticipation as he awaited Li Yi's utterance of great-grandfather. All the joy of his life seemed to coalesce in this moment. For when one seeks to win over a child, one cannot appear fearsome. That it is not easy being an old man like me. He mused that Li Yuntian hoped fervently that Li Yi would accept Elder Li Yin as his teacher. For Elder Li Yin was indeed one of the most formidable figures in the Li family, wholly qualified to impart his wisdom to Li Yi. Having spent many years in the treasure vault, indifferent to worldly affairs, it could be said that as long as the Li family remained intact, he would likely never intervene. This time, however, he had emerged from his seclusion solely to take Li Yi as his disciple. And his eagerness was palpable, almost as if he were ready to serve Li Yi and treat him like an ancestor. Nonetheless, Li Yi remained indifferent, thinking it preferable to drink milk instead. Speaking of which, he felt a pang of hunger. It was time for his nourishment. Li Yi gestured towards his mouth, indicating to Xiao Qingyao that he wished to be fed. Xiao Qingyao sighed in resignation. The cycle of feeding seemed relentless, and she pondered when her son might finally wean off milk. I apologize, but Eeyore is hungry and requires milk, she said, cradling Li Yi as she retreated indoors to fulfill his needs. No worries, I shall wait, Elder Li Yin replied nonchalantly. This outing had filled him with confidence. He was determined to secure Li Yi as his disciple. Wanding arrived with 3 wet nurses waiting at the entrance. Elder Li Yin was taken aback, perplexed by the spectacle before him. After a brief moment, one wet nurse entered, and shortly thereafter, another followed, continuing in this manner. Witnessing this scene, Elder Li Yin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he stammered. What is going on here? His astonishment rendered him speechless. In his many years, he had never seen such an elaborate affair surrounding the feeding of an infant. 3 wet nurses lined up to take turns providing nourishment to Li Yi. Was such extravagance truly necessary? He recalled that during Li Yi's time in the treasure vault, he had expressed a fondness for milk, but this was simply outrageous. The sheer quantity of milk consumption was staggering. Stunned, Elder Li Yin realized that this child was indeed raised on milk. Moistening his parched lips, he inhaled sharply. True genius clearly diverged from the ordinary. While others might be described as mere gluttons, Li Yi could only be likened to a milk barrel. Observing Elder Li Yan's bewilderment, Li Yuntian offered an awkward explanation. Eeyore has developed a fondness for milk since the recent celebration of his first birthday. Prior to that, he had been frail, but perhaps the festivities have invigorated his constitution, allowing him to grow rapidly It is natural for him to eat more. Elderly Yin was left utterly confused, his mind swirling with questions. With 3 wet nurses and Xiao Qingya, 4 individuals were attending to Li Yi's needs. How could this be merely attributed to growth and increased appetite? At that moment, Xiao Qingya emerged with a satiated Li Yi. Husband, is still hungry. We may need to find 2 more wet nurses for contingency. Very well, Li Yuntian resigned himself to the task. Goodness! Elderly Yin gasped. He had never encountered a child with such an insatiable appetite for milk. It seemed likely that if this child were to achieve great things in the future, he would surely earn the title of Milk Emperor. Now, where were we? The group resumed their earlier discussion. Elderly Yin declared, I am intent on taking Li Yi as my sole disciple. I wish to impart all my skills to him. I believe that no one in the Li family is more suited to be his mentor than I. Elderly Yin speaks wisely. Dear, would you be willing to accept Elderly Yin as your teacher? Li Yuntian threw a meaningful glance at Li Yi, urging him to acquiesce. Having been well fed, Li yawned languidly and then shook his head. Elderly Yin, rather than becoming upset, calmly retrieved toys, candies, and candied fruits from his sleeve, which likely possessed some kind of storage space. He had come fully prepared to win over Li Yi. Surely, this child could not resist such enticing offerings. Stroking his beard, Elderly Yin congratulated himself on his cleverness. Li Yi, come and see these. That if you agree to be my disciple, I will bestow these gifts upon you. That he held up a pinwheel, spinning it before Li Yi, exclaiming, Look how delightful this pinwheel is. Li Yi gazed at Elderly Yin with an expression of complete indifference, as if regarding a fool. Please, do not belittle me. I am but 1 year old. Seeing the disdain on Li Yi's face, Elderly Yin covered his face in defeat, feeling like a failure. It seemed that Li Yi was his nemesis, sent by the heavens to torment him. With a sigh, Elderly Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked heavenward, wearing an expression of profound disillusionment. Elderly Yin, are you quite well? Li Yuntian, equally astonished, had not anticipated Li Yi's vehement resistance to becoming Elderly Yan's disciple. Though disheartened, Elderly Yin refused to yield. I shall return another time. That he was determined to win over Li Yi. The child was like a mental block for him. He could not fathom not taking this little one under his wing. Elderly Yin mused. Li Yi is gifted with intelligence, a prodigy in cultivation. Though he is still young, it is prudent to lay a foundation. He should be taken to the training grounds to learn the basics of swordsmanship. Seeing that Li Yi was already 1 year old and still fixated on milk, they must not waste his prodigious talent. This is precisely my intention, Li Yuntian concurred, as they shared the same thoughts. While other children had already begun to train at this age, Li Yi remained attached to Xiao Qingya. It was high time for him to take action. Li thought to himself, this old man surely harbors a grudge against me, seeking to disrupt my leisurely existence. After Elderly Yin departed, Li Yuntian approached, ruffling Li Yi's hair and gently taking him from Xiao Qingya's arms. Today, I have some free time that I shall take to the training grounds to explore, and also to assess the new blood within the Li family. You have worked hard these days. Take this opportunity to rest well, Li Yuntian remarked, for a mother is cherished by her child. And Xiao Qingya had indeed borne him a fine son, thus deserving of his utmost affection. Xiao Qingya felt no burden, relishing the experience of motherhood for the first time, finding joy in watching her child grow. Li Yuntian carried Li Yi to the training grounds, where a group of children were diligently practicing under the guidance of their elders. The instructors present were professional teachers, although their individual strength might not be overwhelming. Their teaching skills were undeniably exceptional. Strength and teaching ability are 2 distinct matters. Being powerful does not guarantee one can effectively instruct disciples. Patriarch. Upon noticing Li Yuntian's arrival, the instructors bowed respectfully. Many recognized Li Yi, having witnessed his brilliance during the first birthday celebration. Young Master Li Yi has also arrived. Is the Patriarch here to teach young Master the fundamentals of swordsmanship? Li Yuntian nodded. Indeed, I believe the time has come. We should start with some simple lessons to establish a foundation. You are certainly more suited to teach him than I doubt. Rest assured, Patriarch. Young Master Li Yi is exceptionally clever. He will grasp it immediately. Very well, Yuntian nodded and introduced. This is Uncle Ding. He will be responsible for teaching you swordsmanship. Make sure to learn diligently from Uncle Ding. Understood? Ding Hua, a martial arts instructor at the Li family, has taught there for over a decade or 2. nurturing numerous prodigies. Among the many martial arts teachers at the Li family, he is the most skilled, and Li Yuntian entrusts Li Yi to him without hesitation. Uncle Ding, Li Yi said politely. Hello, young Master Li Yi. Ding Hua replied with a hearty smile. Then I shall leave him in your capable hands while I attend to other matters, Li Yuntian said. Rest assured, I will spare no effort in instructing young Master Li Yi, Ding Hua asserted, patting his chest in assurance that a talent like Li Yi is the dream student of all teachers, who aspire to teach him and leave a significant mark in their careers. Once Li Yi matures, they too can bask in his glory. Ding Hua squatted down, looking at the innocent and endearing Li Yi, who appeared to be a well-behaved child. Come, uncle will take you to choose a weapon. Okay. Ding Hua led Li Yi to a rack filled with weapons. The training grounds, primarily used to teach the younger generation of the Li family, were mostly populated by children, hence the weapons were wooden and harmless. Ding Hua picked up a small wooden sword and offered it to Li Yi. How about this one? As Li Yi grasped the wooden sword, a wealth of knowledge regarding swordsmanship flooded his mind, various sword techniques and intentions. He felt an innate familiarity with the sword, as if he had been acquainted with it for several lifetimes. This was the innate talent for swordsmanship bestowed upon Li Yi, and simultaneously, a natural sword aura flowed into the wooden sword, endowing it with a semblance of true sword energy, transforming it from a mere toy. Ding Hua was taken aback. How could he sense sword energy emanating from such a young child? Li Yi was still so small. Having only touched a sword a few times and had yet to begin his training, it must be a figment of his imagination. Young Master Li Yi, I will demonstrate our family's foundational sword technique for you. Pay close attention to HMM. Li nodded obediently, standing by as he attentively observed Ding Hua's demonstration of the sword technique. The foundational sword technique is designed to establish a solid base, simple and easy to grasp. Primarily aimed at strengthening the body, suitable for children who have yet to commence their training. Through this method, their bodies become accustomed to training, making future practices much easier. Having taught this foundational sword technique for many years, Ding Hua possessed a profound understanding, demonstrating it with fluid grace. Moreover, being a master-level expert himself, even the foundational sword technique took on an enchanting quality in his hands, each swing resonating with the sharp whoosh of the wooden sword slicing through the air. Li Yi watched Ding Hua intently, capturing every movement of the sword. Initially, he merely intended to observe casually, but as he did so, his peak-level comprehension ignited, triggering a chain reaction with his innate sword talent. There was no need for Li Yi to consciously think. The various sword techniques of the foundational swordplay automatically played out in his mind like a slideshow that was akin to passive training. Without any physical effort on his part, he could still acquire a wealth of experience, and the sword techniques were no exception. Having only watched once, under the influence of his supreme talent and innate sword affinity, Li Yi's foundational swordplay reached an automatic mastery, requiring no further practice. With such a system in place, who would still labor diligently to train? Automatic mastery was the way to go. Toiling hard was the greatest insult to those who possessed extraordinary talents. In his mind, his consciousness transformed into a little figure. Following Ding Hua's demonstration of the foundational sword technique, Li not only learned the foundational swordplay, but also developed a unique perspective on it. His innate sword affinity rendered him highly sensitive to the sword techniques. After one viewing, he identified the shortcomings in the foundational swordplay, making modifications to enhance its perfection. Simultaneously, his peak-level comprehension endowed him with extraordinary insight, allowing him to refine the foundational swordplay through additions and deletions, wielding it with finesse. Before long, a set of improved foundational swordplay, virtually devoid of flaws, materialized in Li Yi's mind. Compared to the original, it had undergone a significant transformation. Not only was it more effective, but it could also be utilized as a legitimate cultivation technique in regards to this enhancement of the foundational swordplay. Li Yi perceived only effort and perspiration. How does it sound? Do you wish to learn? Ding Hua inquired, sheathing his sword. I have already mastered it, Li Yi replied earnestly. Ding Hua was left speechless, staring at Li Yi with disbelief, his expression clearly conveying his skepticism. Such talent is indeed remarkable, but one must practice to truly grasp a technique. Swordplay requires gradual cultivation and understanding, step by step. Thus, it is essential to practice and master its essence to claim mastery. Ding Hua began to earnestly explain the nuances and insights of practicing the foundational swordplay. The Lie maintained a stoic expression. Given his current understanding of swordplay, Ding Hua's insight seemed to him merely the level of an apprentice, lacking depth. Had Li not been so low-key, wishing only to return to his mother's gentle embrace for a peaceful nap, he would have immediately demonstrated what true swordplay entailed, followed by the declaration, "Would you like to learn? I could teach you." After Ding Hua concluded his explanation, Li's mind automatically annotated the errors within, making modifications that proved somewhat beneficial for his sword cultivation, albeit not significantly. "Did you comprehend everything?" Ding Hua asked patiently. Were it any other child, Ding Hua would undoubtedly be seen as a stern teacher, but with Li, it was a different matter altogether. Li nodded obediently. "Good. Then practice here on your own and ponder it over. I will check on the others and return shortly to see how you fare." Ding Hua, satisfied with Li's obedient demeanor, nodded approvingly. With such talent and good behavior, one could hardly find another child like him. He might as well be his own son. Leaving Li to practice, Ding Hua went off to supervise the other children. Once Ding Hua departed, Li yawned and tossed the wooden sword aside. Practice? Impossible. He would never do that, especially not now. Did he need to practice? Wasn't he just a matter of a single glance, sitting back in a chair? He crossed his legs comfortably, relishing the leisure of the moment. That a plate of peanuts and a cup of liquor would have made it even better. "Boss, look at that kid over there. He seems new to AT." That moment, a group of small children huddled together. "He is also a student of Mr. Ding. I've never seen him before." "Whose child is he?" Ding Hua was the Li family's star teacher. Those fortunate enough to be his students were either exceptionally talented or came from good backgrounds. That Li must be something special as well. Whoever he is, how dare he act so arrogantly, completely disregarding our boss? Exactly. He doesn't even consider whose turf he is on. The self-proclaimed leader of the children, adopting a mini-adult demeanor, raised his hand to silence them. "Since he is Mr. Ding's student, he'll be our junior from now on. Let us go ask him where he came from." In the mind of this young leader, a new junior had joined the ranks. As one of Mr. Ding's favorite students, he naturally took it upon himself to lead this group of children, earning their respect. As the newcomer, Li had to be greeted. It was a chance to assert his status. 3 or 4 children approached Li, surrounding him. Lie. "What is this? Are they planning to bully me? Are they serious?" Glancing over, he noticed they were all 3 or 4 years old, slightly taller than him, and each sported a small wooden sword at their waist. That in his previous world, children of that age would still be playing in the mud, but this was a fantastical realm. "I am Li Zimo, the boss around here. What is your name?" Li Zimo crossed his arms, adopting a serious expression, embodying the persona of a little leader. Lie. He replied, stating his name. Although Li was well known among the elders of the Li family, among this group of still-growing children, his name did not carry much weight. They could hardly remember what they had for lunch, let alone anything else. "That I think I've heard my mother mention that name." One child pondered, recalling something familiar. "That you're Mr. Ding's student too. That means you're my junior. According to our rules here, you must acknowledge me as your boss. From now on, I'll look out for you. If you have any questions, you can ask me, and I'll teach you." Li Zimo proudly patted his chest, clearly enjoying the confidence that came with being called boss by the others. Li couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So, it turned out they wanted him to acknowledge them as a subordinate. This little brat is indeed amusing. He hasn't even fully grown yet, but is already trying to emulate the streetwise delinquents. As a new generation youth embodying fresh ideals, Li feels compelled to guide them onto the righteous path. Chapter 13. Stay alert. Don't lose face. Li Zimo, brimming with confidence after studying under Ding Hua for 2 to 3 years, believed that with his innate talent and skill, he could easily instruct Li, a mere novice. Unable to fathom why someone as young as Li would refuse him, he found himself lost in dreams, perhaps fantasizing about becoming the leader of this generation. Among this group of children, Li Zimo's prowess was indeed notable. At just over 3 years old, and yet to reach 4, he had already attained the rank of a 3-star martial apprentice, making him a standout. While he had every right to boast in front of the other children, he was far from impressive in Li's eyes. "Are you serious?" Li raised an eyebrow slightly. "Of course, according to the rules, if you call me boss, I'll accept you as my little brother. Anyone who dares to bully you can do so in my name, and I could even teach you sword techniques. My swordplay has earned praise from Mr. Ding, Li Zimo proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride, exuding an air of arrogance. However, all Li could see was the absurdity of it all. He attempted to put on a facade. Yet it lacked the aura of an invincible prodigy. Li shook his head, indicating that Li Zimo was simply lacking. What do you mean? Li Zimo, perplexed, inquired. Li stifled a yawn, rising from his chair to stand before Li Zimo. At 1 year old, Li was not as tall as Li Zimo, who had grown significantly faster. Towering over him, Li glanced up at Li Zimo, silently returned to his seat, climbed atop it, and looked down upon Li Zimo. Li Zimo, speechless, stared at Li, unable to comprehend what this child intended to do. Teach me swordplay? Why don't you just call me Big Brother and I'll teach you the authentic techniques? You all can learn under my guidance. How about that? Though Li Yi's voice was still that of a child, his demeanor was commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. His gaze and posture resembled that of an unparalleled warrior looking down upon mere ants. Filled with disdain, the overwhelming presence of an ancient sacred body radiated from him, an innate aura of invincibility that could not be feigned. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who would assert they are unbeaten? Merely standing there was enough to compel Li Zimo and the others to feel like kneeling in reverence, as if under a bloodline suppression, rendering them speechless. Typically, Li restrained the innate intimidation of his ancient sacred body. But with this ragtag group of children attempting to assert themselves in front of him, he felt it only natural to show them who the true leader was. The young ones had never encountered such a display and found Li more terrifying than their irate teacher. As the self-proclaimed leader of the group, Li Zimo could not afford to lose face and mustered his courage to declare, "Hey, I'm the boss here. By the rules, the boss can only be me. Besides, you're new here. What do you know about swordplay? You should consider your own abilities." Crossing his arms defiantly, Li Zimo attempted to project an air of authority, but under Li's pressure, he appeared rather feeble. After some thought, Li Zimo nervously added, "According to the rules, you must call me boss, or else I want to go easy on you, and you'll learn just how formidable I am." Who established these rules? Uncle Ding. Li Zimo puffed out his chest. "I'm the boss, so naturally, I set the rules." Li nodded thoughtfully, showing no fear but rather excitement. "So it's the boss who sets the rules? You're not going to be polite to me, right? Come on then, don't waste time." Jumping down from the chair, he struck a pose, ready to confront the group of children. "Are you certain?" Li Zimo was taken aback. Did Li truly mean it? After all, they were all about 2 years older than him, and their strength was far superior. They had been training longer, while Li was merely a newcomer on his first day. Certainly not their match. Could it be that Li had a penchant for being bullied? The idea of him having strength surpassing theirs was simply implausible. Absolutely, don't waste any more time. Let us get on with it. Li twisted his wrist, loosening up. Am I facing all of you at once, or are you all facing me one by one? What instilled such confidence in Li? It was undoubtedly the result of sweat and hard work. That you're far too arrogant. I've never encountered anyone as audacious as you in my life. Li interrupted. Well, you've met one today. That's me. His words successfully provoked them, and they eagerly prepared to teach Li a lesson, intending to show him that strength was the true foundation of arrogance. But don't think just because you're small we want to hit you. Li, how you go? Li Zimo commanded one of the boys forward. Don't say we're bullying you. You brought this upon yourself. Li Hao, teach him a lesson. Stay alert, don't lose face. The group of children cheered for Li Hao, urging him to give Li a proper lesson to instill some respect in him. Li Hao, equally confident, thought to himself that if he couldn't defeat a 1-year-old, he might as well return to drinking milk for a few more years. Drawing a small wooden sword from his waist, he faced Li. Aren't you going to use a sword? Li shook his head. To deal with you, I don't need a sword. He walked over to a low shrub and tore off a twig, brandishing it at Li Hao. This is my sword. Li Hao was so incensed by Li's words that he couldn't help but laugh. He had never encountered anyone so brazen before. Are you sure? It's sufficient to handle you, Li replied, one hand behind his back while the other held the twig, resembling a swordsmanship master instructing a disciple. If you think Li is merely showing off, then I can only say you have a keen eye for people. What is the meaning of life? Certainly, it is to show off, an endless pursuit of ostentation. What is the purpose of a life devoid of flair? How can one truly enjoy life without it? A life lacking in enjoyment is incomplete. If one doesn't revel in it, then what is the point? That is the essence of life. How's anger was palpable. Who did he think he was? He was determined to make Li Yi pay for his arrogance. Begin, Li Zimo shouted as soon as the command was given. Li Hao lunged forward, eager to teach the impudent Li Yi a lesson. Take this. He swung the wooden sword at Li Yi with great force, fully intent on punishing him, that he held nothing back. Believing that not hurting Li Yi wouldn't count as a lesson, and thus he aimed to ensure Li Yi remembered this encounter. The wooden sword wasn't sharp, being blunt and incapable of causing fatal harm. So Li Hao didn't hold back too much, that he was determined to take Li Yi down swiftly. Hao utilized basic sword techniques, his skill average at best, barely at the entry level. However, in Li Yi's eyes, it was merely a haphazard series of swings, and he might as well have been wielding an axe. In terms of swordsmanship, Li Yi could easily be considered Li Hao's ancestor. Li Yi took a small step back, just enough to evade Li Hao's strike. Hao was momentarily stunned. He had actually missed, and without further thought, he continued his assault. Every move he made was a fundamental technique, but far too rigid and awkward, lacking the flexibility required for effective combat. The openings in his defense were countless, far too many for Li Yi to count. Chapter 14. Come back to challenge me, in 500 years. How infuriating! Are you a mouse? All you know how to do is dodge. It was always just a hair's breadth away. Every time, he was so close to landing a hit, yet each time, Li managed to evade him perfectly. Li had him firmly in his grasp, and for Li Hao, this was nothing short of humiliating. He could hardly tolerate it. Li shook his head. For him, Li Hao posed no challenge at all. Initially, he had been interested in sparring with Li Hao, but now he had lost all enthusiasm. Li Hao, in a fit of rage, swung his sword at Li Yi. Devoid of any technique, fueled purely by emotion, that he refused to believe he couldn't land a hit on Li Yi. Yet he truly couldn't. Once again, he failed to make contact, just as before, unable to touch Li Yi at all. The distance remained under Li Yi's control, a minuscule gap that seemed insignificant, yet it was an unreachable distance for Li Hao. Combat is not merely a clash of strength. It requires a sound mindset, the capacity for calm and rational thought. That, of course, overwhelming strength is an exception to this notion. This moment, Li Hao's mentality was thoroughly unraveled by Li Yi's evasion. Li Hao, come on. Have you not eaten? You can't hit him with all those swings. The children watching couldn't help but shout, as they grew anxious watching Li Hao's attacks fall short, wishing to jump in themselves. How can you not hit him? Isn't having hands enough? What is wrong with you? They were merely children, lacking analytical skills, focused solely on whether they could win. This moment, they thought Li Yi was merely a 1-year-old child. They could easily defeat him. In a fit of anger, Li Hao swung his sword again, having long forgotten the techniques in his rage, relying solely on brute force. This time, Li Yi did not dodge. Instead, he extended his hand, preparing to catch the strike. Seeing Li Yi stand still, Li Hao's face broke into a triumphant grin, unleashing all his strength in a single blow. As the sword came down, he wondered, did I hit? To his astonishment, Li Yi caught the wooden sword between two fingers, empty-handedly catching a blade. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. A 1-year-old newcomer had caught Li Hao's sword with just 2 fingers. Li Hao had trained for 2 years in basic swordplay, and with a 2-star martial apprentice rank, he was certainly among the upper echelons of their generation. There was no reason for Li Yi to suppress him. It was clear, Li Hao must not have had his meal today. Li Hao, exert yourself. Li Hao also longed to give it his all, yet no matter how hard he strained, he found himself utterly powerless against Li Yi, who effortlessly restrained him, clamping the wooden sword with an iron grip. Regardless of how forcefully Li Hao tried to withdraw the sword, he could not escape Li Yi's grasp. The mere pressure of 2 fingers was already beyond Li Hao's limits. At this moment, the one most astonished was Li Hao himself. This was his utmost effort, and only he knew the magnitude of his strike, which had been so easily neutralized by Li Yi. It appeared as though Li Yi had expended no effort at all, casually dismissing Li Hao's attack as inconsequential. Too weak, Li Yi remarked, shaking his head in disappointment. The words were like daggers to the heart, dripping with scorn, as he completely disregarded Li Hao's dignity. Although Li Hao was older and had trained longer than Li Yi, the nourishment Li Yi had received over the past days was not in vain. Li Hao's strength was but an illusion, while Li Yi possessed genuine power. How infuriating! Li Hao bellowed in a fit of rage, his youthful face contorted in anguish that he summoned every ounce of strength he had, pressing down with all his might, refusing to yield. Yet, even under Li Hao's desperate pressure, Li Yi remained as steadfast as a mountain, unmoving. How is this possible? Li Hao thought, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat streaming down his face, soaking him entirely. Still, he refused to concede, attempting one last struggle. However, Li Yi had no intention of affording Li Hao any opportunity. Li Hao's focus was entirely on the wooden sword, leaving him defenseless and full of openings. Seizing the moment, Li Yi swung a branch with precision, striking Li Hao squarely on the chest. The branch effortlessly tore through Li Hao's clothing, its slender twigs as sharp as blades, mercilessly shredding the tender skin of Li Hao's chest. Li Hao felt a searing pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing his heart. The agony made him gasp, grimacing as his features contorted with distress. Looking down, he saw several wounds of varying depths on his chest, all inflicted by the branch. What appeared to be an innocuous twig had demonstrated such formidable power in Li Yi's hands. Li Yi was taken aback. Having restrained his strength, he had not anticipated dealing such a heavy blow. The moment the branch was swung, his innate sword energy surged uncontrollably into it, transforming an otherwise useless stick into a lethal weapon, each twig akin to a sword. Faced with the sight of his bleeding chest, Li Hao could no longer contain his fear and began to wail uncontrollably. Woo-woo! After all, Li Hao was merely a 3-year-old child, unaccustomed to such violence, and was thoroughly terrified. Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of maturity well beyond his years. Having won, it seems it's time for me to bask in my glory. Perhaps you should train for another 500 years before seeking me out again. By then, you may be worthy of receiving my first strike. Li elevated his chin, embodying arrogance to the fullest. The onlookers were incensed, their teeth grinding in frustration. How could he be so insufferably pretentious? Does he think his parents are aware of his outrageous behavior? Especially given that Li Yi was younger than them, yet acted so superior before them. It was utterly intolerable to Li Hao. What is the matter? They exclaimed, shocked to see Li Hao bleeding profusely, his chest soaked in blood, startling everyone into a stupor. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Ding Hua approached, having heard the cries from afar, initially believing they were merely brawling, and quickly interjected with authority. This group of kids, forming cliques and fighting behind the scenes, have grown far too arrogant for their age. Having learned a bit of skill, he speculated that they had attempted to recruit Li Yi, the newcomer, leading to conflict, that if something were to happen to Li Yi, it would spell trouble. Realizing he had neglected to warn them beforehand, he approached intending to speak, but was interrupted by Ding Hua. Li Zimo, how many times must I remind you? You are all cousins, and must coexist peacefully, without resorting to violence or bullying others. Why do you refuse to listen? Li Zimo. Caught off guard, Li Zimo felt wronged, unable to voice his grievances that it's not my fault. Although we instigated this, we didn't strike first. We were attacked, noticing that Li Yi was unharmed. Ding Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness Li Yi was okay. Otherwise, his career could have been jeopardized. Who was it that cried out? Chapter 15. The Model Student Li Yi. Ding Hua turned to see Li Hao weeping, falling silent in contemplation. Why was it Li Hao who was crying? He had assumed it was Li Yi, that he pondered whether they had conspired against Li Hao rather than Li Yi. But how could they turn against one of their own? Ding Hua could not fathom that Li Hao had been injured by Li Yi. Such an innocuous and obedient child. How could he harm others? Especially Li Hao. It was simply inconceivable. Upon seeing the grievous wounds on Li Hao's chest, Ding Hua was even more astounded. They were severe, and he quickly knelt down, retrieving a healing pill to administer to Li Hao, staunching the bleeding. With the aid of the pill, Li Hao's wounds gradually began to heal, the blood congealing and ceasing to flow. Ding Hua was left astonished, wondering what sort of technique could have inflicted such injuries on Li Hao. The wounds were so sharp, still imbued with a faint trace of sword energy, far beyond what they were capable of inflicting. What had transpired during his absence? Who had hurt Li Hao? Ding Hua fixed a stern gaze on the others, demanding answers. While minor scuffles were acceptable and beneficial for their growth, this time, the severity of the situation could not be overlooked. It was him. Li Zimo pointed at Li Hao, relishing Ding Hua's fury, knowing that his wrath would surely be directed at Li Yi. Let us see how you cope with this arrogance now, he thought, anticipating the unfolding drama. Ding Hua initially intended to reprimand the aggressor severely. But upon realizing it was Li Yi, his anger morphed into bewilderment. What nonsense is this? Are you telling me that the one who attacked was Li Yi, a mere 1-year-old child, who has only recently learned to walk? Managed to injure a 3-year-old, a 2-star martial apprentice who was trained in swordplay for 2 years. Moreover, could a child of such tender age even wield such power? Ding Hua found it hard to believe. It was absurd for Li Zimo to concoct such a far-fetched Li Zimo. I suspect it was you who did this. Ding Hua scrutinized him, preferring to believe Li Zimo was the culprit rather than Li Yi. It seemed as though he intended to frame Li Yi, exploiting his newcomer status, but the choice was utterly foolish. Any reasonable person would realize it could not possibly be Li Yi. Fully engrossed in the unfolding drama, Li Zimo blurted out, "Indeed, it was him." Suddenly realizing his mistake, he hastily corrected himself. "Mr. Ding, it wasn't me. It was truly Li Yi." Li Zimo could not comprehend why his truthful words were met with skepticism. How could it not be Li Yi's doing? Ding Hua shook his head in disappointment. "Li Zimo, you have greatly disappointed me. Not only are you foolish, failing to identify the right scapegoat, but you also lie and, when exposed, refuse to admit the truth, attempting to tarnish Li Yi's reputation." Ding Hua felt utterly let down by Li Zimo. Li Zimo, on the verge of tears, felt helpless. "Teacher, it truly was Li Yi. You can ask him." Ding Hua glanced at the seemingly innocent and harmless Li Yi, a model student, and then at Li Zimo, becoming more convinced that it was indeed Li Zimo who had acted. Li Yi savored the feeling of being trusted by the teacher. How delightful it was. "Teacher Ding, it was indeed I who did it." Ding Hua. Even with Li Yi's own admission, Ding Hua remained incredulous, suspiciously asking, "Is it truly you? Speak honestly to your teacher. Did you do this? Do not fear. I will support you. If you are being threatened, just blink once. Lie. Teacher, it truly was me. Lie spoke with sincerity, feeling exhausted from his first experience of telling the truth. "You, how is this possible? How did you manage this?" Ding Hua was perplexed, his mind a whirlwind of confusion, unable to fathom how this could be the work of Li Yi. How could a mere child achieve this? "I used this to Li raised the branch in his hand for Ding Hua to see. Ding Hua examined the branch, recalling Li Hao's injuries, and could indeed see some resemblance. But how did Li Yi accomplish it? To injure Li Hao, who wielded a sword, using a branch was beyond comprehension. Ding Hua was acutely aware of Li Hao's capabilities, having personally trained him. "I used the branch as a sword during our sparring session. I had no idea he was so weak, and I lost control, inadvertently inflicting severe injury." Li Yi's tone seemed to convey the triviality of a minor matter, yet his words detonated within Ding Hua's mind like an explosive. What does it mean for Li Hao to be too weak? What does it mean to have lost control? What does it mean to be careless? Is this even coherent? Beside them, Li Hao felt a deep sense of frustration. Is it necessary to attack one's spirit as well? Although Ding Hua had already come to believe that Li Yi was responsible, he still found it incredulous, unable to fathom the situation, unless he witnessed it firsthand. "Li Zimo, you should engage in a contest with Li Yi." Li Zimo, who had initially been an onlooker, anticipated Li Yi's imminent humiliation at Ding Hua's hands. To his surprise, Ding Hua not only refrained from punishing Li Yi, but also insisted on a duel between them. If it were him in the wrong, his rear would have been punished long. Li, with an air of superiority, retorted, "What status do I hold? And what status do you possess? Am I someone you can compare yourself to? My father is Li Yuntian, the head of the Li family. Now, let us appreciate an exemplary composition. My master, my father." With a sense of resignation, Li Zimo prepared to spar with Li Yi, initially intending to wield a branch. Li Yi was compelled by Ding Hua's insistence to utilize wooden swords instead. The confiscation of their ostentatious props left them both feeling somewhat awkward in the ensuing skirmish. "Kid, I won't let you have it easy." Li Zimo gripped the wooden sword tightly, for Li Hao was his brother, and Li Yi had injured him. Thus, he felt compelled to seek vengeance. He was confident of his superiority over Li Hao, believing he would not face the same fate. Li remained silent in response to Li Zimo's taunts. "So you're pretending to be a master, are you? Don't come crying for mercy later." As the two distanced themselves, the contest commenced. Li Zimo charged at Li Yi, wielding his wooden sword with both hands in a fierce downward strike. Compared to Li Hao, Li Zimo was swifter, stronger, and his swordsmanship more refined than Lie. Holding his sword with one hand, effortlessly parried the strike, blocking Li Zimo's attack with ease that Li Zimo was taken aback. How could his strike be thwarted so effortlessly? Li dismissed him entirely, enduring the onslaught with a calm demeanor and countering with relentless force. Yet, no matter how fiercely Li Zimo attacked, Li effortlessly countered each blow, demonstrating a strength beyond Li Zimo's imagination. This is impossible, Li Zimo thought, unwilling to concede defeat, gritting his teeth and summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. In a contest of sheer will, Li Zimo could not hope to match Li Yi's prowess. The youthful spirit of Li Zimo, despite his valiant efforts, was no match for Li Yi, who was not merely a child but a formidable opponent. Li Yi seized the opportunity, sidestepping Li Zimo's attack. As Li Zimo lunged forward, he lost his balance, and with a gentle push, Li sent him sprawling to the ground. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, covered in dust from the fall. As Li Zimo struggled to rise, he found a wooden sword pressed against his neck, and turning to see Li Yi's innocuous smile, only deepened his humiliation. "I refuse to accept this. I was careless." "Let us go again," Li Zimo insisted, eager for another chance to prove himself. "Very well," Li Yi replied, determined to press his advantage until Li Zimo acknowledged his defeat. With resolve, Li Zimo readied himself for another assault, swinging his sword with greater seriousness. Yet the outcome remained unchanged, and he lost even more swiftly this time that Lie advanced, striking with precision and decisiveness, disarming Li Zimo and once again placing the sword at his throat. In a soft voice, he pronounced Li Zimo's defeat. "You lost again, that I refuse to accept this. Let us go again," Li Zimo shouted in defiance, still unconvinced he could be bested by a mere child. Li Yi wordlessly distanced himself, adopting a combat stance and awaiting Li Zimo's next move to be by this point. Li Zimo was desperate, akin to a gambler who had lost millions, clinging to the hope of a comeback. He charged forward, determined to subdue Li Yi. However, no matter how many attempts he made, the outcome remained the same. Within 3 exchanges, Li Yi's wooden sword struck Li Zimo once more. This time, Li Yi did not merely stop at a warning. He intended to teach Li Zimo a lasting lesson. "Do you think I am someone you can offend?" Li Yi declared as his sword made contact with Li Zimo's chest, delivering a forceful thrust that, while blunt, was far from harmless. With a resounding crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed through the air. Li Zimo cried out, collapsing to the ground, clutching his ribs. The pain was excruciating, and tears streamed down his face as he wept uncontrollably. Lie sighed, shaking his head. This was a consequence of Li Zimo's own recklessness. "Now do you understand? Isn't it unbelievable? Even the strongest among us has fallen to him." It is hard to fathom. Witnessing Li Zimo's tears and repeated defeats left the onlookers in disbelief. Lie yawned and remarked, "Why are you all just standing there? According to the rules, what should you call me?" With his hands clasped behind his back, he assumed the posture of a victor, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. "Boss." Having bested Li Zimo, it was indeed customary for them to address Li Yi as their superior. Yet calling a child 2 years their junior boss felt uncomfortable, though Li Yi's overwhelming strength left them little choice. "Very well," Li Yi declared, pleased with himself. "From this day forth, my word is law." Youthful exuberance and impudence defined him. How could one not be audacious at such a tender age? Ding Hua, taken aback, inhaled sharply. Having witnessed the events unfold before his eyes, he was now utterly convinced that it was indeed Li Yi who had defeated Li Hao, and that even Li Zimo was no match for him. Li Zimo, a third-tier martial artist, had mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship, a fact Ding Hua fully appreciated. Yet Li Yi, possessing no cultivation, had only just begun his sword training today. This was beyond Ding Hua's comprehension, leaving him in a state of bewilderment as he pondered the implications. "Zimo, how are you?" Ding Hua inquired, examining Li Zimo's injury. One rib had been broken, causing him pain. But fortunately, the injury was not severe to break a rib with such force. How could a mere child possess such strength? Is Li Yi truly just a child? Ding Hua mused, struggling to reconcile the extraordinary circumstances. "Please differentiate between a genius and a prodigy," Li Yi interjected. "The level of my talent is beyond the comprehension of you common folk." Ding Hua administered a healing pill to Li Zimo and began to tend to his wounds. After some rudimentary care, he alleviated Li Zimo's suffering, arranging for him to visit a physician for professional treatment. Now, it was time to address the enigma that was Li Yas. Ding Hua observed Li basking in glory among his peers. He found himself at a loss for words. This prodigy defied Ding Hua's understanding that as for punishing Li Yi for injuring his cousin. That was out of the question. Punishing him today would lead to expulsion from the Li family tomorrow for some trivial infraction. Moreover, how could Ding Hua bring himself to penalize someone of Li Yi's caliber? A genius is afforded leniency, especially one of Li Yi's extraordinary stature. Ding Hua wished Li Yi were his own son. He regarded him with even greater fondness than his biological child. What teacher wouldn't desire a student of such remarkable talent? You didn't use the basic sword techniques I taught you, did you? Ding Hua inquired, recalling the simplicity with which Li Yi had dispatched Li Zimo. Li responded, yes and no. What does that even mean? Ding Hua was perplexed that Li explained calmly, the basic sword techniques you taught are commendable. Yet they lack refinement. After observing your demonstration once, I was able to identify numerous flaws, which I subsequently amended. What I employed was a modified version of the basic sword techniques. Ding Hua stood in stunned silence, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Is this even coherent? To learn from a single viewing and then improve upon it. This level of comprehension is simply outrageous. After years of teaching, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. This cannot be a mere child. Even the legendary Tianshan, Tong Lao, pales in comparison. Ding Hua inhaled deeply, taking a seat to regain his composure, desperately trying to organize his chaotic thoughts. Are you claiming that you have improved upon the basic sword techniques? Ding Hua remained incredulous, fully aware of the immense difficulty involved in improving swordsmanship. Mastering the essence of swordplay requires not only exceptional talent, but also a profound understanding. Having taught the fundamentals of swordsmanship for many years, Ding Hua prided himself on being more familiar with the basics than anyone else. Yet, even he could not enhance the fundamental techniques, to his astonishment. Li had managed to do so after merely observing them once. This realization was utterly unacceptable to Ding Hua, as it negated his prior beliefs. Indeed, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. Please demonstrate it for me. Ding Hua yearned to witness firsthand the modifications Li Yi had made to the foundational sword techniques. Eager to compare the transformations, his heart raced with anticipation and anxiety, as if he were on the brink of witnessing a miracle. Let me see just how extraordinary you are, Li Yi, with that. Li Yi grasped a small wooden sword and began to showcase the improved fundamental sword techniques before Ding Hua. His movements flowed seamlessly, indicative of his high level of proficiency, the innovator. Li Yi was naturally well-versed in this set of techniques, which he executed with impressive power. Ding Hua quickly discerned that this revised foundational swordplay exhibited a far greater vigor and efficacy than its predecessor. It transcended mere physical conditioning and resembled a genuine cultivation method. Ding Hua's expression morphed into one of increasing awe, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. That a prodigy indeed. Chapter 17. Humility. Li Yi's motto. Ding Hua inhaled sharply, pinching himself hard enough to feel pain. It was no dream. Everything was undeniably real. Li Yi had truly succeeded in enhancing the fundamental sword techniques, rendering them superior. If this set of foundational techniques were to be utilized henceforth, the children would undoubtedly develop stronger physiques, laying a more solid foundation for their cultivation. Ding Hua gazed at Li Yi intently, curious about how he had achieved such feats. Was it solely due to innate talent? Of course not, Li Yi replied. It is undoubtedly 99% hard work and 1% talent. Before long, Li Yi completed his demonstration of the improved foundational techniques. Ding Hua's jaw dropped in astonishment, so shocked that he could scarcely utter a word. After a lengthy pause, he finally stammered, "Did you truly conceive and refine this swordplay all by yourself?" The modifications were extensive, addressing many shortcomings of the original techniques that Ding Hua had failed to notice even after years of instruction. It was only after observing Li Yi's enhancements that he realized their existence. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot comprehend the disparity. At times, the gap between individuals can be quite profound. That Li Yi's presence made Ding Hua feel as though all his previous teachings had been in vain. After all this time, he felt outdone by a mere child. How disheartening. What else could it be? Li Yi retorted with a smile. Ding Hua gasped, taking another deep breath that he felt as though he might burst with incredulity. You are an unparalleled genius, he exclaimed, slapping the armrest of his chair, unable to contain his admiration. His eyes sparkled with excitement, wishing nothing more than to cradle Li Yi in his hands, that a smile stretched across his face, threatening to split it apart. Previously, he had only known of Li Yi's extraordinary talent, but he had never imagined it to be to this extent. Please, do put away that naive demeanor of yours. My brilliance extends far beyond this, Li Yi humbly replied, scratching his head shyly. After all, humility was Li Yi's guiding principle. He had always been a person who preferred to remain low-key. System. Ah yes, that statement from Li Yi nearly left Ding Hua speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Ding Hua cleared his throat, instinctively puffing out his chest. That is merely your innate talent. I cannot claim any credit for your accomplishments. Ding Hua retained a measure of self-awareness, understanding his own limitations. What Li Yi had achieved was likely beyond what he could ever accomplish in his lifetime. Grasping Li Yi's hand, his excitement rendered him trembling. For Ding Hua, the privilege of being Li Yi's teacher was a lifelong bragging right. His life was worth living. I will spare no effort in teaching you. You must diligently cultivate and never squander your talent. You are destined to become a formidable force in the future. Ding Hua brimmed with anticipation for Li Yi's future. Indeed, Li nodded obediently, embodying the ideal student. Eat well, sleep well, and show off. Such is the essence of a model student. Ding Hua noticed the children watching from the sidelines and sternly admonished them. Why are you all standing there? Shouldn't you be practicing? The children shivered, startled by Ding Hua's authoritative tone, and, driven by a deep-seated fear of their teacher, scampered away to resume their training. Turning back to Li Yi, Ding Hua's gaze softened, filled with affection. Now, let me teach you another set of sword techniques called the Autumn Wind Sword Technique, a first-tier martial art. Pay close attention. Martial arts are categorized into levels from 1 to 9, with the first tier being the most basic and the 9th tier the most advanced. The fundamental sword techniques did not even qualify as a first-tier discipline, whereas the improved version barely reached that level. This was not simply a matter of advancing one tier. The distinction between tiers was a chasm that was difficult to bridge. Ding Hua recognized that Li Yi's comprehension of the foundational sword techniques surpassed his own, rendering further instruction unnecessary. Thus, he sought to impart techniques of a higher caliber. Despite being labeled as a first-tier technique, the intensity of its cultivation surpassed that of the foundational techniques significantly. Even the likes of Li Zmo had yet to begin their lessons. Ding Hua believed that with Li Yi's innate talent, he would grasp the concepts without requiring extensive guidance. After all, Li was now capable of independently enhancing martial arts techniques, making self-study a breeze. Ding Hua's role would be limited to demonstration. After a single demonstration, Ding Hua inquired, "What do you think?" Li closed his eyes, envisioning Ding Hua executing the Autumn Wind Sword technique, allowing his consciousness to synchronize with Ding Hua's movements. His exceptional perception and innate affinity for swordsmanship worked in harmony, rapidly enhancing his understanding of the technique. As Ding Hua observed Li enter a state of concentration, he felt a wave of satisfaction, patiently awaiting Li Yi's comprehension. Before long, Ding Hua was astounded to sense a nascent sword energy emanating from Li Yi. In disbelief, Ding Hua thought, "Good heavens, Li Yi is so young, yet he has already cultivated the embryonic form of sword energy." Reflecting on his own arduous journey to cultivate sword energy, which had consumed countless days and nights, he remembered the relentless training and exploration he undertook, seeking opportunities to achieve his goal that had taken him decades to manifest sword energy. Yet here was Li Yi, at merely 1 year old, already on the verge of achieving the same. Human excellence can be maddeningly disparate. This is simply the nature of the universe. The realization struck Ding Hua like a dagger to the heart, making him feel as though he had wasted years of his life. Forget it. There is no point in dwelling on this. One should never compare oneself to such prodigies. None of them can be measured by human standards. Comparing only leads to despair. Had Ding Hua known that this was merely a hint of the innate sword energy surging within Li Yi, he might have felt his existence was rendered meaningless, considering starting anew, and no matter how hard one tries, it cannot compare to the advantages of being born with such gifts. Through the innate affinity for swordsmanship, Li Yi quickly grasped the essence of the Autumn Wind Sword technique, achieving a commendable level of proficiency. The disparity between first-tier techniques and foundational swordplay was indeed vast, as evidenced by Li Yi's understanding that Lie opened his eyes, having completed his comprehension. Dinghua eagerly asked, "How did it go?" His impatience evident. Li did not respond verbally. Instead, he picked up the wooden sword and began to demonstrate the autumn wind sword technique. Although it was his first attempt, his execution was as lively as the foundational techniques. Embodying their essence with fluidity, Dinghua, stroking his beard, could hardly contain his smile, which remained plastered across his face. That Li's rendition of the autumn wind sword technique was simplified and devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Emphasizing practicality, all Dinghua could express was satisfaction. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this was Li Yi's inaugural performance of the autumn wind sword technique, rivaling even his own expertise. With a sigh, he thought, "Tomorrow, I shall start anew." Chapter 18. Where the Tao exists, there exists the teacher. How has your swordplay been progressing? At that moment, Li Yuntian approached with a cheerful demeanor after completing his inspection. Dinghua's face turned sour, for the subject weighed heavily on his heart. "What is the matter? Have you not learned well?" Li Yuntian misinterpreted Dinghua's expression, assuming Li Yi was struggling. With a deep sigh, Dinghua explained, "Master, you may not be aware, but young Master Li Yi's talent is simply astonishing, making me feel unworthy to instruct him." Li Yuntian. Speechless, he wondered if Dinghua was speaking ironically. If Li Yi was so gifted, why did Dinghua appear as though he had just lost a loved one? Little did Li Yuntian know the depths of Dinghua's anguish at that moment. He wished nothing more than to start over, feeling the world was unjust. "So, what have you taught Yi?" With another sigh, Dinghua replied, "Master, you may not be aware, but young Master Li Yi's talent is unlike anything I have ever seen. I merely demonstrated the foundational techniques once, and he managed to master them after just a glance." Li Yuntian, taken aback, stroked his chin, gazing in astonishment at Li Yi. "Did you learn it with just a glance? Truly, my son is exceptionally gifted." Reflecting on his own past, where he toiled for several days to grasp the basics, he thought of his children, Li Xian and Li Shuer, who possessed extraordinary talents, mastering foundational sword techniques in merely a day. Such aptitude was already considered exceedingly rare. Yet Li Yi surpassed them both, having only required a fleeting moment of observation. Each generation seemed increasingly remarkable. Perhaps as the head of the family, he should simply focus on procreation and let his children thrive, living a leisurely life reliant on their prowess. Noticing Li Yuntian's expression, Dinghua interjected, clearly recognizing that Li Yuntian had not fully grasped the magnitude of Li Yi's talent. Young Master Li Yi not only mastered the foundational sword technique, but also improved upon it, achieving the standard of a first-tier martial skill. Yuntian nodded in satisfaction, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Excellent. My son truly possesses unparalleled talent." "Wait, what did you say?" Instinctively praising, he suddenly recalled Dinghua's words. Li Yi had modified the foundational sword technique, and it had reached the level of a first-tier martial skill. Surely, he must have misheard. Dinghua offered no further explanation, but turned to Li Yi. "Young Master Li Yi, please demonstrate your improved foundational sword technique once more." Reluctantly, Li Yi complied, showcasing the enhanced version of the foundational sword technique. The fluidity of his movements was mesmerizing. Even though Dinghua had witnessed it once before, his astonishment was palpable, having devoted a lifetime to teaching swordsmanship. He now found himself seeking guidance from the one-year-old Li Yi regarding the improved technique. The more he observed, the more he regretted not starting anew, feeling that he had wasted half his life. Li Yuntian's expression had become frozen, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stared at Li Yi, his astonishment reaching absurd heights. It was almost unbelievable. His son had truly refined the foundational sword technique, and he was merely 1 year old. How could he possess such capability? Once the demonstration concluded, Li sheathed his sword. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy within him break through a certain barrier, reaching an entirely new realm, leaving his body feeling remarkably light. Have I just broken through? Li wondered, astonished that he had indeed advanced. That moment, his cultivation level had officially become that of a first-tier martial apprentice. Stepping into the realm of cultivation, Lie, did you modify this set of sword techniques on your own? Li Yuntian asked incredulously. Dinghua was visibly pleased with Li Yuntian's reaction, noting that his astonishment mirrored his own earlier. Indeed, Li nodded obediently. Li Yuntian laughed heartily, his voice echoing across the training grounds, drawing the attention of everyone present. Unaware of his exuberance, they might have mistaken him for a madman. Pointing at Li Yi, his hands trembled with excitement. "What a magnificent son I have! My child's talent is unmatched," Li Yuntian boasted, his pride palpable. With such a son, what harm was there in being a bit arrogant? If Li Yuntian himself possessed such talent, his grin would have reached the heavens. Yet, being his father did not diminish his exuberance. "That my dear son. Come here, let me embrace you," Li Yuntian exclaimed, rushing forward to scoop Li Yi into his arms. Noticing the newfound aura surrounding Li Yi, he gasped, "Li Yi, have you broken through?" To his astonishment, he discovered that Li Yi had indeed achieved the level of a first-tier martial apprentice. He had not possessed this level when he had brought him here, indicating that Li Yi had just undergone a breakthrough at just 1 year of age, a first-tier martial apprentice. Such a feat was beyond imagination. Cultivation required the absorption of the world's energy to strengthen oneself, presenting a significant challenge to the cultivator's physique that if one could not withstand it and absorb too much energy, they risked exploding. This is why early physical conditioning is essential, as it prepares the body for the rigors of cultivation. Typically, children begin foundational training around the age of 1 when they develop basic mobility, and by 2, their physique is usually adequate to begin cultivation. However, Li Yi required no such foundation. His innate physical strength alone sufficed to meet the requirements for cultivation. He stepped into the realm of cultivation far earlier than others, and not only that, his enlightenment and talent were leagues ahead, ensuring that the gap would only widen, allowing one to envision an extraordinary future for Li Yi. "Wonderful, wonderful," Li Yuntian exclaimed repeatedly. Recalling how frail Li Yi had been at birth, he now recognized his own short-sightedness. Li Yi was truly a late bloomer. His affection for Li Yi reached new heights as he pinched the boy's cheek. Filled with pride, "Mr. Ding, how does the improved foundational sword technique fare? It yields significantly better training effects that if the children practice using this revised foundational sword technique, their physiques will improve more effectively, allowing them to meet the standards for cultivation more rapidly." Li Yuntian nodded in satisfaction. Li Yi's emergence was undoubtedly a boon bestowed upon the Li family by the heavens. With this foundational sword technique, the younger generation of the Li family would undoubtedly grow stronger, becoming the pillars of the family's future. "Mr. Ding, how well do you grasp the improved foundational sword technique?" At this, Ding Hua cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Young Master Li Yi's improved version is far more intricate than the original. I will need to study it diligently to comprehend its essence fully. How long do you anticipate that will take? Ding Hua hesitated, knowing that not everyone possessed Li Yi's innate talent. Perhaps 3 to 5 days. But I cannot guarantee it. Very well, I shall bring Li Yi to you daily. You may learn from him closely. Once you master it, you can then teach the other children, Li Yuntian stated, eager to implement this new foundational sword technique, recognizing its significance for the entire Li family. Indeed, Ding Hua replied, his expression bittersweet, that it had always been he who taught the children, yet now he found himself seeking instruction from a mere child. Such was the way of the world, where the path of knowledge lay open to all. Though Ding Hua lamented, he felt no shame. In Li Yi, he saw the embodiment of what true genius should be. Chapter 19. You are what you eat. Wan Ning, drink your milk. Mother, I want milk, Li Yi proclaimed, his finger in his mouth, drooling with hunger as he stared at Xiao Qingya, yearning for milk. That no, finish your writing first. Xiao Qingya replied firmly, that Li felt despair wash over him, weakly picking up his pen to practice writing, completing page after page. That it was a lamentable situation, all stemming from the last incident where Xiao Qingya, upon witnessing Li Yi's talent, resolved to cultivate him into a prodigy. Not only should he excel in martial prowess, but his cultural education must also be exemplary. He needed to be well-rounded in the arts. Thus, a rigorous curriculum was imposed upon him, demanding proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Usually, Xiao Qingya was a kind mother, but when it came to learning, she transformed into a formidable taskmaster, unwavering in her demands, and no amount of cuteness or feigned ignorance from Li Yi could sway her. This situation imparts a crucial lesson. One must always remain humble. Fortunately, with his extraordinary aptitude, learning came easily to Li Yi. His reluctance stemmed solely from his disinterest in studying. Learning felt more torturous than imprisonment. and he suffered from a peculiar ailment. Whenever he attempted to study, he would become drowsy, often falling asleep within moments, resembling a lifeless pig, hopelessly doomed to this affliction. After enduring the torturous study session, Li finally completed his tasks and secured his coveted milk. And no one knows a child better than their mother, and Xiao Qingya teasingly poked Li Yi's nose. Why are you so addicted to milk? My child, what will we do if you still crave it as you grow older? At that moment, Wan Ning entered the room. Madam, the master has sent me to take young master to the training grounds. He cannot come personally. Very well. Young master, I shall carry you, Wan Ning said, opening her arms to lift Li Yi. Carrying him would be quicker than allowing him to walk at his slow pace. As she lifted Li Yi, she found him heavier than before. He had grown rapidly over the past few days, far exceeding the expected growth for his age. Wan Ning, perhaps you should carry me on your back, Li Yi suggested. Observing Wan Ning struggled to him, being carried or piggybacked made little difference. The experience was the same. Agreed, Wan Ning replied, easily bearing Li Yi on her back as she hastened toward the training grounds. During these days, Ding Hua had been diligently studying the improved foundational sword technique. While he had learned it, he had yet to grasp its essence, which was essential for teaching others. Thus, Li Yi had taken on the role of instructor. Guiding the other children in their cultivation, in the training grounds, Li Yi stood before a group of children several years his senior, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority as he confidently directed them. Why are you all just standing there? Follow my instructions and practice. With a few years of dedication, you will surely reach my current level. The crowd gazed at Li Yi with expressionless faces, their lips twitching involuntarily. Li remarked, I understand that you are quite resentful. You question why I, a mere child of 1 year, have the authority to teach you, who are several years my senior. But what can you do about it? I am simply superior. I possess this qualification on the sidelines, Wan Ning chuckled, finding Li Yi's demeanor endearing rather than arrogant to her. This little brat, still without hair, speaking such words was utterly amusing. How charming he was! In the eyes of the other children, however, charm was the least of their concerns. They felt an urge to strike him for his audacity, unable to contain their frustration. Yet they were powerless to win against him and could only endure the humiliation. Li Yi turned to Wan Ning, scolding, What are you laughing at? Do you not see that I am teaching here? Be serious. Yes, sir, Wan Ning replied, her face adorned with a maternal smile as she watched Li Yi instructing the other students. Li Yi continued addressing the group of children. So, do you think I am quite arrogant and wish to strike me? A few children nodded, unable to suppress their agreement. Let me see how many of you wish to hit me. Almost all the children present nodded their heads, desiring to take a swing at Li Yi. Nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You all stand in front of me and protect me. Following the previous encounter, Li Yi had become the leader of Li Zimo and the others, while Li Zimo had been demoted to second and dash command. Li Zimo's lips twitched. I really want to hit you. Remember the anger you feel towards me now. Transform that frustration into strength. Train diligently, and when you possess the capability, come challenge me to silence me. Then you may be as arrogant as I am. But if you cannot defeat me, you must endure and continue to grow stronger. Li yawned and instructed them to begin practicing an improved version of the basic sword techniques. Boss, beast milk. Li Hao dashed over with a bottle of beast milk, handing it to Li Yi. Return to formation. With that, the errand-running Li Hao fell back into line to train. Li took the bottle of beast milk and began to drink. Beast milk, primarily derived from cows, though filling and available in large quantities in the market, was still rather unpalatable, merely a substitute. Young master, drinking milk again? Wan Ning was at a loss for words. Li glanced at Wan Ning's chest, pondered for a moment, and then offered her the bottle, saying, Wan Ning, why not have some milk too? Why should I drink it? Wan Ning was perplexed, her face expressing confusion. At-16, she felt that drinking milk would only invite ridicule. Moreover, she had no particular fondness for it. Li Yi replied earnestly, You should eat what you wish to supplement. Just give it a try, Wan Ning. Looking down at her chest, she comprehended Li Yi's implication, and her face flushed with embarrassment. What is this nonsense? How could a 1-year-old child criticize my modesty? I am merely developing at a slower pace. Who needs that? Wan Ning, feeling self-conscious, tried to cover up her discomfort, convincing herself she was quite satisfied with her appearance. Stealing a glance at her feet, she thought, Could it really be true that eating what you desire will help you grow? Perhaps she should give it a shot. Ultimately, she decided against drinking it. Meanwhile, Li continued to savor his milk. Wan Ning was puzzled as to why the milk seemed so delightful that as Li drank, he directed the others in their training, observing Li still indulging in milk. The other children found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. The harm was minor, but the humiliation was palpable. "Ha, I've made it." Laughter erupted as Dinghua approached the training ground, having finally grasped the essence after days of diligent practice. Chapter 20. Can I defeat Li Yin, who stands at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm? Dinghua arrived at the training ground, expressing gratitude to Li Yi for his guidance over these past few days. After this series of events, Dinghua no longer viewed Li Yi merely as a child. His talent was extraordinary, warranting a perspective beyond that of an ordinary person. That it's nothing, Li Yi waved dismissively. Dinghua produced several sets of martial techniques from his sleeve and presented them to Li Yi, stating, "These are all mystical grade techniques. Given your comprehension, the yellow grade techniques would yield little benefit. You should attempt to cultivate the mystical grade techniques." Very well, Li Yi agreed, having intended to pursue more advanced martial arts. The gap between mystical and yellow grade was indeed vast, both in difficulty and in the power of the techniques. Though the mystical grade techniques demanded rigorous training and high standards from practitioners, they posed little challenge to Li Yi, who possessed the ancient sacred body that he began to practice with a small wooden sword, primarily focusing on various sword forms. Besides the mystical grade techniques, there were also Dinghua's insights and training experiences included. After perusing them, Li Yi filtered the essence from the dross, integrating it into his practice, resulting in rapid progress. The mystical grade techniques, while powerful, also consumed considerable stamina at present. Li Yi's strength was insufficient to fully unleash their potential, as he was merely a one-star martial disciple. It seemed imperative to find a suitable cultivation method to complement his training. The distinction between martial techniques and cultivation methods could be likened to that between a single skill and an entire system. Most martial techniques equated to singular skills, whereas cultivation methods comprise comprehensive systems that aided practitioners in enhancing their cultivation and elevating their capabilities. The finest cultivation methods of the Li family were likely housed in the treasure vault that Li thought to mention it to his father, believing it would not be difficult to acquire for his training. Although he had obtained a fragment of the celestial fate, which appeared impressive, it was still incomplete and demanded significantly more effort to cultivate compared to a complete method. Currently at the starting line, he resolved to study it further when time permitted. Just as Li Yi immersed himself in his training, an elderly man appeared before him. It was Li Yin Dada, this old rogue again. What does he want this time? Likely nothing good, Li Yi mused at great-grandfather Li Yin. Li Yi greeted politely, as he should, considering Li Yin was one of the Li family's top experts, and he had always treated Li Yi kindly. "Good, you are quite obedient." Li Yin replied with a smile, picking up a scroll of the martial technique Li Yi had been studying. "Mystical grade techniques. Can you comprehend them?" Li Yin inquired, both curious and astonished. "Not long ago, I heard that Li Yi had reached one-star martial disciple and even improved the basic sword technique that the Li family had utilized for nearly a century. Thus, I came to see for myself today," he said, increasingly amazed by Li Yi's progress, now even delving into mystical grade techniques. "That of course, I can learn it," Li Yi asserted, then performed a palm strike, unleashing a surge of energy. Though this energy was not particularly strong, it was indeed a testament to his ability to cultivate mystical grade techniques. "Wow," Li Yin gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Well, since it's you, I shall try to maintain a calm demeanor. But it is difficult not to be taken aback. While other children at 1 year old might still be playing in the mud, you have already qualified to cultivate mystical techniques." Changing his expression, Li Yin smiled warmly. "Have you considered what I mentioned last time? Taking me as your master?" Li took a sip from the milk bottle. Li Yin remarked, "Every time I bring this up, you drink milk. That can't we exhibit a bit of mature genius? Stop drinking that stuff. Now, I have heard that you have reached one-star martial disciple. How can you manage without a cultivation method? If you agree to be my disciple, I will impart my cultivation method to you." Li pondered. Li Yin was a formidable figure within the Li family, and his cultivation method would undoubtedly be exceptional. Your method truly impressive." Li Yi inquired. "Of course. I obtained my technique from an ancient relic, and it possesses the standards of earth-grade techniques that I owe half of my current achievements to this method." "What do you say? Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Li Yin chuckled, stroking his beard, confident that Li Yi would not refuse. Li considered for a moment and replied, "How about you show me first? I will determine its effectiveness. And then I will think it over." To Li Yin, "Oh my, you wish to swindle my technique." Although cultivation methods were a cultivator's trump card, Li Yin was not stingy in sharing with Li Yi, generously imparting his technique. As for formally accepting Li Yi as a disciple, there was no rush. Patience was key. With a finger, Li Yin tapped Li Yi's forehead, and a wealth of information flooded into Li Yi's mind. This was Li Yan's cultivation method. The purple void technique. Upon hearing its name, one could tell it was extraordinary. As Li Yi grasped the essence of the purple void technique, he realized its complexity. If cultivated, it could significantly accelerate his training speed, making it an excellent method. So, are you interested in becoming my disciple? I can teach you this technique, Li Yin said confidently. Great-grandfather, do you really wish to be my master so fervently with your talent? I suspect not many would decline the opportunity to guide you. Li Yin laughed. Lie responded nonchalantly, "You are already my great-grandfather. Why should you concern yourself with titles of master or disciple?" Li Yin contemplated this matter carefully and acknowledged, "You have a point." Li Yin smiled as he affectionately ruffled Li Yi's hair. This lad indeed piqued his interest. He possessed talent, strength, and a certain audacity reminiscent of Li Yan's own youth. Upon completing a significant leap in cultivation, emerging as the strongest genius of the new generation of the Li family, the proud elder, Li Yin, continued to look down upon him, believing that his talent could not be compared to his own. He proposed to suppress Li Yi's cultivation, insisting on a match at a lower realm. Faced with Li Yan's audacious demeanor, Li Yi resolved to teach him a lesson. He must defeat the elder Li Yin. Li Yi. He gazed at the task in bewilderment. The system couldn't be jesting, could it? Defeat Li Yin? Li Yin was not Lian Kai. He was a genuine pinnacle martial emperor. How could he possibly win? Should he use his head as a weapon? Observing Li Yan's beaming smile, Li Yi felt a pang of bitterness. "You shouldn't have appeared before me today," he muttered under his breath. Li Yin. Just moments ago, they were having a pleasant conversation. What was with that disdainful look? Li gazed at Li Yin with innocent eyes. "Great-grandfather, may I touch your face?" Chapter 21. Bathing with Sisterly Schwer. "Great-grandfather, I wish to touch your face." Li lifted his chubby little face, fair and adorable, eliciting a kind smile from Li Yin. Desiring to touch his face was an indication of wanting to be close. And Li Yin, of course, would not refuse. He leaned down, presenting his face for Li Yi to touch. Hoping to foster a closer bond, a subtle smile crept onto Li Yi's lips. The opportunity had presented itself. Deep within, a wicked grin emerged. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, he raised his palm and silently apologized to Li Yin. This was all for the sake of completing the task, a necessity to ask for compensation. Perhaps he could offer his favorite milk. With a sharp sound, the slap landed on Li Yan's face. Li Yin. The slap was delivered with such unexpected decisiveness. Catching Li Yin completely off guard, he was left dumbfounded, grappling with the reality that Li Yi had just dealt him a resounding blow. Had Li Yi intended to touch his face in such a manner? What a trick! Li Yin had never anticipated that Li Yi would strike him. He had assumed it was a gesture of affection, only to find himself disheartened by this outcome. Li, with his innocent big eyes, earnestly stated, "There was a mosquito on great-grandfather's face, and I helped you swat it." Li Yin. How could I possibly believe that? Yet, gazing into Li Yi's sincere eyes and his earnest demeanor, he couldn't help but doubt his own skepticism. Li produced a milk bottle, offering it to Li Yin. "Did I hurt great-grandfather? Here, have some milk. Please don't be angry." Seeing Li Yi's genuine expression, Li Yin couldn't help but chuckle, choosing to overlook the incident, believing it to be true. Regardless of its authenticity, he lacked the heart to scold this adorable child. After all, he had even offered his favorite milk. Their bond was evident without words. With a smile, he patted Li Yi's head. "Little one, how could great-grandfather ever be angry?" Task of reversal completed. Not only had you publicly defeated Li Yin, but you had also dealt him a heavy slap, awakening him to the reality of who the true genius was. From this moment forth, your name would echo through the ages. Reward. Carefree Freedom Technique. Carefree Freedom Technique. A supreme cultivation method of the world. Free and unfettered at one's discretion. The introduction to the Carefree Freedom Technique was simple yet powerful, representing the pinnacle of cultivation. The reward was granted, and in his mind appeared the carefree freedom technique. This technique was intriguingly unique. It lacked a specific practice method, focusing instead on the 8 words, carefree and free at one's discretion. There was no need to emphasize cultivation. Living freely was cultivation. The moment Li comprehended the carefree freedom technique. His cultivation broke through, reaching the rank of a 2-star martial apprentice. This was quite remarkable. Li was elated. This technique perfectly suited his current state. There was no rush to cultivate. He could simply enjoy life each day. And naturally, that equated to cultivation. With his maximum comprehension, Li found he could effortlessly grasp the technique, which allowed him to cultivate as if he were on autopilot at LIE. System, please prepare a baby carriage for me at once. From now on, I shall lie in the carriage and live life to the fullest. Mother, I am back. Wan Ning led Li back to Xiao Qingyao's courtyard and rushed into her embrace. Xiao Qingyao lifted Li. Come, let's see who has arrived. Lie turned to face the guest. A remarkably young woman, perhaps just over 18, stunningly beautiful, with fair skin that resembled that of a fairy. Though her age was apparent, her figure was well developed. This child would not suffer at all. This was certified by the milk-loving Li Wai de In Li's memory. He had not encountered this woman, but it was easy to deduce her identity. Sister? Li tentatively called out that as expected. She was indeed his sister. Li Shuer gazed at Li in astonishment. This was their first meeting, and she was taken aback that Li recognized her. Xiao Qingya chuckled. Mirror is so clever, knowing this is your sister. Li smiled. Mother said sister is very beautiful that I thought, given her lovely appearance, she must surely be my sister. Mirror truly knows how to charm. Xiao Qingya praised, surprised that Li could please a girl with his words. This little rascal was quite the character. At times, Xiao Qingya even wondered if Li was truly a child. Li Shuer, feeling a bit shy, bit her lip and looked at Li, her eyes sparkling with unhidden affection. With a single compliment, she had won her sister's heart. Li Shuer regarded Li's chubby face and couldn't resist teasing him. She thought, this is my little brother, so small yet so adorable, that Li Shuer spent most of her time cultivating a Taiching sect, where she was a revered saintess, a crucial figure within the sect. Thus she seldom had the opportunity to leave. Recently, she had some leisure time, and recalling how long it had been since she visited home, she decided to return upon hearing she had a genius younger brother and all the tales surrounding him. Li Shuer was eager to see what this legendary brother looked like. Girls, after all, have a low resistance to cute things, especially when they are as thoughtful, adorable, and eloquent as Li. Little Li, call me sister. Li Shuer affectionately pinched Li's chubby cheek, which was soft and bouncy, making her reluctant to let go. So this is what it feels like to have a younger brother. Sister, Li obediently called out. Little Li is so good. Come, let sister hold you. Li Shuer opened her arms, eager to embrace her adorable brother. Who could resist such a cute sibling? She longed to hold him tightly and pinch his little cheeks. Xiao Qingya readily handed Li over to Li Shuer that it was for the best. This would allow the siblings to bond and deepen their relationship. Previously, she had worried about their connection, but now it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Li Shuer settled Li on her lap, playfully engaging with him. Li, understanding the situation, played along, embodying the persona of a child, something he was quite adept at, pinching Li's chubby cheeks, which were delightfully soft. Li caught a whiff of a unique fragrance. This was undoubtedly Li Shuer's natural scent. To Shuer, how long will you be staying this time? Xiao Qingya inquired, and I'm not sure. It depends on when my master calls me back. Rare moments of leisure like this are precious, and I wish to rest for a while, that if they don't summon me, I won't be going back, Li Shuer replied, feeling weary. Returning to Taiching sect was nowhere near as enjoyable as playing with her adorable little brother at home. Li Shuer playfully rubbed Li's cheek. What do you want to eat, little one? Sister will take you to buy it. Upon hearing the mention of food, Li's interest piqued instantly, but he opened his mouth wide, drooling as he placed a finger in his mouth, staring intently at Li Shuer. Li Shuer looked perplexed, wondering why he was staring at her so intently. Did she resemble something edible? Xiao Qingyan nearly burst into laughter. Both amused and exasperated with Li Wai's mother, she certainly understood his intentions. She explained to Li Shuer, you see, Ear loves milk above all. Milk? Li Shuer paused, glancing down at her own chest, noticing her ample bosom. Then at the drooling Li, and suddenly comprehended his meaning. She quickly covered her chest, a blush creeping on her face. Seriously? With a shy expression, she playfully poked Li Yi's nose, feigning annoyance. You naughty brother. Wanting to drink sister's milk? I have none to give you. Having yet to marry or bear children, she had no milk to offer Li Yi. Moreover, she was a sister. Even if she did, with Li Yi's adorable face. If he were her brother, it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. Xiao Qingyao interjected, "You're practiced all day today and hasn't bathed yet, that I will take him to wash up first, and then you two can play." Li Shuer, unwilling to let go of Li Yi, showed her evident affection. "Since I just returned, I'll take little Yi to bathe." Observing Li Shuer's profound affection for Li Yi, Xiao Qingyao was taken aback. Naturally reluctant to decline. "All right, then I shall trouble you," Xiao Qingyao said with a smile. "Not at all. It's no trouble," Li Shuer replied, her joy palpable at the prospect of bathing with such an adorable younger brother. She had already envisioned changing into a lovely dress for Li Yi after his bath. Certain it would look splendid, Li remarked. "There are always women who desire me in women's attire." Xiao Qingyao cautioned him, "Listen to your sister, no mischief, understand?" "Understood," Li Yi replied in a high-pitched voice, elongating his syllables. "Little Yi is so obedient. He certainly won't cause any trouble, so you needn't worry, Aunt Xiao," Li Shuer assured her. "Then you may proceed," she said, lifting Li Yi high and twirling him around, exclaiming, "Little Yi, come, let us go bathe." "Are you happy?" "Very happy," Li Yi responded, his compliance akin to that of a child being coaxed. Li Shuer playfully poked Li Yi's chubby cheeks with her finger, asking, "Do you like your sister?" "I do," he responded, and Li Shuer, satisfied with his answer, took him to bathe. Li sighed inwardly, pondering how challenging it could be to please women these days. In the original narrative, Li Shuer regarded Li Yi as a worthless sibling, completely dismissing him and even feeling embarrassed by his existence. Now, however, the story had taken an astonishing turn that if one were to inquire about Li Yi's assessment, he would simply say, "As clever as I am. Are you still worried about your sister being a fierce dragon? Come, learn from me how to transform her into a gentle soul." Li Shuer's beauty was unparalleled, surpassing that of their mother and several aunts, making her the most exquisite woman Li Yi had ever encountered. The thought of bathing with such a beautiful sister, sharing an intimate moment, stirred a sense of excitement within him. This bathing scenario seemed reminiscent of a scene from a certain action film. Should one wonder if Li Yi held any immature thoughts, he glanced down, and, even if he did, there was nothing he could do about it. Though bathing with his sister was a privilege of his childhood, children could indeed be troublesome. "Women only slowed my reflexes that as a new age youth, I shall not conspire with gambling and drugs." Chapter 22. Do you wish to go out and play? The reversal mission was as follows. Your sister, Li Shuer, has returned to the Li household, where in her haughty eyes, you remain the same worthless brother as before, subject to her scornful words. Considering she is your sister, you refrain from holding grudges against her, yet she relentlessly presses you. Teach Li Shuer a lesson, allowing her to see reality. Li Yi exclaimed, "Goodness!" In the original plot, it seemed that everyone who looked upon him had to mock him. Even the protagonist of the story would have to admire it. Raising his head to gaze at his gentle sister, he nestled against Li Shuer, feeling at ease. "Life is but this, little one. Let us go bathe," Li Shuer said, playfully lifting Li Yi's chin. As they bathed, unexpectedly, a voice from the system echoed in Li Yi's ear that I didn't expect you to be this small and yet possess the prowess of a 2-star warrior. You are even more formidable than your sister was at your age. Li Shuer was astonished to discover that Li Yi's abilities were already at the 2-star warrior level at such a tender age. Even a genius like her felt impressed, recalling that she had yet to begin her formal training at Li Yi's age. It appeared her younger brother was quite extraordinary, a talent surpassing even her own. Feeling pleased after showering Li Yi with compliments, she thought how wonderful it would be for their family to be filled with geniuses. "Come, let your sister give you a kiss," she said, planting a lipstick mark on his cheek. Mission accomplished. Not only did you demonstrate your exceptional talent to Li Shuer, but you also returned her past insults 100-fold, allowing her to experience the taste of humiliation. Henceforth, in her eyes, you shall be an unparalleled genius and a mischievous younger brother. Reward obtained. Linguistic mastery. Linguistic mastery. You have mastered all languages of the world. No matter how ancient the script, you can interpret it and grasp its true meaning. Li Yi, gazing at the system's task completion notification, he remained as perplexed as ever. How did I become a mischievous brother? Was it just because Li Shuer kissed me? Besides, it was she who took the initiative. I was merely passive. Linguistic mastery, although less impressive than previous rewards, still held merit that I in the future, should he encounter ancient texts of martial arts, he would be able to read and comprehend them without hindrance. Little E, how about I return to my master and request that you join our Tai Ching sect? With your talent, she will surely agree that Li Shuer's master was the formidable leader of the Tai Ching sect, a skilled warrior at the martial honor level. The sect comprised mainly women, with few male disciples. While the leader had several female disciples, she did not accept male students. However, Li Shuer was confident that her master would make an exception for Li Yi. A prodigy like him would be a boon for the sect, redirecting resources toward him, which would also benefit Li Yi. Furthermore, having such a delightful younger brother at Tai Ching sect would alleviate her boredom. Achieving 3 goals with 1 arrow, that Lie fell silent, contemplating the notion of joining the Tai Ching sect. That place was filled with women. The last time he had encountered several women, they had overwhelmed him that if he were to venture into that den of beauties, he would surely be overwhelmed. He decisively shook his head in refusal. You little rascal, wouldn't it be fun to go with your sister to the Tai Ching sect? You're so adorable that the senior and junior sisters would surely adore you. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's rejection intensified. Out of sight, out of mind, at my age, I remain resolute and undistracted system. As if you could do anything at this moment. You little rascal, how did you end up sleeping on your sister's chest? You almost flattening me. In the morning, Li Shuer opened her drowsy eyes, her expression a mix of annoyance as she gently moved Li Yi away, rubbing her ample bosom. Ever since Li Shuer had returned and taken a liking to Li Yi, she had been caring for him daily, even bringing him to bed with her. This clearly illustrated her affection for her younger brother. The little one was indeed obedient, but he was quite the restless sleeper, often shifting about. Every morning he would find himself sprawled across her chest, completely still that Li Shuer found herself at a loss, letting out a long sigh. After all, this adorable little one was her brother, so she indulged him. She couldn't fault Li Yi. After all, it was uncomfortable to sleep at night, and naturally, he sought a comfortable position that Li Shuer affectionately tousled Li Yi's hair. Li rubbed his sleepy eyes, awakening in a daze, appearing adorably disoriented, which filled Li Shuer with joy. Unable to restrain herself, she pinched his cheeks that Lie, having found his cheeks a bit rounder thanks to Li Shuer's affections, played with her in the courtyard. Li Shuer mused about whether her future child would be as adorable as Li Yi. She felt an indescribable sentiment towards him. Although they were siblings, there was a hint of maternal affection due to the age gap, making her feel as if she were caring for her own child. After a while, Wan Ning arrived with a wet nurse for the regular feeding session. After being well fed, Li felt content. Li Shuer chuckled, little rascal, still drinking milk? Will you ever stop? Reflecting on her weaning at 6 months, she noted that Li Yi, nearing a year and a half, still hadn't weaned. His development was certainly commendable. Delicious, Li Yi replied succinctly. You know, don't you dare still be drinking milk when you grow up and get married, or you'll scare your bride away. Li Shuer imagined that scenario, and couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of marriage, Li Yi recalled his betrothed from the script. According to the original plot, the time for their engagement was approaching. His fiancée, Yi, Qiu Lingming, was the daughter of a prominent family. Her talents were lacking, making her a suitable match for Li Yi. However, not long after, Qiu Lingming awakened her innate abilities and was accepted as a direct disciple by the island master of the Qinxing Island. Soaring to new heights, the union with Li Yi became a blemish on Qiu Lingming's record, making the dissolution of their engagement inevitable. As for their feelings, after the union, Qiu Lingming had gone to Qinxing Island. And apart from their brief encounter during the union, they had no further interactions, let alone emotional ties. What are you thinking about, little one? Li Shuer asked, noticing Li lost in thought as she shook him gently. Nothing much. I was just pondering that I want to find a bride as gentle as my sister. One who certainly wouldn't scare me away and would treat me well, Li said, giggling in his childish voice. Hearing this, Li Shuer felt a surge of happiness, her lips curving into a smile. That is a wonderful thought. However, a girl as good as me is not easily found. Regardless of how exceptional she may be, you deserve someone just as remarkable. Little rascal, Li nodded in agreement. Miss, your letter. A servant rushed over, carrying a letter in hand at ITS from Taiching Palace. upon hearing the name of the Taiching Palace. Li Shuer wearily sighed, wondering if it was a summons for her to return. Yet she felt she had not yet had her fill of enjoyment, that as she opened the letter to inspect its contents. Relief washed over her. It was not a call to return. Casting a glance at Li Yi, a sudden thought struck her, and a mischievous smile crept upon her lips. Noticing Li Shuer's grin, Li felt a chill run down his spine, sensing an ominous premonition. With his big, innocent eyes wide open, he inquired, "Sister, what is it?" "Xiao Yi, would you like to go out and play?" Li Shuer raised an eyebrow at him. This posture, could it be that she intends to take me out for some nefarious purpose? Going out to play, he echoed. Indeed, there will be many older brothers and sisters as well as delicious treats. What do you say? Are you interested in accompanying your sister on this outing? Li Shuer coaxed, her demeanor akin to that of a child trafficker, with her ulterior motives almost written on her face. Li fell silent, contemplating whether to join Li Shuer. Having been confined within the estate for so long, the prospect of venturing out was enticing. All right, he nodded in agreement, that I'll go inform Aunt Xiao, she declared, lifting Li Yi as she made her way to find Xiao Qingya, informing her of their plans. Are you taking Yi out for a while? What is this about? Xiao Qingya asked, puzzled. Li Shuer explained. It turns out that the Baiyun Temple has recently obtained an ancient scripture scroll, which they have been studying for many years. Not only have they failed to comprehend it, but they can hardly decipher most of its inscriptions. Unable to make any meaningful progress, the Baiyun Temple has decided to exhibit the scripture scroll and invite talented individuals from across the land to experience its essence. Hearing this, various sects, including noble families, became intrigued by the mention of the ancient scripture scroll. The allure of potentially discovering earth-shattering insights was too great to resist. Following the principle of not wanting to miss out, they flocked to Baiyun Temple to observe the phenomenon. The actions of Baiyun Temple undoubtedly attracted widespread attention. Although the ancient scripture scroll was publicly displayed, it garnered significant fame and interest, culminating in a grand event. The benefits to Baiyun Temple's reputation and development were immense. As trading an incomprehensible scripture scroll for such acclaim was a worthwhile exchange, that I see, Xiao Qingya pondered for a moment, realizing that Li Shuer was accompanied by the Taiching sect, one of the foremost sects. She felt assured there would be no safety concerns and thus nodded in agreement. Then you may go, but do ensure your safety. Aunt Xiao, fret not. With me around, nothing untoward will happen, Li Shuer assured her with a smile before taking Li Yi and departing. Xiao Yi, let's go watch a performance, Li Shuer exclaimed as she carried Li Yi along. Such an event was primarily about revelry and forming connections. The Baiyun Temple's expertise in studying the ancient scripture was beyond reproach. After years of research yielding no results, the complexity of the scripture was evident, rendering it unlikely for others to glean any insights within a short time frame. That Li Shuer brought Li Yi to the Lingzhou, boarding a spirit vessel bound for Baiyun Temple. Given the considerable distance, traveling by spirit vessel was certainly more efficient than attempting to reach on foot. Saint Maiden, over here, two female disciples from the Taiching sect greeted Li Shuer. What brings you here? She inquired. The disciples explained, the sect master sent a message, fearing you might delay your arrival, so we were dispatched to fetch you. Does my master not trust my punctuality? Li Shuer replied nonchalantly. The two disciples exchanged glances, recalling an incident during a previous genius tournament when Li Shuer had gallivanted off to perform acts of chivalry, only to arrive long after the event had concluded, an occurrence that nearly caused the sect master to swoon in exasperation. Li Shuer, the Saint Maiden, was always deeply invested in matters beyond her role as a saint. Senior sister. Who is this? One disciple asked, eyeing Li Yi in her arms. Why are you holding a child? Could it be your illegitimate child? He is already this big? But the Saint Maiden is supposed to remain chaste. What are you thinking? This is my younger brother, Li Shuer retorted, immediately sensing their misinterpretation. The disciple breathed a sigh of relief, realizing their initial assumption was unfounded. Come, let us show our master. I am always punctual, Li Shuer stated. Though the disciples regarded her with skepticism, Li Shuer awkwardly cleared her throat. Of course, if I happen to be late. Just pretend I never said that. Li thought to himself. Why does my sister give me such an unreliable impression? Please don't lose me. My new identity cannot withstand much turmoil, Li Shuer continued. This time, I'm taking my brother out to broaden his horizons. We will be on time. They asked the Saint Maiden of the Taiching sect, Li Shuer often bore the weight of representing her sect, participating in various grand assemblies and competing with other prodigies. Her daily training regimen would bring even a master of time management to tears. These recent days spent entertaining Li had been the most relaxed she had experienced in years. Without exception, each time she reflected on it, she couldn't help but lament, is it truly so arduous to be a saint maiden? Presumably, this time at Baiyun Temple, her master had also sent her to uphold the sect's presence. It was customary for a saint maiden to make an appearance at such occasions. Let us depart. They boarded the Taiching sect's exclusive spirit vessel, hastening towards Baiyun Temple. Li wandered about the vessel. His curiosity piqued as he examined his surroundings. Xiao Yi, don't run off. Wait for your sister, Li Shuer called out, following closely behind him. The two female disciples exchanged hushed comments. It's my first time seeing the saint maiden so joyful. She is completely different from her usual self. Normally, Li Shuer maintained an image of icy purity, rarely smiling, embodying the persona of a frosty goddess. Yet now, the stark contrast was striking. Did this truly our saint maiden? It must be the influence of this child. I think he might really be her illegitimate son. Did I agree? The two disciples busily concocted various rumors about Li Shuer, fully embracing the gossip, transforming it into a delightful tale. Today, the saint maiden has an illegitimate child. Tomorrow, the child will be walking. The day after, what? The saint maiden is triplets. What are you two discussing? Li Shuer interjected, prompting them to hastily cover. Oh, nothing. This child is simply adorable. With pride, she declared, of course. Just look at whose brother he is. Upon hearing this, the two disciples exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Saint Maiden, we are almost there. One disciple reminded. Oh, Li Shuer replied, her attention once again captured by Li Yi as she playfully teased him. Ahem, Saint Maiden, please mind your image. The disciple gently coughed, offering a subtle reminder. Did I know? Li Shuer responded wearily to Asa Saint Maiden. She was naturally expected to embody an image of ethereal purity, aloofness, and distance from worldly affairs. Li Shuer adjusted her demeanor, instantly adopting a frigid air, resembling an imposing ice mountain, perfectly encapsulating the essence of an ice-cold goddess. Combined with her tall and regal stature, she radiated a commanding aura. Li, in the blink of an eye, she had transformed from a gentle sister to my regal sister. He gave her a thumbs up, marveling at her seamless transition. Li Shuer sighed inwardly. Having played the role of the aloof saint for so many years, it was second nature to her. Xiao Yi, you must listen to your sister during our outing and refrain from causing mischief. Understood? As her persona shifted, her voice morphed as well, becoming misty and ethereal, evoking the image of a proud and independent celestial being, to be admired from afar but never trifled with. That a sense of distance immediately enveloped them. Despite her aloofness, her gaze toward Li Yi retained an unmistakable warmth. Li Shuer produced a white veil to obscure half her face, adding an air of mystery that piqued curiosity about the unparalleled beauty concealed beneath it. With the veil in place, Li Shuer's image as the saint maiden reached perfection. Upon arriving at Baiyun Temple, the disciples from Taiching sect awaited their arrival. Standing in formation, Li Shuer held Li Yi's hand as they descended from the spirit vessel. Welcome, Saint Maiden, the disciples chorused, their voices resonating with grandeur. Who is this? What a significant presence, brother. Are you from the countryside? This is the Saint Maiden of Taiching sect. How could you be unaware? Are you even a man? In response to the inquiries, the young man retorted defiantly. Why should I know her? Shaking his head, another chimed in. Just take a glance and you'll understand. Unconvinced, the young man stared at the spirit vessel. And as a figure in white, accompanied by a white veil, gracefully descended, his gaze became glued to Li Shuer, unable to look away. How beautiful! Is she a celestial being? Everyone present, regardless of gender, was captivated by Li Shuer's mysterious allure. Their eyes glued to her. No wonder she is the Saint Maiden. She is as stunning as the rumors suggest. That I wish to see the beauty hidden behind the veil. The Saint Maiden has revealed her face before, and her portrait is available in the market. Where can I buy it? I want one. You can find out by asking. It is said that the price has soared to 100,000 gold coins per piece. And given that this rumor originated from the disciples of the Taiching sect, it is likely to be true. The influence of Li Shuer extends beyond her beauty and grace. it is also rooted in her esteemed status. This is akin to the distinction between a courtesan and an empress. How could the feelings they evoke be comparable? If the empress were to be defeated in battle, it would be even more thrilling. Oh, why is there a child beside the saintess? Suddenly, I noticed that Li Shuer was holding a child's hand, which instantly stirred a tempest of speculation. The sight of the saintess with a child is indeed big news, igniting discussions and various conjectures. Some believe the child to be Li Shuer's own, while others speculate on different relationships, leading to near altercations. How could you, a mere goblin, dare to tarnish the image of our goddess? Li Shuer remained unfazed by the chatter, calmly holding the hand of Li Yi. Saintess. The members of Tai Ching's sect greeted in unison, bowing their hands to them. Li Shuer nodded slightly. The one leading the group was her senior sister, Yuzhu. Although she was a senior, Li Shuer, as the saintess, naturally held a higher status than Yuzhu, being second only to the sect leader in the Tai Ching sect hierarchy. Has the master arrived? Yes, we have been waiting for the saintess. Yuzhu replied. Good, please take me there. Clearing a path through the crowd, Yuzhu led Li Shuer into the Baiyun temple. The presence of the saintess was indeed grand. Once the members of the Tai Ching sect departed, they felt free to discuss openly. Have you seen the might of the Tai Ching sect? Among the top sects of the Qian, only the Royal Academy can match them. When the saintess appears, she naturally commands respect. As Li Shuer entered Baiyun temple, she became an undeniable focal point, a vibrant sight to behold. Many prodigies from various sects yearned to approach her, yet they were all politely declined. Lie, being led by Li Shuer, inadvertently drew attention as well. Everyone pondered, who is this child? What merit does he have to be held by the saintess? Why is he not holding my hand instead? I would gladly be a mere pet on a leash. Upon arriving at the designated area for the Tai Ching sect within Baiyun Temple, Yuzhu finally inquired, Saintess, who is this child? Li Shuer coolly replied, This is my younger brother, Li. Little E, this is my senior sister. You should call her Sister Yuzhu. Sister Yuzhu, hello, Li called out obediently. Hello, little brother, Yuzhu responded, her heart warming at the sight of Li Yi's cuteness. Feeling an impulse to ruffle his hair, that I brought little E to broaden his horizons. Arrange for him to stay with me, Li Shuer stated. Yuzhu hesitated. It may not be prudent for the saintess to always be accompanied by a child. It could easily lead to misunderstandings and affect your image. Li Shuer, however, said nothing more and took Li Yi to meet their master, her decision not open for discussion. Entering the chamber of the sect leader, Li Shuer announced, Master, Shuer has arrived. She cast a glance at Li Yi, who mimicked her gesture of respect. Li Shuer felt a surge of satisfaction. The little one was quite perceptive. Come in, a calm voice beckoned from within. Li Shuer led Li Yi into the room, where they were greeted by the sight of a young woman of regal bearing, seated in a position of authority. Her attire was dignified and graceful, exuding an air of superiority. Her luxurious robe was embroidered with phoenix motifs, and she wore a crown, resembling a phoenix soaring high. This was none other than Xiao Hanyan, the sect leader of the Tai Ching sect. Though Xiao Hanyan wore a veil, the impression she left on Li Yi was no less formidable than that of Li Shuer, albeit with a different aura, one that was seasoned and mature. Despite her youthful appearance, she was, in truth, several hundred years old. That Li Yi had previously assumed that the Tai Ching sect was austere and simple in appearance. But upon seeing Xiao Hanyan, he realized his misconception. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a grand sect. With her hand propped on the table, Xiao Hanyan appeared to be taking a moment of repose. As Li Shuer entered, she slowly opened her eyes. Greetings, master. Welcome, Xiao Hanyan said, lifting her teacup to sip leisurely. Li Shuer responded coolly. Li shivered, as if a sudden chill had swept through the room. The exchange between the master and disciple felt rather frosty. Xiao Hanyan lifted her gaze and noticed Li Yi beside Li Shuer. Li was likewise observing her. After a brief moment of eye contact, Li Shuer introduced, This is my younger brother, Li Yi. Xiao Hanyan regarded Li Yi with a neutral expression, scanning him as if trying to see through him. Aside from noting that Li Yi's cultivation and physique were superior to that of his peers, she could discern nothing more. Unbeknownst to her, Li Yi possessed the ancient sacred body, and she could not penetrate that secret. Though somewhat surprised internally, her face remained impassive, as if nothing could provoke a shift in her emotional state. Li Yi, displaying his manners, called out, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Li Yi, pleased to meet you." His youthful, sweet voice melted Xiao Hanyan's heart. Observing Li Yi's adorable face, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him, almost succumbing to the impulse to scoop him up and pinch his cheeks. However, as the sect leader of the Taiching sect, she was expected to remain composed, suppressing any such emotions, and maintained her icy demeanor. She merely nodded in response to Li Yi's greeting. Chapter 24. The influence of Saintess Li Shuer this time. Baiyun Temple will release a portion of ancient scriptures that have been translated by its practitioners. Li Shuer nodded thoughtfully, initially assuming Baiyun Temple would be more generous in sharing the entirety of the scriptures. However, it seems their willingness is not as great as expected. Upon reflection, it is understandable. After all, such ancient texts were hard-won by Baiyun Temple, and they would not simply allow others to peruse them without reason. "What does the master require of me?" Xiao Hanyan explained. According to the customs of Baiyun Temple, if you can translate any of the scriptures they release to meet their standards, you will be invited to view the entirety. Translating ancient scriptures? That is not my forte, Li Shuer shook her head. Xiao Hanyan replied, "I understand. Others will handle the translation. What I need from you is to represent the Taiching sect in the martial arts exchange 3 days hence. Those who place in the top 10 will be allowed to view all the ancient scriptures." Xiao Hanyan continued, "I hope that you can secure the first position and memorize all the ancient texts." Li Shuer. After a brief silence, Li Shuer replied, "The disciple understands." Xiao Hanyan's gaze towards Li Shuer was filled with high expectations that Li Shuer's physique was more compatible with the sect's techniques than her own. And if all went well, her future accomplishments would surely surpass Xiao Hanyan's. Having conveyed her instructions to Li Shuer, Xiao Hanyan turned her attention to Li Yi, who was curiously observing her in return. In their mutual gaze, Xiao Hanyan found herself intrigued by Li Yi, a child of such tender years, yet boasting a cultivation and physique that far exceeded his peers. Surely a prodigy. The lineage of Li Shuer's family was indeed impressive. Seeing Li Yi's cherubic demeanor stirred a peculiar sensation within Xiao Hanyan, but she did not dwell on it. Now that there is nothing pressing, you may examine the ancient scriptures. Perhaps you will glean something valuable. With that, Xiao Hanyan slowly closed her eyes, entering a state of meditation. The disciple understands and will not disappoint the master's expectations. Li Shuer bowed, taking Li Yi and leaving the room. After their departure, an ethereal bird flew into the chamber. Xiao Hanyan opened her eyes and extended her hand, allowing the apparition to rest upon her fingertip. The spectral bird transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, entering Xiao Hanyan's consciousness. This was the intelligence gathered by various sects, relayed to Xiao Hanyan. Through this means once the responsible parties had compiled the information, she perused the details. She read, "The leader of the Qian sect has formed a partnership with the enchanting Mu Qing, adding a martial emperor-level expert to their ranks." Xiao Hanyan. That old hag Mu Qing has actually married the leader of the Qian sect? How could someone like her find a partner? The leader must have lost his wits, truly desperate, willing to take anything that comes along. Both individuals were of the same generation as Xiao Hanyan. Mu Qing was once her subordinate, while the current leader of the Qian sect had previously pursued Xiao Hanyan, only to be coldly rejected by her. It was surprising to see these two now united. Clearly, they had strayed from their paths, and no wonder they had not yet attained the status of martial sovereign. Unlike myself, who remains singularly focused on cultivation, relationships only serve to impede progress. Continuing to peruse the news from various regions, she read, "The leader of the Yangyu sect was injured by his partner, who had succumbed to madness while attempting to slay their inner demons. Nevertheless, he successfully vanquished the inner demon, albeit at the cost of his own cultivation, consequently weakening the sect. His partner will remain by the leader's side for the rest of his life." Xiao Hanyan? What on earth is happening here? This fool, after so many years as a leader, remains as naive as ever, sacrificing himself for a woman. What a waste. It seems the Yangyu sect will inevitably dwindle into a second-rate sect. Xiao Hanyan lamented. Romantic entanglements not only hinder cultivation, but also cloud one's judgment. Thankfully, I have strictly forbidden such affairs, setting an example myself, which has allowed the Taiching sect to attain its current standing. The evidence has proven that my stance was indeed correct. Ah, how curious it is that my teeth feel somewhat sour, reminiscent of having consumed a lemon. Continuing my perusal, I discover that the venerable ancestor of the Hawan sect has developed a new dual cultivation technique. One that promises to enhance the efficiency of dual cultivation and allow for uninterrupted practice over the span of 12 hours. Xiao Hanyin exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Why are all the messages I received today so peculiar?" Dismissing these strange tidings, she closed her eyes for a brief respite that Li Shuer, holding Li Yi's hand, arrived at the Baiyun Temple, where the scriptures were being displayed. The text showcase were translations made by Baiyun Temple, naturally omitting any content they had not translated themselves. The temple categorized the scriptures into 10 segments. Any individual capable of translating a complete segment would be granted access to the entirety of the ancient texts. Various sects dispatched their experts for translation, and many others came merely to observe the spectacle. This location was currently the most bustling within Baiyun Temple, teeming with people. "Make way," Yuzhu called out as she forged a path ahead. Upon noticing the arrival of the Taiching sect, the crowd instinctively parted, recognizing the significance of their presence. Compared to the Taiching sect, their own sects paled in stature, and thus, they dared not offend the Taiching sect. The Taiching sect maintained its illustrious reputation, as one would expect from such a grand establishment. Such a large sect must possess some gravitas. If I were the leader of the Taiching sect, I would be even more ostentatious. One remarked that, if you were the leader of the Taiching sect, you'd probably perish in your sleep from the pressure. Came the retort, followed by laughter. Ditto. Why is the holy maiden of the Taiching sect holding the hand of a child? And a boy, no less. Curious glances fell upon Li Yi, speculating about his identity. Could he possibly be the future holy son? I have never heard of a holy son in the Taiching sect. You re-overthinking it, another replied. Hearing their discussions, Yuzhu felt a headache coming on. It was said that Li Shuer should avoid taking children out, as it could tarnish the image of the holy maiden. The image of a holy maiden should be pure, not maternal. Li Shuer, unfazed by their chatter, calmly led Li Yi to a scripture display. This particular scripture consisted of 13 lines, all inscribed in ancient characters. The variety of ancient scripts was vast, and their antiquity made them exceedingly difficult to translate. Most characters could only be guessed at, with no means of verification. The Baiyun Temple disciple in charge of this area, upon seeing Li Shuer arrive, rushed forward with great enthusiasm, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Greetings, holy maiden." Li Shuer merely nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze fixed on the ancient scripture. The Baiyun Temple disciple eagerly explained every detail, seemingly hoping to win Li Shuer's favor, even if it was just through a fleeting glance. Translating scriptures is our forte. Should the holy maiden have any interest or questions, please feel free to ask us. Li Shuer remained silent, absorbed in the scripture. Rather than feeling offended, the disciple believed that the holy maiden's aloof demeanor was fitting. Her ethereal quality made her all the more desirable, that if he could earn her favor, it would be a lifetime achievement. That Li gazed at the scripture, and to his astonishment, the obscure ancient text effortlessly transformed in a comprehensible language within his mind. Thanks to his proficiency in languages, he could decipher any script, including the ancient texts. After just a glance, he successfully translated the entire scripture. Judging by the content, it appeared to pertain to a cultivation method, and he needed to ascertain the complete ancient text to confirm its nature. Pondering thoughtfully, Li Yi mused that one should not pass up an opportunity to access ancient scriptures. That he tugged at Li Shuer's skirt and inquired, "Sister, if I translate the scripture, when will we be able to see the entire text?" "Sister, is this lad the holy maiden's brother?" Many in the crowd sighed in relief, realizing his identity. "That I had no idea." Li Shuer shook her head, turning to the Baiyun Temple disciple for answers. Hearing her voice, the disciple felt his heart flutter, lost in delightful fantasies. "That I asked the holy maiden speaking to me. No, she must be interested in me." "Hey, the holy maiden is asking you a question," wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. The Baiyun Temple disciple hurriedly replied, "If you observe the scriptures over the next few days and submit your translations to us, we will announce the results after the martial arts exchange meeting, allowing everyone to view the complete text." That I asked that so? Li contemplated this information. That Li Shuer, noticing Li Yi's keen interest, asked playfully, "Little Li, could it be that you comprehend it?" Though she meant this in jest, after all, how could a child possibly understand ancient texts? Li nodded earnestly, his chubby face radiating confidence. That Li Shuer, unconvinced, regarded his enthusiasm as mere childish curiosity, but, seeing his interest, decided to indulge him without concern for translating the scriptures herself. If you're interested, little E, once you've written it out, I will help you submit it. Okay, Li nodded obediently, pointing to the other scriptures. Sister, let us go look at the others. That he had already grasped this section and saw no need to linger. Very well, Li Shuer said, affectionately ruffling Li's hair as she led him to explore the other scriptures. This scene incited envy among onlookers, who wished they were the ones being held by the holy maiden. Was this the privilege of youth? They longed to be decades younger, just to be led by Li Shuer, as Li Shuer guided Li through each segment. He merely glanced at each scripture before hastily moving on to the next. He was so swift that Li Shuer barely had the chance to examine the text before he was finished. Li Shuer concluded that Li was just a curious child with fleeting interests. But seeing his enthusiasm, she decided to enjoy the day without the need to translate anything herself. Before long, Li had perused 10 scriptures, consolidating their translations and confirming that they indeed contained ancient cultivation methods. Mastery of the complete cultivation technique would undoubtedly greatly aid his future endeavors. To Shuer, I didn't expect to see you here. What a delightful coincidence. A gentle male voice interrupted, as a handsome young man clad in an ornate robe approached. The robe bore an embroidered dragon, indicating his royal lineage. He was undoubtedly a prince. His gaze was fixed upon Li Shuer, filled with admiration, unmistakably revealing his intentions as one of her suitors. The 14th Prince of Deqian, Jiang Haoming. The crowd bowed respectfully to Jiang Haoming, that he was regarded as one of the more scholarly princes, possessing a certain level of renown. Jiang Haoming, dismissing the bows with a casual wave, approached Li Shuer. Gazing at her with evident infatuation, the 14th Prince, endowed with both talent and pride, he had always believed that few women could match his worth. However, upon encountering Li Shuer, he found himself utterly captivated. Vowing to make her his royal consort, Li Shuer had long grown accustomed to such attention. She was not the first royal to pursue her. One prince had offered a fortune just to see her smile, only to be disregarded by her entirely. What a surprise to see you here. Surely this is fate, Jiang Haoming said, a charming smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing of Li Shuer's arrival, he had rushed over, believing that fate could be created through such encounters. Your Highness jest, Li Shuer replied coolly, her disinterest palpable. Were it not for his noble status, she would hardly have entertained his presence. To Shuer, I see you too are intrigued by the ancient scriptures. As it happens, I have conducted research on them. If you are interested, I would be glad to share my insights. Jiang Haoming offered, unfurling his fan with an air of self-importance. That I am not interested. Li Shuer replied frostily, preparing to depart, as his incessant chatter began to grate on her nerves. To Shuer, I have come specifically for these ancient scriptures. We could sit and discuss them together, Jiang Haoming insisted. Clinging to her like a stubborn bird, I am not interested, she reiterated, her tone unwavering. Just as Jiang Haoming was about to speak again, an elderly man approached. Miss Shuer, it has been quite some time. Senior son, Li Shuer responded with respect. The gentleman before her was Sun Weijie, a formidable warrior and instructor at the Royal Academy, and also Jiang Haoming's mentor. Sun Weijie waved his hand dismissively, urging Li Shuer to forego such formalities. How fares your master? Once, he and Xiao Hanyin had been akin to Jiang Haoming and Li Shuer, and thus Sun Weijie encouraged Jiang Haoming's pursuit of Li Shuer to atone for his own past regrets. Of course, these regrets were merely his own delusions, for in Xiao Hanyin's eyes, he was but a defeated opponent. Quite well, Li Shuer replied. Excellent, Sun Weijie said, stroking his beard. Young people should engage in more discourse. I often converse with your master. Since you're all gathered here, why not take the opportunity to exchange ideas? Of course, Jiang Haoming replied eagerly, seizing the moment without hesitation, grateful for his mentor's timely support. Li Shuer and Jiang Haoming had little to discuss. Pondering how best to refuse to that moment, Li tugged at Li Shuer's white dress, looking up at her with innocent eyes, and said, Sister, I'm hungry. Will you take me to eat something? It was then that Jiang Haoming noticed Li, wondering where this child had come from. Was he Li Shuer's younger brother? Seeing Li so close to Li Shuer, tugging at her dress, he felt a surge of displeasure. I have never been this close to Li Shuer. What right does this little brat have to be so familiar? Li Shuer's tone with Li was not cold, but rather gentle and affectionate. As she addressed Sun Weijie, I truly apologize. I must attend to my younger sibling and cannot accompany you. How understanding of little E. knowing to help his sister out of a predicament. Li cast a glance at Jiang Haoming, equally displeased by his gaze. What kind of look is that? In response, Li conceived a clever idea to issue a counterattack mission. You have attracted envious glances from other prodigies. Please showcase your prowess and silence them, so they recognize who the true genius is, sister. I'm so hungry I can't move. Hold me. Li opened his arms, demanding a hug from Li Shuer. Refusing to budge unless she complied, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. This little brat actually wants the saintess to hold him? How outrageous! The purity of the saintess would never allow her to embrace such a child. It was pure folly. Li Shuer sighed helplessly, feeling a mixture of exasperation and fondness for this little rascal, who chose this moment to demand affection. What could she do but indulge him? She reached out and, under the astonished gazes of all present, scooped up Li Yi, cradling him in her arms. She really did hold him? The crowd fell silent, their envy palpable as Li Shuer embraced Li Yi. For the first time, Jiang Haoming felt intense jealousy towards a child. His eyes blazed with resentment as he stared at Li Yi, his inner thoughts screaming no. Come, sister will take you to eat something delicious, Li Shuer said softly. Li nodded obediently, snuggling closer to Li Shuer and stealing a glance at Jiang Haoming. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Haoming nearly spat blood in fury. What does this little brat mean? Is he flaunting it in front of me? He stared at Li Yi, filled with both envy and jealousy, wondering why it wasn't him being held, and why Li Yi had the audacity. To Jiang Haoming, it felt like watching someone else ride the BMW he couldn't afford. Only to turn back and ask, am I riding fast enough? It was utterly infuriating. At that moment, Li Yi was undoubtedly the enemy of every man present. The suitors of Li Shuer could only weep in despair, their pristine goddess now tarnished in their eyes. Though he was merely her brother, they could hardly accept it. The thought of their goddess being sullied by this little brat made them loathe him to the core. Sun Weijie, unfazed, remarked, it's just a child. Why bother? With his hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to imply, to be jealous of a child is to have a narrow mind. One should be as broad-minded as myself. Disciple understands, Jiang Haoming replied through gritted teeth. Crack. The sound of Jiang Haoming's teeth grinding echoed, a testament to his fury. Li Shuer's gentle tone towards Li Yi contrasted sharply with her usual icy demeanor towards others, igniting Jiang Haoming's jealousy further. Completing the counterattack mission. Due to your outstanding performance, you have become the object of envy among all prodigies. Reward. Unparalleled poise. Unparalleled poise, an irresistible charm radiating from within, making it difficult for others to resist and compelling them to submit to your allure, especially the opposite sex, with an overwhelming impact that transcends any race. Li. I can understand the special charm towards the opposite sex, but crossing racial boundaries is absurd. I certainly hope this charm doesn't lead to any trouble. Upon returning to the territory of Taiching's sect, they brought out exquisite food and drink to entertain Li Yi. Li Shuer playfully tapped Li Yi's nose, saying, Little one, you've truly caused me quite the trouble. Li smiled and replied, Sister doesn't like talking to him, so of course I must help. Li Shuer did not scold him. Instead, she felt a swell of happiness. How fortunate to have such a brother. Her care was not in vain. He was indeed her beloved little brother. The saintess, Yuzhu, sighed deeply, feeling exhausted as she looked at Li Shuer, unsure of what to say. After this incident, the saintly image she had painstakingly built lay in ruins. She intended to speak a word or two, but upon glancing at Li Yi, she realized how adorable he was, making it impossible to suppress her fondness for him. In fact, she sensed a certain genius charm emanating from him, one that promised he would grow into a striking and talented figure. Noticing Yuzhu's gaze, Li looked up and met her eyes. That fleeting connection sent Yuzhu's heart racing, and she instinctively averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson as she subconsciously fantasized about winning his affection and living happily ever after. Free from shame, lost in thought, her face grew hotter as she covered her flushed cheeks. Yuzhu snapped back to reality, chastising herself. What am I thinking? He is just a child, casting aside such absurd thoughts. She felt puzzled by her own feelings. The Taiching sect strictly forbade romantic relationships, and as a disciple, she was expected to maintain discipline. For years, Yuzhu had never entertained such notions, and this was her first time feeling this way about a child. How sinful. Yet the more she reflected, the more she savored this sensation, feeling an irresistible urge to indulge in forbidden fruit. Yuju shook her head, resolving to focus on her cultivation. These thoughts were misguided. She intended to say a few words to Li Shuer. But upon seeing Li Yi, she forgot everything. Her gaze towards him now held a mix of complex emotions, an overwhelming desire to embrace and kiss his chubby cheeks, that Li Shuer turned to Yuju. Asking, "Sister, what do you think? I sent my brother adorable. The saying is, be cautious, I know. There is no one else here. I've been wearing this stern face all day, and it's exhausting," Li Shuer complained. Yuju glanced around the courtyard, relieved to see no one else. Being beside Li Shuer required her to maintain a serious demeanor, which was quite tiring. Sitting on the stone bench next to Li Shuer, she watched Li Yi, unable to suppress a smile that spread across her face. Just as Li Yi was happily munching on snacks, he sensed two gazes upon him, giving him an ominous feeling. Boys must protect themselves outside. So well-behaved, may I pinch you? Yuju asked eagerly. Of course. Yuju excitedly began to pinch Li Yi, his skin soft and smooth, a delightful texture that made it hard to resist. Li thought, "Here we go again," that Li Shuer exclaimed with excitement. "Why don't we take little Li for a bath? Then change him into a dress? He looks even cuter in a dress." Li, speechless. "Must I wear a dress again? Why do so many beautiful women want me in a dress? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I have to dress like a girl. I have no such inclination," he hurriedly said. "Sister, I want brushes and ink." "What do you need that for?" "To translate scriptures," Li Yi replied seriously. That Li Shuer couldn't help but laugh. "You really know how." "Huh, wait here. I'll go fetch it for you." She didn't truly believe he could. She thought he was just playing around. Chapter 26. Xiao Hanyan, a centuries-old tinder meeting fierce flames. Li picked up the brush and began to write on the paper. After attending Xiao Qing's rigorous lessons, his brushstrokes flowed effortlessly, and his calligraphy was exceptional. "Oh, little Li, your writing is so beautiful." Li Shuer was astonished. Li Yi's writing surpassed even hers. Was this truly the work of a child? Li felt a swell of pride within. Of course. With maximum comprehension, understanding the essence of calligraphy was effortless for him. His skills rivaled those of Xiao Qingya, if not slightly surpassing her. "What did you write?" "Let me see." Li Shuer picked up Li Yi's work, scrutinizing it carefully. Previously, she thought Li Yi was merely playing, doodling for fun, but to her surprise, he truly could write. After examining what Li Yi had penned, Li Shuer's brow furrowed slightly. Though each piece was brief, the content was extraordinary. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this is truly a translation of scriptures? Oh my goodness. Did Li Yi really translate them? He is just a 1-year-old child. This is beyond belief. The level of genius displayed was incomprehensible to Li Shuer, and she even doubted whether she was dreaming. Her younger brother's talent had surpassed the realms of genius she could comprehend. "Did you really translate these ancient scriptures?" Li Shuer asked, astonished. Yuju, puzzled, picked up Li Yi's translations to examine them. Moments later, she too displayed the same shocked expression as Li Shuer. This, although she wanted to suspect Li Yi was scribbling nonsense, the content on the paper bore no resemblance to mere ramblings. Of course. Li proudly lifted his head, as if to say, "Aren't I impressive?" Gasp. The two women inhaled sharply, exchanging glances before turning to Li Yi with expressions akin to those reserved for a prodigy. "How did you manage to translate this? A 1-year-old child, having learned nothing, how could they possibly translate?" This perplexed them. Li shook his finger. "I merely glanced at it, and my mind naturally comprehended." The two responded with a profound silence, jaws slightly agape, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was it truly that simple? A mere glance leading to instant understanding. It seemed like a tale meant to deceive children. "Is it really that difficult?" Li Yi retorted, as though he had accomplished a trivial task. At that moment, the worldview of Li Shuer and Yuju shattered, their minds buzzing. "Listen, does that even sound like human speech? Is it truly difficult? Do you have any idea how many predecessors have diligently studied ancient texts for decades, even centuries, to produce so little? And you translated it with just one look, then ask if it's hard." If that group were to hear this, they would likely be driven to the brink of madness. What was even more astonishing was that Li Yi was merely a 1-year-old child. Was the disparity between individuals so vast? "Little E, you are a prodigious genius." Allow your sister a kiss, Li Shuer exclaimed, lifting Li Yi and planting a kiss on his chubby cheek through her veil. The saintess, the translation of the ancient scriptures. Let us present it to our master, in the name of our Taiching sect, and observe the reaction of those from Baiyun Temple, Li Shuer declared proudly, eager to witness their astonishment upon discovering that the translation came from a mere infant. It would surely be exhilarating. Moments later, at the residence of Xiao Hanyan, she gazed at the translation of the ancient scriptures in her hands, her expression revealing rare satisfaction. De Shuer, you have done exceptionally well. To have produced this translation in such a short time suggests that those from Baiyun Temple are nothing but inept. Setting down the paper, she praised Li Shuer, mistakenly believing she was the translator. Master, it was not I who translated it, but rather my younger brother, Li Yi, Li Shuer clarified. Xiao Hanyan's eyes widened in surprise beneath her veil. Dado, you mean your 1-year-old brother? Indeed, Li Shuer nodded. Xiao Hanyan, perplexed and skeptical, regarded the well-behaved Li Yi beside Li Shuer, recognizing him as a genius, yet astonished to learn of his remarkable talent. This prodigious gift seemed almost beyond reason. How intriguing, Xiao Hanyan thought, suddenly captivated by the charm exuded by this little one, as if an invisible magic were drawing her in. She envisioned him as a dashing, elegant genius in the future, and the thought of traversing the world with such a remarkable companion brought her immense joy. Wait, what am I thinking? Why am I having such bizarre thoughts? It is utterly sinful to entertain such notions about a child. I am the master of Taiching sect, devoted to cultivation, and strictly forbidding any romantic entanglements. Dismissing all matters unrelated to my practice. For years, Xiao Hanyan had maintained this mindset, having never been swayed by any emotions, believing she had severed all romantic ties and achieved a state of transcendence. No, this is not infatuation with Li Yi. It is admiration for his extraordinary talent that stirs my heart. Yes, it must be that. Such a rare gift, if nurtured within the Taiching sect, would undoubtedly make him a pivotal pillar in the future. Master, Li Shuer called, noticing Xiao Hanyan lost in thought. Snapped back to reality, Xiao Hanyan looked at Li Yi, still grappling with that unsettling sense of guilt. She composed herself, restoring her usual demeanor. Your brother is indeed a remarkable talent. If those from Baiyun Temple were to learn of this, they would likely be driven to despair. Li Shuer added, little E wishes to see the complete ancient scriptures. With his abilities, he could undoubtedly translate them all. Master, what do you think? Xiao Hanyan understood Li Shuer's intent. Has your brother been admitted to the sect? No, Yuzhu, take this translation to Baiyun Temple and present it as the work of Li Yi, a disciple of the Taiching sect. Yuzhu hesitated for a moment and asked, does Master intend to accept Li Yi as a disciple, since he has not joined any sect, and given that he is Shuer's brother? We shall submit it under the name of Taiching sect. The disciple understood immediately and went to carry out the task. Xiao Hanyan cast a glance at Li Yi. His talent was indeed captivating, prompting her desire to take him under her wing. However, considering that Taiching sect had historically favored female disciples, and that all previous sect leaders had female apprentices, an unspoken rule lingered, causing her hesitation, not rejection. Li Yi's extraordinary talent genuinely stirred her emotions, leading her to wish to cradle him and pinch his chubby little face. Oh dear! Xiao Hanyan felt a wave of frustration. How had her thoughts strayed so far? This sinful heart flutter, like a bundle of dry twigs, dormant for centuries, ignited by the presence of Li Yi, her mind spiraled into uncontrollable thoughts. Rubbing her heavy head, she pondered whether her centuries of calm had been cast aside. Remain composed. She silently recited a calming mantra to quell her restless heart, attributing her emotional turmoil to the news she had encountered that day, that a fleeting spark may be easily extinguished, but centuries of dry tinder, when met with Li Yi's exceptional charm, once ignited, would not be easily quelled, its effect far surpassing that of ordinary women's feelings towards Li Yi. Remaining composed was possible for only one reason. Li Yi was simply too young. In terms of age, of course, what else could it be? Chapter 27. Two women compete, leaving Li Yi devoid of interest. At Baiyun Temple, in a certain room, translations submitted by various sects were delivered for scrutiny by the core disciples of Baiyun Temple. As we suspected, their translations are utterly nonsensical, lacking any logic whatsoever. How could they possibly compare to our decades of effort? Look at this individual. Their translation is inferior to what I could concoct with my feet. Even a romance novel would be more coherent. Have you seen my pile? Each one more cringe-inducing than the last. Reviewing the haphazard results submitted by various sects was a tormenting experience, each more absurd than the last. Days passed, and they were nearing a breaking point. Old Chun, why are you so silent? Surely, you haven't been rendered speechless, have you? Haha. Noticing Old Chun's unblinking gaze, as if he were frozen in place. They grew curious. What translation has left you so dumbfounded? Let me take a look. Upon closer inspection, they too were taken aback, their expressions mirroring each other as shocked. What on earth is so astonishing that it has left you both speechless? They huddled closer to examine the translation, and unsurprisingly, all three fell into a stunned silence, their faces reflecting surprise and contemplation. Quickly, summon the temple master. Before long, Zhang Zuan, the temple master of Baiyun Temple, rushed in. Urgency etched on his face. What is happening, director? You must see this translation. Zhang Zuan, confused, took it and began to read. Moments later, his brows furrowed deeply, his demeanor growing serious as he scrutinized each word, refusing to overlook any detail. His hands trembled with barely contained excitement, his lips chapped from tension, but he read each page with utmost seriousness, unwittingly flipping through the 10 pages 7 or 8 times before finally retracting his gaze. This is impossible, he exclaimed in shock. Could it be that someone leaked our translation results? One disciple speculated, but Zhang Zuan shook his head. This translation surpasses ours. In comparison, our efforts are riddled with flaws and are utterly insignificant. Having believed his own translation was flawless, in this instance, he recognized the vast chasm that separated his work from this nearly perfect translation. Curious, he inquired, which sect's disciple produced this translation? A disciple of Tai Ching's sect. Li. Zhangzhan exhaled deeply. Tai Ching's sect has indeed produced remarkable talents in recent years. To think such a prodigy exists, Li, why have I not heard of him? Is he among the elite of Tai Ching's sect? I do not recall. His name suggests he is a male disciple. Perhaps he is not particularly prominent, or perhaps he prefers to remain low-key. This individual possesses extraordinary abilities, far from ordinary, that he might even be capable of translating the complete ancient scriptures. What a pity he is not a disciple of Baiyun Temple. Zhang Zun's brow furrowed. While it was commendable that someone could translate the ancient scriptures, the issue remained that this achievement belonged to someone outside Baiyun Temple. Wouldn't that mean gifting a portion of the ancient scriptures to another sect? Such a loss would be considerable. Who could have anticipated such a talent would emerge? After contemplating, Zhang Ziyuan concluded that it might not be a bad thing. As the holder of the ancient scriptures, they could still benefit from the situation. Harboring this thought, Zhang Ziyuan wore a scheming smile that I shall pay a visit to the sect leader of Tai Ching to meet this prodigy. At the residence of the Tai Ching sect, Yu Zhu and Li Shuer were in the courtyard entertaining Li Yi. Although they claimed to be playing with him, in reality, it was Li Yi who was amusing the two of them. Poor Li Yi. It was truly challenging to manage adults in these times. Fortunately, he was well versed in the art of pretending to be a child. As they played, Li Yi's cultivation experienced a breakthrough. Attaining the rank of a 3-star martial apprentice to LIE. What else is there to say? Let us get started to IS being a 3-star martial apprentice impressive. ISNT at just about having hands. 1,000 miles away, Li Zimo inexplicably sneezed, a sharp pain piercing through his heart. Da-da, shout Yi. You've broken through? Li Shuer sensed the change in Li Yi. The commotion of the breakthrough was not trivial, and she was astonished to discover that Li Yi had already become a 3-star martial apprentice. What? Yu Zhu gasped in shock. They had been playing with Li Yi, so how did he manage to break through? Can one really achieve breakthroughs while playing? This was utterly irrational. Li Yi, the formidable prowess of the carefree technique is beyond your comprehension. The two ladies' worldviews crumbled once again. Despite Li Yi seemingly playing without cultivating, he had inexplicably achieved a breakthrough, which defied all logic. Xiao Yi, you truly baffle me. Li Shuer was at a loss for words, her heart a tumult of emotions, her expression tinged with bitterness. All along, she had prided herself on being a genius. And indeed she was, having been recognized as a saintess from a young age due to her remarkable talent. Yet in comparison to Li Yi, her achievements seemed trivial and incomparable. Li Yi was a prodigy seemingly favored by heaven itself, making Li Shuer, the so-called genius, realize that even among geniuses, There existed insurmountable disparities. Fortunately, this prodigy was her beloved younger brother. After the shock, a smile crept onto her lips. Filled with joy for Lie's talent at LIE, I wish to keep a low profile, but alas, how can I when I'm a player with cheat codes? To remain humble would be an affront to the system. Xiao Yi, you must diligently cultivate from now on that I will protect you now, but in the future, it will be your turn to protect me. Do you understand? Li, you say this, but should I not buy 3 more houses and put the mortgage in my name? No new accounts, please. When I grow up, I will protect my sister. Anyone who bullies my sister will face my wrath. That Lie raised his chubby little fist, striking a fierce pose, which melted Yuju's heart. He was simply too adorable. How she longed for a brother like him. Yet, even if she were to tie him to a pillar and whip him at home, he would never be this cute. Saintus, let me hold him. I haven't had enough of my brother Yet, that Li Schwer tightly embraced Li, fearing that someone might snatch him away, determined to protect her brother Li, buried in Li Schwer's chest. He found it soft and fragrant. To describe it in 8 words, as vast as the ocean, embracing all. Though it paled in comparison to those wet nurses, Li Schwer was still young, and the future held promise. The level of softness and fragrance left Li feeling. Someone call an ambulance. He was about to suffocate. Let me hug you, no. Don't snatch him away. This is my brother. I just want to hold him for a moment. Just one moment. This is clearly bandit behavior. Give Xiao Yi back to me. Don't kiss my brother. A quarrel erupted between the 2 women in the courtyard, tension palpable, with Li Yi caught in the middle. Nearly torn in two, that his body was covered in rouge and powder, fragrant all over, especially his face, adorned with bright red lipstick marks and drool, that Lie sighed in despair. There truly were too many female ruffians these days. Sometimes, being overly popular could be a curse. Chapter 28. Women are terrifying. Even the ancient sacred body cannot endure. 3 days later, at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference, individuals from various sects gathered together. The venue was the Grand Martial Arts Arena of Baiyun Temple, which had been specially expanded to accommodate disciples from various sects for this significant event. Baiyun Temple had underestimated the allure of the ancient scriptures. Despite the enlarged venue, it remained overcrowded. Dozens of sects. With thousands of attendees, included many gifted disciples, some of whom could only stand by to watch to as the host. Baiyun Temple occupied the main seats, with other sects arranged according to their strength on either side. The Royal Academy and the Taiching sect naturally sat on either side of Baiyun Temple, the distinction of left or right being inconsequential. Han Yin, it has been a long time. Please. Sun Weijia looked at Xiao Han Yin with eager attentiveness. Guiding her along to the Royal Academy, he was revered as a teacher, but before Xiao Han Yin, he was merely a devoted admirer. His adoring gaze lingered on her, as years had passed without the meeting. Although Xiao Han Yin was veiled, her beauty remained unchanged, her proud and frosty disposition as striking as ever. We are not that familiar. Please call me the leader of the Taiching sect. Xiao Han Yin's expression was icy. Her tone even colder, sending shivers down the spines of those around her. Her face bore no warmth, only disdain. Even at this age, she had not lost her sharpness. Once, Xiao Han Yin was the saintess of the Taiching sect. Unparalleled in beauty, with countless admirers, including Sun Weijia. For Xiao Han Yin, who was wholly devoted to her cultivation, romantic entanglements were merely distractions on the path to greatness. Reaching the pinnacle of the Tao was her singular focus. In her eyes, these suitors were nothing more than bothersome leeches, defeated foes on her path to advancement, stepping stones for her ascent. Sun Weijia, addressing her as Han Yin, made it seem as though they shared a close bond, which she found utterly unworthy of her attention. Had it not been for his status, she might have slapped him to the ground. Sun Weijia was undeterred by her coldness. Instead, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Xiao Han Yin remained unchanged, as if time had reverted to the past when she had sent him tumbling from the stage with a single blow. That strike not only defeated him, but also struck deeply into his heart, leading him to fall hopelessly in love with her. Determined to marry no one else, that he hoped that one day, his earnest feelings would move Xiao Han Yin, allowing him to win her heart. Evidently, this was merely Sun Weijia's unrequited affection. Xiao Han Yin paid him no mind. Taking her seat in the designated area for the Taiching sect, he asked the representative of the Royal Academy. Sun Weijia took his place accordingly. Jiang Haoming fixed his gaze on Li Yi, who was being led by Li Shuer, recalling the look in Li Yi's eyes from that day, filled with jealousy and gritted teeth. His recently restored teeth. Broken again, he must be targeting me. Sun Weijie scowled. You are a prince. You must maintain your image and demeanor. The do I need to teach you this? Jiang Haoming suppressed his jealousy, striving to maintain the regal composure befitting a prince. He is just a child. Besides, he is merely the saintess's brother, that I see that the saintess has a good relationship with him, that if you wish to be with the saintess, you better get on good terms with her little brother. Sun Weijie analyzed. The student understood. Jiang Haoming replied solemnly, acknowledging the reasoning, yet unable to suppress his envy. Having pursued Li Shuer for so long, he had never even been close enough to hold her hand, let alone approach her within a meter. Sun Weijie gazed at Xiao Hanyin, while Jiang Haoming's eyes remained fixed on Li Shuer, both teacher and student sharing a similar plight. Zhang Zuan quietly inquired of a disciple nearby. Have you found out who Li Yi is? During the last visit to Xiao Hanyin, they had reached a preliminary agreement. If Li Yi could indeed translate the entire text, the two sects would share the secrets, for which Baiyun Temple would also have to pay a price. Compared to the ancient scriptures, this price was negligible, that he had hoped to meet this talented individual, but Xiao Hanyin had declined, stating that Li Yi would naturally appear at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. Zhang Ziyuan was eager to discover Li Yi's identity, as such a prodigy was of paramount importance to Baiyun Temple that I have inquired. There is no disciple named Li Yi in the Taiching sect. But the saintess's brother is indeed that child, named Li Yi that a child. Zhang Zuan looked at Li Yi, who was being led by Li Shuer. Are you saying that this child translated the scriptures? I can't believe it. The Taiching sect presented it as such that I suspect they are using the child as a cover to obscure the truth, a mere decoy, the disciple speculated. The only question is, using a child to cover their tracks seems rather dismissive of Baiyun Temple, doesn't it? Zhang Ziyuan stroked his beard, nodding in agreement, pondering Xiao Hanyin's intentions. Could it be that Xiao Hanyin has ulterior motives, wishing to keep the ancient scriptures for herself and not share? Uncertain of Xiao Hanyin's true plans, he could only proceed with caution. Li Shuer, holding Li Yi's hand, took a seat beside Xiao Hanyin. Li Yi appeared listless, his eyes resembling those of a panda, making it hard to imagine what he had endured. 3 days. Do you know how I have spent these 3 days? The female disciples of Taiching sect appeared as if they had never encountered a man before, not even a young boy. Each of them, starved for attention, showered Li Yi with affection, playfully tugging and playfully nipping at him. It was evident that Li Yi, overwhelmed by the multitude of eager disciples vying for his company, could hardly keep up with their demands. That in a frenzy of desperation, they even resorted to queuing to ensure that each one had a chance to engage with him. There were several instances of jostling, leaving Li Yi bewildered by the countless times he had been touched, feeling as though a layer of his skin had been worn away. Among them, he found no semblance of privacy or security. The terrifying nature of women struck him profoundly. In that moment, Li Yi comprehended the philosophical tenet. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Tomorrow, he resolved to renounce the world and become a monk, distancing himself from women. The extent of a woman's insatiable thirst was unfathomable, to the point that even Li Yi's ancient sacred body could not withstand the onslaught, leaving him with dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Exchange Conference was underway, and Taiching sect maintained a cool and aloof public persona, embodying the grandeur of a major sect, thus refraining from any overt displays of affection towards Li Yi in front of the assembled multitude. Those with such thoughts could only suppress their desires. After a rare period of tranquility, Li gradually regained his composure, bolstered by the resilience of his ancient sacred body. Once he had adjusted his mental state, he sat upright, adorably perched beside Li Shuer. Although Li Shuer had initially wished to embrace him, she refrained, considering the potential repercussions. Let me hold you. I long to kiss you. This wretched martial arts exchange is preventing me from playing with the child. Yao Zhu exclaimed. Lie came to realize the privileges of youth. They truly took advantage of his childlike status, indulging in their whims at his expense. When I grow up, just wait and see who still dares to call me a child. Chapter 29. Beautiful senior, may I embrace you? The martial arts exchange commenced officially under Zhang Ziyuan's guidance. Talented individuals from various sects elucidated their insights into martial arts, engaging in demonstrations and contests. The exchange primarily focused on sharing knowledge, showcasing various techniques, and favoring the performance of martial arts skills. Each individual's understanding of martial arts was unique, leading to spirited debates akin to a competitive discourse. As discussions intensified, it became apparent that one's comprehension of martial arts was a test of innate talent, crucial for cultivation. Thus, this gathering was essentially a contest of ability. Talented disciples from various sects took to the stage, some presenting their sect's martial techniques, extolling their virtues, and engaging in friendly competitions with others. That Li Shuer, observing the endearingly obedient Li beside her, revealed a gentle smile beneath her veil. She understood that his amiability was meant to bolster her image as an elder sister. Sparing her from any trouble, the martial arts exchange reached a fever pitch. The minor talents had showcased their skills, paving the way for the main event featuring true prodigies. Xiao Hanyin cast a glance at Li Shuer, signaling her to be prepared. "When I take the stage, you must remain as well-behaved as you are now," she advised gently. "Yes, I will be good. You can rest assured, sister," Li Yi replied with a nod of compliance. "Rest easy, holy maiden. I shall take good care of the young one." Yao Zhu interjected. Li Shuer regarded Yao Zhu with suspicion. This individual was far too enthusiastic towards Li Yi, and she feared he might be spirited away. Turning to Xiao Hanyin, she requested, "Please keep an eye on Li Yi." Reflecting on the past few days, she felt uneasy leaving him in the hands of those elder sisters and disciples. Xiao Hanyin seemed a safer choice. Initially, Xiao Hanyin intended to decline, wondering why the esteemed leader of Taiqing sect should babysit a child. Yet upon catching sight of Li Yi's large, innocent eyes and cherubic face, she found him irresistibly adorable. Even the icy facade of Xiao Hanyin's heart began to thaw at the sight of this charming little creature. What an infuriating sensation. Is this child somehow bewitching? She pondered, concealed by her veil. She maintained her aloof demeanor, merely nodding without uttering a word. As the martial arts exchange reached its pinnacle, the attention of the crowd shifted towards Li Shuer, Jiang Haoming, and others. These were the top talents, undeniably the focal point of the event. That must be the holy maiden of Taiqing sect. Though veiled, I wager she is extraordinarily beautiful, and the sect leader is surely not inferior. Must one be an unparalleled beauty to lead Taiqing sect? Is there any need for wagers? After all, her face has been revealed before. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to earn her favor this time. Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible. And keep your hands to yourself. Who is that child? A boy. Li stood out among the throng of female disciples at Taiqing sect. That I heard he is the holy maiden's younger brother. He is likely a prodigy as well. Why do I find this child rather handsome? To think a child could be so striking. Am I hallucinating? With such a striking appearance, how could the holy maiden's brother be any less? Wait, why are you so fixated on the holy maiden's brother? The exchanges grew fervent on stage, while fervent discussions erupted off stage. Various rumors and gossip spread like wildfire, with each retelling morphing the tale into something unrecognizable. Li Shuer sensed it was time and gracefully ascended the stage. Her toes barely touching the ground as she floated onto the martial arts arena, captivating the audience. She appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens. Silence enveloped the crowd, their discussions abruptly halting in respect for Li Shuer. Upon witnessing her ascend, Jiang Haoming could no longer contain himself and joined her on stage. Li found little interest in the proceedings. For someone endowed with supreme comprehension, these exchanges resembled mere child's play. In terms of martial prowess, they could hardly compare to the insights he gleaned effortlessly. Bored, he stifled a yawn, only to suddenly notice a gaze filled with ill intent directed at him. Turning, he saw the female disciples, who, upon Li Shuer's departure, fixated their hungry eyes upon him, as if they wished to devour him whole. Such a stare startled Li Yi, who, still a child, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Shifting closer to Xiao Hanyin, he realized that only she could intimidate these ravenous disciples. That I am but a child. I cannot withstand such overwhelming attention. Xiao Hanyin raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing at the group of female disciples. Their eyes widened at her scrutiny, causing them to straighten up and behave, as if engaged in a solemn discussion of martial arts. Li exhaled in relief. It was indeed Xiao Hanyin's formidable presence that provided him with a sense of security. Xiao Hanyin, perplexed by the attention directed at a mere child, wondered what made him so captivating. Casting a fleeting glance at Li Yi, she quickly averted her gaze, dismissing the thought. Noticing Li Yi drawing nearer, Xiao Hanyan was uncertain of his intentions but felt a flicker of excitement and anticipation within her. A peculiar sensation. Xiao Hanyan scolded herself for her recent odd behavior. How had she become so strangely affected? Dismissing such thoughts, she reminded herself that after hundreds of years of maintaining a tranquil heart, her composure should not be so easily shaken. Yet, Li still felt the insatiable gazes of the female disciples lingering on him. Nestling closer to Xiao Hanyan, he devised a plan. With her by his side, who would dare to pursue him? Moreover, as the sect leader, Xiao Hanyan possessed a formidable mindset, impervious to the allure that rendered others vulnerable. Throughout this time, had Xiao Hanyan ever displayed any of the same reactions as those girls? The answer was no. She remained steadfast, just as she had been upon their first meeting, cold and proud. It was evident that she was truly a top-tier powerhouse, her composure unaffected even by the extraordinary charm bestowed upon her by the system. This was the essence of a true stronghold. In the embrace of such a formidable figure, Li Yi felt utterly safe. Even as the fervent female disciples clamored around him like a whirlpool, in a childlike manner, he displayed his adorable side, skillfully employing a technique he had mastered. "Senior, you are so beautiful. Will my sister become as lovely as you in the future?" Typically, Xiao Hanyan would not entertain a child's inquiries, yet gazing into Li Yi's sparkling eyes, a long-buried tenderness surged within her. This warmth melted the icy core of Xiao Hanyan's heart, as if she were transforming. "Yes," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Though she appeared unchanged, deep within, a profound transformation had taken place. Yet, regardless of the change, this was the essence of who Xiao Hanyan was. "Beautiful senior, may I embrace you?" Xiao Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Li Yi to make such a request. Instantly, her mind raced, and she did not consider outright refusal. Though she wished to decline, her reasons were not rooted in disinterest or dislike for Li Yi, nor was it due to her persona forbidding such actions. Rather, it was the presence of so many onlookers that rendered the situation awkward. However, upon witnessing Li Yi's large, starry eyes, her heart softened, in a moment of impulse, she found herself uttering a single word: "Okay." Chapter 30. The world may crumble, but Li Yi must not perish. Okay. The instant Xiao Hanyan uttered that word, she was taken aback by her own agreement. Did I truly just consent? The utterance of that word was instinctive. Deep within Xiao Hanyan's subconscious, there resided an unspoken agreement. Yet in that moment, gazing upon Li Yi's adorable, captivating eyes, which resembled the enchanting hues of a Karzalan, reaching out for a hug, Xiao Hanyan found it exceedingly difficult to resist the urge. Almost impossible to decline that it was merely a child in need of an embrace. It was hardly a significant matter. She extended her arms, lifted Li Yi, and settled them upon her lap. A wave of tenderness surged within Xiao Hanyan as she beheld the cherubic figure of Li Yi, so small and endearing, nestled against her. Unable to contain her affection any longer, she playfully pinched his chubby little cheek. Li exclaimed, "There are always troublesome beings seeking to pinch my face. Let me remind you, you are the esteemed leader of Tai Ching's sect, the paragon of aloofness. You must maintain your composure and cannot descend to the level of those frightful female disciples." Raising his gaze, he could not see Xiao Hanyan's face, only the resplendent adornments upon her head, her visage obscured by two towering peaks. From a distance, they seemed grand, yet sitting upon Xiao Hanyan's lap revealed their magnificent stature, an imposing presence, a grandeur of epic proportions. Xiao Hanyan embodied the essence of frugality, a model sect leader who led by example. Why such thriftiness, one might wonder? With a figure like hers, there was no need to fret about food falling to the ground during meals. Was it not the epitome of resourcefulness? Pray tell, which young man could refuse a virtuous girl who embodies such principles of economy? Under the blazing sun, the toil is profound, with each drop of sweat. The grains are earned with effort. Li tilted his head back, finally catching a glimpse of Xiao Hanyan's veiled face, still as icy and unyielding as a glacier, her eyes betraying no shift in emotion. Sighing with relief, he realized that his fears were unfounded. This was merely an unexpected occurrence. Xiao Hanyan, after all, was the epitome of devotion to her craft, a role model who strictly forbade any romantic entanglements between men and women. Did I not see correctly? The sect leader is indeed playing with little E. Surely, I must be hallucinating or lost in a dream. Little E is so well-behaved. The sect leader must harbor some fondness for him. Alas, I wish to hold him. As Li rested in the sect leader's embrace, the other female disciples were enveloped in a frenzy of envy, yet they could only gaze longingly, noticing the seething expressions on the faces of those female disciples. Li breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his cleverness in seeking refuge in Xiao Hanyan's arms. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Xiao Hanyan gently pinched Li Yi's plump little face. The sensation exactly as delightful as she had imagined, leaving her yearning for more, that a profound and indescribable affection towards Li Yi blossomed within her, warming her heart and filling her with joy at the sight of him. For centuries, Xiao Hanyan's heart had felt encased in ice, yet for the first time, it had begun to thaw. It was hard to fathom what had transpired in these few days. She had only known this child for 3 days. Yet she had never experienced such feelings before. She wished to accompany Li Yi, to silently observe him as he ran about, growing little by little, witnessing his development. It was a truly wondrous sentiment. Could it be maternal love? A terrifying thought crept into Xiao Hanyan's mind as she gazed at the child in her arms. Raising such a child would surely be an intriguing endeavor. Setting aside these troubling thoughts, she sought to calm her restless heart and quietly nurture the child. Adjusting Li Yi's position, she allowed him to lean against her chest, her hand resting on the armrest, propping her head lazily, quietly watching the ongoing exchange. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, at the Royal Academy's arena, on what grounds? How dare that little brat? Sun Weijin nearly shouted, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Li Yi nestled in Xiao Hanyan's embrace. He stood up, palms pressed against the railing, unable to contain his agitation. In that moment, he could not maintain his composure. All notions of decorum and royal etiquette were cast aside. His mind was consumed with the question of how Li Yi had the audacity to sit in Xiao Hanyan's lap. That was Xiao Hanyan, his dream goddess. Even in sleep, he would only dare to cast a distant glance and feel satisfied. Yet now, this little brat had the audacity to occupy her embrace in his heart. Xiao Hanyan was a figure of sanctity, untouchable. No one was worthy of approaching her, least of all himself, and especially not a mere infant. Such a perfect Xiao Hanyan could not be sullied. Yet Li Yi had shattered that illusion, tainting his idealized goddess with the presence of a child. No. Sun Weijin's heart roared in protest, as he threw his head back in a howl of despair, unable to accept that he had been outdone by a mere child. What right did that child possess? In that moment, the familiar tune echoed in his mind, snowflakes fluttering, the northern wind howling. Noticing the commotion at the Royal Academy, many curious gazes turned towards them, bewildered at the spectacle. What had transpired? Had Sun Weijin lost his composure? Jiang Haoming turned to observe Sun Weijin, pondering the cause of his current state, reminiscent of his own experience not long ago. Could it be? Casting a glance towards the Taiching sect's audience section, and upon seeing Li Yi nestled in Xiao Hanyan's lap, Jiang Haoming understood everything. It appeared that Sun Weijin was undergoing a similar ordeal, and he instantly empathized with his feelings. However, who was it that had spoken of decorum earlier? Who had said that it was merely a child, and that there was no need to feel jealous of him? One ought to advise the teacher that Li Yi was the younger brother of Xiao Hanyan's disciple. It was prudent to cultivate a good relationship. He had expected the teacher to possess a more expansive mindset. Yet it seemed he was not so different after all. Still, that Li Yi was indeed insufferable. Recalling the day when Li Yi had deliberately looked at him, it had been a clear display of boasting. He could not comprehend what charm Li Yi possessed. He could understand why Li Shuer was enamored, as he was Li Shuer's brother, but Xiao Hanyan's infatuation defied all logic. Was it not inconsistent with her character? Had the goddesses collectively succumbed? What was this little brat's background? At that moment, Li Yi became the object of envy for all the men present. Had each one been permitted to stab him, they would have turned him into a pulp. In the hearts of all men present, this 1-year-old child had become a common enemy. The world could perish, but Li Yi must die. Noticing the malevolent stares directed at him, Li Yi fearfully clung tighter to Xiao Hanyan, seeking solace in her embrace. He could not fathom why they regarded him with such animosity. What ill intentions could a mere child possess? Xiao Hanyin mused, is this child cold? I must ensure he does not catch a chill. With utmost care, Xiao Hanyin tightened her hold on Li Yi, allowing him to feel a wave of warmth and a subtle fragrance. Having performed these gestures, Xiao Hanyin maintained an outward calm, yet internally, she brimmed with tenderness. It was as though she were experiencing a unique form of maternal affection towards Li Yi. Witnessing Xiao Hanyin's actions, many were left in a state of uproar. Particularly Sun Weijie, whose eyes were flushed, as if afflicted by a sudden ailment, that I cannot coexist with this child. Chapter 31. Just 1 year old, and still unweaned, the exchange meeting, with the arrival of geniuses, such as Li Shuer. The atmosphere reached its zenith at that moment. The speaker was a young prodigy of swordsmanship, the vice leader of the Yu Mountain Sword sect, Yu Yangchen. Although the Yu Mountain Sword sect did not rival the Taiqing sect in the Great Qian dynasty, it was nonetheless a first-rate sect with a profound legacy. Yu Yangchen represented the hope of the current generation of the Yu Mountain Sword sect, having mastered the true teachings of the Yu Mountain Sword technique from a young age. He had already made a name for himself that in addition to the Yu Mountain Sword technique, he had also created his own sword style, aspiring to carve his own path in the realm of swordsmanship. Though still young, with a long journey ahead, his current achievements placed him among the elite of his generation, with few peers able to compare. During this exchange meeting, the only one capable of threatening Li Shuer's position as the foremost was none other than Yu Yangchen. Eagerly anticipating a match with Li Shuer, a kindred spirit among prodigies, he believed that only through battling equals could he achieve new breakthroughs. Saintus, it has been a long time. I have long awaited the opportunity to spar with you. And today, it seems I finally have the chance. Yu Yangchen bowed respectfully. I too look forward to our match. Vice Leader Yu Li Shuer replied coolly. Vice Leader Yu, I have heard that you have combined the Yu Mountain Sword technique to comprehend a brand new sword style. Perhaps you could showcase it for everyone at this martial arts exchange? Jiang Haoming suggested, closing his folding fan. Yu Yangchen responded, that was precisely my intention. I would like to invite everyone present to offer their insights. Yu Yangchen positioned himself at the center of the martial arts arena, and the crowd parted to grant him space, eagerly awaiting his demonstration of swordsmanship. The excited chatter among the audience gradually subsided, as they turned their attention to Yu Yangchen, anticipating the display of this swordsmanship prodigy's self-created technique. Creating one's own sword style requires an exceptionally high comprehension of swordsmanship. Such talents are exceedingly rare, especially considering Yu Yangchen was merely in his early 20s. Although he had built upon the existing Yu Mountain Sword technique, the feat was still remarkably rare and indicative of a promising future. Yu Yangchen drew his long sword and began to showcase his technique. All eyes were fixed upon him, observing his swordplay, and many spectators displayed expressions of astonishment. That it was indeed exquisite. No wonder Yu Yangchen was hailed as a genius of swordsmanship. To possess such innate talent for the sword indicated that the Yu Mountain sect had a bright future ahead. While the shadow of the Yu Mountain Sword technique was discernible, to achieve such a level was a rare accomplishment. The elders of the Yu Mountain sect chuckled heartily, stroking their beards with expressions of pride, thoroughly satisfied with Yu Yangchen's performance. This was not merely a display by Yu Yangchen. It was a representation of the entire Yu Mountain sect. At that moment, every member of the sect felt a surge of pride. After concluding a set of sword techniques, Yu Yangchen sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to the onlookers, requesting their guidance. Although he phrased it as a plea for mentorship, an air of arrogance radiated from his face. Convinced that none could unravel his swordplay, at least not among his peers, this confidence stemmed from his status as a prodigy of swordsmanship. While uncertain of his overall strength amongst his contemporaries, in the realm of swordsmanship, Yu Yangchen possessed absolute assurance that he raised his head high, surveying the assembly of talented individuals before him, silently inviting their critique. Li Shuer, not well-versed in swordplay as she did not wield a sword herself, pondered how to counter Yu Yangchen's techniques. Her prowess exceeded his, yet the martial arts exchange was not merely a test of brute strength, but an exploration of the essence of martial arts, requiring one to counter each move. Faced with an unfamiliar sword technique, she was cautious and refrained from making any rash moves. Jiang Haoming also held back, as they were all esteemed figures. A loss would bring shame. So it was prudent to wait for others to test the waters first. I shall measure my skills against you, declared a swordsman, stepping forward to engage Yu Yangchen. Please, Yu Yangchen gestured courteously, and the two took their positions at the center of the arena to begin their contest. The clash of their blades produced a symphony of sparks, as Yu Yangchen immediately showcased an overwhelming dominance. Though his opponent exhibited commendable swordplay, ignorance of Yu Yangchen's unique style proved detrimental, and with inferior talent. He found himself thoroughly suppressed that in fewer than 10 exchanges. He was defeated. Gasp. I never anticipated that Yu Yangchen's self-created sword techniques would be so formidable. Such talent, we cannot even compare, the onlookers exclaimed, their admiration palpable. Among the younger generation, feelings of inadequacy grew, but the seasoned masters, like Xiao Hanyan, recognized Yu Yangchen's naivety. They could discern the fatal flaws in his self-styled sword techniques. Nonetheless, Yu Yangchen's achievements at such a young age were a testament to his talent and dedication. The older masters remained silent. It would be beneath them to engage in a contest meant for the youth, lest they appear to be bullying a child. That a hush fell over the crowd. As no one dared to challenge Yu Yangchen again, the previous defeat fresh in their minds, that Lie, with wide eyes, turned to Xiao Hanyan and innocently inquired, "Senior, is this swordplay truly impressive?" In the stillness of the arena, his voice stood out starkly. The crowd, bemused by the question from a mere child, thought it best for him to return home for milk. Xiao Hanyan typically spoke little, often choosing to ignore trivial inquiries from others. But in response to Li, she patiently articulated, to create a set of sword techniques at such a young age based on the Yu Mountain sword techniques is indeed a rare talent. Few can achieve this. The swordplay itself is adequate. Her words, though succinct, carried weight, surpassing the sum of her usual daily dialogue. Despite her usual aloof demeanor, she did not treat Li with the same icy indifference. This seemingly straightforward commentary ignited a considerable stir. Xiao Hanyan, a top-tier expert of the Dacian dynasty, had her talents beyond question. Receiving her affirmation was a significant endorsement of Yu Yangchen's abilities and efforts. "Is that so?" Li pondered, placing a finger in his mouth and chewing on it, embodying the innocence of a child. After a brief moment of contemplation, he expressed his view, "But I find it rather ordinary. I don't see what makes it exceptional, only that it has many flaws." Fatal flaws, that Li's surprising declaration drew the attention of the crowd, who regarded him with skepticism, even amusement, that a mere child claiming to understand swordplay. What a jest! If this child truly understood, I would eat this sword right here, such was their confidence. Yu Yangchen's brow furrowed slightly, displeasure flickering in his gaze at Li, whose words rendered his painstakingly developed techniques worthless, inciting his irritation. Despite this, he maintained decorum and inquired of Li, "Oh, so you are well-versed in swordplay. May I ask how old you are? Are all your teeth fully grown?" Li huffed, puffing out his chest as he replied in a childish tone. "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old who knows nothing? I'm 1 year old and still nursing, so of course my teeth aren't all in yet." The crowd erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves. This child, so boldly articulating such thoughts, left them momentarily lacking in confidence, momentarily mistaking him for the legendary Tianshan Tonglao. This little fellow, not only toothless but still nursing, making such a declaration was a source of both embarrassment and amusement. "What do you know about swordplay, little brat? You ought to go home and drink your mother's milk," some jested. "Indeed, matters of adults are not for children to meddle in," others added. That Li retorted, "You all said that. Dante blamed me for being heartless." Turning to Xiao Hanyan, he declared, "Senior, I'm hungry. I want milk." Xiao Hanyan was taken aback, her mind racing to comprehend his request. Did he mean to ask her for milk? She had never been a mother, and though her figure was striking, she had no milk to offer him. How could he be so forward? The crowd, meanwhile, was in an uproar, baffled by Li's audacity. Did he truly think he could ask Xiao Hanyan for such a thing? As the commotion escalated, Yuzhu interjected, "Master, allow me to take care of little E. I can feed him." Xiao Hanyan's eyes widened in surprise. Questioning Yuzhu, "How can you feed him?" Yuzhu quickly clarified, producing a bottle filled with animal milk. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Hanyan. She initially misinterpreted Li's request, leading her thoughts astray. That Li, aware of the gaze of the female disciples fixated upon him like predators, knew that if they got their hands on him, he would surely find himself with dark circles under his eyes come morning. "That I want the beautiful senior to feed me," he boldly stated. "Come here, little one. Don't cause trouble for the master," Yuzhu urged, startled by Li's audacity in suggesting such a thing. Everyone present was astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Was Xiao Hanyin truly going to feed Li Yi? This was inconceivable. The Xiao Hanyin they knew could never stoop to such an act. Sun Weijin nearly choked on his own blood, kneeling in disbelief. Howling at the heavens, as snowflakes fell and the northern winds howled. Xiao Hanyin picked up the bottle with a languid grace and offered it to Li Yi. He eagerly took the bottle and began to drink, casting a glance at the onlookers. That one look incited a wave of murderous intent among them. This child must be silenced. What kind of expression was that? Was he flaunting his victory? Though it may appear that one has triumphed in a verbal sparring match. In truth, it is a loss in the grand scheme of life that Li Yi's maneuver can be likened to a dagger plunged deep into the hearts of his adversaries, inciting a fervor of jealousy among them. On the surface, Xiao Hanyin exhibits an air of calm. Yet within, ripples of turmoil stir, as her self-proclaimed motherly love surges forth. Beneath her veil, her lips curve into a rare, benevolent smile that has not been seen in centuries. Though it remains concealed from the eyes of others, even from Xiao Hanyin herself, I swear stands in shock, pondering how her master has shown such favor towards little E, perhaps even more than towards herself. Having joined the Taiching sect at a young age and been designated as the Holy Maiden, she has never once been embraced by her master. It seems her master holds a fondness for little E, and perhaps he might even break tradition to accept him as a disciple. An auspicious turn of events that Lie, recalling the flaws he has discerned in the Yang Morning Sword technique, reflects on the earlier discussions he overheard at the Li family estate, where it was mentioned that he grasped the fundamentals of swordplay with a mere glance, subsequently refining them, a testament to his extraordinary talent in the sword arts. Perhaps, just perhaps, he has indeed identified the shortcomings of the Yang Morning Sword technique. Little E. Li Shuer inquires, how did you perceive the flaws in the sword technique? Well, I simply looked, Li responds nonchalantly. Ah, what a child. Yang Chen chuckles. Surely the Holy Maiden does not believe that a mere child could detect the flaws in my sword technique. Li Shuer clarifies for the onlookers, what you may not know is that little E is my brother, possessing talent on par with mine. However, he excels in swordsmanship, his potential surpassing my own, thus I trust him. Despite her words, the crowd remains skeptical, unable to fathom that a mere toddler could comprehend the intricacies of swordplay. Since you claim to see the flaws in the sword technique, you must be familiar with its nuances. Li Shuer continues. Upon hearing her encouragement, Li comprehends her intent and replies, of course, it was simple enough. I learned it with just a glance. He raises his chin with a hint of pride. Li Shuer proposes, since they are doubtful, why not demonstrate your prowess for them? Show them what a true genius of swordsmanship looks like. Since you've asked, I suppose I shall oblige, Li Yi agrees. And the sibling duo harmonizes perfectly, leaving no room for anyone else to interject. With that, Li Shuer ascends to the audience stands, addressing her master. Master, I will take little E to the arena. Thank you for your patience. Xiao Hanyin offers a subtle nod, understanding Li Shuer's nature of not engaging in actions without certainty. Though the situation seems far-fetched, she trusts Li Shuer and, more importantly, Li Yi. This trust emanates from the heart. Irrespective of differing views, Li Shuer carries Li Yi to the martial arts arena, where he approaches Yang Chen and boldly requests, allow me to wield your sword. Yang Chen laughs, bemused by the child's naivety. My sword possesses sentience. It acknowledges its master and cannot be wielded by others. That if you are capable, feel free to take it. That is your own claim, Li Yi retorts, twisting his neck. Recognition of a master is a concept reserved for mortals like you. In the realm of swordsmanship, such limitations do not exist. Yang Chen awaits the spectacle, knowing that a sword bound to its master cannot be manipulated by another. Any forceful attempt would result in backlash against the wielder. Li Yi reaches out, placing his hand upon Yang Chen's sword, and with a gentle pull, he draws it forth. What? How could you possibly extract my sword? Yang Chen exclaims, astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he gazes at Li Yi. Li Yi merely huffs, not deigning to respond, instead inspecting the sword in his grasp. That it is a decent blade, endowed with sentience, yet it pales in comparison to the Fei Shue's sword, only marginally serviceable. While a sword bound to its master cannot be wielded by others, it is also subject to the capabilities of the wielder. With his innate sword aura entwined around the blade, Li Yi compels it to recognize who is truly worthy of being its master. shattering the bonds of ownership and rendering it willing to be wielded by him. This is impossible. Yang Chen watches in disbelief as his sword seemingly cooperates with Li Yi. You are my sword. Before my very eyes, you align yourself with another. And worse still, you do so willingly, even preferring to comply with him. Such treatment is something he has never experienced. This sword is one of the esteemed blades of the Newfound sect. And even a swordsmanship prodigy like Yang Chen had to endure a lengthy period of trials before gaining its acknowledgement and recognition as its master. Yet here stands an outsider, using it as he pleases. Rendering all of his prior efforts a mere joke, a swordsman like Yang Chen. A sword is akin to a beloved spouse. Witness his wife being casually used by another, and to see her comply more readily than when he wields her, is akin to a slap in the face. Not only Yang Chen, but all present are struck with astonishment, particularly the members of the Newfound sect. They are well aware that Yang Chen's sword recognizes its master. How is it that Li Yi can wield it? What peculiar quality does this boy possess? Li Yi feels the sword's eagerness, yearning to dance in harmony with him. Be wielded by Li Yi is an honor for the sword. And Li Yi, of course, does not intend to disappoint it. He takes it and displays his prowess before its rightful master. The only issue lies in the fact that the sword size is somewhat disproportionate to the diminutive Li Yi, creating a rather comical sight, yet it does not hinder Li Yi's demonstration of swordplay. With the sword's sentience, there is no need for Li Yi to exert force to lift it. The blade resonates with his intentions, executing his commands seamlessly, in the next moment. Li Yi effortlessly showcases Yang Chen's original sword techniques, embodying them with grace and fluidity, exhibiting a level of mastery that surpasses even Yang Chen himself. Complete with subtle modifications that enhance the techniques to perfection. While he had intended to present the techniques as they were, his innate pursuit of perfection in swordsmanship compels him to rectify any perceived flaws. As the onlookers witness Li Yi's fluid and masterful demonstration, their jaws drop in disbelief, staring at him as if he were a fool. Upon concluding his performance, Li Yi sheathes the sword, which quivers slightly. Seemingly delighted by the display, in that moment, they truly believe that Li Yi possesses genuine skill. However, the conundrum remains. Li Yi had merely glanced at the technique and lacks understanding of its incantations or cultivation secrets. Logically, even if he were exceptionally gifted, merely seeing the techniques should not have allowed him to replicate them so flawlessly. Why then does he execute them with such finesse? Even more astonishing is that he surpasses Yang Chen, exhibiting greater proficiency and even making improvements. After all, he is but a child of merely 1 year. How can this be considered a mere 1-year-old child? This is simply preposterous. At this moment, the most flustered is Yang Chen, who has toiled for years perfecting his swordplay, only to have it effortlessly appropriated by a mere toddler. His own sword wielded better than he could manage is a bitter pill to swallow. Taking a step back as if struck by fear, he stumbles and falls onto the ground. Who? What manner of creature are you? Yang Chen demands, incredulous. Humph. Li lets out a haughty snort, dismissing the inquiry, for his prowess is beyond the comprehension of mere commoners like them. Now do you realize my might? Li raises his head with pride, returning the sword to Yang Chen. Train diligently. Do not squander this fine sword, and do not trouble yourself with me, in the realm of swordsmanship. You shall never catch up to my pace. He clasps his hands behind his back, assuming an air of superiority. The once astonished crowd now perceives this child as insufferably arrogant, a brat begging for a reprimand for his ostentation. Li muses, if I possess a system and do not flaunt it, what purpose does it serve? Being audacious brings me joy. A day without boasting leaves me feeling unwell. The essence of life lies in the unending pursuit of grandiosity. A life devoid of such is incomplete and devoid of delight. I swear, observing her brother's posture of self-importance, cannot help but chuckle. My little brother is truly adorable. At this moment, the holy maiden smile goes unnoticed. As the crowd's attention is entirely fixated on Li Yi, Xiao Hanyan, rarely seen without her languid demeanor, now stands alert, realizing why Li Shuer is so confident. Li Yi's extraordinary talent is astonishing, even beyond her own expectations. What Li Yi has accomplished is something even she, at the level of a martial sovereign, cannot replicate. This child is destined to become a top-tier talent that will surpass her. How utterly exceptional he is. Among geniuses, there exists a disparity. Now, I comprehend the truth that in stark contrast to their earlier intent to eliminate Li Yi, they now recognize that this little brat is the true genius. Such an unprecedented prodigy is a treasure to be cherished by any sect. If Li Yi were a disciple of their sect, they would send the most beautiful disciples to care for him, even allowing him to ride on their heads if he so wished. Were Li Yi to express a desire to lead, there would be no need to wait until tomorrow. They would immediately cede their positions. The Taiqing sect is indeed a grand sect, blessed with extraordinary fortune, first with Li Shuer, and now with Li Yi. How can the other sects possibly compete? Li Yi, with his little legs, scurries back to Li Shuer and exclaims, "Sister, am I impressive?" Li Shuer smiles and affectionately ruffles his hair, praising, "Little Yi is the most impressive." She then scoops him up, turning to Yang Chun, and asks, "So, do you now believe that my brother is a genius of swordsmanship?" Not only was it directed at Yang Chun, but it was also meant for everyone present. The earlier voices that had doubted Li Yi were abruptly silenced, that Li was not merely a genius in the sword arts. He was a prodigy. Nay, even more than that, I believe it. Yang Chun, disheartened, picked up his sword, and upon touching it, he felt its disdain, as if it were saying, "Look at how others wield me. Learn from them that I in that moment." Yang Chun's resolve shattered. And Li Yi became the demon in his heart. Li Shuer inquired, "Is there anyone still exchanging martial arts?" Once Li Yi made his appearance, who would dare show themselves? Without a doubt, Li Yi was the foremost figure in this martial arts exchange. Zhang Zuan came back to his senses, recalling the translation of ancient scriptures. It could very well be this young man, a prodigy indeed. He proclaimed, "I announce that the leader of this martial arts exchange is from the Taiqing sect." Li Yi. This result was indisputable that I certainly do not wish to be the leader. Li modestly declined the position, expressing no interest that I did not participate in the martial arts exchange. It was my sister who urged me to take the stage. I cannot compare to her prowess. Thus the leader should rightfully be my sister. Zhang Zuan coughed awkwardly. Other geniuses were striving to achieve this title. Yet this child, Li Yi, seemed utterly indifferent that I asked this what it means to be a genius. To Li Yi, the title of leader was merely a superfluous label. This time, the leader is Li Shuer of the Taiqing sect. Though it seemed somewhat hasty, there was no other option. Li Yi had spoken. "You little rascal, you've brought me your older sister such fortune." Li Shuer was at a loss for words. Her brother was simply too extraordinary. "I promise to protect you, dear sister," Li Yi replied innocently. To Li Shuer felt a warmth in her heart. With such a brother, she needed nothing more. "Well then, I shall rely on you to protect me from now on," she said gently as she embraced Li Yi and withdrew to the audience. "Master." Xiao Hanyan nodded slightly to Li Shuer, acknowledging her performance, while casting a meaningful glance at Li Yi in her arms. After this incident, everyone believed Li Yi to be a disciple of the Taiqing sect. Though in truth, he was not. Contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to recruit Li Yi into the Taiqing sect, they could not afford to let such a talent slip by. The question was, who would take him as a disciple? Xiao Hanyan had this very thought, yet doing so would make her the first sect leader in history to accept a male disciple, breaking an unwritten rule. But for a genius like Li Yi, it was worth such a deviation. Accepting Li Yi as a disciple was solely due to his extraordinary talent, nothing more. Zhang Guanju, regarding the translation of ancient scriptures. "Has anyone been designated to observe?" A sect leader reminded him. Zhang Zuan smacked his forehead. Having been too focused on Li Yi to remember this matter, he announced, "The only one who has met our requirements for translation is Li Yi of the Taiqing sect." The crowd erupted in astonishment, gasps of disbelief filling the air. "What? Again Li Yi? This boy is simply too remarkable. Are you saying a child can comprehend ancient scriptures?" Let us not forget, earlier he demonstrated an understanding of sword techniques. Mastering Yang Chun's style at a glance that I genuinely believe he might be capable. This child is terrifying. Not only is his talent in swordsmanship exceptional, but he can also translate ancient texts. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of some great being? Given Li Yi's prodigious abilities, many speculated he might be an ancient monster reborn. Li interjected, "What reincarnation? I am merely an ordinary child who enjoys drinking milk." What kind of prodigy has the Taiqing sect taken in? The gazes of envy from various sects turned crimson, lamenting that this genius was not among their ranks. Zhang Zuan gradually announced the remaining 9 individuals qualified to view the complete ancient scriptures. You may accompany me to the loft to examine them. Zhang Zuan personally led the group to a loft, guiding those qualified to ascend and view the ancient scriptures, aware that these ancient texts were esoteric and difficult to interpret. Most attendees merely sought to make a name for themselves at the exchange, the AS for the ancient scriptures. They would memorize what they could and take it back to their sects for study. Zhang Zuan felt a sense of triumph, relieved that he had previously established a partnership with Xiao Hanyin, fostering a positive relationship with the Taiching sect. This was indeed fortuitous, and now it seemed the benefits far outweighed the value of the ancient scriptures. All attention was on Li Yi as they observed his reaction upon encountering the complete ancient texts. Within the loft, Zhang Zuan activated the formation. Such important texts naturally required protective arrays. Once the formation was initiated, ancient characters floated in the air, arranged to form the entirety of the ancient scriptures. The space was filled with a dense array of suspended ancient characters, meticulously organized. This was a projection of the text. While the original manuscript was securely protected by Baiyun Temple to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from stealing it. Upon seeing these cryptic ancient characters, everyone present felt a headache coming on, utterly unable to comprehend them. They could only attempt to memorize the shapes of the characters, but ancient texts were notoriously difficult to memorize. Li gazed at the characters, likening the experience to learning Tibetan script for the first time. Where they all appeared similar, as he tried to memorize them, confusion ensued, leading him to abandon the effort. The time allotted to view the complete ancient scriptures was 3 hours. Li Shuer took Li Yi by the hand. Her task was to ensure he saw everything. Given Li Yi's talent, translation should be a breeze for him. Moreover, having reached an agreement with Baiyun Temple, they would provide Li Yi with the original manuscript to assist in his translation. So Li Shuer felt no pressure. Li began to study the ancient scriptures from the beginning, his linguistic proficiency coming into play. After merely glancing at the text, the translations automatically surged into his mind. Within half an hour, Li had perused the entirety of the ancient scriptures and committed the translations to memory. This indeed was a cultivation method. Historically, the ancient era marked a peak in cultivation. With countless powerful beings, the techniques and martial arts left behind from that time were all extraordinarily formidable, sought after by many. This particular cultivation method was no exception. Should one master it, their cultivation would surely advance exponentially. Breaking through previous limits, Li marveled at the potency of the cultivation method, finding that by integrating it with the free and unfettered technique, his training speed had increased several-fold, even exceeding tenfold. His progress was akin to an unstoppable primal beast on a rampage. Before long, Li Yi attained the rank of a 4-star martial apprentice. If this pace continued, he would undoubtedly reach the martial master realm in less than 10 days. A 1-year-old martial master, Li Yi felt indifferent, oblivious to the astonishment it would evoke in others, likely leaving them slack-jawed. "How is it, little one? Can you translate it?" Li Shuer quietly inquired, that Li confidently affirmed with a nod. Hearing Li Yi's confirmation, Li Shuer sighed in relief. As long as he could translate it, all was well. Zhang Zuan stood nearby, observing Li Yi's confident demeanor, feeling reassured that he eagerly anticipated the contents of the ancient scriptures based on Li Yi's earlier translations, which were likely to pertain to cultivation methods from the ancient era. Undoubtedly remarkable. 3 hours flew by for these geniuses, who were anxiously scratching their heads, as memorizing the content in such a short time was utterly insufficient. 3 months would be more reasonable. For Li Yi, however, 3 hours felt excessively long. He nearly dozed off. After reviewing the ancient scriptures, Zhang Zuan deactivated the formation and led everyone outside as the martial arts exchange concluded. The various sects departed from Baiyun Temple. The main entourage of the Taiching sect left, with Xiao Hanyin personally escorting Li Shuer and Li Yi back to Baiyun Temple. Zhang Zuan had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Xiao Hanyin return in person, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All is well. Please follow me." Zhang Zuan led the group back to the loft, where only 5 people remained, all of whom were his most trusted individuals. For something as valuable as the ancient scriptures, the fewer people who knew, the better. Zhang Zuan produced the original scroll of the scriptures, unfurling it and presenting it to Li Yi for inspection. "Do you think you can translate it? How long will it take?" Everyone's gaze was fixed on Li Yi, It was hard to believe that a mere child possessed such capability that Li glanced at the original ancient scriptures, confirming they matched what he had seen in the loft. Once assured, he stated, "I have already translated it while in the loft. This is unnecessary." The crowd stared at Li Yi in disbelief. What did you say?" "I have translated it already. Please bring me ink, paper, and a brush," Li Yi reiterated somewhat impatiently. Zhang Zuan hurriedly fetched the pre-prepared ink, paper, and brush, all of the finest quality, befitting the ancient scriptures. That Li picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write down the translation. The eyes of the crowd were glued to the tip of Li Yi's brush, watching intently as he wrote each character, filled with anticipation, eager to see the complete content. Not only could Li Yi translate, but his handwriting was also exquisite, leading them to question, is this truly a one-year-old child? It is undoubtedly the reincarnation of a formidable being. Upon completing one volume, he immediately proceeded to the next as he perused the contents of this volume. Astonishment filled his gaze. Indeed, Li Yi had managed to translate it. They had spent decades studying and had only managed to translate a mere 10 segments. And those were far less accurate than Li Yi's rendition. Remarkably, Li Yi had only taken 3 short hours to translate the entire ancient scripture. Decades of effort paled in comparison to Li Yi's achievement. Is this the divide between genius and the ordinary? No, Li Yi is not merely a genius. He is an anomaly. After several hours, Li Yi finally completed his translation, stretching his sore joints, his hand nearly exhausted from writing. Li Shuer, feeling sympathy, grasped Li Yi's hand and gently massaged it, acknowledging the hard work of this young lad. Zhang Zuan, trembling with excitement, held the ancient scripture that Li Yi had translated as if it were a holy text. Terrified of dirtying it, his heart swelled with elation. After years of painstaking research, their efforts had finally borne fruit. In this moment, he could finally relish the rewards. With this ancient cultivation method, Baiyun Temple was destined to flourish. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Hanyin spoke. "This belongs to us. You may copy a copy." Her frigid tone was not a negotiation with Zhang Zuan, but a definitive decree, one that brooked no contradiction. Very well. Zhang Zuan dared not voice any further demands before Xiao Hanyin. Merely obtaining a copy was already a triumph, for the content was of utmost significance that he personally set about transcribing a copy for preservation. Xiao Hanyin's gaze swept over the cultivation method, and after a thorough reading, her exceptional comprehension ability yielded significant insights. After entering the martial sovereign realm, Xiao Hanyin's progress had been slow, encountering a bottleneck that she once believed marked the limit of her innate talent. However, after reviewing the cultivation method, she felt an inkling of a breakthrough. Should she devote herself to studying this method, she would undoubtedly surmount her current limitations and achieve even greater heights. Unexpectedly, this opportunity had arisen. And the most crucial element of this discovery stemmed from Li Yi, solidifying Xiao Hanyin's resolve to accept him as her disciple. Awaiting Zhang Zuan's completion of the transcription, Xiao Hanyin waved her hand, and the copy that Li Yi had written fell into her possession. "Remember your promise to me. Rest assured, Sect Master Xiao, we shall certainly uphold our agreement." "We are men of our word," Zhang Zuan replied. Cupping his hands in respect, Xiao Hanyin said nothing further and departed with Li Yi and Li Shuer, returning to the spirit vessel. "Master." After a long wait, Yuzhu stepped forward to greet Xiao Hanyin and the others as the spirit vessel made its way towards Taiching's sect. Within the vessel were only 4 individuals, with Yuzhu at the helm. Xiao Hanyin turned to Li Yi and presented the ancient scripture he had written. "Li Yi, will you take this back to the Li family? May Taiching's sect have a copy? After all, this material was translated by you, and I wish to fully respect your intellectual property that if the beautiful senior requires it, I shall gladly gift it to you. For I have already memorized it and have no further need for it." "Very well." Xiao Hanyin accepted it, then pondered for a moment before continuing. "Previously at the martial arts exchange, I told outsiders that you were a member of Taiching's sect. Now everyone believes you are one of us. What are your thoughts on this?" "Li, what do you mean? Is looking with my eyes an option?" Li Shuer, filled with joy, knew her master would not overlook such a talent as Li Yi, breaking conventions to accept him as her disciple. After all, genius often comes with privileges. This way, her favorite younger brother would also be in Taiching's sect, making it all the more interesting. She quickly echoed Xiao Hanyin's sentiments. "Little Li, Master is a top-tier expert of the great Qian dynasty. Your talent is extraordinary, that if you could become her disciple, you would certainly achieve greater development. Moreover, with your sister in the sect, if Master intends to accept you as a disciple, why not hasten to pay your respects, become a disciple? Li pondered for a moment. Compared to Li Yin, becoming a disciple of the stunningly beautiful Xiao Hanyin was entirely incomparable. The answer was self-evident. Furthermore, Xiao Hanyin's aloof demeanor suggested a nurturing approach, which suited Li Yi perfectly. The only concern was the overwhelming number of female disciples in Tai Ching sect. He had already witnessed their insatiable thirst, which spared not even a 1-year-old child like himself. Should he enter this den of spider silk, he feared he might not withstand it. While being surrounded by a bevy of beauties could be a delightful privilege of childhood, excessive enthusiasm might not necessarily be a boon. Then an idea struck Li Yi, and he proposed, "May I take the beautiful senior as my master?" Li Yi gazed up with wide eyes, filled with anticipation. Xiao Hanyin nodded in agreement. Li exclaimed joyfully. Disciple Li Yi pays respects to the beautiful master. He performed a formal bow to Xiao Hanyin. She nodded slightly, acknowledging Li Yi and successfully accepting this prodigy. Simply refer to me as master. There is no need to add the word beautiful. Li Yi replied, because master is indeed beautiful, not just ordinarily so, hence the title beautiful master. His innocent and naive demeanor was vividly portrayed, fully immersing himself in the role of a child. One must live in the present and adapt to their role. Xiao Hanyin tacitly accepted Li Yi's words. No woman dislikes being acknowledged for her beauty, and Xiao Hanyin was no exception. Master, may I wait until I grow a bit older before joining Tai Ching sect? Li looked at Xiao Hanyin with wide eyes. Xiao Hanyin was puzzled. Why? Chapter 36. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Facing Xiao Hanyin's inquiry, Li earnestly explained, because I am still just a 1-year-old child. I have yet to be weaned, and there are several wet nurses at home awaiting me. Upon hearing this, even the typically aloof Xiao Hanyin could not maintain her composure. What a bizarre reason. Not weaned? Several wet nurses at home waiting for you. Could the reasoning be any more absurd? Li Shuer laughed at Li Yi's remark. Little Yi truly was a child, presenting such a reason that could only originate from him. In this vast world, drinking milk is paramount, is it not? Indeed, considering Li Yi's appetite, it would be prudent to wait until he is weaned before entering Tai Ching sect. Otherwise, he would have to bring the wet nurses along. What intrigued Xiao Hanyin was the meaning behind several wet nurses. Very well, Xiao Hanyin nodded in agreement. Regarding her disciple, Xiao Hanyin did not impose strict requirements, aligning with Li Yi's desire for a nurturing educational approach. Thank you, beautiful master, Li said with a smile, as Xiao Hanyin gazed at the child. A wave of affection surged within her, anticipating Li Yi's growth. With his talent, he would undoubtedly catch up to her, standing at the pinnacle of the path alongside her in the future. Yuzhu adjusted the vessel's course towards the Li family. She pinched her waist, feeling a sharp pain. This was no dream. Yuzhu could hardly believe that Xiao Hanyin had broken the rules for Li Yi. Making an exception to accept him as her disciple, Li had become the sole male disciple in the history of Tai Ching sect. Upon reflection, having such an adorable junior disciple as Li Yi in the serene environment of Tai Ching sect would bring immense joy. Life would surely be more delightful than ever. Considering this, Yuzhu supported Xiao Hanyin's decision. Though Li Yi had yet to join Tai Ching sect, the affection displayed by the junior sisters towards him over the past few days indicated that he would undoubtedly be welcomed once he arrived. However, should Li Yi be surrounded by those senior and junior sisters, would Yuzhu not find it difficult to spend time with him? Xiao Hanyin opened the ancient cultivation method and delved into its study earnestly. The ancient cultivation method differed significantly from most contemporary practices. Given the variance in eras, the techniques were not directly applicable and required integration with one's own methods for effective cultivation. Otherwise, one could easily fall into madness. Why was Li Yi unaffected? You might as well speak to a player with an advantage about these matters. With his supreme comprehension, he could resolve issues in a heartbeat, rendering such problems non-existent. Li Shuer was also engrossed in the study of the ancient cultivation method, but if they could glean insights from it, both their cultivations would advance considerably. Yet, mastering ancient techniques was no trivial endeavor. At this moment, it was Li Yi's turn to shine as he approached Li Shuer. Sister, can you understand this? If not, you may ask me anything. I know it all. Li Shuer, she looked up. silently gazing at the innocent and untainted face of Li Yi, unsure of how to respond. Though Li Yi was merely 1 year old, he was offering guidance on comprehending the cultivation method. A scene both absurd and comical, yet he genuinely possessed the qualifications to do so. Indeed, even among geniuses, there exists a disparity. Our little E is truly impressive, capable of instructing his sister, that Li Shuer picked up a volume. This one. Perhaps that Li glanced over it, and in a sweet, childlike voice, he explained the principles, articulating them with clarity that Li Shuer listened intently, finding it far swifter than her own research. Nodding thoughtfully, she realized, so that is how it is. Li pondered for a moment. Sister, could you share your cultivation method with me? This way, I could assist you in understanding it more quickly. To truly understand Li Shuer's cultivation techniques is to better guide her in comprehending the ancient methods of cultivation. Li Shuer turned her gaze towards Xiao Qinyun, the holy maiden of the Taiching sect. The cultivation method she practiced was a sacred inheritance passed down through generations of sect masters, accessible solely to the sect master and the chosen holy maiden. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Hanyan nodded. This particular technique is tailored for female practitioners. For men, its effects would be counterproductive. In fact, this principle applies to most of the Taiching sect's methods, which is fundamentally why the sect predominantly recruits female disciples. That it would not be harmful for Li Yi to be informed of the technique, as long as he refrains from practicing it. Xiao Hanyan's cool fingers touched Li Yi's forehead, demonstrating the technique rather than imparting it. For Li Yi, this made little difference, as he would grasp it with just a glance. Initially indifferent, he felt an involuntary tightening in his trousers after observing the Taiching sect's master inheritance, that he realized with dismay the profound truth encapsulated in 8 words. To practice this art, one must first undergo castration. This technique was exclusively suitable for women. Any man attempting to practice it without a womb would inevitably fall into madness, transforming into an abomination neither male nor female. For a man, this method was perilously dangerous. Thankfully, only the sect master and holy maiden are permitted to practice this technique. Otherwise, for Li Yi to attempt it would mean forsaking the joys of manhood. The technique was named Taiching Ju, the very foundation of the Taiching sect, and Li Yi understood why the sect was marked by a predominance of femininity, a reality that seemed almost unavoidable. The Taiching Ju was commendable, boasting a high potential ceiling. After a cursory examination, Li Yi had no desire to delve too deeply. He was not inclined to sacrifice the pleasures of manhood. Under the influence of his exceptional comprehension, he ingeniously integrated the Taiching Ju with the ancient heart of cultivation, discovering the optimal method to harmonize the two. To Xiao Yi, what do you think? Li Shuer eagerly inquired as she noticed Li Yi opening his eyes. That I understand now, Li Yi declared, picking up the ancient heart of cultivation to elucidate to Li Shuer how to interpret it, enabling the Taiching Ju to yield even greater results through the assistance of the heart of cultivation. After listening to Li Yi's explanation, Li Shuer acquired a fresh perspective on the Taiching Ju. She realized that it could indeed be cultivated in such a manner. Having practiced the Taiching Ju for over a decade, she found herself eclipsed in understanding by Li Yi, who was experiencing it for the first time, leaving her feeling as though her years of study had been in vain. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. After Li Yi's elucidation, Li Shuer was confident that her future cultivation would proceed much more smoothly. Truly, you are my genius brother. Xiao Hanyan appeared to be perusing the heart of cultivation in her hands, yet her ears were perked up, intently listening to Li Yi's explanation. Xiao Hanyan regarded him with newfound admiration. This child possessed an astonishing depth of understanding regarding the Taiching Ju, nearing her own level of comprehension, that if given a little more time, he would undoubtedly surpass her. The boy's capacity for insight was truly formidable. Noticing Xiao Hanyan eavesdropping, Li Yi, in a childlike voice, invited, "Beautiful master, if you wish to listen, you may come closer. I will explain it to you." Xiao Hanyan, silent, unwilling to speak, any ordinary woman would have been mortified. Caught eavesdropping? How embarrassing! The esteemed master of the Taiching sect, a top-tier powerhouse of the Dacian dynasty, was caught listening to a child explain cultivation techniques. What a disgrace! Chapter 37. Large breasts do not ensure milk. On the surface, Xiao Hanyan appeared calm, yet internally she was engulfed in shame. However, Li Yi's prodigious understanding was indeed extraordinary, far surpassing her own, and his unique insights into the technique rendered him a worthy subject of study for her. Absorbing Li Yi's interpretations would undoubtedly elevate her understanding of the technique, and breaking through her current bottleneck was imminent. Xiao Hanyin couldn't help but wonder, is this truly a one-year-old child? Surely he is not the reincarnation of the Tianshan child goddess. Aside from his innate talent, he genuinely resembled a child, perhaps still not weaned. Observing Xiao Hanyin's silence, Li Yi mistakenly assumed she was uninterested and continued explaining to Li Shuer. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hanyin shifted closer, eager to hear every word clearly, maintaining an air of seriousness as she feigned intense focus on the heart of cultivation in her hands that Li Shuer. Li Shuer nearly burst into laughter. How had she never noticed this aspect of her master before? Could it be due to Li Yi's influence? Indeed, who could maintain their composure in the face of such talent? At the very least, her master outwardly exhibited no signs of disturbance. Time sped by during their earnest study, and before they knew it, they had arrived in Shuzhou. Master, we have arrived. Yu Zhu halted the spiritual vessel. Li Shuer stood, taking Li Yi's hand as they led Xiao Hanyin towards the Li family residence. Upon learning of Xiao Hanyin's arrival, the Li family members eagerly came forth to greet her, each face adorned with warm smiles. Some were eager to catch a glimpse of Xiao Hanyin's beauty, curious if she matched the legends, while others sought to ingratiate themselves that as the holy maiden of the Taiqing sect. Li Shuer's connection to the sect made her akin to family, warranting such enthusiasm. Furthermore, Xiao Hanyin was a formidable warrior. Wherever she went in the Daqian dynasty, she was surely met with admiration and adulation. Unexpectedly, the esteemed sect master of Taiqing has graced our humble abode. I apologize for not welcoming you from afar, Li Yintian said with a respectful clasp of his hands. The head of the Li family need not be overly courteous. I merely wish to see what manner of place could produce such exceptional talents. Xiao Hanyin replied with a hint of levity. Da-da, sect master Xiao is jesting. Please come inside, they urged, ushering her into the sitting room and offering the finest tea. Many from the Li family rushed to catch a glimpse of the powerful figure, prompting Li Yintian to clear his throat awkwardly, instructing the less relevant individuals to withdraw. The scene resembled that of unsophisticated folk, creating an unfavorable impression, leading Xiao Hanyin to believe the Li family were mere country bumpkins. This was Xiao Hanyin's first visit to the Li family. It was essential to leave a positive impression, lest she bring shame upon Li Shuer. Li Yintian and Xiao Hanyin took their seats. Madame Billion smiled. Your visit has truly illuminated our humble abode. Should there be any oversight in hospitality, I hope you will forgive us. There is no need for such formalities between the Li family and my Taiqing sect, Xiao Hanyin replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, sect master Xiao speaks true. Shuer has troubled you considerably. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform us. Billion maintained her gracious smile in matters of polite conversation. Xiao Hanyin was evidently not adept, compounded by her naturally reticent demeanor, resulting in Billion doing most of the talking. If silence were to prevail, the atmosphere would surely grow awkward. Sect Master Xiao, it has been a while, a familiar voice echoed. Lie turned towards the source of the voice to find Li Yin. Xiao Hanyin regarded Li Yin and rose, saying, Elder Li, it has indeed been a long time. Indeed, it has been 2 or 3 centuries, has it not? I cannot accept such a title as elder from you. Time truly flies. And you have become the sect master of Taiqing, Li Yin remarked with a sense of nostalgia. He was considerably older than Xiao Hanyin, yet now she had reached the realm of the martial sovereign. While he remained stuck at the pinnacle of the martial emperor stage, seemingly unable to break through, he feared he would be halted in his progress for the rest of his life. Having met Xiao Hanyin a few times in the past, their relationship was not particularly close, merely acquaintances. Reflecting on the past and comparing it to the present, the passage of time was indeed a relentless force, evident in Li Yin's appearance, while it seemed to have spared Xiao Hanyin entirely. Elder, I vividly recall your battle against the genius of the Duyin dynasty, where you faced 3 opponents single-handedly. Li Yin waved his hand dismissively. I am but old and of little use now. No match for you young ones. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Yin inquired, Might I ask the purpose of sect Master Zhao's visit? Xiao Hanyin replied, Shuer is my direct disciple. It was long overdue for me to visit the Li family, and I also wished to see what kind of treasure trove could give rise to such prodigies. Li Yuntian and the others exchanged knowing smiles. fully aware that Xiao Hanyin referred not only to Li Shuer, but also to Li Yi. Clearly having recognized Li Yi's extraordinary talent, that Li Yuntian humbly interjected. Sect Master Xiao is too kind. How could my son compare to your esteemed grace? Xiao Hanyin shook her head, stating plainly, my talent does not measure up to Li Yi's. That Li Yin rubbed his forehead. After all these years, Xiao Hanyin's straightforward nature remained unchanged, sometimes to the point of being disconcerting. Could she not be a bit more subtle to facilitate conversation? I have another purpose for my visit. I wish to take Li Yi as my disciple. Of what? Li Yuntian sputtered, spraying the tea he had just sipped, his astonished gaze fixed upon Xiao Hanyin. Surely, this was a jest. While it was an honor to be chosen as a disciple by a top-tier powerhouse like Xiao Hanyin, she was the sect master of Tai Ching. How could she possibly take a male disciple? Moreover, there was a crucial point to consider. The Tai Ching sect's rules strictly forbade any romantic entanglements between men and women. If she were to take Li Yi as her disciple, it would imply that he could never marry, thereby jeopardizing the continuation of his lineage. This could spell disaster for the future of the Li family. Xiao Hanyin reassured him. Rest easy, head of the Li family. I only wish to teach Li Yi's skills, without interfering in any other matters. That Li Yuntian sighed in relief. So that was it. Such an opportunity was indeed a blessing. With a top-tier powerhouse like Xiao Hanyin mentoring him, Li Yi would undoubtedly flourish. There was no reason to refuse her offer, that he promptly declared. Very well. Li Yin, however, smiled. Perhaps we should inquire about Yi Er's thoughts on this matter. Yi Er has always been a child of strong opinions, and would not readily agree. Reflecting on his own attempts to entice Li Yi, which ultimately failed to persuade him to become a disciple. Xiao Hanyin maintained a serious demeanor and stated plainly. Li Yi agreed to it upon his arrival. But what? This time, it was Li Yin who spat tea everywhere in disbelief. Unacceptable. Why should he consent when I do not? Is it merely because Xiao Hanyin is beautiful and a woman? Suddenly remembering Li Yi's reason for rejecting him. Something about milk. Li Yan's realization dawned as he glanced at Xiao Hanyin's bosom. Could it be? No, that cannot be possible. Li, my boy, just because Xiao Hanyin is well endowed doesn't mean she can provide you with milk. You should be more discerning. Chapter 38. Organizing a wife selection event for Li Yi? After visiting the Li family, Xiao Hanyin departed, accompanied by Li Shuer. Although Li Shuer was reluctant to return, there was no alternative, possessing knowledge of ancient cultivation techniques and benefiting from Li Yi's explanations. She needed to seize the moment and diligently practice. That Li Shuer bid farewell to her family with a heavy heart as she followed Xiao Hanyin back to Tai Ching sect at AS for Li Yi. Due to his youth and his own suggestion, he would remain at the Li family for now until a suitable opportunity arose to join Tai Ching sect. Xiao Yi, your sister is leaving. You must think of me. Li Shuer playfully teased Li Yi, knowing that once she returned to Tai Ching sect, it would be a long time before she could see him again or pinch his adorable chubby cheeks. She would certainly miss that tactile sensation. For Li Yi, it was a form of liberation. Though his sister was beautiful and treated him well, being constantly pinched and played with by a group of beautiful women was burdensome for a child. He felt like a mere plaything, unable to do anything. How could any child withstand such trials? I will definitely miss my sister, Li replied in a childish voice, his large, expressive eyes watching Li Shuer depart. Seeing him, Li Shuer felt her heart melt. She knelt before him, taking his small hand in hers. That in the eyes of others, Li Shuer was an esteemed saintess, but before Li Yi, she was simply an affectionate sister. Now, give your sister a kiss. You've always received kisses from your sister, but this time, it's your turn to kiss me. If you don't, I won't take you out to play next time, Li Shuer teased. Cupping Li Yi's cheeks with her hands, demanding a kiss, that Li fell silent. Sis, you are a saintess. Could you please exhibit some decorum? What kind of saintess asks a boy for a kiss? Indeed, without distance. There is no disparity. Before others, Li Shuer was a proud and aloof saintess, admired by many and revered from afar. Yet in front of Li Yi, she was a gentle sister, devoid of any arrogance or coldness. Filled only with tender affection, even playfully teasing a child. Who, pray tell, is the real child here? Should I not provide you with milk? The saintess and the sister were the same person, yet the contrast was stark. Li Yi, feeling helpless as if placating a child, planted a kiss on Li Shuer's cheek, reflecting inwardly, is it easy being a child? This generation of adults is exceedingly difficult to manage. Content, Li Shuer Dondervale waved goodbye to Li Yi and stepped onto a spiritual vessel, following Xiao Hanyin back to Taiching's sect. That on the vessel, Xiao Hanyin quietly observed Li Yi, with no one aware of the thoughts swirling deep within her seemingly calm demeanor. After a considerable time, Xiao Hanyin turned, and the untroubled leader of Taiching sect emerged. That Li Yin patted Li Yi on the shoulder. "You rascal. Instead of becoming my disciple, you've gone off to be Xiao sect master's disciple." Li Yi gazed at Li Yin with innocent eyes. "Because you are my great-grandfather. Good lad, have you been diligent in your cultivation these past few days?" Li Yin inquired, as if checking up on him. After all, Li Yi was the future of the Li family, and his cultivation progress was of utmost importance. Li proudly declared, "I am already a 5-star martial apprentice," with his head held high. He nearly looked down his nose at others. This proud demeanor was somewhat comical juxtaposed with his youthful frame. However, the expressions of those around Li Yin were not filled with mirth, but rather astonishment. Their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. 5-star martial apprentice? Li Yi has reached 5-star martial apprentice. What astounding speed of cultivation. I recall he was merely a 2-star martial apprentice when he left. And now he has already attained 5 stars. Such rapid progress is hardly imaginable. Is it not said that cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses? How does it seem that Li Yi finds it ever easier? It has only been a few days. Li Yin, unable to believe his eyes, began to assess Li Yi's cultivation level, discovering to his astonishment that Li Yi had indeed reached 5-star martial apprentice. Hiss, he inhaled sharply. Among this generation, Li Zimo, who was also quite talented, had only achieved 3 stars at the age of 3. Li Yin, as the most powerful of the Li family, vaguely remembered that he had reached 5-star martial apprentice at nearly 4 years old. How can one even compare? This child is simply exceptional. In Li Yi, everyone saw the future of the Li family, and after the initial shock, excitement took over. My good son, come here, let your old father give you a kiss. Li Yuntian exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Li Yi. Li protested again. "This will not do. A beautiful lady is one thing, but your stubbly beard is quite prickly." He swiftly raised his hands to block Li Yuntian's approach. Disdainful. Li Yuntian, however, was unfazed, his smile unwavering. "Haha, Yi will undoubtedly become the youngest martial master of our Li family, and the youngest grand martial master as well." Bai Lian chuckled. "Now that Yi is a 5-star martial apprentice, his advancement is remarkable. He needs to solidify his foundation. Indeed, my dear wife speaks wisely. Now, let's have a count of the elixirs and resources in the estate. Everything necessary should be made available to Yi." Li Yuntian replied cheerfully. Bai Lian continued, "Regarding cultivation, one must not be hasty. Since Xiao sect master has taken Li Yi as his disciple, under his guidance, Yi is bound to become a formidable figure. I propose we arrange a marriage for him at Lie. A large question mark appeared over his head. Arrange a marriage at this age? I am but 1 year old. Are you suggesting I should bear grandchildren already to keep you from bothering me? He glanced at his younger brother, feeling quite helpless that if only the system could provide some enhancements in the future. System. To what extent would you like to enhance? To the point of playing the violin with your... Li. Returning to the topic of arranged marriages, why again? In the original plot, he had already been betrothed to Qiu Lingming, only to be heartlessly rejected, activating the counterattack system. Now, with the counterattack system activated prematurely, given Li Yi's current state, this time, the engagement would likely proceed without any cancellation, leading to a proper marriage in due course. Li Yuntian pondered this matter, realizing that once Li Yi joined Taiching sect, he would need to focus solely on his cultivation, free from distractions, as Taiching sect emphasized purity in practice and had no room for romantic entanglements. Bai Lian was correct. Arranging a marriage for Li Yi was indeed prudent. Once he matured, the wedding could be promptly arranged to ensure the continuation of the Li family's exceptional lineage. That if branching out was the goal, perhaps they could arrange for several concubines or personal maidservants for Li Yi as well. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed to Li Yuntian, a grin spreading across his face as he nodded thoughtfully. Upon witnessing this expression on Li Yuntian's face, Li Yi sensed impending doom. His grandfather undoubtedly harbored some ill-conceived plan to ensnare him. As expected, Li Yuntian declared, "Not only shall we arrange a marriage, but I am also preparing to hold a wife selection event, inviting various esteemed families and sects to participate. Aside from selecting a wife, we will also arrange for concubines for heir. Chapter 39. Reactions to the wife selection event after hearing Li Yuntian's proclamation. Li, I knew it. Grandpa's schemes are invariably absurd. Listen to what this old man has proposed. A wife selection event for a 1-year-old child. Is this a notion anyone in their right mind would conceive? While I understand the sentiment from a male perspective, please consider that I am only 1 year old. A year old. You truly wish for me to bear 2 grandchildren immediately. I vehemently oppose this. I refuse to accept an arranged marriage. What? Why is Li not speaking out against this? The very silence of Li speaks volumes. Question Li, I can only say, you truly have a keen eye. Bai Lian interjected, this seems inappropriate at a wife selection event for a 1-year-old child. How ludicrous and absurd does that sound? Surely, it cannot be a rational idea. Yes, it would be more reasonable to find a compatible young lady and arrange a childhood betrothal, but a wife selection event. This is exceedingly sudden. We are not royalty selecting consorts. The crowd collectively felt that Li Yuntian's idea was utterly outrageous, a spontaneous whim that made little sense. That Li Yuntian remained unfazed, insisting, my son heir is nothing short of extraordinary, a peerless talent. It would be irresponsible to choose a bride without careful consideration. Naturally, we must compare options and select the best that befits heir. Heir, what do you think? He said, playfully teasing the child in his arms. Li, remaining silent, thought to himself, even without speaking, my agreement seems to be assumed. In a moment of collective silence, how could a child possibly comprehend such matters? Under the autocratic rule of Li Yuntian, a decision was made to host a marriage selection event for the 1-year-old Li, scheduled for 2 weeks hence. Li Yuntian endeavored to create a grand spectacle, dispatching invitations to the prominent families and sects in the vicinity. Initially, upon receiving the news, many found it ludicrous and laughable, an event for a mere infant. One might question whether this child could even comprehend his own desires, let alone engage in matrimonial selection. It was, indeed, a source of amusement. Surely, they did not mistake him for a prince. Even for a prince, the notion of selecting a bride at such a tender age seemed utterly absurd. They eagerly anticipated the folly that would ensue for the Li family, curious to witness how they would navigate this farce. However, as time progressed, the situation began to take a curious turn. The Yuanshan sect, the sect master, Yu Jinghong, was currently offering solace to Yu Yanshan. Following the martial arts exchange, Yu Yanshan's spirit was nearly shattered, struggling to come to terms with the events that had transpired, leaving him in a state of despondency that the future of the Yuanshan sect. Yu Jinghong was deeply troubled by his son's condition. Should Yu Yanshan's resolve falter, who would uphold the dignity of their sect? My dear son, it was merely a singular setback. Moreover, that Li is indeed a prodigy, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Why must you measure yourself against him? That would only be a disservice to yourself. Relax and focus on your own growth. Be true to your efforts and have no regrets. Yu Jinghong reassured. Father, I understand that I am fine, and I will train diligently. Yu Yanshan replied, a bitter expression on his face. Indeed, a talent like Li, one that may not arise again for millennia, was born in his era, casting a shadow over all other prodigies. Competing with Li was tantamount to setting oneself up for failure. Since I find myself with leisure these days, let us go fishing together, father and son. To unwind, Yu Jinghong suggested with a smile, gazing fondly at his son. Do not lose heart. You have always been the pride of your father. Very well, Yu Yanshan replied, a flicker of confidence igniting within him. At that moment, a disciple rushed over to report, Sect Master, the Li family of Shuzhou is hosting a marriage selection event for their second young master. It appears other sects are also preparing. What a marriage selection event! I implore you, can you not bring every trivial matter to my attention? I am the sect master. Such inconsequentiality should not concern me. Yu Jinghong retorted disdainfully, done a marriage selection event? What audacity! Even I, the esteemed sect master of Yuanshan, have not considered such a farce. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, come son, let us go fishing. There is nothing more important than spending time with you. Yu Yanshan pondered for a moment. The Li family of Shuzhou? That seems to be Li Yi's family. Yu Jinghong, contemplating, responded. You mean the Li Yi who effortlessly mastered your sword technique during the martial arts exchange? Yes, Yu Yanchen nodded. According to family hierarchy, the eldest son is Li Xian, the eldest daughter is Li Shuer, and Li Yi is the second young master. Then it follows that they are hosting a marriage selection for Li Yi? Yu Zhenghong remarked, realization dawning upon him. Yu Yanchen chuckled. Li Yi is but 1 year old. Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, a marriage selection event seems quite excessive. Suddenly, Yu Zhenghong hastily began organizing. What are you all standing around for? Summon all the female disciples of decent appearance, and have my wife bring Lingling as well. Sect Master, Miss Lingling is only 13. Is that not rather inappropriate? The disciple hesitated. Yu Zhenghong, growing impatient, snapped. What do you know? We have all lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Who cares about age? Hurry, do not miss this opportunity. Yu Yanchen could not help but think that while the marriage selection for Li Yi was extravagant, his father's fervor was even more so. Father, are we still going fishing? He inquired. Yu Zhenghong awkwardly replied, perhaps another time. That it seems you and Li Yi have a connection worth exploring. Yu Yanchen found himself at a loss for words and chose silence. Was this the privilege afforded to prodigies? Such absurdity. Yet everyone scrambled to accommodate it. Thankfully, he was male. Otherwise, his father would undoubtedly insist he participate as well. At Baiyin Temple, Zhang Zhan took a deep breath. Since mastering the ancient cultivation techniques, his previously stagnant progress had seen considerable advancement. Truly, the ancient methods were remarkable. No wonder it was said that during ancient times, powerful figures were numerous, with such formidable techniques. It was nearly impossible not to grow stronger. Zhang Zhan mused, ancient relics are indeed splendid, yet few remain, and many are shrouded in mystery, lost in translation. However, with the prodigy Li Yi around, deciphering ancient texts was as effortless as drinking water. Master, I have gathered news regarding the Li family. A disciple, breathless, rushed in. After Li Yi and his companions had departed, Zhang Ziyuan had sent someone to Shuzhou to inquire about Li Yi's speak. He commanded that I have learned that the Li family is hosting a marriage selection for Li Yi and has sent invitations to many families and sects. The disciple reported. What, a marriage selection? Why was I not informed? Zhang Zuan pressed at a master. We are several thousand miles from Shuzhou, the disciple stammered. Regaining his composure, Zhang Zuan exclaimed, Li Yi is but 1 year old, and they are hosting a marriage selection? What are you waiting for? Go fetch my daughter. Yes, master. The disciple began to retreat, but suddenly paused. Master, where did you acquire a daughter? Zhang Zuan was momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat as he inadvertently revealed. I have a daughter with the widow Wang from the mountain below. The disciple gaped. Master, you? The widow Wang? I thought her husband had been dead for nearly a decade. How could she have a child? It turns out you are the father. Quite the hidden gem. Zhang Zuan, maintaining his composure, replied, Now is not the time for such discussions. Hurry and bring the child here. Yes, with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Zuan gazed toward Shuzhou, astonished by the unexpected daughter he had with widow Wang, recognizing its potential utility. Indeed, I possess foresight. Chapter 40. The humble Wan Ning, can I be the young master's maid? My husband, how could you? Li Yi is still so young. What is the purpose of this marriage selection? Do you not find it absurd? Xiao Qingyao reproached, her discontent evident, as a learned woman from a noble family. She found Li Yuntian's actions utterly preposterous. Unfazed, Li Yuntian replied, What do you, a woman, know of men's affairs? I may not grasp the intricacies of your world, but as Li Yi's mother, I act in his best interest. Xiao Qingyao retorted angrily. Li Yuntian attempted to embrace Xiao Qingyao from behind, but she deftly evaded him, refusing his affection. Undeterred, he pressed on, seeking to comfort her. Qingyao, the sect master of Tai Ching, Xiao Zong, wishes to take Li Yi as his disciple. You are aware of the sect's rules which strictly prohibit romantic entanglements. While Li Yi may be exempt, the culture within the sect remains unchanged, and cultivation must take precedence that we must arrange everything for Li Yi now, so that when he matures, we can proceed seamlessly. That I do this for his benefit. Hearing Li Yuntian's reasoning, Xiao Qingyao's resolve wavered. That as a mother, she naturally wished to see Li Yi establish a family and home. She envisioned herself as a grandmother, nurturing Li Yi's children and relishing familial bliss, a picturesque scenario that gradually softened her heart. Very well, but let us be clear. We must choose wisely. His fiancé, he must be appropriate. She stipulated that, of course, Li Yuntian affirmed that Lie is the future of our family. His fiancé, he must be worthy of him, a match of equal standing. Moreover, selecting a fiancé is one matter, but this seems rather excessive. Should we not wait until Li is old enough to express his own desires? What if we burden him? Xiao Qingya questioned. You fail to understand. The more women there are, the more children we shall have. Surely you desire to embrace several grandchildren? Li Yuntian countered. After contemplating, Xiao Qingya relented. Very well, that Li Yuntian affectionately caressed Xiao Qingya's abdomen and whispered in her ear, Shall we have another child? Xiao Qingya playfully swatted his hand away, casting him a disapproving glance. She had no intention of having another child. One Li was sufficient, and she feared he might overthink the matter. Yet Li Yuntian scooped her up and dashed toward their room, entirely disregarding the presence of Li, who sat nearby, nibbling on fruit that Li observed bemused. Meanwhile, Wan Ning, ever perceptive, took it upon herself to carry Li to her room to play. Young master, please do not wander about. Do not disturb the master and mistress. I shall keep you entertained. Shall I? She said, gently patting his head, finding him increasingly endearing. Li nodded obediently. Such a good young master. Wan Ning beamed, her tender smile directed at him. As Xiao Qingya's maid, she had watched Li grow, witnessing his development and harboring a deep-seated affection for him. Li recalled that, in the original storyline, Wan Ning was one of the few individuals, aside from Xiao Qingya, who treated him well, caring for his daily needs even after Xiao Qingya's passing. Then, the counterattack system activated, and based on his character, he would undoubtedly ensure she received her due. Our little young master is soon to be engaged. Wan Ning gazed at Li with a mix of nostalgia and despondency. Her expression was somewhat conflicted, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally addressed him. Young master. Li was taken aback, pondering her unspoken intentions. After all, he was still but a child, and such matters were not to be trifled with. Young master, will you choose me as your maidservant when the time comes? Wan Ning asked timidly, her head bowed as she nervously fidgeted with her fingers. She was acutely aware of her status as a mere servant, lacking the right to make any demands of her master. Yet her desire to care for Li remained strong. Li was momentarily stunned by her words, which left him somewhat perplexed. Haven't you always been looking after me? I would be quite unaccustomed without Sister Wan Ning's care. Sister? Please, young master, just call me Wan Ning. That I cannot bear the honor of being addressed as sister by you. Wan Ning replied humbly, fearing that if others learned of Li referring to her as sister, she might suffer severe consequences. Very well, that Li settled onto Wan Ning's lap, enjoying the fruit she had peeled, and offered him that in recent days, the Li family had lavished an abundance of rare treasures upon him. And even the fruits he consumed were spirit fruits, while his meals consisted of spirit rice and his water replaced with spirit milk. Every resource that could aid in Li Yi's cultivation was provided, ensuring the finest environment for his growth. Within mere days, Li Yi's cultivation had reached the level of an 8-star martial apprentice. With an already generous supply of resources, coupled with Li Yi's remarkable ability to assimilate them swiftly, his progress was astonishingly rapid, surpassing even his own expectations. Now, the Li family would go to great lengths, even to the point of selling their possessions, to ensure Li Yi's needs were met. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Given the Li family's wealth, such resources were but a trifle. Nestled against Wan Ning, Li finally felt a sense of comfort, no longer akin to a flat surface devoid of emotion. Suddenly, he found himself curious about whether his betrothed, Qiu Lingmeng, would make an appearance this time. That if she did, would their meeting trigger any unexpected tasks, such as an early 3-year agreement? The thought of an unparalleled genius defeating a little girl brought a sense of absurdity. Yet Qiu Lingmeng's family, while respectable, paled in comparison to the Li family. Moreover, as Qiu Lingmeng's potential had yet to awaken, her aptitude for cultivation was dismal, which likely meant their paths would not cross. Choosing not to dwell on speculations, he resolved to take things as they came. After all, the notion of a reversal was no longer relevant. According to the normal timeline, the 3-year agreement would entail finding Qiu Lingmeng and defeating her. Young master, shall we take a bath? Wan Ning suggested, cradling Li as they made their way to bathe. With steaming warm water, she opened a small vial, pouring its contents into the tub and stirring it gently. She placed Li Yi into the wooden tub, beginning to wash him thoroughly from head to toe. Upon contact with the diluted medicinal liquid, he felt a warm current surging within him, an effect of the medicine, allowing his carefree cultivation technique to operate autonomously and absorb its potency. Before long, he broke through his previous limitations, reaching the level of a 9-star martial apprentice. Cultivation, after all, required diligence, 99% effort and 1% talent. System. Ah, indeed. After a comfortable bath, Wanting placed Li Yi on a dry towel, drying him off that I can manage this myself. Li Yi insisted, feeling capable enough for such minor tasks that no, this is my duty. How could a young master do such things on his own? Wanting retorted, asserting her role as a maidservant, that if her master were to do everything himself, what purpose would her service serve? Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated from outside. Chapter 41. Was Li Yi to be weaned? Ha ha, I have finally broken through. Li Yin floated through the air, hands behind his back, gracefully descending as the entire building trembled under the force of his breakthrough, transforming it into ruins. Previously, Li Yi had imparted ancient cultivation techniques to Li Yin. And with Li Yi's guidance, Li Yin found enlightenment and immediately entered seclusion. At last, today, he shattered his bottleneck, achieving the revered martial sovereign realm, an aspiration he had once thought unattainable in this lifetime. This child, truly a blessing for the Li family, consistently brought forth surprises, even benefiting Li Yin in the process. Who could have imagined that such a young child would present him with a chance for breakthrough? Congratulations on your breakthrough, ancestor. The members of the Li family gathered around, offering their congratulations to Li Yin. His advancement was a boon for the entire Li family, granting them formidable strength and bolstering their status immensely. A martial sovereign's might was exceedingly rare in the Great Qian, instantly elevating the Li family's standing to unprecedented heights. Ha ha, Li Yin reveled in their praises, laughing heartily. The news of this breakthrough spread rapidly throughout Shuzhou, where nearly everyone became aware of it. The impact of a martial sovereign was profound. Even the entire Great Qian dynasty would have to take notice. Before long, various groups arrived to extend their congratulations. Local officials from Shuzhou brought gifts as well, no longer hesitating to curry favor with the Li family. Those who had previously held grudges against the Li family hastened to present gifts, eager to mend relations for fear of retribution. Who could have anticipated that such upheaval would stem from a 1-year-old child? With hands clasped behind his back, Li Yin surveyed the assemblage with a haughty smile, thanking them before declaring, I appreciate your kind words that in 7 days, I shall hold the selection ceremony for my great-grandson's future bride, and I hope to see you all in attendance at Li Yin's immediate promotion of Li Yi's selection ceremony following his breakthrough spoke volumes. After dismissing the guests, he was indifferent to their presence. Gifts were sufficient. Whether or not they attended mattered little to him. He hurried to find Li Yi, eager to express his gratitude to the little fellow. What are you doing? He found Li Yi sprawled on the bed, Wanting diligently washing his cherubic body. Why are you still bathing him? Li Yin inquired, observing that the earlier commotion had startled Wanting, causing Li Yi to tumble to the floor, necessitating a second bath. Ancestor. Wanting promptly offered her respects to Li Yin, that Li Yin ignored her, approaching Li Yi instead. After Wanting bowed, she went to fetch Li Yi some delightful garments. Thanks to the cultivation techniques you provided, I have now reached the martial sovereign realm, Li Yin said, stroking his beard with a grin. Great-grandfather is truly impressive. Li Yi exclaimed in agreement, delighting Li Yin's vanity. You, my little one, will surely surpass me in the future. That Li Yin held great faith in Li Yi's potential, sensing that he would become the strongest in the Li family's history, leading them to unprecedented heights. Li nodded obediently to Li Yin, scrutinized the naked Li Yi, stroking his beard once more. You, my little one, are soon to select a bride. Hey. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? What's wrong with being small and sprightly? Li Yi fumed inwardly, feeling quite agitated. System, I want to strengthen myself. Wanting, holding a set of new clothes, helped dress Li Yi. Li Yin cast a glance at Wanting, recalling her as the maidservant attending to Shao Qinya. I at you, who usually takes care of ear. Yes, Wanting nodded vigorously, much like a chick pecking at rice. Ensure you take good care of ear. Additionally, prepare a splendid outfit for him over the next few days, so he may look handsome for the bride selection ceremony. Do you understand? Understood. Wan Ning nodded respectfully to Li Yin, then turned to Li Yi, stating, I have made my intentions known. Let those fellows come. With me breaking through, who would dare to disregard you? Li Yi felt a sense of absurdity, while it was indeed a selection for his future bride. He found the situation rather ridiculous. He could only imagine how bizarre it would be. Him, a 1-year-old child, sitting atop a dais, surveying rows of beautiful women below, a scene both amusing and absurd. He earnestly hoped his father would not make a spectacle of it. After all, while Li Yin might be shameless, Li still wished to retain some dignity. After exchanging a few more words with Li Yi, Li Yin returned to consolidate his cultivation. As evening approached, Wan Ning planned to escort Li Yi back to Xiao Qingya's side. However, it turned out that Xiao Qingya and Li Yintian had come to an agreement, believing it was time for Li Yi to be weaned. After all, he was to select a bride soon. Still, drinking milk seemed rather inappropriate. The thought of his future fiancée feeding him milk was an image that bordered on the absurd. This was a selection for a bride, not a wet nurse. Li felt a surge of indignation. This old man was plotting against him. Reluctantly, he allowed Wan Ning to care for him as he drifted off to sleep, harboring doubts that perhaps this old man had deliberately orchestrated his departure. The behavior of the old man is rather suspicious. Glancing up at the gentle Wan Ning who holds his hand, Li Yi perceives anticipation, anxiety, shyness, and a hint of excitement etched across her visage. As a person possessing unparalleled charm, captivating countless young maidens, he is perpetually on the minds of women, making the life of a man exceedingly arduous. That a man must safeguard himself in the outside world. System. Mind your language. You are but a 1-year-old child, a boy, not Li. Upon entering Wan Ning's chamber, though modest in decor, it is quite pleasant, embodying the quintessential style of a young girl's boudoir. As Xiao Qingya's personal maid, Wan Ning enjoys privileges far superior to those of other servants. Young master, would you like to take a bath? Wan Ning inquires nervously, for it is her first time attending to the young master as he sleeps. Previously, she would cradle him to slumber. I have already bathed twice today. Bathe again? You might as well shed a layer of skin. Oh, Wan Ning replies softly. Then I shall go wash up. Attending to the young master's sleep necessitates a refreshing bath. Cleanliness is paramount. Li yawns widely and climbs onto the bed, drifting off to slumber, unperturbed. After her bath, Wan Ning emerges, her hair pinned up to keep it dry, resembling a delicate white lotus freshly emerged from the water. Noticing Li Yi already asleep, she cautiously climbs onto the bed, fearful of disturbing him. Yet, Li Yi is not truly asleep. He can discern every subtle movement of Wan Ning. Gently, she embraces Li Yi, anxious that he might tumble from the bed during the night. Her hold brings her comfort. It dawns upon her that sleeping while cradling Li Yi is quite pleasant. Soft and endearing. Li opens his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Is Wan Ning sleeping nude? Who on earth taught her to do that? Yet it is rather warm, enveloped in a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance. Though it cannot compare to the scents of his mother or wet nurse, it possesses its own unique allure. Gradually, Li Yi succumbs to slumber in this tender embrace. Chapter 42. My son Li Yi possesses the bearing of an emperor. As dawn breaks, Li Yi stretches and awakens from his dreams. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he intends to climb out of bed, but discovers himself ensnared in Wan Ning's embrace. Unable to move. Just how fearful is she of him rolling off the bed at night? Gazing outside, he observes that it is still early. As a cultivator, he requires little sleep, and at certain levels of mastery, sleep becomes unnecessary. With nothing pressing to attend to, Li decides to continue his slumber. No struggles, no 9-to-5 grind. This is what Li Yi had longed for, and now it has come to fruition. The art of leisure operates silently within him, his cultivation steadily advancing, promising a bright future. Just as Li Yi prepares to drift back to sleep, Wan Ning stirs. Gently patting him, she murmurs in her dreams. Young master has grown. He's so big. The maid wants. Young master, don't leave. Suddenly, she clutches Li Yi tightly, curling up and compressing him in her embrace. Li. What the heck? What on earth is Wan Ning dreaming about? This is unacceptable. After a considerable time, the faint light of dawn begins to filter in, and Wan Ning, still in a daze, opens her eyes. Having served as a maid for many years, her internal clock is ingrained within her, prompting her to rise at the appointed hour. Stretching languidly, She reflects on how comfortably she slept the previous night. Sitting up, she realizes, to her dismay, that she is not wearing any clothes and hurriedly dresses. Remembering the teachings of the matron at the estate, she recalls that maids must warm the bed for the young master and attend to his slumber without any clothing, ensuring he stays warm. Young master is awake. Wan Ning notes as she sees Li Yi's large eyes wide open that Li Yi's expression is one of utter disillusionment, struggling to comprehend the events of the previous night. If Wan Ning continues to care for him, she truly must alter her habit of sleep-talking and fidgeting. Surely, it is not too much to ask for her to sleep soundly. After dressing him, Wan Ning accompanies Li Yi to Xiao Qingya. Just as Xiao Qingya awakens and begins her morning routine, she greets him warmly. Year has arrived. Lie dives into his mother's embrace, finding comfort in her presence. My child, still so attached to your mother. That one do. Xiao Qingya gently admonishes that Lie pays her words no mind. Once Xiao Qingya is ready, she carries Li Yi to the parlor. Mother, what are we going to do? Li Yi inquires curiously. As a woman of the scholarly elite, Xiao Qingya, the third lady of the Li family, seldom ventures out into the limelight. Today, however, she heads to the parlor, undoubtedly for something of great significance. It is all because of your father organizing that wife selection event. Many sects and families have brought their daughters and disciples to discuss matters with your father in the parlor, she explains. And I thought we should go see that Lie. So it's about that. Is it not too early to be observing? Xiao Qingya, too, is taken aback by how many people are eager to attend such an absurd event. I had no idea our ear was so popular, she chuckles, playfully poking Li Yi. Since the previous martial arts exchange, Li Yi's reputation has skyrocketed. There exists a 1-year-old child, an unparalleled prodigy, capable of mastering sword techniques with a mere glance. While others his age still play in the mud, that he has already achieved remarkable cultivation, excels in swordsmanship, can translate ancient scriptures, and even commands the allegiance of enchanted swords. With such a myriad of accomplishments, coupled with the witnessing of various sects at the martial arts exchange, rumors about Li Yi have rapidly spread, creating tales of a 1-year-old genius. Those who have seen him are firm believers, while those who have not are rife with skepticism, for such matters seem far too ludicrous and disconnected from the reality of a mere child. Many are drawn to witness the truth behind the tales. Upon entering the parlor, Li Yuntian is engaged in a lively conversation with the guests. Sister Qingya has arrived. Please, take a seat, Bai Lian greets, her gaze shifting to Li Yi in Xiao Qingya's arms. Reaching out to tease him, do you not recognize your aunt? Annie, Li Yi replies in a sweet, childish voice. What a good boy you are. Come now, greet the uncles and aunts, Bai Lian encourages, introducing Li Yi to the guests. Faced with so many unfamiliar faces, Li Yi furrows his brow and takes a deep breath, greeting them all as uncles and aunts in succession. The guests regard Li Yi with curiosity, eager to ascertain whether he truly matches the rumors surrounding him. At first glance, they find him undeniably adorable, and upon closer inspection, they sense an inexplicable handsomeness. Though still a child, it is evident that Li Yi will grow into a striking young man and a prodigious talent. The undeniable allure of Li Yi prompts a chorus of compliments. Young Master Li Yi is truly a remarkable figure. Though still young, his presence is already humbling. Indeed, young Master Li Yi possesses an extraordinary temperament. He is destined to be strikingly handsome in the future. One look at young Master Li Yi, and you can tell he is gifted. He will undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. Hearing these praises, Li Yi feels little more than disdain. He finds it rather nauseating how they all seem to fawn over him like sycophants, that a horde of admirers lavishing him with compliments. How revolting! Yet it is somewhat pleasant to hear. Their candor is rather enjoyable, even if tinged with flattery. Curiously, the one most delighted by the guest's praises is none other than Li Yuntian. From the very start, a smile has not left his face. His lips are nearly split from grinning. Rubbing his beard, he boasts, "My son, Li Yi, possesses the bearing of an emperor." Haha, Li Yi. The bearing of an emperor? Such words should not be uttered lightly. Li Yuntian gestures, and Xiao Qingya places Li Yi into his father's arms. Though reluctant, Li Yi complies, sacrificing his own discomfort to indulge his father's vanity, allowing himself to be hoisted into his father's embrace, which is accompanied by a scruffy kiss. That moment, two groups of individuals stride in from outside. The master of Baiyin Temple has come to pay a visit. The master of Yueshan sect has come to pay a visit. Zhang Zuan and Yu Jinghong enter side by side, their shoulders brushing against one another, their smiles concealing a fierce rivalry beneath the surface that it is evident they are engaged in a silent contest, each wishing to outpace the other. Having encountered one another while disembarking from their spiritual vessels, both men are aware of the other's intentions, and thus, conflict arises. You old fool, what business do you have meddling in such matters? Is this something your Baiyun temple should involve itself in? Yu Jinghong hisses through clenched teeth. Zhang Zuan retorts defiantly, why should I not involve myself? I happen to have a daughter, sweet and charming. A perfect match for Li Yi. I've calculated their birth dates. They are compatible. What about you? Your daughter is how old now? Is she here to be Li Yi's nursemaid? Yu Jinghong counters, what makes it inappropriate? Who cares about age? It is about compatibility, talent. My daughter is well-educated and capable of caring for Li Yi. Perfectly suited. And you, when did you suddenly acquire a daughter? Just yesterday, perhaps? Chapter 43. Dowry, what an unfamiliar term. No. Have you seen Li Yi just barging in here? What concern is it of yours that I have a daughter? If you're so bold, go home and have your wife bear another. Zhang Zuan shoves hard, nearly sending Yu Jinghong tumbling into a ditch. So you have a daughter? A case of the pot calling the kettle black. You are unworthy to be a person. If Li Yi were to have you as a father-in-law, it would be a disgrace. Do you not make a fool of yourself here? Yu Jinghong squeezed back. Hey, what do you know? I am a seer by nature, and it is precisely for this moment that I have prepared. You haven't even met Li Yi and your daughter. How old is she? Li Yi is only 1 year old. Do you not find your actions utterly absurd? Yu Jinghong chuckled softly, no matter how absurd it may seem. Can it surpass your own? You secretly brought forth a daughter. Impressive. Your master must be turning in his grave at the thought of passing the position of sect leader to you. Perhaps you should return and check whether your master's coffin is adequately sealed. The two continued their banter as they walked into the living room, with Yu Yangchen trailing behind, looking utterly speechless, rubbing his temples in frustration. Why don't you two just get married right here? He glanced at his sister, Yu Lingling, who had meticulously dressed up and was undoubtedly a beauty at this moment. She wore a look of bewilderment, utterly at a loss, having been abruptly pulled from her secluded meditation for this so-called wife selection meeting. She found it utterly nonsensical, especially considering the suitor was merely a 1-year-old child. Who wouldn't he be baffled? Moreover, she was already 13 years old. Participating in a wife selection for a 1-year-old, didn't that strike anyone as comical? After much coaxing, Yu Lingling reluctantly agreed to come take a look at the daughter of the Yu Mountain sect's leader. She understood that one day, for the benefit of the sect, she would have to enter into a marriage alliance. However, she never imagined it would be like this. With a 1-year-old child in her mind, her fiancé should be a hero of unparalleled prowess, a genius beyond compare. Such is the fantasy of most young girls. The Yu Mountain sect was a prestigious sect. When had it come to this, groveling for favors? Even in the case of a prince selecting a bride, it shouldn't be this way. Greetings, I am Yu Jinghong, the leader of the Yu Mountain sect, here to pay my respects to the head of the Li family. I am Zhang Ziyuan, the head of Baiyun Temple, here to pay my respects to the head of the Li family. The two spoke almost in unison. Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, welcoming them. You two have traveled from afar. Please, take a seat and let us serve you some tea. Turning to Bai Lian, he whispered, did we invite them? Bai Lian, equally perplexed, replied, no, it's quite a distance, and we're not familiar with them. They must have come on their own after hearing the news. Li Yuntian chuckled as he stroked his beard, unable to suppress a grin. It seems my son Yi's charm is indeed considerable, reminiscent of my own youth. Bai Lian shot him a look of disbelief. You think you were ever as charming as Li Yi? You were leagues behind. Besides, a 1-year-old child. Where could such charm come from? She glanced at Li Yi, and perhaps there was something captivating about him. Even she hastily shook her head. What a wicked thought. Yu Lingling looked toward Zhang Zun's illegitimate daughter, a well-behaved little beauty of 5 or 6 years. She couldn't help but wonder, could a 1-year-old truly possess such allure? Meeting Li Yi's gaze, she felt an inexplicable urge. So adorable. I want to hold him. It seemed that this child indeed had a certain charm that nearly melted Yu Lingling's heart. Yu Yangchen noticed his sister's unwavering gaze on Li Yi. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink, and thought to himself, has she truly entered the fray so quickly? Upon seeing Li Yi again, he felt a wave of emotion. How could anyone connect the seemingly harmless Li Yi with the brash figure he had encountered at the martial arts exchange? "May I inquire what brings you both here?" Li Yuntian asked, feigning ignorance that we heard that the Li family intends to hold a wife selection for young Master Li Yi, and my daughter is of suitable age. So we brought her along immediately, Yu Jinghong replied, gesturing for Yu Lingling to step forward and greet Li Yuntian. Yu Lingling stepped forward, slightly bending her knees in greetings, head of the Li family. "And madam, please rise," Li Yuntian said, lifting her up, admiring her delicate features that hinted at both beauty and intelligence, clearly a very sensible child. Yu Jinghong continued, "Head of the Li family, you may not know, but our Yu Mountain sect sword techniques are such that your son learned them with just a glance. Thus, he shares a deep affinity with our sect. Oh?" Zhang Ziyuan scoffed. "That's merely your Yu Mountain sword techniques being subpar. Daha. Why don't you demonstrate one for me?" Ignoring Yu Jinghong, Zhang Ziyuan continued. "What you may not know, head of the Li family, is that young Master Li Yi has a natural affinity for ancient scriptures, making him most suitable for our Baiyun temple. We cannot waste his talents." "You really have a knack for self-promotion," Yu Jinghong retorted, both sides refusing to yield. Li Yuntian fell silent, observing Li Yi in his arms, realizing that his son's charm had far exceeded his expectations. Two first-rate sects were vying to present their daughters to him. At that moment, a robust voice interrupted. Li Yin had arrived. "What are you all discussing? Let this old man in on the conversation." As Li Yin entered, all eyes turned to him. He radiated the imposing aura of a martial sovereign, ensuring everyone understood. The crowd respectfully rose to greet him, feeling the undeniable pressure of his presence. Li Yin laughed heartily. "No need for formalities. My friends, that it brings me great joy to see you all come to participate in my son Yi's wife selection. You are all guests here. No need for excessive courtesy. Who knows, we may yet become in-laws." Casting a satisfied glance over the guests, Li Yin nodded approvingly, stroking his beard. At that moment, Li was at a loss for words. If this continued, it was no longer the plot of a romantic reversal story, but rather that of a harem tale. Li had no interest in being part of a harem. He simply wished for a tranquil and comfortable life. Yu Jinghong stated, "Your son and my daughter are a match made in heaven, perfectly aligned with our Yu Mountain sect. Perhaps the head of the Li family should consider this." Zhang Ziyuan countered, "You should take a break. I've consulted the stars, and young Master Li Yi's fate aligns perfectly with my daughter. I have even prepared a dowry. Lie. Dowry, what an unfamiliar term. I say, you two, do you even understand the order of things? Get in line." Seeing the two jump ahead, the others who had arrived earlier became indignant, leading to a heated argument in the living room. Li Yuntian stepped forward to mediate. "I understand that you all wish to form alliances with my Li family, and it is indeed our honor. However, my original intention was to hold a wife selection for Yi, to find him a suitable partner. Since we cannot reach a conclusion now, would it not be wise to wait until the selection event to determine the outcome?" Agreed. Chapter 44. The wife selection event commences, and the schemes of the other two families on the day of the wife selection event. "Dad, have you lost your mind? Why are you holding a wife selection for little Yi? He is still just a child." Li Shuer challenged Li Yuntian, shocked upon learning of his intentions. She rushed back on her spiritual vessel to put a stop to this farce. "What is so funny about it? Your brother is selecting a wife. Shouldn't you be happy and help him out?" Li Yuntian replied, somewhat displeased, hands clasped behind his back, wondering when Li Shuer had taken it upon herself to lecture him. "Her father did. I'm thrilled. Absolutely thrilled," Li Shuer retorted angrily. "Little Yi is still just a child. I wouldn't mind if you were arranging a betrothal for him, but a wife selection event? Is that something a rational person could conceive? I believe you are overreacting, and I am your father. How dare you speak to me like this?" Li Yuntian found her reaction baffling. "That you're a little girl. What do you understand? Go back to Tai Ching sect and focus on your cultivation. Stay out of this. Besides, once he goes to Tai Ching sect to devote himself to his training, he won't have time for such matters. I am merely planning ahead for your brother." Li Shuer forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Dad, you didn't secretly want to hold a wife selection for yourself, and couldn't. So now you are trying to impose it on little Yi, did you? That is slander. How could a daughter defame her father like this?" Li Yuntian cleared his throat, hands behind his back, declaring with righteous indignation, "I am a proper man. Don't speak nonsense." Yes, yes, yes. You are a proper man. That is this something a proper man would come up with. Li Yuntian looked at Li Shuer. You are at least a saintess. Continue improve your demeanor. How can you speak to your father like this? A saintess is a saintess, but a daughter-s behavior. Doesn't he that follow her father-s example? Li Yuntian couldn't help but grimace. That statement left him with no retort that Li Shuer didn't wish to continue debating the issue with Li Yuntian. For now, it seemed there was no way around in this family. There was no one to rely on, just a few days away, and this had already occurred. How fortunate Little E was. Little E, your sister has come. I'm off to find him upon finishing her words. Li Shuer turned and departed. It had been several days since she last saw the little rascal, Xiao Yi, and she found herself missing him dearly. After much effort in concocting a reason to venture out, she couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Rubbing her hands together, she envisioned the delight of pinching Li Yi's chubby cheeks. Her excitement palpable that moment. Li Yi was ensconced in the backyard, surrounded by a throng of ladies. Their numbers so great that it was impossible to escape. They had gathered to admire the charming boy, and it seemed as if they were about to purchase him a spot at the zoo. He was undoubtedly the center of attention. Most of these women were mothers themselves, familiar with the joys of child-rearing, and upon encountering such an adorable little fellow, they couldn't resist reaching out to touch him. Li had lost count of how many times he had been petted. Hands were everywhere, and he longed for a modicum of privacy. If this continued, he feared he might lose a layer of skin. More alarmingly, some of the bolder women were even kissing and nibbling at him, leaving his face smeared with rouge and lipstick. The cacophony of chatter from the group was incessant, with some even bringing their daughters to show off to Li Yi, their endless prattle fading into oblivion in his mind. This horde of women was utterly terrifying. He had to escape this place swiftly. Otherwise, he would be lost forever. Xiao Yi, your sister is back. Are you happy? As Li Shuer stepped into the yard and beheld the multitude of women, she was momentarily taken aback. The scene, with Li Yi at its heart, resembled some kind of ritualistic ceremony. Upon spotting his sister, Li seemed to grasp a lifeline, dashing towards Li Shuer without a moment's hesitation. Sister, save me, he cried, leaping into her embrace that had only been a few days. Yet his longing for her was palpable. Li Shuer felt a swell of joy in her heart as she lifted Li Yi into her arms. Her love for this brother was not in vain. It's been half a month. Of course I missed you, sister. Take me out to play. Li clung to her neck, refusing to let go. Sister is the best. Yes, I will take you out to play. Amidst the gazes of the surrounding ladies, Li Shuer departed with Li Yi in her arms, that Li exhaled a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. At the matrimonial selection event, the Li family was indeed amusing, holding a wife selection ceremony for a mere child, utterly unbothered by the prospect of being ridiculed. Nowadays, with Li Yin, that old codger, having broken through to the martial sovereign realm, their status had dramatically shifted. Moreover, I have heard that Li Yi's talents are far beyond those of ordinary prodigies. Isn't the Song family at odds with the Li family? Why are they here? Could it be that they seek to turn foes into friends? The Suzhou Song family and the Wang family had gathered together. All three families were prominent lineages in Suzhou, essentially forming its three major clans, each typically respecting territorial boundaries and avoiding conflict. However, the nature of interests is such that it cannot be neatly divided, often leading to friction and encroachments as they vie for one another's gains. With the Li family currently dominating the scene, if this trend continues, the Wang and Song families would find themselves utterly suppressed. Hence, the two families had tacitly allied themselves, transforming foes into allies. Does the Wang family aspire to be the peacemaker? In the past, the Wang family has caused no shortage of trouble for the Li family. Do they truly believe the Li family holds no grudges? Wang Hanlin, the head of the Wang family, chuckled darkly. Then may I inquire what insights the Song family head possesses? Song Chongfeng, head of the Song family, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of confidence. The Li family may boast of prodigies, but they are not the sole bearers of such talent at all. It seems the Song family head is quite reserved, but the Li family does have a martial sovereign strongman. Although the great Qian law imposes restrictions, the mere presence of such a deterrent could lead to our slow demise. Wang Hanlin continued. If the Song family head has any insights, please share them. We are, after all, in the same boat now. Song Chongfeng flashed a self-assured smile. Is it not merely a martial sovereign? Li Yin has only recently ascended to that status. I have my own confidence. Wang Hanlin regarded Song Chongfeng with a knowing glance, uncertain of what schemes he might be concocting. Yet the only viable course of action appeared to be collaboration with him. It was evident that Song Chongfeng was also aware of this, patiently awaiting compensation. Does Song brother have any plans? Plans? Not quite, it is more of a scheme. Song Chongfeng revealed a sinister smile. Of course, my family alone would find it difficult to accomplish this. I would request the cooperation of the Wang family. Since the Song family head is so confident, the Wang family shall await your good news. Might I inquire about the preliminary plans you have? Song Chongfeng's lips curled into a shadowy smile. At the end of this month, the three families will vie for the seal. Our two families shall join forces and catch the Li family off guard. The three families vying for the seal. Chapter 45, Counterattack Mission. Please establish contact with Qiu Lingming. The three families, Li, Wang, and Song, possess immense power, with their businesses sprawling across Suzhou and beyond, capturing vast markets that in the past, they often clashed in their quest for market dominance, causing considerable upheaval in Suzhou. However, local officials found themselves unable to favor one family over the others, nor could they afford to offend all three simultaneously. Thus, the three families devised the Three Families Seal competition, wherein each would dispatch their young prodigies to compete for the Great Seal, thereby distributing market shares. This event occurs every 3 years, and this time it is set for the end of the month. Each family can send individuals no older than 18, making it a contest of youthful talent. The last time, the Li family, represented by the prodigies Li Xian and Li Shuer, captured more than half the market, leaving the Wang and Song families with little to show for their efforts. This time, with no successors in the Li family, they would undoubtedly pay a price. Yet this does not resolve the fundamental issue. After all, Li Yin is a martial sovereign that if things go too far, it could lead to Song Chongfeng dismiss the concern. I can confidently state that I have a method to deal with him, that if you believe the Li family will reconcile with you, you may as well consult the family head now. Wang Hanlin took a deep breath, falling into contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "Very well, I hope you truly have a means to deal with Li Yin." Rest assured, Song Chongfeng replied with unwavering confidence. Speaking of the Three Family Seal competition, do you have confidence in it? Wang Hanlin inquired curiously that I have already stated that the Li family is not the sole bearer of prodigious talent. Song Chongfeng remained reticent. The matrimonial selection event for Li Yi. The spectacle seemed absurd, yet it was undeniably a grand affair, drawing not only local families and sects, but also guests from afar, such as the Baiyun Temple and the Yu Mountain sect. Two highly esteemed first-rate sections, several first-rate sects journeyed from afar, marveling at the Li family's formidable influence that Li Shuer cradled Li Yi as they approached the event venue. And in an instant, all eyes were on him, eager to glimpse the fabled prodigy. Wow, the saintess is carrying him in. What treatment? You haven't seen anything. The leader of the Taiching sect has also held Li Yi before. Li Yi quietly asked Li Shuer, "Has the Qiu family arrived?" "What Qiu family?" "There are indeed several families with the surname Qiu." Li Shuer pondered for a moment before responding. "You might as well inquire with father. He knows best." Casting a glance at Li Yuntian, who was grinning from ear to ear at the main seat, Li Shuer shook her head in disbelief. "The Qiu family? Which one?" Li Yuntian inquired. "There are several Qiu families hosting. I wonder which one Li Yi is referring to." Curious about why Li Yi suddenly mentioned the Qiu family, he mused whether the boy had already set his sights on someone. The lad was quite ambitious, showing promise for the future. "The Qiu family we have business dealings with," Li Yuntian recalled, realization dawning. "Oh, I remember now. They should have come." The Qiu family Li Yi mentioned was at best a mid-tier family in Suzhou, with which they had some business dealings, but they were not particularly familiar. Such a family was hardly worthy of Li Yi, and Li Yuntian had long since dismissed the thought that you already have a target? You re still a child. How do you even know how to seek a wife? Li Yuntian jested. Li's inquiry about the Qiu family stemmed purely from curiosity about what might unfold upon meeting Qiu Lingming. "Father, what nonsense are you talking?" Li Shuer retorted, exasperated. "Shouldn't you return to the Taiching sect instead of meddling here?" Li Yuntian scoffed, fearing that you might go overboard in selecting a wife for Xiao Yi. "It is only right that I, as his sister, must oversee the process," Li Shuer declared resolutely. Li Yuntian chuckled. "Didn't you oppose this? You all went ahead without consulting me. What could I possibly do?" Li Yuntian and Bai Lian were tasked with presiding over the wife selection event, working alongside the second wife, Gong Wenyue, and Xiao Qingya to find a suitable match for Li Yi. Could hardly fathom that one day such matters as selecting a consort would fall upon him. I detest instant noodles. I find myself, the protagonist, feeling quite average about this situation. Essentially, Li Yuntian and his three wives were in control. First assessing appearance and character, followed by various talents and skills, including nurturing abilities. In these aspects, they were all quite proficient and had a voice in the matter. As for Li Yi, he was relegated to the role of a mascot. Cradled by Li Shuer, serving as a figurehead for the Li family. Casting his gaze over the candidates, he noted a wide array of ages and appearances, from newborns to mature women in their 30s. Embodying every conceivable style. I am still but a child. How can I endure such scrutiny? How diminutive, vying for milk with oneself. How grand, indeed, it is akin to a small horse pulling a great cart. The atmosphere of the marriage selection gathering has become increasingly absurd, yet ever more lively, making it difficult to fathom that this is an event organized for a one-year-old child. What are your thoughts on Miss Lingling? Li Yuntian inquired softly of Li Yi, among whom his favorite was Yu Lingling. Fair of visage, obedient and well-mannered, a lady of refinement, well-matched in family background and age, she appeared to be the perfect choice. Li Yi. To refuse outright would be too harsh. To agree would be even worse. Li chose silence, biting his finger while gazing at Xiao Qingya. Xiao Qingya, sensing Li Yi's intention, wondered if he was yearning for milk again. Hadn't he just been fed? This little rascal couldn't possibly be seeking an excuse to evade. Could he? Shuer, I perceive that is weary. Perhaps you should take him downstairs for a while, Xiao Qingya suggested. All right, was the response, as Li Shuer showed no interest in the backyard. A throng of women gathered, all of whom were family members visiting the Li clan. The turnout for Li Yi's marriage selection event far exceeded expectations, resulting in a bustling scene that could only be described as unprecedented. Many of the ladies engaged in conversation and play in the backyard, avoiding the chaos of the front yard. What a delightful little creature. Come here and let Annie hold you. This child must be Li Yi. Simply adorable. If only my son could be as charming, I wouldn't mind the fatigue at all. He will surely grow into a handsome young man. Li Yi. Blast it. I had almost forgotten this aspect. After merely a visit to the backyard, Li felt as though he had shed a layer of skin that if this continued, he would truly be overwhelmed. Aside from the group of matriarchs, numerous young women participating in the marriage selection were also present in the backyard, preparing as the front yard overflowed with people, leaving them to queue in the back. Ling Ming, when the time comes, ensure you and your cousin perform admirably. That I do not expect you to be selected, but at the very least, leave a favorable impression for the Li family, as it concerns the future of the Qiu family. Understood? Understood, mother. Ling Ming, Qiu family? Li Yi's ears perked up, curiosity piqued as he glanced in that direction. That a task for a reversal has been issued. Venture forth to hone your skills. Having stirred up trouble, you have altered your appearance and changed your name. Encountering Xiu Lingming, who is embroiled in a predicament regarding an annulled engagement, an insidious thought brews within you, a desire to make Xiu Lingming regret this decision for a lifetime. Thus, you resolve to adopt another identity, compelling her to fall in love with you, only to reveal your true self at the end of 3 years, allowing her to experience the profound anguish of heartbreak. Establish a connection with Xiu Lingming and cultivate her affections for you. Chapter 46. The 3 Great Delusions of Life. He is interested in me? Li. As he beheld the system's issuance of the reversal task, Li fell into silence. Could the system's portrayal be any more ludicrous? What does it mean that my heart harbors an evil thought? To assume another identity and make Xiu Lingming fall in love with me, only to reveal the truth at the appointed time. It is apparent that such notions arise from being spurned in an engagement. How could a gentleman of my stature entertain such twisted thoughts? The system is engaging in pure slander. System, please confront the distorted feelings resulting from your annulled engagement. Li, this system is better left buried. He glanced towards the distant Xiu Lingming, who was of the same age as him, yet appeared smaller, due to his early development as an ancient sacred body. Her demeanor was quite endearing, indicative of a future beauty. In truth, Xiu Lingming and her cousin stood among the crowd. Not particularly remarkable, perhaps due to their tender years to 81.5 years old. In his previous world, one would barely recall memories, let alone comprehend matters. Yet in this realm, she was not only aware but also sensible. Presently, Qiu Lingming's constitution was yet to awaken, ordinary and devoid of talent. Until she encountered the master of the Qinshur Island, who discerned her unique constitution at a glance. Thus, she was accepted as a disciple, with the master expending treasures to aid her in awakening her abilities. Thereafter revealing her extraordinary talents, that Li pondered whether he should approach and greet his fiancée. Given the current circumstances, fulfilling this reversal task seemed quite simple. According to the original narrative, both he and Qiu Lingming were deemed useless. Mere pawns in a familial alliance. Now, observing Qiu Lingming, who stood at the tail end of the selection candidates, the contrast was stark. As for his feelings, for Li Yi, who had yet to experience the scenarios from the reversal plot, it felt more akin to watching a tale unfold, devoid of emotional investment. Turning his head adorably, he caught sight of Li Shuer and blinked at her. "Sister, I shall go over to say hello." Li Shuer. Say hello? Confused by Li Yi's sudden action, she suspected he had ulterior motives. Looking at the crowd, could it be that Li Yi had found someone to his liking? She nodded in agreement. Li Yi, with his little legs, made his way towards Qiu Lingming, with Li Shuer trailing behind to observe. Qiu Lingming nervously clasped her fingers. Though still young, she understood the significance of this moment for the Qiu family, as their fate was intertwined with that of the Li family, whose words determined their destiny. Given the Qiu family status, they could hardly hope to be chosen, but at least they should strive to leave a good impression for future dealings. Curiosity piqued. Qiu Lingming wondered what the esteemed Li looked like. For days, she had heard tales of his brilliance, his prodigious feats, and how he was described as a paragon among men, destined for greatness. Though Li Yi was her peer, he had already gained a formidable reputation, destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Such a figure was surely beyond her reach. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she resolved to perform her best, ensuring that the Qiu family would not be shamed and would leave a favorable impression upon the Li family. Before her, a long line formed, with numerous eager individuals vying to become Li Yi's fiancée. Aside from her cousin, several other sisters from the clan were present, making it uncertain when her turn would come to Lie, young master. A respectful greeting rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Qiu Lingming turned curiously to see a boy slightly taller than herself approaching. He was dressed in opulent attire, standing tall and straight, with a cherubic, plump face that was utterly adorable. Upon closer inspection, the young boy exuded a certain elegance, brimming with the confidence of a genius. In the eyes of the onlookers, he faintly resembled a future figure who would stand atop the grandest of paths, surveying the world with unparalleled grace that a child exhibiting such charisma. Though still young, it was undeniable that such a presence would captivate any girl's heart, combining both charm and cuteness, leaving them utterly defenseless. Noticing the rapt gazes of the girls, Li covered his face, attributing the attention to the system's extraordinary charm. For the moment he felt fine, yet he was apprehensive about that line. Charm transcends all races that he fervently hoped no complications would arise, lest he find himself in a predicament reminiscent of Dong Yong, Su Xian, and Ning Kaichen playing mahjong with one missing player. With just a glance, Qiu Lingming was entranced. In that instant, Li Yi resembled the hero of a novel, possessing an irresistible allure that drew people in. Is this Li Yi, young master? Truly, as they say, a paragon among men? Unlike the daydreams of other girls, Qiu Lingming thought of such a man as one she could never aspire to be with. An unattainable existence that Lie is so handsome. Despite being a child, how could he be so charming and adorable? I wish I could hold him. Let me hold him. Among the crowd were girls in their teens and even those in their 20s, all of whom were unable to resist the extraordinary charm of Li Wai. I shook his head. The unmistakable influence of his charm revealed who the true talents were, observing the girls and then looking at Xiao Hanyan. The disparity was glaring. Even Qiu Lingming, whose constitution was yet to awaken, remained comparatively composed that in the future he could certainly employ his extraordinary charm to discern the prowess of others. Extraordinary charm, talent identification tool. Li Yi is coming over. He is looking at me. Nonsense, Li Yi is clearly looking at me. He must be interested in me. Stop dreaming. Li Yi is looking at me. Before Li even arrived, the girls were nearly at odds with one another. The three great delusions of life. He is looking at me. He is interested in me. He likes me. Li covered his face, exasperated, thinking, I am but 1 year old. It cannot be this exaggerated. Witnessing this scene, Li Shuer was equally astonished. Her brother possessed a remarkable charm. Reflecting on the actions of her peers, she noted that in comparison, they appeared relatively composed, and as Li approached, they hastened to compose themselves. Touching up their makeup in striking poses, displaying warm smiles in an attempt to capture his attention, that Lie, under the gaze of the crowd, approached Xiao Lingming and inquired, Hello, what is your name? Xiao Lingming. Chapter 47. Would you be willing to become my fiancé, Emi? Xiao Lingming lifted her head, her voice trembling with disbelief as she gazed at Li Yi, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Young Master Li has come to find me. How could I possibly deserve such attention? It resembled a romantic tale where a handsome prince suddenly approached a humble girl, inquiring about her name. Happiness arrived with such unexpectedness that Li spoke somewhat casually to I in response to young Master Li. My name is Xiao Lingming. With her head bowed, Xiao Lingming replied with utmost caution, fearful of any inadvertent rudeness. Her cherubic face flushing with a hint of embarrassment. The other girls cast envious glances at Xiao Lingming, wishing fervently that they were the ones being addressed by Li Yi, overwhelmed by surprise. Xiao Lingming stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, Li Yi observed her with a detached interest, noting her pleasing appearance, delicate and refined. Though still young, it was evident that she was a well-educated and sensible girl. Had Xiao Lingming's gifts not remained dormant, and had there not been this turning point, she would undoubtedly have blossomed into an exemplary wife and mother. As Li Yi studied her, Xiao Lingming felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively shrinking back. Beside her, Madame Xiao was both excited and anxious, wondering if Li Yi had developed an affection for her daughter. This was an opportunity she had never dared to dream of. Watching Li Yi's demeanor, Li Shuer couldn't help but chuckle, sensing a certain charm in the situation. Could it be that young Yi truly had an interest in this girl? Yet despite Xiao Lingming's charm and beauty, her talent and background were rather ordinary, making her an unsuitable match for Li Yi. Many daughters of affluent families, possessing both beauty and status, would be far more fitting companions for him. Xiao Lingming? The Qiu family? Li Shuer suddenly recalled that Li Yi had previously inquired about the Qiu family, realizing that he had planned this all along. If young Yi was genuinely fond of her, perhaps it wasn't entirely out of reach. After all, with Li Yi's extraordinary talent, these considerations would merely serve as embellishments in the future. Have you seen enough? You've made the little girl shy. Li Shuer remarked with a smile that Lie, feeling exasperated, retorted sister, regarding matters of children, adults ought not to meddle. Indeed, Li Shuer laughed, her voice ringing like silver bells, beaming at the scene. You seem quite good. You shall be my fiancé, Yi. Li Yi's words, though seemingly casual, were not a question of opinion, but rather an assertion of decision, to me. Xiao Lingming was momentarily stunned, lifting her gaze to Li Yi in disbelief, pointing to herself to confirm. The surprise was so abrupt that her mind struggled to process it, leaving her uncertain of the reality before her. Yes, you, Li Yi affirmed with a nod. The reason for selecting Xiao Lingming as his fiancé, he was twofold. First, to fulfill the system's task of establishing a connection with her. Second, binding her to himself would undoubtedly trigger numerous reversal tasks, allowing him to draw benefits from her. Noticing Xiao Lingming still in shock, he feigned displeasure and asked, What? Are you unwilling? Xiao Lingming quickly shook her head, her voice hurried. Of course I am willing. It would be an honor to become your fiancé, Yi, young Master Li. Madame Xiao immediately stepped forward, grasping Xiao Lingming's hand in agreement, her smile radiant, nearly splitting her face in two that initially she had only intended to bring them to the Li family for a favorable impression, never daring to imagine such a selection. Yet, here it was, an unexpected delight. For the entire Qiu family, this was an extraordinary opportunity, capable of altering their fate and elevating them to heights previously unimaginable, transforming them into a prestigious family that Lie, the most gifted of the Li lineage, possessed a celestial presence and boundless potential, destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. Furthermore, the Li family was currently under the protection of a martial sovereign. What a monumental support the Qiu family would gain through this union. In the span of mere breaths, Madame Chiu envisioned countless treasures and power beckoning to her, as if she had reached the pinnacle of life. Well then, it's settled. Li Yi confirmed his choice of fiancé, Chiu Lingming. Thank you, young Master Li, Madame Chiu exclaimed, pulling Chiu Lingming closer in gratitude. Despite Chiu Lingming's lack of talent and the indifference she faced, Madame Chiu had merely hoped to cultivate her into a refined lady, then seek a suitable match. To have garnered such attention from Li Yi was beyond her wildest dreams. Come with me. Li Yi extended his hand, leading Chiu Lingming towards the main hall to inform his father that he had already made his choice, that it was better to select for himself. Otherwise, with Li Yuntian's erratic thinking, he might end up with both a fiancée and a concubine. Such a thought was unthinkable. Observing Li Yi departing with Chiu Lingming, a cacophony of heartbreak echoed among the other candidates. Lamenting, "Why wasn't he at me?" Madame Chiu, unable to contain her excitement, proclaimed, "Rest assured, young Master Li, our Lingming is the most understanding. She will surely care for you and bear you several plump, healthy children that lie. Could we perhaps consider my current age before discussing children?" Madame Chiu incessantly reminded Chiu Lingming to be polite and considerate, as if she wished to accompany her daughter. Chiu Lingming nodded eagerly, committing every word of her mother's advice to memory. Knowing these were the principles she must uphold, that I in the main hall, Li Yuntian, who had been enjoying the selection process, noticed Li Yi's arrival and was about to showcase his own accomplishments, but upon seeing Li Yi with a little girl, he paused in confusion. "What is happening here?" Madame Chiu quickly interjected. "This is my daughter, Chiu Lingming." Li Yuntian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Chiu Lingming, from the Chiu family? Just moments ago, he had indeed inquired about them. Could it be? Realizing the implication, Li Yuntian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What are you doing?" "I have decided that Chiu Lingming is my fiancé. You need not select a fiancé for me," Li Yi declared. The room fell into an eerie silence, with not a sound to be heard, as if a pin could drop and be heard echoing. All eyes were fixed on Li Yi and Chiu Lingming. After a brief pause, voices erupted in disbelief. "Where did this Chiu family come from? I've never heard of them. Which prominent family are they from? Am I truly so uninformed? Damn it, we've been selecting for so long. And a little girl swoops in and takes it all. This is unacceptable. We must redo the selection. Indeed, why should this happen? This Chiu family lacks decorum." Hearing the protest demanding Li Yi to reconsider, Li Yuntian was taken aback, completely unprepared for Li Yi's unilateral decision. Li stepped forward with a smile, addressing the crowd, "That I understand that all of you have traveled great distances to attend my selection banquet, which I appreciate as a sign of respect, that I, Li Yi, express my gratitude to all the esteemed elders present, that I regret that I have disappointed your good intentions today, but I have my own thoughts regarding marriage. And I hope for your understanding," he continued. "I have taken to heart the goodwill of all the elders present today, and I will remember those who have attended this selection, should I ever require assistance in the future. I will certainly act within my means." That Li Yi spoke with poise. The atmosphere grew hushed, with everyone regarding him with astonished eyes. Remarkably, this young boy articulated his thoughts with such clarity and conviction, displaying a maturity far beyond his years, evoking the spirit of a youthful hero. They couldn't help but think, this child will undoubtedly become a distinguished figure in the future. Young Master Li, you truly embody the celestial talent that has been spoken of. Your demeanor is extraordinary. Following this praise, numerous attendees began to flatter Li Yi, expressing admiration rather than resentment towards his actions, sensing that he was indeed someone worth befriending. Observing their reactions, Li Yi felt a sense of relief. This was the charm of unparalleled charisma. In young Master Li, I see the potential of a youthful hero. It makes me feel rather inadequate. Can you even compare to young Master Li? At your age, you were likely still wetting your pants. As the saying goes, heroes deserve beautiful companions. While Li Yi's fiancée, he had her own aspirations. The second lady of the house still considered the prospect of introducing her daughter. "Get lost. You think you're worthy, just look at your appearance. How could your daughter possibly compare? Young Master Li should take a look at my daughter. They would be a splendid match." The atmosphere grew lively once more, even more so than before. Everyone sought to align themselves with the Li family, realizing that failing to do so would mean missing out on future opportunities to benefit from Li Yi's influence. This was the reality of a world where the strong reigned supreme, and the privileges of the talented were apparent. Take your time, one at a time. There's no rush. Li Yuntian maintained a smile. His demeanor seemingly unchanged, yet his lips curled upwards in a manner that suggested a struggle to contain his amusement. Witnessing this spectacle, Li felt a sense of exasperation. His intention to deflect attention had only exacerbated the situation. Oh well, I suppose I'll just let it unfold as it may. My dear, your charm is indeed remarkable, Li Shuer remarked with a hint of admiration. Sister, if you were to choose a husband, your allure would surely surpass mine. Li jested. Li Shuer playfully tapped Li Yi's head and exclaimed, You little rascal, how dare you learn to tease your sister? Who taught you such mischief? If you won't behave, you'll be punished. I'll make you endure an hour of face-pinching. Is this punishment? It feels more like a reward. Li protested. An hour? My face would surely be squished into a dumpling. I vehemently refuse. No way. How dare you talk back to your sister? Don't you dare run away. Li Shuer seized Li Yi, transforming into an unrelenting face-pinching machine. Mission accomplished. Under your unparalleled charm, Qiu Lingming quickly succumbed, perceiving you as a lofty, sacred presence. And being with you is the greatest fortune of her life. Reward obtained. Affinity with nature, essence of alchemy. Affinity with nature. You possess an innate bond with all flora, experiencing no repulsion, allowing you to master the use of plants, comprehend their essence, and absorb their resources without wasting a single drop of medicinal potency. Essence of alchemy. Mastery of alchemical principles enables you to refine any elixir to its utmost efficacy, while also shortening the time required for concoction and simplifying the process to LIE. As expected, Qiu Lingming is indeed the crux of this marriage annulment plot. 2 rewards, no less, and they are absolutely phenomenal. While resource absorption typically incurs losses, making complete absorption impossible. Even for the most extraordinary of talents, affinity with nature grants me this variability. Moreover, this affinity allows me to disregard the conflicting properties of medicinal materials when refining potions. Some materials cannot be combined without risking an explosion, but I need not concern myself with such matters. I can simply add the materials and let the process unfold, with no certainty of the outcome. And then there's the essence of alchemy. What a lucrative profession being an alchemist is. In a fantastical world, can one truly claim to be a transmigrator without becoming an alchemist? These 2 rewards are merely the beginning. Qiu Lingming represents a veritable treasure trove for me, one that I can exploit for at least another 2.5 years. Qiu Lingming, petite and timid, stood nearby, afraid to make a move. Acutely aware of Li Yi's evil gaze, causing her to shrink back. The marriage selection event. The audience was fervently cheering for their daughters or disciples, while those merely spectating displayed expressions of astonishment, their brows furrowed, their eyes conveying 2 words, envious, truly envious. After living most of their lives, they felt less joy than this little brat. This boy must not be allowed to thrive. Song Chongfeng's gaze darkened as he fixed his stare on Li Yi. If this boy grows, he will surely become a calamity for both our families. Brother Song, I care not what your plans are, but act swiftly. Rest assured, Brother Wang. Song Chongfeng waved his sleeve, departing, having come merely to gauge the situation without a need to linger. At that moment, the happiest among them was Qiu Lingming's father, Qiu Lichuan, who dashed forward, first bowing to Li Yuntian before engaging in amiable conversation, evoking envy from onlookers. The Qiu family has truly struck a great deal. Having intercepted this opportunity ahead of others, Yu Jinghong sighed. Some sought to intercept but failed. Zhang Zan remarked calmly, sipping his tea. Are you not among them? Yu Jinghong replied, casting a puzzled look at Zhang Ziyuan, who remained unperturbed. As his mind raced, he began to piece together the implications. Tentatively, he probed, I've heard Li Yi can translate ancient scriptures. Your aura seems considerably stronger than before, and with Li Yan's breakthrough. Could it all be related to those ancient texts? Did Li Yi translate them? Yu Jinghong was struck by a chilling thought, connecting these events in a manner that made perfect sense upon closer reflection. Li Yi's worth is undeniably on the rise, he continued. You appear unfazed. I presume you have reached some form of agreement or connection with them. Zhang Zan mused that Yu Jinghong indeed had some skill in deducing such matters from minimal clues. He smiled and replied, As for our relationship with Li Yi, do not speculate. I will not divulge it. Yu Zhenghong chuckled, assessing Zhang Zuan's expression, confident he was close to the truth, having already lost the initiative. Should Li Yi truly have translated the entirety of the ancient scriptures, allowing Li Yin to ascend to martial sovereign, the Li family and Baiyun Temple would flourish, while his Yuanshan sect would be left in the dust, necessitating contemplation. What do you think Li Yi's future holds? Yu Zhenghong suddenly inquired. Hard to say. Li Yi's talent is unparalleled, a rarity in history that I doubt anyone can predict just how far he will go. Zhang Zuan replied, shaking his head. Moreover, we must ensure he finds that path, Dado. What do you mean? Zhang Zuan asked with a smile that My Yuanshan sect is willing to safeguard Li Yi's growth. We are all in this together. Would you kindly share those ancient scriptures? Yu Zhenghong implored unabashedly. Absolutely not. Be gone. Chapter 49 Li Yi. If you don't call me Ge, I will call off the engagement. Ling Ming, truly the pride of her father, did not bring shame upon him. Qiu Lichuan laughed heartily while cradling Qiu Lingming, his eyes filled with affection, treating her as a treasured gem. For Qiu Lingming, this was a treatment she had never before experienced. In the Qiu household, aside from her delicate appearance and understanding nature, she was but a shadow, overshadowed by her lack of talent and her parents' indifference. Now being cherished by her parents, Qiu Lingming understood that all of this was due to Li Yi. He had given her everything, and in her heart, Li Yi would forever be her everything. Feeling bashful, Qiu Lingming lowered her head, appearing quite shy. Qiu Lichuan set her down and urged, "Hurry and greet your in-laws." Qiu Lingming obediently performed her greeting, bashfully exclaiming, "Greetings, in-laws." Rised that Li Yuntian smiled warmly, scrutinizing Qiu Lingming. What a well-behaved girl, polite and courteous. She will surely make an excellent partner for Yi, though the Qiu family did not match the Li family in status. Since Li Yi was fond of her, Li Yuntian had no objections. Xiao Qingyao was also quite pleased with Qiu Lingming. Being from a scholarly family, she valued her character highly. "Come here, good child," Xiao Qingyao beckoned, inviting Qiu Lingming closer. With light steps, Qiu Lingming approached Xiao Qingyao, who found her increasingly endearing. "Rest assured, Madam Xiao, I have been teaching Lingming since she was little, instilling in her a love for knowledge and the arts. She is proficient in all, especially in music. Though she is still young, she can already play several pieces beautifully, Dado." Xiao Qingyao was somewhat taken aback, inspecting Qiu Lingming's fingers, confirming the truth of the matter. Come here, Lie approached, and Xiao Qingyao took both their hands, joining them together. This is your chosen fiancée. Treat Lingming well, and do not let her down, understood? Xiao Qingyao stated earnestly. Understood. I did not choose her lightly. Li Yi replied that if there is nothing else, I'll be off to play. With matters settled, he seized the opportunity to slip away. You little rascal. All you do is play. Now that you have a fiancée, take Lingming with you to have some fun, Xiao Qingyao encouraged, allowing Li Yi and Qiu Lingming to escape. That I'll keep an eye on those two. Li Shuo also slipped away. She had little to do here and preferred movement to standing idly. Li Yuntian remarked to Qiu Lichuan, once the marriage selection concludes, shall we formalize the engagement? Whatever the Li family head decides. Qiu Lichuan readily agreed, his heart bursting with joy, never having anticipated such fortune would fall upon him. Departing amidst the envious gazes of others to discuss preparations with his wife. Under Li Yuntian's guidance, the marriage selection event continued, that Li felt utterly helpless. Li Yuntian not only aimed to select his wife for this life, but also for the next. And perhaps even the one beyond that. The long-term plot mission was issued. At this moment, you have already garnered Qiu Lingming's affection. Henceforth, cultivate your relationship with her, making her fall deeply in love with you. Laying the groundwork for your nefarious scheme in 3 years, Li Yi. This system must have consumed the soul of a guardian spirit. The nefarious scheme merely refers to the system's twisted ideas, entirely unrelated to the pure-hearted host. According to the system's narrative, this plan is indeed wicked enough to ensnare Qiu Lingming into an inescapable affection for him, only to reveal his true intentions 3 years hence. Were this a regular plot, one could easily imagine Qiu Lingming's current sentiments, utterly heartbroken, a fleeting thrill from tormenting a wife, yet a perpetual delight in her suffering. In the courtyard, Qiu Lingming's delicate voice called out, Li Yi Xiaoye. Wait for me. I can't keep up. Breathless and exhausted, she struggled to match Li Yi's pace. Now a 9-star martial disciple, how could she possibly keep up with him? who was not even a martial disciple? Don't call me Li Xiaoye. Just call me Ego. Being addressed as Li Xiaoye felt awkward. Ego sounded much more pleasant. All right, Li Xiaoye. Qiu Lingming meekly replied, that Lie. If you don't call me Ego, I will call off the engagement. Please don't call off the engagement, Ego. Qiu Lingming gasped in shock, nearly on the verge of tears, hastily protesting. Now that it's more like Lie nodded lightly. Effortlessly handling the situation with his fiancée, ES' sudden decision to call off their engagement, but he couldn't help but feel amused as he observed Qiu Lingming's almost tearful expression. Was she truly frightened to the point of tears over a mere engagement annulment? After all, she was but a young girl, merely a year old. Unlike Li Yi, who possessed the soul of a 20-year-old. The plot of their story had reached a new milestone. Your inconsistent attitude made Qiu Lingming feel both distant and near, instilling in her a fear of losing you. Your indifference did not lead her to give up. Rather, it deepened her affection for you. Reward obtained. Master of Danqing. Master of Danqing. You possess unparalleled skill, enhancing your alchemical techniques, allowing you to manually craft pills. Antiques and paintings come vividly to life under your deft hands. Musical instruments resonate profoundly under your performance. Li Yi exclaimed, not bad. Master of Danqing is incredibly versatile, encompassing everything from alchemy to the arts. Gazing at Qiu Lingming, he realized he had struck gold. With this task at hand, he could continuously mine for rewards through her. Just one word. Exhilarating. He felt fortunate that his decision had proven to be remarkably astute. The next step was to continually refresh milestones and warm his relationship with Qiu Lingming, thereby securing ongoing rewards that by the time their 3-year agreement came around, a significant reward would likely await him. This was not merely a tale of an underdog rising. It was clearly one of nurturing and reaping benefits. Li glanced around. With the master of Danqing and the essence of alchemy, he wouldn't even need an alchemical furnace. He could manually craft pills with his hands. After all, who among serious alchemists relied on a furnace? They all crafted by hand, didn't they? He found a handful of weeds, tore them apart, and wondered if he could use them for alchemy. The thought of crafting pills from weeds would surely send other alchemists into fits of laughter. Could weeds truly be used for alchemy? Ordinary people would indeed find weeds unsuitable for alchemy. But who was Li Yi? A typical player on the verge of a breakthrough with a system in place. With an affinity for plants, Li Yi understood the roots of flora, his grasp of plants surpassing their very essence that in his hands. Even weeds could be transformed into pills, and he took a handful of weeds and began to shape them, testing whether he could form a pellet. After all, handcrafted pills would certainly lack the aesthetic appeal of those produced in a furnace at Lie. What are you doing? Qiu Lingming inquired cautiously to Lie, slightly exasperated. Replied, are you Lin Daiyu? Who is Lin Daiyu? Qiu Lingming asked, perplexed. Never mind that moment, Li Shuer approached, squatting down with curiosity. Xiaoyi, what are you up to? Playing with grass. Li was past the age of playing with grass. This was the first time she had seen him do such a thing. Had he truly regressed? With utmost seriousness, Li stated, I'm practicing alchemy. Practicing alchemy? A question mark appeared over Li Shuer's head. You clearly just playing with grass that it was hard to find the right words. After all, Li had outgrown such childishness. Gently ruffling Li's hair, she patiently explained, Xiao Yi, alchemy requires a furnace. And this is just grass. How could you possibly use it for alchemy? If you're interested in learning, I can arrange for an alchemist to teach you. Seeing Li's interest in alchemy, she believed that with his talent, he could undoubtedly become an exceptional alchemist. Alchemists were quite affluent and significantly contributed to their families that I can still craft pills like this. Li insisted, focusing intently on his handiwork. Li Shuer was left speechless. It was baffling where this little one had acquired such notions about handcrafting pills that if the alchemist saw this, they would surely be in hysterics. Xiaoyi, even if you don't use a furnace, you can't use weeds for alchemy. Actually, weeds can be used, Li Yi replied earnestly, maintaining his assertion that Li Shuer was caught between laughter and tears. She expected her incredibly talented brother to display such naivete today. Weeds were simply incapable of being used for alchemy. They lacked medicinal properties and were not spiritual herbs. How could one possibly craft pills in such a ridiculous manner? If Li Yi managed to create something, she would eat every last weed on the spot. Since Li Yi was interested in alchemy, it might be worthwhile to suggest teaching him some basics to assess his aptitude for alchemy. given his innate talent. He likely wouldn't disappoint that his sister, Li Shui, or couldn't fathom just how much talent Li Yi possessed, from cultivation to swordsmanship, ancient scriptures, and even the arts. There seemed to be nothing he couldn't achieve. Xiao Yi, stop playing with grass, will you? Let your sister pinch your chubby little face, Li Shui said, rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Done, Li suddenly shouted, excitement flooding his face, stretching out his hands. He revealed a crude pellet form from the weeds, rough around the edges due to being handcrafted. Though it was indeed rough, it was undeniably a legitimate pill that actually worked. Weeds transformed into a pill. This talent is quite impressive. Li Shui looked on, puzzled and incredulous, regarding the clump in Li Yi's hand with slightly raised brows. What did it become? Isn't it just a ball? With a gentle smile, she shook her head, surprised to see her genius brother still displaying such childishness. But then, her expression shifted as she focused intently on the clump in Li Yi's hand. She examined it closely, realizing it was not just an ordinary weed ball. Xiao Yi, could you let your sister take a look at that? Li Shui asked with a smile, extending her hand. Assured, Li placed the pill into Li Shui's palm. As she inspected the pill. Li Shui was astonished to discover that this clump of weeds was indeed extraordinary, far more than a mere ball of grass. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could this truly be a pill? Due to its rough appearance, she couldn't accurately discern its quality and decided to consult the alchemist in the mansion. Xiao Yi, let us head to the alchemy chamber and have someone appraise your pill. Li Shui said, picking him up and preparing to take him along, while instructing Xiao Lingming, you stay here and don't wander off. Wan Ning, please look after her. Li Shui hurried toward the alchemy chamber, disappearing in the blink of an eye, eager to discover whether it was indeed a pill. Xiao Lingming watched the retreating figure, contemplating following, but for now, she remained where she was. Hello, Sister Wan Ning, Xiao Lingming greeted. Wan Ning hurriedly helped her up. Fluster, miss, please don't. I'm just a maid, not your sister. You can call me Wan Ning. Ditto. Xiao Lingming nodded awkwardly, feeling embarrassed for the slip. Noticing Xiao Lingming's nervousness, Wan Ning comforted her. You've just arrived at the Li family, so it's normal to be unfamiliar that I'm responsible for taking care of the young master's daily needs. I've watched him grow up. Let me share some important things you should know while in the Li household. All right, Xiao Lingming replied, nodding slightly, listening intently, and memorizing every word, especially regarding Li Yi. The alchemy chamber. She wondered how the selection event for Li Yi's future wife was progressing. She had heard that many beautiful women from various sects and families were in attendance. She wished she could see it. How enviable for young Master Li Yi, still in the tender years of youth. Already selecting a wife. When will we have such a selection event? Keep dreaming. In your dreams, perhaps, have you seen young Master Li Yi's talent? Now look at yourself. Do you even compare? Just focus on your alchemy. A furious voice interrupted. What the hell are you all doing? Get back to alchemy. Have you met this month's quota? If not, you're out next month. Yes. The sudden shout startled everyone, who hurriedly returned to their alchemical work. The irate figure was Duan Yi, the overseer of the alchemy chamber and a venerated member of the Li family, renowned for his exceptional alchemical skills, a fifth-tier alchemist, thanks to Duan Yi's presence. The Li family controlled a significant portion of the alchemical market, reaping substantial profits. Duan Yi's fiery temper ensured that any laziness beneath his watchful eye would not end well. It was precisely this fiery attitude that kept the alchemy chamber orderly, producing high-quality pills in sufficient quantities that a group of alchemists lamented their fate, pondering why the disparity among people could be so vast. Some held selection events for brides at the tender age of 1, while they themselves, from 20 to hundreds of years old, remained toiling away in the alchemy chamber. Indeed, the greatest disparity among people lay in their beginnings. Yet they overlooked a crucial point, the 99% effort and 1% talent that Li Yi embodied. Is Master Duan here? Li Shui inquired as she entered the alchemy chamber, surveying the surroundings. Her melodious and clear voice echoed through the chamber, competing with the crackling flames, instantly capturing the attention of the alchemists present. Ears perked up at the sound. They recognized it belonged to a beauty. Isn't that the saintess? What brings her to the alchemy chamber? Upon hearing the mention of the saintess, curiosity piqued among the crowd, eager to behold Li Shui's unparalleled beauty. What are you all doing? Get back to your alchemical work. Be careful. I'll dock your wages. Earning money the right way is the only path. Duan Yi bellowed, sending the alchemists recoiling. returning to their work with renewed determination. Humph! Duanyi huffed in annoyance as he approached Li Shuer, his previously stormy expression transforming into a beaming smile, almost as if the words devoted admirer were emblazoned across his face. The other alchemists, witnessing Duanyi's transformation, pondered the integrity of their profession. Might I inquire as to the reason for Miss Shuer's visit to the alchemy chamber? Is there anything I can assist you with? Chapter 51. The Handcrafted Pill. A revelation only alchemists understand. Li Shuer produced a pill that had been crafted by Li Yi's own hands that I would like to ask Manager Duan to examine this item and ascertain whether it is indeed a pill. Rest assured, Miss Shuer, it shall be entrusted to me, Duanyi replied, smiling as he stroked his beard, accepting the rough pill from her. Upon realizing it was merely a clump of grass, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment. That a pill? This is clearly nothing more than a handful of weeds. How could it possibly be a pill? To Duanyi, the object appeared so unremarkable that even a glance seemed a chore. Yet he felt compelled to inspect it thoroughly. As it was presented by Li Shuer, he could not fathom why she would bring such a thing to him. Was she perhaps jesting at his expense? With a skeptical attitude, he examined the seemingly inconspicuous clump of grass. But to his astonishment, after a meticulous inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. Manager Duan, have you discerned anything? Li Shuer inquired, noticing the unusual expression on his face. Duanyi stroked his beard in astonishment and confusion. This is indeed a pill. A first-grade pill, to be precise. Forgive my lack of discernment. What kind of alchemical furnace and techniques were employed to create this? He could hardly believe that this seemingly insignificant clump of grass was, in fact, a first-grade pill. Li Shuer found herself at a loss for words. The affirmation from the esteemed alchemist Duanyi left her utterly stunned. This was indeed a true pill. Little E had astonishingly crafted a pill from mere weeds. It was simply inconceivable, Duanyi exclaimed. The method employed in creating this pill is rather peculiar. I see no traces of flame or furnace involved in its creation. It appears to have been casually fashioned by hand. Truly an extraordinary method of alchemy. What further astounded him was the material of the pill, which seemed to consist entirely of weeds, lacking any spiritual herbs. How could such mundane flora yield a first-grade pill? It should possess no medicinal properties whatsoever. How perplexing! Duanyi found himself at a loss. How could weeds possibly contain any medicinal efficacy, let alone that of a first-grade pill? This notion shattered his previous understanding of alchemy. Miss Shuer, how did you come by this pill? Who crafted it? Li Shuer paused momentarily. The individual capable of such a feat must possess extraordinary alchemical skills and an unparalleled understanding of pills. I believe, in the entire Deqian, it could only be the pill Emperor Yi ran. Duanyi sighed, then continued, I never imagined the pill Emperor's understanding of alchemy had reached such heights that I am truly humbled. He is indeed deserving of his title. Li Shuer remained silent, that I in Duanyi's eyes. This was not merely a first-grade pill. It represented an exceptional level of alchemical expertise and comprehension far beyond that of an ordinary alchemist. The notion that weeds could be transformed into a first-grade pill through seemingly crude methods was nothing short of miraculous. Were Duanyi to attempt such a feat, even with the finest alchemical furnace and the most sophisticated techniques, he could scarcely hope to produce a first-grade pill from mere weeds that in his understanding. Only the pill Emperor Yi ran, a paragon of alchemical mastery, could achieve such a remarkable outcome. Li Shuer could hardly believe that a simple, handmade pill crafted from weeds by Little E had led Duanyi to conclude that it was an accomplishment only the pill Emperor could achieve. The implications of the pill's quality left her in awe. The talent of Li E was indeed unfathomable. Observing the excited Duanyi, Li Shuer revealed the truth. In fact, this pill was crafted by Little E using nothing but weeds. Little E? Duanyi's mind raced, directing his gaze towards the child holding Li Shuer's hand. Master Li E. Duanyi recognized Li E and glanced at the pill in his hand, seeking confirmation from Li Shuer. Miss Shuer, is this genuinely a pill crafted by Master Li E? Indeed, Li Shuer affirmed, correcting him. It was made by Little E using his hands that by hand. Duanyi was incredulous that a first-grade pill crafted by hand. What absurdity is this? Upon inspection, this pill does indeed appear to have been fashioned by hand, but how could a one-year-old child possibly create a first-grade pill? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Duan Yi resolutely denied, staking his professional reputation on the assertion that this could not have been the work of Li Yi's hands. This is alchemy, not a jest. Not even the king of heaven himself could achieve such a feat. This is indeed a pill crafted by little E, Li Shuer reiterated. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Which is why I rushed to show it to you that I too was astonished that little E managed to create a genuine first-grade pill. This Duan Yi struggled to believe it, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Despite Li Shuer's insistence, he remained skeptical that a 1-year-old child crafting a pill from weeds. What did that say about the painstaking efforts of seasoned alchemists? Were they merely playing in the dirt? Such a notion was a blatant affront to their craft. Seeing Duan Yi's disbelief, Li Shuer turned to Li. Lily, why not craft another one using those flowers and herbs in the courtyard? With a slight nod, she gestured for Li Yi to proceed, that Lie, somewhat reluctantly, replied, very well. He walked over, plucked a handful of flowers, and began to craft another pill. Duan Yi was left speechless. Could he not find the absurdity in a child crafting pills by hand? As a professional alchemist, no one understood the intricacies of alchemy better than Duan Yi. Within the Li family, he could not bring himself to believe that a 1-year-old child could produce a first-grade pill from mere flowers and weeds. If it were the pill Emperor Yi ran, perhaps it would be conceivable. This matter transcended mere levels of alchemical skill. It was fundamentally ludicrous and devoid of logic. However, moments later, Duan Yi found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the pill crafted by Li Yi's hands. And in that instant, his worldview shattered. Ha ha! After a brief silence, Duan Yi laughed. Not with joy, but with a bitter, almost deranged mirth. Incredibly, the notion of a first-grade pill crafted from weeds by hand was indeed true. And the creator was a mere 1-year-old child. Only an alchemist could truly grasp the enormity of this revelation. This not only overturned Duan Yi's understanding of alchemy, but rendered the skills he had once prided himself on utterly insignificant. In the face of a pill crafted from weeds by hand, what did his own alchemical skills amount to? Within the alchemical chamber, all the alchemists gathered around, gazing at the pill crafted by Li Yi's hands, each one more astonished than the last, grappling with disbelief. Surely this is a fabrication. I must be dreaming. I have yet to awaken. Duan Yi stared at Li Yi, inhaling deeply, shaking his head in astonishment. A prodigy, no, a monster. Chapter 52. Just how much talent does Li Yi conceal? Manager Duan. What do you think? Li Shuer was quite pleased with the astonishment etched on Duan Yi's face, relishing in the disbelief that her brother was a prodigy. Initially, she too had doubted, but how could anyone believe such an outrageous feat? It was only natural to question. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Young Master Li Yi is indeed a prodigy of alchemy, at my current level. I cannot even compare to young Master Li Yi. No, my skills are not worthy of mention alongside his. Duan Yi's words flowed forth passionately, his excitement palpable. Though young Master Li Yi is merely 1 year old, he has likely had little exposure to alchemy, and no one has taught him. His innate talent in alchemy has reached a level unattainable by hundreds of years of practiced alchemists that I am certain that if young Master Li Yi dedicates himself to alchemy, given time, he will undoubtedly surpass even the Pill Emperor. Duan Yi spoke with conviction, asserting that Li Yi would indeed surpass the Pill Emperor. A certainty rather than a possibility that in fact, surpassing the Pill Emperor need not take long. For if Li Yi could produce a first-grade pill at just 1 year of age, his talent was beyond imagination. Hearing Duan Yi's words, Li Shuer gained a clearer understanding of Li Yi's alchemical prowess. Surpassing the Pill Emperor, indeed, Dan Huang Yi Ran, a 7th-grade alchemist, stands as the foremost alchemist in the Deqian realm and is the sole individual to attain the 7th grade. One can only imagine the immense value that Yi Ran embodies. Li Shuer firmly believes that with Li Yi's innate talent, he can certainly achieve greatness. After all, what is a mere Dan Huang? It is a trivial matter to master. She lifted Li Yi, her eyes filled with affection, playfully tapping his nose. That it remains a mystery how much talent Li Yi truly conceals, as he presents an enigmatic facade. Now, with the addition of alchemy to his repertoire, it is indeed astonishing and enviable. Cultivation, swordsmanship, the translation of ancient texts, and alchemy. Li Yi's current talents, if taken individually, would be sufficient to earn him the title of an unparalleled genius, one that emerges only once in a millennium. Yet, Li Yi possesses them all. The terrifying aspect lies not in the number of his skills, but in the fact that each talent is maximized to its fullest potential. This might merely be the tip of the iceberg for Li Yi, rendering him an all-encompassing prodigy. Little one, just how much talent do you truly harbor? Li Shui mused. This child never ceases to surprise that Lie feigned ignorance, placing a finger in his mouth and nibbling on it. Sister, I want milk, he stated innocently. That Li Shui, seeing through his act, sighed. This little rascal always pretended to crave milk whenever faced with a dilemma. She had long since unraveled this little trick of his. One day, she would surely help him overcome this habit. Stop pretending and honestly reveal your troubles, she implored, her gaze stern. That Lie, with a look of innocence, replied, but I am just a child. What ill intentions can a child possess? Children do not Lie. Li Shui retorted. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost. Nevertheless, I must remind you that while your talents are remarkable, you must also dedicate yourself to diligent cultivation. Do not squander your precious gifts, understand? I understand. Li nodded obediently, resolving to be a good child. Duanyi observed Li, his heart a tumult of emotions. May I inquire, does young Master Li wish to study the art of alchemy? He asked curiously. That Li Shui explained, I noticed little he was rubbing some grass. Out of curiosity, I asked, and he claimed he was practicing alchemy. Then you would know, is it possible that Steward Duan has some insights to share regarding little Yi's alchemical skills? Duan Yi chuckled awkwardly. Miss Shui, you jest. With my humble abilities, how could I dare to instruct young Master Li? He is a prodigy born for alchemy, that if he were to fully commit to the craft, he might very well pioneer a new pinnacle in the field. That to create a first-grade elixir from mere weeds, unprecedented in history, could indeed be considered the inception of a new path in alchemy. And at present, it seems only Li Yi is capable of such a feat. Oh, Li Shui's curiosity piqued. Duan Yi continued, alchemy not only relies on skill, but also on comprehension, the alchemical furnace, flames, and, crucially, the quality of the medicinal materials, which determines the limits of the elixirs. That to concoct a first-grade elixir from weeds, transcending the constraints of the materials, is an accomplishment that even the most skilled alchemist would find difficult to achieve. I cannot fathom how young Master Li managed this. It seems utterly impossible. That it is not merely a matter of high alchemical skill. Furthermore, hand-rolling an elixir does not require an alchemical furnace or flames. If even the Dan Huang himself were to attempt it, he would likely yield nothing but weeds. Young Master Li's innate talent is truly beyond my understanding. That Li Shui turned to Li. Sing, Li, did you hear that? Your talents are indeed enviable. Starting with hand-rolled first-grade elixirs, what shall you achieve next? Hand-rolled ninth grade? Li opened his mouth, mimicking the action of eating. That Li Shui, exasperated yet amused, replied, all right, shall I take you to have some milk then? Steward Duan, little E is hungry, that I shall take him to eat, she said. Miss Shui, young Master Li, take care, Duan Yi added, feel free to bring young Master Li to the alchemy chamber more often. He is truly a prodigy born for the art. Li Shui smiled and said, little E is not merely a prodigy born for alchemy. With that she turned to leave. Duan Yi watched the two depart, inhaling deeply as he fell into a prolonged state of astonishment. The selection conference for brides lasted a full 3 days before all candidates had been reviewed. After confirming that Xiao Ling Meng was to be his fiancée, Li Yi had little interest in the proceedings, remaining oblivious to the details, which did not concern him. Given Li Yintian's lofty demeanor, Li Yi feared that knowledge of the situation would only cause him distress. For now, the righteous path lay in diligently cultivating his abilities. Savoring his milk, he relished the experience. Across from him sat his fiancée, Xiao Ling Meng, who had been sent by the Qiu family as a child bride, fearing that the Li family might reconsider the engagement. Although she was Li Yi's betrothed, Xiao Ling Meng remained cautious, attending to every detail to avoid causing trouble for the Li family. In her heart, she viewed the opportunity to align with the Li family as a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Young master, Madam requests that you stop drinking milk, Wan Ning gently reminded him. Absolutely not. Li stubbornly turned his head away. Giving up milk? That is utterly impossible. Never in this lifetime. What is wrong with drinking milk? Who says it is only for children? Besides, those who drink milk are often masters themselves. Just look at the Huang Tian Emperor. He adores beast milk. Complicating matters. All of Li Yi's wet nurses had been dismissed by Shao Qingya, who insisted on weaning him, forcing Li Yi to send Wan Ning to procure beast milk. Life was indeed challenging. Even something as simple as enjoying milk had become a struggle. Chapter 53. The 9-turn glazed golden body and preparations for the 3 clans to compete for the seal. Ego. Shall we go practice the piano? Qiu Lingming approached Li Yi after he finished his milk, eager to join him. Mother said to spend more time with Li Yi to nurture our feelings. Even without this counsel, Qiu Lingming, enamored with Li Yi, longed to share moments with him. Practice the piano? Yes. Qiu Lingming nodded enthusiastically, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Her careful demeanor stemmed from her concern for any inadvertent missteps that might occur during their interactions. Not interested, Li decisively rejected the idea, finding it absurd to expect a bright and cheerful young man to practice the piano. Qiu Lingming's expression faltered slightly, but she quickly brightened. Then what are you going to do? May I accompany you? Faced with her innocent request and sparkling eyes, he could not bear to turn her down, fearing her disappointment would lead to tears. Sure. Qiu Lingming shyly bit her lip, a charming pair of dimples appearing on her cheeks, radiating joy. This little display made it seem as though refusing her would be a crime. The unexpected twist in their narrative reached a new milestone by meeting Qiu Lingming's heartfelt expectations under challenging circumstances. He brought her unexpected delight. Reward gained. 9-turn glazed golden body. 9-turn glazed golden body. Comprised of 9 layers. Each layer significantly enhances your physical abilities. IT is an elite physical technique. Upon reaching the 9th turn, one can transform into a glazed golden body, effortlessly engaging in combat beyond their level, making one nearly invincible among peers. The reward was commendable. The 9-turn glazed golden body is an elite physical technique, rendering him virtually unmatched among his contemporaries. A conservative assessment, given that there are prodigies like the ancient sacred body as well. Coincidentally, Li possessed both. Truly, the 3-year agreement, a hallmark of the waste material narrative, offered remarkable rewards through its main storyline. What are you up to? Li Yuntian and Shao Qingyu approached, inquiring about his interactions with Qiu Lingming. Father, mother. Good morning, Qiu Lingming greeted respectfully. Good morning, Li Yuntian nodded with a smile. What are you both planning to do? I wish to visit the alchemy chamber. Li Yi responded. Yuntian chuckled. You, with your extraordinary talents, have already left your peers far behind. There is no rush in cultivation. Lingming has only just joined our Li family. Why not take her around to explore? Li replied, precisely because of my talents, I should cultivate even more diligently. You rascal. Li Yuntian beamed with pride. Your mindset and reasoning surpass those of your peers. You do not take your gifts for granted but rather dedicate yourself to hard work, a rare quality. With Li Yi's presence, the Li family's rise to prominence is assured. Look at heir, blessed with talent and diligence. What can those other families' children possibly compare with my son? Li Yuntian laughed heartily. It almost seemed as though he were not speaking of his own son. Shao Qingyu, speechless, gazed at Li Yi with a warm smile. Li, adept in both martial and scholarly pursuits, had even surpassed Shao Qingyu in cultural understanding, leaving her at a loss for words. What is truly daunting is not just the existence of a genius, but the fact that this genius is also exceedingly diligent, leaving no room for others to thrive. Shao Qingyu noticed the quiet presence of Qiu Lingming, who was looking down, neglected by the conversation. She turned to Li Yi and said, You must spend more time with Lingming. Lingming, come here, grandmother, Qiu Lingming sweetly called out. Shao Qingyu's face lit up with warmth. Do not be shy. Play with heir more, that if you encounter any discomfort or if anyone mistreats you in the residence, do not hesitate to tell me. Qiu Lingming quickly shook her head. I am quite well in the residence, and he good treats me very well. That is good to hear. Li Yuntian harbored a degree of satisfaction towards Qiu Lingming. Apart from her innate talents and background, Li Yi was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of greatness, potentially living for several hundred or even 1,000 years without issue. Conversely, Qiu Lingming's talents scarcely reached the average threshold. Her cultivation realm was modest at best, likely allowing her to live for only around a century, unless she were to acquire rare materials for prolonging life. Yet even then, she would remain constrained by the limitations of mortality. Lingming, you must also strive diligently in your cultivation. Should you find yourself lacking in resources, do not hesitate to speak with us. Thank you, my lord, Qiu Lingming expressed gratefully, taken aback by the unexpected attention. The notion of cultivation resources was foreign to her, in the Qiu family, Such resources were scarce, and as a child devoid of talent, she naturally received none. Aware of her own limitations, Qiu Lingming understood that any resources allocated to her would be a squandered effort. Given her lack of cultivation aptitude, Li pondered whether he should activate Qiu Lingming's physique in advance, and if he were to assist her in this endeavor, she would undoubtedly be immensely grateful, potentially triggering a new milestone. This seemed feasible, a mutual benefit where he could claim rewards while facilitating her activation, thus achieving a harmonious outcome. However, due to the system's premature arrival, the narrative had already deviated from its original course, leaving the possibility of Qiu Lingming seizing the opportunity to awaken her physique uncertain, risking the chance of her potential being overlooked. Qiu Lingming's physique was exceptionally unique, which was precisely why it had remained undiscovered until her encounter with the island master of the Qinsane Isle, who shared the same physique and thus recognized its secret that in just 10 days, the 3 clans would compete for the seal, a time when the Li family would be selecting talents to participate, a bustling affair. You too, if you find yourselves with nothing to do, why not come and observe? Qiu Lingming's eyes sparkled with interest, yet she remained silent, glancing at Li Yi. If he went, she would follow, but if he chose not to, she would abstain as well. Then let us go and take a look. Are you inclined to attend? Li Yi inquired of Qiu Lingming. She nodded obediently, acquiescing to his decision. Observing the 2 youngsters, Li Yuntian and Xiao Qingya exchanged warm smiles, portraying a heartwarming familial scene. Let us proceed. The atmosphere was indeed lively, filled with the young talents of the Li family, all under the age of 16, according to the stipulations for the competition. Only those under 16 from each clan were permitted to participate. This event not only served to enhance the family's reputation and garner benefits, but also offered them a chance to showcase their abilities, fostering fierce competition as everyone aspired to participate. The last time the 3 clans vied for the seal, Li Xian and Li Shuai had decisively outperformed their peers, leaving the other 2 families unable to hold their heads high, thus securing substantial benefits for the Li family. Now, however, both Li Xian and Li Shuai had surpassed the age limit and could not participate. Nevertheless, based on the historical contest between the Li family and the other 2 clans, a tripartite balance was anticipated. Li Yuntian held high hopes for Li Yi, as Li Xian and Li Shuai's strengths had reached remarkable levels, yet their ages only permitted them to partake in 1 session of the competition. Dominating a single session was already quite a feat. That Li, however, was different. Now a 9-star martial apprentice, he was likely to be eligible for the next competition, and given his age, he could potentially participate in 4 sessions. With such extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly overshadow his peers, making victory a foregone conclusion. The prospects for the Li family appeared exceedingly bright. That Li Xian and Li Shuai were indeed exceptional talents, and the emergence of 2 such prodigies within the same generation was nothing short of a miracle. Yet Li Yi surpassed even them, a veritable gift from the heavens, destined to elevate the Li family to greatness. The strongest among the current generation of the Li family was a young man named Li Zihai, age 16, with a cultivation level of 6-star martial master. The competition for the seal was divided into 3 segments. The first involved capturing flags, with each clan dispatching a team of 10 to a designated area to seize as many flags as possible to achieve victory. The second segment required participants to navigate a pressure-laden formation, as if burdened by a great mountain, with the seal placed at the end. The first to touch it would claim victory. The third segment, the most crucial, accounted for 2/3 of the competition stakes, with clans sending their most gifted individuals to compete against one another, with market shares determined by their rankings. Each clan could only enter 1 participant per segment, necessitating careful allocation akin to a strategic horse race. That Zihai. This time the competition rests on your shoulders, Li Yuntian remarked, patting Li Zihai on the shoulder. Rest assured, Patriarch, Zihai will give his utmost effort. Li Zihai responded with a bow. This endeavor was not solely for his own gain, but also for the benefit of the entire family. You all are commendable. I have faith in you. Just do your best and do not bear excessive mental burdens. Fear not. We are willing to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to the Li family. Very well. Li Yuntian nodded gravely, hands clasped behind his back. Standing tall and proud, content with the scene before him, an elder approached. I have gathered intelligence. The Wang and Song families are unlikely to perform as well as us this year. The last competition dealt them a significant blow from young Master Li Xian and young Miss Shuai, and they have yet to recover. The previous session had seen the Li family seize the majority of the market, accruing considerable profits, while the Wang and Song families suffered losses, their situations dire, which would inevitably impact their performance this time around. That it would be a challenge for those two families to regain their footing, and by the time they did, the Li family might well have already established dominance over Shuzhou. In any case, we have Li Yi, our family's greatest future prospect. Once young Master Li Yi matures, the other two families will lose all capacity to contend with us. The Li family will undoubtedly become the foremost clan in Shuzhou, and the first family of the dead Qian Empire will also be within our grasp. The elder's thoughts of the future brought him a sense of elation. With the recent breakthrough of Elder Li Yin, our family now boasts a martial sovereign to safeguard us. The Wang and Song families pose little threat, and there is no need to wait for Ear to grow. Li Yuntian contemplated and added, I wonder if the Wang and Song families might consider allying against the Li family this time. Previously, the situation was one of tripartite balance, but now the Li family stands alone at the top, making it unlikely that the Wang and Song families would remain passive. That is indeed a concern. Even if they were to join forces, given our current strength, we need not fear them, though we must remain vigilant to avoid any underhanded schemes. Rest assured, I have already stationed personnel to maintain a vigilant watch, closely monitoring the movements of the other two families. Any sign of trouble will be swiftly reported. Li Yuntian nodded. Furthermore, ensure that we have more experts positioned around Ear to safeguard his safety. Li Yi is the future of the Li family, and we cannot afford any missteps. Patriarch, you may be unaware, but Elder Li Yin has taken it upon himself to keep a watchful eye on young Master Li Yi, personally overseeing his safety from the shadows. Li Yuntian chuckled, shaking his head, reminiscing about the once proud and arrogant Elder Li Yin. Now, before Li Yi, he regarded him not merely as a grandson, but as if he were his own child. The contrast was striking, evoking both amusement and incredulity. With a martial sovereign like Li Yin covertly protecting Li Yi, there was little cause for concern. After all, what could surpass the protection of a martial sovereign? Ensuring Li Yi's steady development was the Li family's paramount task. Seated comfortably in a chair, Li Yi reclined with his legs crossed, propping his head with one hand while gazing intently at Xiao Lingmeng without a hint of reservation, contemplating how he might assist her in awakening her physique. The script provided by the system outlined only a broad narrative, lacking in intricate details such as the specifics of Xiao Lingmeng's bathing routine. It certainly did not elucidate the method for her awakening. It seemed that Li Yi would have to conduct his own research. Feeling somewhat shy under Li Yi's unwavering gaze, Xiao Lingmeng lowered her head, feeling embarrassed that it was unusual for a boy to fixate on a girl in such a manner. Yet, since it was Li Yi, she felt honored by his attention, as long as he was content. That was enough for her, Li Yi pondered, considering whether to initiate a resource infusion. Typically, certain unique physiques remain dormant due to insufficient resources for activation. By providing ample resources, awakening was often achievable. There were also instances where specific resources were required, such as the Ice Spirit physique, which necessitated the Ice Spirit pill for awakening. Uncertain of which category Xiao Lingmeng belonged to, he resolved to try each method one by one after the selection concluded. Li grasped Xiao Lingmeng's hand and approached his parents, stating, Father, Mother, I shall take Lingmeng to explore other areas. Very well, just do not run too fast, and be careful not to fall. Understood. With that, Li led Xiao Lingmeng away, who exerted all her strength to keep pace with him, struggling to keep up. Stop, Li Yi commanded, and Xiao Lingmeng halted, panting heavily, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Looking up, she found herself before the alchemy chamber. How is your cultivation progressing? Li Yi inquired, the mention of her cultivation. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Xiao Lingmeng's eyes as she shook her head, indicating her lack of progress and absence of any real cultivation. To be precise, at her age of 1, most children were merely laying the groundwork. Few had truly embarked upon the path of cultivation. Young Master Li Yi has arrived. Upon seeing Li Yi, Duan Yi hurriedly came out to greet him. Noticing Xiao Lingmeng beside him, he smiled and said, This must be the young mistress. Am I correct? Xiao Lingmeng's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, appearing quite bashful. Young mistress, Duan, please prepare the elixirs and herbs from the list above. And also arrange for a private room for me. Li hurriedly rushed to a nearby table, filling 3 sheets of white paper with his writing. Duan Yi picked them up and took a glance. Noting that they primarily contained the formulations for foundational elixirs aimed at strengthening one's roots and enhancing vitality, likely for the cultivation purposes of the young Master Li. Without hesitation, he promptly instructed his servants to make the necessary preparations. Ensuring that there would be no delay whatsoever, Duan Yi offered Li the use of his alchemy chamber. Although it was indeed an alchemy room, the air within was refreshingly cool, and the surrounding stone walls exuded a chill, indicating that it was constructed from special materials. This design greatly aids alchemists in controlling the heat, preventing the risk of explosion due to excessive temperatures. At the center of the alchemy chamber stood a cauldron, the finest in the Li family, known to enhance the quality of the elixirs produced within the Li family. Only Duan Yi had the privilege to utilize this cauldron, but now, Li was also granted that honor. The servants delivered all the necessary elixirs and medicinal herbs, standing by outside the chamber, ready for any further instructions. Li picked up a foundational elixir and brought it to Qiu Lingming's lips. Ego, what is this? It's for you to consume. It will benefit your cultivation. Chapter 55. Qiu Lingming replied, I really can't eat anymore. I don't need it. You should take it, my cultivation talent is poor. Giving it to me would be a waste of resources. For the first time, someone had offered her cultivation resources, and that person was Ego. Qiu Lingming felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Nearly moved to tears in that moment, it seemed that life was truly worth living. Although she longed to accept the offer, she reflected on her own poor talent and concluded that it would be better for Ego to consume it rather than waste it. Li countered, who said your talent is poor. In fact, your talent is quite exceptional. You just haven't realized it yet, nor have they. But I have seen it. True geniuses recognize one another. I am a genius. So I can sense that you are also gifted. You just haven't awakened yet, and I am here to help you. Do you understand? Qiu Lingming was taken aback, her small face displaying disbelief that it was the first time anyone had called her a genius. And it felt almost like a deception to her. Really? Her doubtful eyes scrutinized Li, as if to say, I am not a child. Do not deceive me, of course. When have I ever lied to you? Do you not trust me? Li raised an eyebrow, questioning Qiu Lingming. I do trust you, Ego. Qiu Lingming hurriedly shook her head, affirming her belief in him, a conviction she would cling to no matter what. Then Li insisted, holding up the elixir, that it's merely a few elixirs. My Li family has an abundance. You could consume as much as you like. Do you think it could bankrupt us? But no eating means a broken engagement. Li revealed his trump card. Please don't break the engagement. I will eat. He effortlessly had Qiu Lingming under his thumb. Qiu Lingming quickly opened her mouth, consuming the elixir that Li offered. She pursed her lips, unsure of its flavor, but it was sweet, reminiscent of honey. Seeing the satisfied expression on Qiu Lingming's face was amusing, but this was far from over. Li grasped a handful of elixirs and stood before her, displaying an innocent smile, though to Qiu Lingming, he appeared somewhat demonic. These upon seeing the two large handfuls of elixirs in Li's hands, Qiu Lingming was alarmed. Could it be that he intended for her to consume them all? Did he truly consider them as mere food? Indeed, you shall consume them all. Li smirked, not waiting for Qiu Lingming to respond before stuffing them into her mouth. Thinking of resisting? That's impossible. Just eat obediently. Ego, please stop. I'm truly full. Too full. I can't take any more. I might burst. Ego, please spare me. I can't take it anymore. Qiu Lingming, as the elixirs continued to be forced into Qiu Lingming's mouth. Her cheeks swelled like a pufferfish, full, truly full. Not only full, but it's leaking out. Qiu Lingming burped, expelling 2 elixirs, her stomach filled with what Li had fed her. She looked at Li with a pitiful expression, pleading for him to stop, and finally he relented. Did you feel any changes? Li inquired with eager concern. Qiu Lingming touched her slightly distended belly and replied, Does being full count as a change? Li, despite consuming so many elixirs, there was not the slightest reaction. Could it be that my method was flawed, or perhaps the position was incorrect? Maybe the elixirs were insufficient or not the right ones. There was no rush. Awakening was not an overnight process. He would take his time to study further. With several elixirs still untested, Li wore a benign smile as he observed Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming could not suppress a burp, fearfully inching back as she lamented, Go, you don't expect me to eat all of these, do you? I truly cannot. That's because you haven't digested them yet. Allow me to assist you. Li moved behind Qiu Lingming, activating his carefree technique, placing his hands on her back to aid her in digesting the elixirs she had consumed. With the aid of his natural affinity for flora and the carefree technique, he quickly helped Xiao Lingming digest all the elixirs. For an ordinary person, consuming such a quantity of elixirs at once would result in fatal consequences, but due to Li Yi's affinity with nature and the uniqueness of his technique, he was able to regulate her condition, allowing her to digest without issue. Thanks to his natural affinity, the excess medicinal energy within Xiao Lingming's body flowed back into Li Yi, resulting in his breakthrough. Li Yi's cultivation had now reached the level of a one-star martial artist, while Xiao Lingming had made little progress, not even achieving the rank of a one-star martial apprentice, with so many elixirs consumed. It was evident she was a proper waste of resources before awakening. Her frail constitution meant that Xiao Lingming could only absorb a limited amount of medicinal energy, causing her internal state to reach saturation, with most of it being transferred back to Li Yi. This doesn't make sense, that Lie mused, picking up an elixir. Having achieved a breakthrough myself, how could Xiao Lingming show no response whatsoever? Let us continue. He proceeded to experiment further. In the evening, at the dining table, Lingming, why aren't you eating? Are you not feeling well? If the food doesn't suit your taste, just let me know, and I'll have the kitchen prepare something else for you. Xiao Qingyan noticed that Xiao Lingming was not eating and assumed it was due to her lack of appetite, but I'm fine. Xiao Lingming quickly lifted her bowl, intending to eat, but the overwhelming fullness from the elixirs made it impossible. Li Yi intervened. I took Lingming out for a feast this afternoon, which is why she can't eat now. Xiao Qingyao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xiao Lingming. Xiao Lingming nodded like a chick pecking at rice, setting down her bowl and chopsticks. You little rascal, don't lead Lingming astray. Xiao Qingyao said with a hint of reproach that I am very obedient. You know that Lie retorted. Indeed, you are the most obedient. Xiao Qingyao chuckled, finding herself at a loss for words. Since you're full, why don't you take Lingming for a walk in the garden to help with digestion? All right. Li Yi grasped Xiao Lingming's hand and led her towards the back garden. This time they strolled slowly, without rushing, leisurely walking. Xiao Lingming shyly held on to Li Yi's hand, a small figure trailing behind him like a little shadow, her lips curling up in a small smile, her satisfaction nearly written all over her face. Upon arriving at the back garden, under the night sky, the lake reflected a full moon, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Xiao Lingming gazed at the moon's reflection in the lake, finding it beautiful, but more importantly, she cherished the person by her side. Are you all right? I fed you so many elixirs today, Li Yi inquired with concern. That I'm fine. I just feel like I've let you down. Silly girl. What are you saying? You are a genius, and the rise of a genius always requires a challenging journey. Did I, too, have traversed this path step by step? You must have faith in yourself. That Lie encouraged her gently. Xiao Lingming nodded earnestly, as if she could glimpse a promising future. So let us continue our efforts tomorrow. What? Those words instantly plunged Xiao Lingming into despair. That Lie chuckled and looked towards the pavilion, where a guqin rested on a stone table. It was his mother's instrument, which she would play during moments of relaxation. You have been wanting me to accompany you in playing the guqin, haven't you? Come, let us go play. Chapter 56, The Heavenly Saint. Quiet sound guqin. Really? A look of delight spread across Xiao Lingming's face, and she was overjoyed. Her greatest passion was playing the guqin, and if she could do so with Li Yi, it would be even better. Li led Xiao Lingming to the pavilion and gestured towards the guqin, saying, Play for me. Let me see how skilled you are, Dung. Xiao Lingming nodded enthusiastically and dashed over, only to find that she could not reach the guqin on the table. She turned to Li Yi with an embarrassed expression. That Li chuckled, stood on a stone bench, picked up the guqin, and then jumped down to hand it to Xiao Lingming. Xiao Lingming admired the exquisitely decorated instrument, recognizing its beauty and high value. Most of the time, she played on simple instruments and had never touched such a luxurious one before. The exquisite instrument made her hesitant to use it freely, fearing she might damage it. This is my mother's guqin. That if you like it, I can ask her to give it to you. No, thank you. Xiao Lingming shook her head, feeling she had already received so much from the Li family and dared not ask for the guqin. Just play. I am waiting to listen. Li sat cross-legged to one side, one hand propping his head, patiently awaiting Xiao Lingming as she played the piano. As Xiao Lingming plucked the strings, a melodious sound resonated, enchanting the air. With his extraordinary comprehension, Li excelled in all arts. including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, his skills so refined that even Xiao Qingyao felt inadequate in comparison. Qiu Lingming played quite well, although her proficiency was still developing. For a child of merely 1 year, her ability to produce such music could undoubtedly be described as genius. Alas, her talent seemed confined to the piano, lacking any cultivation, rendering her potential unfulfilled. Suddenly, Li pondered whether Qiu Lingming's physique was connected to the piano, contemplating if it required the instrument to be awakened. Perhaps resonating with high-level melodies. Upon deeper reflection, he found this possibility compelling, considering it a viable avenue for breakthrough. After finishing her piece, a smile blossomed on Qiu Lingming's face, a shy expression directed at Li Yi. As if imploring, "Praise me!" She eagerly awaited his feedback, yearning to hear the opinion of someone she held in high regard. "That was splendid, truly delightful. I thoroughly enjoyed it," Li commented. That a satisfied smile graced Qiu Lingming's face, and she felt a surge of joy at receiving Li Yi's praise. That Li continued, "However, you have the potential to play even better. Would you like to learn?" Yes. Qiu Lingming nodded vigorously, her desire to learn evident. Her sole gift lay in music, thus her fascination with the piano was profound. Li, a prodigy himself, had long been renowned for his mastery in various arts, and she was eager to witness his skills, certain they would align with her expectations. Equally impressive, Li approached the piano, his fingers gliding over the strings, producing a graceful melody that echoed throughout the garden, the sound lingering sweetly in the air. Qiu Lingming was entranced, drawn into the realm of Li Yi's music. Unable to extricate herself, as a connoisseur of the piano, she recognized the depth of Li Yi's artistry. Upon completing his performance, Li Yi rested his hands on the strings. "Wow! Listen, Igo, your playing is truly enchanting," Qiu Lingming admitted, feeling a sense of inferiority. Her gaze towards Li Yi shimmered with admiration, akin to countless stars twinkling in the night sky, transforming her into his devoted fan. A pivotal milestone had been reached in the narrative. Due to Li Yi's exceptional performance, Qiu Lingming developed an immense admiration for him, becoming his little admirer. Rewards obtained. Heavenly Saints, silent piano. Heavenly Saints, silent technique. Heavenly Saints, silent piano. An ancient top-tier artifact with 16 strings, requiring the Heavenly Saints' silent technique for optimal use. Each string plucked signifies entry into a new realm. Heavenly Saints' silent technique. An indispensable method for wielding the Heavenly Saints' silent piano. Only through the union of the two can the true power of the piano be unleashed, allowing one to obliterate the heavens with a mere touch of a string once mastered. What more could Li Yi say? Mining was all that remained. The mere phrase ancient top-tier artifact was sufficient to attest to the magnificence of the Heavenly Saints' silent piano, especially with the complementary technique provided. A perfect match. Regaining his composure, Li Yi observed Qiu Lingming's adoring gaze filled with stars, and he offered a gentle smile. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." "Really? I want to learn." Qiu Lingming's expression radiated joy, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. "Come, I will teach you." Lie and Qiu Lingming sat side by side, hand in hand as he carefully instructed her. While guiding Qiu Lingming, he simultaneously delved into the Heavenly Saints' silent technique, elucidating its principles related to the piano. This technique epitomized the pinnacle of musical mastery, containing profound insights into the art of music. Though it could not quite compare to the free and easy technique, it was still among the elite methods. Simultaneously cultivating two techniques was exceedingly taxing on the mind, and there was a risk of conflict leading to madness. However, with Li Yi's innate talent, he had no need for such concerns. While teaching Qiu Lingming, his understanding of the piano reached an unprecedented level. He marveled at the technique's profundity, realizing that even with his comprehension, further exploration was essential before he could fully grasp its essence. In the courtyard before the alchemy room, a pile of herbs lay before Li Yi as he meticulously crafted a pill with his hands. Qiu Lingming observed, her expression devoid of surprise, having grown accustomed to such sights. From initial astonishment to numbness, others too, like Qiu Lingming, had become desensitized to the extraordinary. "It's done," Li Yi exclaimed, opening his palm to reveal another pill. A second-grade elixir. Duan Yi sighed heavily, retreating into the alchemy room, disheartened by the growing realization of his own insignificance. Was the gap between individuals truly so vast? He recalled the immense effort it took to become a second-grade alchemist. While Li Yi, within mere days, could casually craft second-grade pills, by hand, no less. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus on his own alchemy rather than compare himself to Li Yi. Anyone who did so only invited misery upon themselves. Go ahead, give it a try, Li Yi urged, presenting the pill to Qiu Lingmeng for her to consume. Qiu Lingmeng took the pill and swallowed it. Moments later, disappointment clouded her features as she shook her head. After days of failures, she had resigned herself to the belief that she was beyond redemption. Did he go? Maybe we should just give up, Qiu Lingmeng suggested, wavering in her resolve, reluctant for Li Yi to waste any more time on her. It doesn't make sense, Li Yi mused, stroking his chin, convinced that his method must be flawed. Resources had been utilized, the piano played, and he had even reached the rank of 3-star martial artist. There was no reason for Qiu Lingmeng to show no reaction whatsoever. Could it be her posture? Perhaps a different stance would yield results? Li Yi was perplexed at the air. Are you alchemy again? Li Yintian approached, having noticed that for days, Li Yi had either been teaching Qiu Lingmeng piano or practicing alchemy. Father, Li Yi called out. Good son, let me see what pill you've crafted. Li Yintian replied with a beaming smile, squatting down that I just gave it to Lingmeng. Li said that Li Yintian paused, sensing something peculiar. Yet recognizing the bond between the two, feeling reassured by their progress. That's wonderful. Childhood friends, such a deep connection. Who knows, in another decade or so, I might be holding my grandchild, he mused, with Li Yi's talent. His lineage would undoubtedly be remarkable. The only concern was Qiu Lingmeng. If she faltered, he had several backup plans ready for Li Yi. Father, it was imperative to have everything arranged clearly for his son. Master, you might not know, but young Master Li Yi has already mastered the craft of second-grade pills by hand, a feat I might not even achieve. Duan Yi emerged from the room, his face filled with awe. Is that so? My son truly is a polymath. Li Yintian laughed heartily. I can hardly fathom what this kid can't do. Not only does he excel, but he does so in a manner that is simply extraordinary, leaving no room for other talents to thrive. Young man, you ought to remain humble. Otherwise, how can others survive? He seemed to caution Li Yi to be modest, yet it was clear that Li Yintian was on the verge of looking down on others. Humility has always been my motto, Li Yi replied, patting his chest. Just like my father, Li Yintian scooped Li Yi into his arms, bursting into a boisterous laugh. Observing this humble father-son duo, Duan Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips, while Qiu Lingmeng gazed at Li Yi with eyes full of admiration. Come, today marks the gathering of the 3 clans. It will be quite lively. Yes, she agreed. Suddenly, Duan Yi dashed forward, holding out a brocade box to Li Yi. This is a 5th-grade pill I recently refined during my seclusion, which should aid young Master Li Yi in his cultivation. Li Yintian accepted the box and opened it, revealing a high-quality 5th-grade pill. Evidence of Duan Ye's dedication. Thank you, Manager Duan. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Li Yi expressed with courtesy. Young Master is too kind. It is my honor to assist you in your growth. Witnessing the development of such a talent is a privilege. Seizing the opportunity to aid him now would be invaluable, for such chances would be scarce in the future. Thank you, Manager Duan, Li Yi said gratefully. Duan Yi returned to concoct elixirs, while Li Yintian picked up a pill and fed it to Li Yi. A 5th-grade elixir, quite rare, one that he had scarcely consumed before. After ingesting the 5th-grade pill, its effects began to manifest. Li Yi utilized the Xiaoyao Gong to assimilate the elixir's power, aided by the affinity of flora, which enabled him to absorb the elixir's potency without any expenditure of energy, thereby maximizing its efficacy. In the past few days, while assisting Qiu Lingmeng in digesting the elixir's power, it was she who had consumed it. Yet the saturation of the medicinal energy meant that the majority was absorbed by Li Yi. With such a significant quantity of elixirs, Li Yi had developed a resistance, rendering the 1st-grade pills ineffective and the 2nd-grade ones only marginally so. Presently, both Qiu Lingmeng and Li Yi could be said to have elixirs coursing through their veins. The disparity between the potency of a 5th-grade elixir and that of 1st or 2nd grades was astronomical, akin to the difference between heaven and earth. As he felt the overwhelming medicinal energy surging through his body, in an unguarded moment, he experienced a breakthrough, not merely to a single tier, but directly ascending to a 5th-star martial master. Achieving 2 consecutive breakthroughs. This revelation took Li Yi by surprise. Upon reflection, he deduced that this fifth-grade elixir contained numerous precious ingredients, likely representing the pinnacle of Duan Ye's alchemical prowess. While it was indeed remarkable, it felt somewhat wasteful. Such rare materials, if utilized by himself, might have allowed him to craft a sixth or even seventh-grade elixir. The massive reserves of medicinal energy contained within the elixir would typically take an ordinary person 10 to 15 days to digest. Yet Li Yi completed the process in a mere moment, facilitating his continuous breakthroughs. Not only did his cultivation advance, but Li Yi also discovered that his long-dormant 9 turns glazed golden body had also ascended to its second layer, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. You rascal. Noticing Li Yi's breakthrough, Li Yuntian's brows furrowed into a shape. While others gradually absorbed the elixir's power, Li had directly transcended. Wait a moment, you rascal. You've reached 5th-star martial master? Li Yuntian exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape enough to fit 2 eggs. That I can hardly believe it. How did you manage to reach 5th-star martial master? A single-tier breakthrough could be comprehended, but consecutive breakthroughs were utterly unfathomable. Even prodigies could not achieve such feats. That Lie, with an expression of innocence and naivety, replied, I was just practicing, and then I broke through. Li Yuntian. He was at a loss for words. Feeling slightly exasperated, Father, let us go observe the 3 clans vying for the seal. Very well. Li Yuntian, shaking off his astonishment, took Li Yi to witness the contest, while Wan Ning carried Xiao Lingming to follow suit. The contest among the 3 clans was one of the grandest events in Shuzhou, bustling with activity, showcasing the strength of the 3 prominent families that at the largest martial arts arena in the region. The Li, Wang, and Song families gathered in succession, raising the excitement to its zenith. With the heads of the 3 families present, it was uncertain what the outcome would be this year. Last time, the Li family had dominated, and it was likely that the other 2 families would not fare well this time either. Currently, the Li family boasted a martial venerable expert, a rarity in all of Dakian. What could the other 2 families possibly do? The contest among the 3 clans was a competition among the younger generation's talents, with the martial venerable experts not participating. It was a matter of patience. That I am rather curious about Li Yi, the prodigy from the Li family, whose reputation has risen to such heights. That he truly is extraordinary as the rumors suggest. I do not know. I suspect there may be some exaggeration, but which prodigy doesn't boast? It is only natural. The Li family indeed had many talents recently, with Li Xian, Li Shuer, and now Li Wai. It would not be long before Shuzhou underwent a transformation. Jiang Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, appeared pleased on the surface, yet harbored concerns within. The current state of Shuzhou exhibited a triad of powers in equilibrium, advantageous for his governance. However, with the Li family now dominating, managing this family would likely pose difficulties. Previously, it was manageable, but now that the Li family had a martial venerable expert, even if they became the local overlords of Shuzhou, he would find it challenging to address the situation. Furthermore, the Li family's influence was not to be trifled with. Li Xian was a student of the Royal Academy, while Li Shuer and Li Yi were disciples of the formidable Xiao Hanyan, a heavyweight in the realm of martial arts. The position of the governor of Shuzhou was becoming increasingly precarious, akin to walking on thin ice, and he wondered if he could navigate to the other side. Did he go? Would you like some fruit? I've peeled it for you. Xiao Lingming offered Li Yi a carefully peeled orange. Thank you. Li accepted the orange and took a hearty bite. And no need for thanks. A faint blush appeared on Xiao Lingming's face as she shyly lowered her head and continued to peel fruit for him. Wan Ning observed the 2 children with an affectionate smile. Despite their youth, there was an unmistakable budding connection. Jiang Yao stepped forward to announce, I hereby declare that the contest among the 3 clans officially commences. Chapter 58. Contest for interests. The victor becomes king. The contest among the 3 clans officially began, with the first segment focusing on flag capture. Each clan dispatched a team of 10, taking to the stage. These 10 were the finest young talents from each family. In their midst stood a raised platform, upon which 3 flags were displayed. These were their targets. Securing any of these flags represented control over a market and territory. The extent of their gains depended solely on their prowess, and their task was to seize as many flags as possible. As Jiang Yao concluded his announcement, the first segment commenced. The young elites from each clan ascended the platform, engaging in fierce competition for the flags, with teams coordinating and relying on their individual skills. The atmosphere was vibrant, with spectators discussing the event, cheering, and exchanging taunts. While the arena buzzed with excitement, the atmosphere among the three factions nearly escalated into conflict. Li Yi's gaze remained fixed on the platform, scrutinizing their positions. From the current situation, the Li family held a distinct advantage, yet Li Yi sensed an underlying tension. It seemed that while the Li family appeared dominant, their positioning was precarious, and the attention of the other two clans seemed diverted from the flags. Did he go? Do you want more? Qiu Lingming inquired, offering him a segment of orange. No thanks if I eat any more. I won't need dinner. Li declined, shaking his head. Qiu Lingming consumed the orange segment, glancing at the stage. Though she did not fully comprehend, seeing the flags in the hands of the Li family suggested a victory. And she smiled, asking Li Yi, did we win? Li shook his head. It's hard to say. Although we've captured the flags, whether we can hold them remains a question. Given our current position, if the Wang and Song families join forces, we could very well be knocked off the stage. Qiu Lingming exclaimed in surprise, her expression revealing her confusion. Your analysis makes sense. Li Yuntian interjected, having initially frowned upon observing the scene, but now displaying a hint of a smile upon hearing Li Yi's insights. The clarity of Li Yi's analysis indicated that his abilities extended beyond mere talent. His analytical skills were indeed remarkable. This was a cause for celebration. But aren't the three families competing individually? Qiu Lingming asked with confusion. Li, adopting a mature demeanor, gently ruffled her hair and replied with a smile, you are too naive. This is a contest for interests, where the victor reigns supreme. You'll understand when you grow a bit older, Qiu Lingming responded, half comprehending Ji's words must contain wisdom. That must be the case, she concluded. Wan Ning observed with a sense of nostalgia, contemplating that the young master might have forgotten he was still a child, albeit one who had matured beyond his years. Young master, are you suggesting that the Wang and Song families will ally against us? Wan Ning inquired curiously. From the positioning, it seems highly likely, Li Yi analyzed. In the previous round, the majority of the markets were secured by our Li family, and the other two families likely suffered. Now that our Li family stands dominant, a collaboration against us is inevitable. Doesn't that put us in a precarious situation? Wan Ning expressed her concern that it's not a major issue. It won't harm our Li family, Li Yi reflected. What intrigues me is the audacity of these two families. They must have some backing. Yi's gaze shifted to Song Changfeng and Wang Hanlin, his intuition suggesting that these two families were far from simple and were undoubtedly concocting some scheme. Li Yuntian remarked, you rascal. Sometimes you truly make me wonder if you are a reincarnated great being. It was indeed difficult not to harbor such suspicions given Li Yi's demeanor. How could that be? I am but a child, merely speculating. Father, I am your son. How could you doubt me? Li responded with an innocent, harmless smile. Li Yuntian. If you hadn't said anything, I would have doubted you less. Your words only deepened my suspicions. He dismissed the thought, reassured that this was indeed his son. Do you think we will lose the first two segments? Li Yuntian asked, valuing Li Yi's perspective. As he considered him far from a mere child, in truth, the strength of the teams dispatched by the three families was relatively equal. Should the other two families unite, we would not hold the advantage and could very well lose. Li Yuntian nodded. That aligns with my thoughts. Gazing at the scene, with all three flags captured by the Li family, Li Yuntian did not feel joy, but rather a deepening frown. The rules of the contest among the three clans prohibited alliances. Yet now that all three flags were in their possession, a collaboration between the two families was all but assured. Li Yuntian stroked his chin, sneering, how amusing. They could have directly collaborated to seize the flags. Yet they choose to put on a show for us. Shall we not remind them? Wan Ning expressed her concern. Li Yuntian shook his head. It is already a foregone conclusion. They will come to realize it themselves. Gaining wisdom from their missteps, Li remarked, they are quite confident about the first and second parts, yet those rounds are inconsequential. The third part is crucial, and they seem quite assured of winning it. I wonder what hidden cards they possessed. Li Yuntian nodded, acknowledging Li Yi's perspective, which was also the source of his curiosity and concern. Losing the first and second parts was trivial. The third part was the main event. The audacity displayed by both families indicated that they had prepared a decisive strategy for the third part. The three families were well acquainted with each other's intelligence, yet it was evident that the other two families were concealing some unknown trump cards. warranting utmost caution. Master Li, it appears your family is poised to emerge victorious. Wang Hanlin, the head of the Wang family, congratulated with a smile, and ABOWIS that's so. I perceive that you and the Song family have greater prospects. Li Yuntian replied with a smile. You jest, Master Li. All 3 flags are in your possession. It seems the outcome is already determined. Congratulations in advance, Master Li. Song Changfeng chimed in. Li Yuntian took out a pouch of coins from his storage bag. Let us make a wager. I bet on your 2 families winning. 1 million gold coins. What say you? The Li family is quite affluent. My family cannot afford such stakes, Song Changfeng responded with a feigned smile, although a glint of cunning lurked in his eyes as he fixated on Li Yuntian. Jiang Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, sensed the palpable tension in the air and sighed deeply. It seems the heavens of Shuzhou are about to change. I only hope it does not escalate too much, allowing me to manage the aftermath. Jiang Yao turned to Li Yuntian's side, inquiring, This must be the second young master. Li Yi, correct, you flatter me, Governor Jiang. In your presence, my son would hardly dare to claim the title of young master. Li Yuntian replied that I have long heard of Li Yi's renown and have wished to pay my respects, but my affairs have kept me occupied. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. And indeed, you possess an extraordinary demeanor, Jiang Yao praised. Chapter 59. Their injustice. Our unrighteousness. You flatter me, Governor Jiang, Li Yuntian said, patting Li Yi on the shoulder. Do not forget to express your gratitude for Governor Jiang's kind words. Li Yi rose, clasping his hands in respect. Thank you. Uncle Jiang did a promising youth indeed. Jiang Yao nodded. Acknowledging him, he felt a surge of emotion. The Li family was indeed prosperous, producing numerous prodigies, each more remarkable than the last. Meanwhile, the competition in the martial arena was nearing its climax, with time running short. The Wang and Song families exchanged glances, simultaneously launching an assault on the Li family, encircling them and cutting off their retreat. This is not good. We must act swiftly. Realizing the predicament, they immediately adjusted their strategy to evade the combined forces of the 2 families. Despite the prompt adjustments, facing the sudden assault from both families proved futile. Their strengths were comparable, but against a 2-on-1 scenario, they were overwhelmed, caught in a vice, besieged from all sides. The 3 flags they had seized were snatched away, all falling into the hands of the Wang family. The situation on the battlefield shifted rapidly, and most did not anticipate such an outcome. What is happening? I wagered 100 gold coins on the Li family winning. Me too. Is this how it ends? This is absurd. My money. There were those who rejoiced and those who lamented. Due to the Li family's strength, many had predicted their victory, yet the outcome was starkly contrary to their expectations. How could this happen? They lost. I could have done better myself. Those 2 families clearly colluded against us. A 2-on-1 is hardly fair. Many within the Li family expressed their grievances, as the result was utterly unexpected and unacceptable to them. Li Yuntian said nothing, glancing at the elders beside him. Silence. An elder bellowed, casting a stern gaze at the dissenters to quiet them. But Li Yuntian congratulated Wang Hanlin. Congratulations, Master Wang, on securing the 3 flags. The Wang family will surely flourish. And the Li family will continue to rely on your support. You jest, Master Li. My Wang family cannot be compared to yours. That it is but a minor victory. I am certain that Master Li does not concern himself with such trifles. Wang Hanlin replied with a smile. That Li Yuntian merely smiled in return without further comment. Congratulations, Master Wang, Song Changfeng added. Wang Hanlin and Song Changfeng exchanged knowing glances. That Li Yuntian rubbed his temples, issuing orders. Rearrange the lineup. Abandon the second part and concentrate all our elites on the third part. That I wish to see what schemes they are concealing. Understood. The first 2 parts required consideration of overall strength, teamwork, and numbers. The third part, however, was different. It relied solely on individual prowess, a 1-on-1 arena competition where the last one standing would be the victor. Officials would allocate resources based on the performance of each family's participants. And securing the first position was of utmost importance. As the first part concluded, preparations began for the second part. The preset formations illuminated, casting a heavy atmosphere over the martial arena. Husband, look at that child among the group behind Song Changfeng. He appears somewhat extraordinary, Bai Lian pointed out. The child, around 15 or 16 years old, was meditating with a solemn expression, exuding an air of distinction, clearly standing apart from the other youths. That it was evident that he was no ordinary contender. Li Yuntian furrowed his brow, having no recollection of this child. Judging by his age, he was likely preparing for the third part. With such a demeanor, his talent must be exceptional. Could he be the Song family's secret weapon for the third part? What might his abilities be? He turned to the elder beside him. Who is this child? Do you have any information? The elder, who typically gathered intelligence on the Song family, was most knowledgeable about them. After a moment of contemplation, the elder replied, I recall him. He seems to belong to the third branch of the Song family. I remember now. This child possesses considerable talent, but alas, he is from the third branch. He lost his parents at a young age and has a solitary disposition, spending most of his time in cultivation, rarely making public appearances. That is all I know. That I had almost forgotten about him. He appears to possess formidable strength. Li Yuntian remarked that if he truly has strength, then let him claim the first position. We are not in a position to lose. Each family's pursuit of the seal would yield its share of victories and defeats. Such is the nature of competition that if one family were to dominate perpetually, how could a tripartite balance be maintained? Losing this round does not preclude winning the next, and a family birthing an unparalleled genius is a rare occurrence. What concerned Li Yuntian was the collusion between the Wang and Song families and what schemes they were concocting. The second part commenced as all three families stepped into the formation. Knowing of the Wang and Song families' collusion, they had already prepared for the possibility of not seizing a single flag in the second part. The strongest had been assigned to the third part to capture the seal, and they would do their utmost in the second part. Upon entering the formation, a tremendous pressure bore down upon them, as if a mountain rested upon their backs, making each step laborious. They summoned all their strength to resist. Any lapse would leave them flattened like a puddle of mud. Breathing became labored, and a heaviness settled in their chests. The situation on the field was dire. The Li family's progress lagged far behind the other two families, making defeat an inevitable outcome. Master, if this continues, it will be detrimental to us. After painstakingly establishing our position, are we to concede it to these two families? An elder expressed his dissatisfaction, that Li Yuntian, maintaining a calm demeanor, simply smiled. You see, they are already anxious. Observing Li Yuntian's calmness, the elder understood he had devised a strategy and urgently inquired, Master, if you have a plan, please do not keep it hidden. You are causing me great concern. Li Yuntian did not respond to the elder, but smiled at Li Yi. What do you think our family should do? Noticing the mischievous expression on Li Yuntian's face, Li speculated, if they are unjust, we shall not be righteous. Ha ha, truly my worthy son. No one knows me better than you. Li Yuntian laughed heartily, slapping the armrest of his chair, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He embraced Li Yi and kissed him, leaving Li Yi feeling exasperated. The elder suddenly understood. Master, you mean? Li Yuntian's lips curled into a sly smile. They disregard the rules and conspire against us. Why should I adhere to the rules? If they wish to brawl, then let us brawl. Do they truly believe that the Li family fears them? We shall not swallow this bitter pill. Let those who wish to suffer do so. The Li family shall not bear it. Understood. Upon hearing Li Yuntian's words, the elder realized that indeed, the Li family had nothing to fear now. Their confidence was unwavering. Li Yuntian cast a dismissive glance at the child behind Song Chongfeng. No matter how talented you are, if you disregard the rules, do not expect me to uphold them for you. Chapter 60. The Song family's trump card. The second part concluded, and as expected, the Li family emerged without securing a single flag. All three flags fell into the hands of the Song family. 3 flags for the Wang family, 3 for the Song family. It seemed the division had been predetermined. What is happening? Are the Li family members truly that weak? They could not secure even one flag. Isn't it said that the Li family is quite formidable? Is this all there is? Some members of the Li family, having lost their bets, could not contain their outrage and began to curse vehemently. In contrast to those who had lost their composure in defeat, a greater number of onlookers sensed that something was amiss. It was evident that the other two families had formed an alliance against the Li family. The reasons were all too apparent, easily deduced even with the slightest thought. Clearly, the Li family was being targeted. If I were one of the other two families, I would undoubtedly be doing the same to the Li family. The first two parts were manageable, but the third part would be much more challenging to confront. Let us observe for now. The Li family has produced numerous prodigies in recent years. far surpassing the other two families. An elder from the Li family remarked, "I hope they can perform well in the third part." With a deep sigh, he acknowledged Li Yuntian's formidable demeanor, yet the loss weighed heavily on him, causing embarrassment. The third segment, the contest for the seal, commenced out at that moment. The atmosphere gradually intensified to a fever pitch. The contest for the seal was the most captivating segment, showcasing the strength and potential of a family. The fervor of discussion escalated to its zenith as each clan sent forth their youths to compete in succession, demonstrating the capabilities of their younger generation. From the current state of affairs, the clans appeared evenly matched, with the Li family holding a slight advantage. That ego, will you take the stage next? Qiu Lingming gazed at Li Yi with admiration, envisioning him as invincible, certain that he could easily dominate the arena. I probably will, unless they accuse me of bullying. He replied that in 3 years, Li Yi would be 4 years old, given that he had already achieved the rank of 5-star martial artist at 1 year old. He was qualified to compete to AT4. Would that not be tantamount to bullying a child? You have a point there, Li Yuntian admitted. The TO outsiders, only a select few were aware of Li Yi's prowess. If they were to learn that this 1-year-old child possessed the strength of a 5-star martial artist, their jaws would surely drop. What realm would 4-year-old Li Yi reach? Li Yuntian dared not speculate. The level of Li Yi's genius far exceeded the understanding others had of him. Li Yuntian pondered. If Li Yi continued to grow at this rate, would the royal family of De Qian be unable to sleep? Insisting on having him handing him over to the state to marry a princess. Perhaps, Li Yuntian shook his head. Marrying a princess was best avoided. Bringing home an ancestor to worship would not do. The royal family placed great importance on reputation and could only marry one. There was even a possibility of needing to be adopted into the family, which was unacceptable. Xian'er was already engaged to a princess of the royal family. Having already lost one, they could not afford to lose another, heir. If someone from the royal family approaches you in the future, urging you to marry a princess or the like, be sure to refuse. Li Yuntian advised earnestly that he feared they might deceive Li Yi, and if he agreed, it would be difficult for him to refuse due to the royal family's stature. Why? Li blinked innocently. Consider it. Those princesses are all spoiled and pampered, with royal tempers. Bringing one home would mean treating her like an ancestor. Moreover, once married, you could only have one, Li Yuntian explained in a cautionary tone. After listening, Li wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, that is not a suitable choice. That's the spirit. Always be cautious in the future. The royal family loves to play word games, Li Yuntian warned, reflecting on his own past mistakes. That a princess. Qiu Lingming's gaze flickered, her expression dimming. What are you telling the child these things for? Xiao Qingya shot Li Yuntian a disapproving look, taking Qiu Lingming's hand and smiling gently. Lingming, you are heir's fiancé. The engagement has already been established. Li patted Qiu Lingming's shoulder and said, "Silly girl, no princess could ever compare to you. Even if I were offered 10 or 100 princesses, I would not trade you." Really? Qiu Lingming's cherubic face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Li Yi. Of course, Li nodded affirmatively. Qiu Lingming smiled brightly, feeling elated that if he would not trade even 10 or 100 princesses for her, did that not signify her high standing in his heart? Rest assured, no princess could ever be as obedient and caring as you, he added. Qiu Lingming nodded dutifully, resolving to do even better. Xiao Qingya smiled warmly. You little rascal, you certainly know how to make a girl happy. Mother, I am not just flattering. I speak the truth, Li Yi corrected her. Such a lovable child, who cherished himself above all, was worth more than any number of princesses. Xiao Qingya affectionately ruffled the hair of both Li Yi and Qiu Lingming, then shot a reproachful glance at Li Yuntian, quietly advising him, do not speak carelessly in front of the children. They tend to overthink things that if any misunderstandings arise, it could lead to adverse effects. Madam, your admonitions are well taken, Li Yuntian conceded, turning his attention back to Qiu Lingming. Lingming, do you not enjoy playing the piano? It would not do to be without your own instrument. Tomorrow, I shall gift you a piano, and the Li family possesses plenty of sheet music for you to peruse. Thank you, uncle. Qiu Lingming expressed her gratitude to We Are Family. There is no need for such formality, Li Yuntian replied with a gentle smile, ruffling Qiu Lingming's hair once more before glancing toward the Song family, but he exchanged a knowing look with Song Chongfeng, sharing a smile that was more skin-deep than sincere, nodding in acknowledgement. Zahai, good job. Teach them a lesson. It appeared that the elite of the Li family had been dispatched to secure the seal. The contest for flags and banners had not been taken seriously at all. Let us observe further. The battle was far from over. The young prodigies of the Li family took turns competing against those of the other two families. The earlier matches had ended in a stalemate. But as the top youths from each clan took the stage, the contest for the seal reached its climax, the battles between geniuses escalating to a boiling point. When Li Zahai finally took the stage, he defeated members of the Song and Wang families in succession, achieving 5 consecutive victories and basking in the glory of triumph. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. That Li Zahai show them what real strength looks like. The Li family members cheered him on, rallying their support. That as the moment approached, Li Yuntian turned his gaze toward the youth behind Song Chongfeng, that if he truly was the Song family's trump card, the time had come for him to act. Sure enough, at Song Chongfeng's signal, the young man opened his eyes, exuding an aura of pressure that belied his age as he stepped onto the arena. All eyes were fixed upon him. It was clear that he was the trump card of the Song family, and his demeanor was anything but ordinary. Standing opposite Li Zahai, he stated coldly, Song family. Song Bin.Li family. Li Zahai gestured for him to proceed, then assumed a stance to confront Song Bin. This opponent is not to be underestimated. Zahai, you have already fought 5 matches. Perhaps it would be wise to let me gauge his abilities first. Advised a youth from the crowd, but there's no need. Li Zahai replied defiantly. Having already declared his intentions, there was no way he would back down now. Drawing his sword, Li Zahai observed Song Bin standing motionless and inquired, "Aren't you going to use a sword?" "Against you. It is unnecessary." Song Bin replied with an air of calm indifference. Li Zahai's brow furrowed slightly. Who did he think he was looking down upon? Without further ado, he charged straight at Song Bin. Song Bin deftly dodged Li Zahai's attacks, appearing to navigate them with ease. After exchanging over 10 strikes, Song Bin had yet to retaliate. He merely evaded, and Li Zahai was unable to land a single blow. Impressive. Li Zahai realized that Song Bin's strength far surpassed his own. He was formidable. Why have I never heard of such a talent among the younger generation of the Song family? Caught up in the battle, he had no time for speculation and focused entirely on his performance, pouring every ounce of effort into the fight. Song Bin continued to evade, as if he had anticipated every one of Li Zahai's moves. This child possesses remarkable talent. I had not heard of him in the Song family's ranks, one of the Li family's elders remarked. Puzzled, he is indeed quite capable. His level of cultivation, mental acuity, and judgment surpassed those of his peers. Li Yuntian noted calmly. Taking a sip of tea, he felt no unease. Having witnessed Li Yi's feats, Song Bin's prowess seemed trivial in comparison. 9-star martial artist. Such talent. One might even think he surpasses young Master Li Xian and Miss Xuan. Indeed. I did not expect the Song family to harbor such a deep-seated genius, that a 9-star martial artist. The other two can barely reach 8 stars at this age, yet Song Bin has achieved 9. When did the Song family produce such a fearsome talent? Wang Hanlin began to grasp the implications of Song Chongfeng's words, that the Li family was not the only one with prodigies. Li scrutinized Song Bin, sensing something amiss to Yi. What troubles you? Li Yuntian inquired, noticing Li Yi's unusual expression. Something feels off about this Song Bin. What seems amiss? Li Yuntian, unable to detect anything unusual, merely acknowledged Song Bin's impressive talent. I can't quite articulate it. Li shook his head. Then who do you think will win? Song Bin, Li Yi answered without hesitation. Indeed, it appears unlikely that anyone could rival him. Li Yuntian concurred at that moment. Song Bin finally made his move, landing a punch squarely on Li Zahai's chest. Li Zahai coughed blood, hurtling backward off the stage and crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest, the Tio had been wounded so severely by a single punch. The sheer force was something he could not withstand, utterly overwhelming him. What manner of strength does this individual possess? Zahai. The members of the Li family rushed forward to administer a pill to Li Zahai and assess his injuries. Before the elixir could be swallowed, Li Zahai succumbed to unconsciousness. How ruthless. Have you gone too far? One of the Li family disciples leaped onto the martial arts arena, eager to challenge Song Bin to a duel. However, within a mere exchange, Song Bin landed a powerful punch to the disciple's chest, sending him flying out of the arena, severely injured to the point of unconsciousness. That was excessively brutal. It could cost a life. Although they were all exerting their utmost for the sake of familial interests, such life-threatening incidents were indeed rare. Songbin coldly remarked, "The so-called genius of the Leaf family is nothing but this. They lack even the qualifications to draw their swords against me. I can't hold back any longer. Let me at him," one of the younger generation of the Leaf family exclaimed, filled with indignation. "Calm down. His strength is formidable, and we are not his match," another cautioned. "Should we allow him to flaunt his arrogance on the stage?" The youth of the Leaf family, brimming with vigor, were unwilling to endure such humiliation. Even if it meant confronting death, that Yuntian cast a glance at the elder, who then spoke, "Return, all of you. Do not make senseless sacrifices. They are all from the Leaf family's younger generation. We cannot simply watch them recklessly seek out conflict." That on the viewing platform, the members of the Wang and Song families exchanged sly smiles, reveling in the sense of vengeance fulfilled. Last year, the Leaf family had displayed a similar overwhelming dominance. Now, the wheel of fate had turned, and it was their turn to experience it. Songbin looked disdainfully at the Leaf family members below, taunting, "Just a bunch of timid turtles, nothing more." "Hey, what did you say? Repeat that. Don't hold me back. Let me take him on." "Don't fall for his provocations," the elder of the Leaf family retorted sharply. "Everyone return." Though it was frustrating and infuriating, they had no choice. They could not allow their kin to be beaten one by one. If everyone rushed in, it would be akin to the tale of the Calabash kids saving their grandfather, which would only lead to greater humiliation. Songbin turned to Li Yuntian. "Is this all the Leaf family has to offer?" Li Yuntian, unfazed, smiled and replied, "Young man, I admire your courage. Youth often breeds recklessness. Your talent indeed allows for such arrogance, but let me remind you that arrogance requires absolute capital. Otherwise, it is all too easy to be defeated." To Li Yuntian, it was merely an inconsequential defeat for the Leaf family, and he would not allow such a trivial matter to disrupt his composure. That's so. Songbin's cold gaze bore into Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to engage further with Songbin. "Master, are we really just going to let this go?" The elder seethed internally that a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. 10 years, Li Yuntian replied with a mischievous smile. "I never claimed to be a gentleman that a rogue seeks revenge at any time. The engagement banquet I arranged for as future spouse is not in vain. Tomorrow, I will raise the price and cut off their supply of medicinal herbs." Yuntian whispered a few words into the elder's ear, who then displayed a smile of approval, turning to the smug Wang and Song families. He thought to himself, "Laugh now. Tomorrow, you might not find it so amusing to that moment." Song Chongfeng wore a hypocritical smile as he said, "I sincerely apologize. Bin's strike was rather heavy. He should be fine." "Right, fine." He nearly met his end. "Since the Leaf family has no one left, the seal must rightfully belong to my Song family," Song Chongfeng proclaimed with a hearty laugh, relishing the sense of vindication. Jiang Yao, the governor of Shuzhou, was taken aback by the unfolding situation. At this rate, the atmosphere was fraught with tension, and open conflict among the three families seemed inevitable in the near future. Just as Jiang Yao was about to announce the victory of the seal, a youthful voice piped up, "I haven't taken the stage yet." All eyes turned to the Leaf family's arena, landing on the source of the youthful voice, Li Yi, who stood beside Li Yuntian. Li Yuntian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you saying?" Even with the prospect of a complete loss in the contest for the seal, Li Yuntian remained unperturbed, but upon hearing Li Yi's declaration, he felt a wave of panic. This boy, is this really the moment for him to show off? The opponent is a 9-star martial master, while he is merely a 5-star martial artist, still a child. How could he possibly stand against Songbin? Songbin regarded Li Yi with disdain. "So, you are Li Yi? I've heard you are the strongest genius in the Li family's history, but you're just a child with incomplete teeth." Li Yi corrected him. "I just got them all." His words sparked a wave of laughter among the crowd. "Child, come back when you've grown up. I won't bully a kid who's still teething," Songbin replied. His expression unchanged. Li dug into his ear. "Not daring is simply not daring. There's no question of bullying or not. If you are afraid, then yield the first place in the contest for the seal to me." "Ha! I've never encountered such audacious arrogance," Songbin retorted, anger turning into mockery. "Well, you have now. Come then, but don't blame me if I make you cry for your mother. That would be a fitting conclusion for you." Chapter 62. Li Yi. Let us finish this quickly. I want to go home for some milk to ear. What are you joking about? Come back. Li Yuntian grabbed Li Yi, preventing him from stepping onto the stage. He could not bear to watch his son, still just a young child, face such peril. Stop messing around. Xiao Qingya added anxiously, holding on to Li Yi to keep him from acting recklessly. And no one understood why Li Yi had suddenly spoken such words or why he wanted to challenge Songbin. It was true that Li Yi was a genius, but Songbin was a 9-star martial master, while Li Yi was only a 5-star martial artist. In terms of realms, they were not even in the same league, let alone in combat experience and physical prowess. Indeed, young master, wait a couple of years. By then, Songbin would be no match for you. Right now, there's absolutely no need for you to compare yourself with him. Wan Ning hurriedly advised, not wanting to witness Li Yi stepping forward, fully aware of the disadvantages he faced in a few years. Once Li Yi had cultivated further, not even a small fry like Songbin, let alone 10 or 100 of him, would stand a chance. But for now, Li Yi has not yet matured. He cannot take such risks. When have I ever been one to act recklessly? Trust me, he is not my match. Absolutely not. Li Yuntian firmly rejected the notion that I must not suffer even the slightest mishap. He would not allow his son to be in harm's way. It's not about whether he is your opponent. This matter is far too dangerous. You cannot take such risks, do you understand? Xiao Qingya spoke gently to Your priority is to grow safely. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Li Yuntian stroked Li Yi's head. Observing his parents' concern for his safety, Li could only smile helplessly. Though he did not wish to worry them, he had no intention of letting Songbin off the hook. In such times, with power at his disposal, Li Yi certainly desired to settle scores face to face. Who would cower in the shadows, waiting for a chance to grow? Songbin coldly mocked, "Kid, heed your parents' words and go home for some milk. This is no place for a little brat." Let her go. A figure appeared silently. It was Li Yin, ancestor. The members of the Li family respectfully addressed him as Ancestor Li Yin, after breaking through. Li Yan's status within the Li family had dramatically changed, both in terms of lineage and strength. He was now recognized as an ancestral figure. With Li Yan's arrival, murmurs of discussion arose that really the ancestor of the Li family. Li Yin, a martial master of formidable strength. We can see him, yet cannot detect his presence. It's truly terrifying that if he were to kill me, I fear I wouldn't even know how I died. Li Hanin and Song Chongfeng, the heads of their respective families, displayed a glimmer of trepidation upon seeing Li Yan. In contrast to Li Hanin, Song Chongfeng's eyes harbored a hint of malice, plotting schemes in his heart. Ancestor, are you certain about this? The crowd questioned whether they truly intended to let Li Yi take the stage. I must not suffer any mishap. I have faith in and with me here. He will be safe. With a martial master present, should any mishap occur, he would be able to rescue Li Yi in an instant, ensuring his safety. A significant assurance that Li Yuntian furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before relenting. Very well. I will rely on you, ancestor. Should anything go awry, I ask that you intervene promptly. Understood. Li Yin nodded slightly. Husband. Xiao Qingya initially intended to prevent this, but upon seeing Li Yuntian's resolute gaze, she reluctantly released Li Yi, allowing him to proceed. Qiu Lingming watched Li Yi's retreating figure, her eyes filled with worry. Li Yi, a child of tender years, stepped onto the martial arts arena under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, who could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Unbelievably, Li Yi truly ascended the arena. What a child! Is this some sort of jest? Are they really allowing Li Yi to fight Songbin? Even if Li Yi is a genius, it hardly warrants such a display. Is this a death wish? Do they think there are too many geniuses and are offering one to the Song family? The crowd was left speechless by the Li family's audacious decision to send a child to confront a 9-star martial master like Songbin, particularly one who fought to win. Isn't Li Yi the future of the Li family? At merely 1 year old, is he truly being sent into such a perilous situation, as the Li family made this reckless choice? The arena fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, laughter erupted, echoing through the arena. The Li family has truly lost their minds. The consensus was clear. The Li family had undoubtedly gone mad. Seeing the situation escalating, Zhang Yao quickly intervened. Li family head, have you thought this through? This situation seems rather unfavorable. Li likely lacks the qualifications to participate. without waiting for Li Yuntian to speak. Li Yi took the initiative to declare, "Who says I am unqualified? The rules for the 3 clans competition only stipulate an age limit. Those under 16 are permitted to enter, but there are no requirements for a minimum age." Jiang Yao covered his face, exclaiming, "I'm trying to save your life. Can't you see that? Isn't it better for a child to go home and drink milk instead of meddling in this? If anything happens to Li Yi, a war among the 3 families would not be a trivial matter. What is the Li family thinking? Are they perhaps engaging in entrapment?" Song Chongfeng remarked, "If Master Li Yi wishes to participate, it is not a breach of decorum. Why must Lord Jiang hinder him?" Song Bin, "Ensure that Master Li Yi is well treated, allowing him to fully experience the 3 clans competition." The implication was clear: eliminate Li Yi. Song Bin coldly replied that eliminating a mere child posed no psychological burden for him, especially one so audacious in his presence that he intended to teach Li Yi a lesson about the harsh realities of society, where strength, not mere words, is the true currency. Wang Hanlin scoffed. The Li family has truly fallen to such depths, sending forth a child. How absurd! Just because others flatter him with compliments about his celestial appearance. He genuinely believes himself invincible. Suddenly, Li Yin delivered a resounding slap to Wang Hanlin's face from a distance, the sharp sound causing every onlooker's heart to skip a beat in shock. Wang Hanlin, caught off guard, tumbled beneath his chair, startled as he looked up at Li Yin, bewildered by such an inexplicable assault, with no opportunity to resist. Was this the vast chasm between a martial sovereign and a martial emperor? It was overwhelmingly significant. The slap made Wang Hanlin acutely aware of their disparity in strength. For Li Yin, crushing him would be as effortless as squashing an ant at Li Yin, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Proclaimed, "I shall spare your life. You should be aware of that." Following this singular act, those who had intended to speak swallowed their words, hesitant to attract attention that could lead to their own downfall. Seeing only a slap had transpired, Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief that Lie, eyeing Song Bin across from him, caught a whiff of the scent of medicinal pills, possessing an innate sensitivity to alchemy. He discerned that Song Bin had consumed a potion, not one for temporary enhancement, but rather one aimed at rapidly elevating his cultivation by exhausting potential. Despite Song Bin's status as a 9-star martial master, his chances of reaching 50 years of age were slim. The Lie had sensed something amiss earlier. It was no wonder Song Bin's cultivation was so advanced, even surpassing that of Li Xian and Li Shuer at the same stage. Enough of this chatter. Let's commence and conclude swiftly. I have milk to drink at home. Although Li Yi's words appeared humorous, they concealed a layer of mockery and disdain aimed at Song Bin. A rare smile flickered across Song Bin's indifferent face as he retorted, "Perfectly agreeable, but you shall find no chance to return." "Is that so?" Li Yi unleashed his 5-star martial master aura, causing an uproar among the crowd, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment. This little brat is a 5-star martial master? Chapter 63. Li Yi's formidable body technique. Is this a jest? A 5-star martial master? How can that be possible? The crowd was incredulous, their eyes wide as saucers, struggling to grasp the reality that a mere child could possess such extraordinary capabilities. The sound of their shattered worldviews echoed in their minds. To them, a child of 1 year, reaching the threshold of cultivation and achieving even a single-star status was already a prodigy, let alone a 5-star martial master. This level of cultivation was nothing short of miraculous. "What?" Song Chongfeng, taken aback, stood in disbelief, unable to articulate his shock. "Good heavens, this little brat is indeed a 5-star martial master." Jiang Yao and others shared his astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. They had continuously touted Li Yi as a genius. But to witness a 1-year-old child possessing such transcendental prowess was beyond their wildest imaginations. The rumors they had dismissed as exaggerations were, in truth, insufficient to encapsulate Li Yi's extraordinary talent. Their attempts to articulate his remarkable gifts fell woefully short, leaving them to resort to mere exclamations of his prodigiousness. Compared to the rumors, Li Yi surpassed expectations in that instant. They comprehended why Li Yuntian had orchestrated a marriage selection for Li Yi, with numerous prominent sects eagerly presenting their daughters and female disciples. Were they in his position, they too would have acted similarly, lamenting their missed opportunity to align with the Li family at that moment. The one who reveled in delight the most was Qiu Li Chuan, grinning broadly and patting his thigh repeatedly in satisfaction that Yuntian sighed deeply, initially wishing for his son to maintain a low profile, only to find that Li Yi's brilliance rendered such aspirations futile, that a rare look of astonishment crossed Song Bin's usually impassive face as he gazed at Li Yi with disbelief. "You are truly a 5-star martial master. Are you frightened? You still have time to surrender," Li Yi remarked, twisting his wrist as he regarded the towering figure before him, feeling a strain in his neck from looking up. "You indeed possess talent and the arrogance to match. And in the future, I may not be your rival, but in the present, you are still unworthy, and you have no future." In a flash, Song Bin lunged at Li Yi, launching an attack that was swifter and more ferocious than his previous attempts. He bore the weight of family interests, compelled to eliminate Li Yi. Should he survive and grow, he would become an insurmountable threat that a full-force strike surged toward Li Yi's face. "Watch out, Master Li Yi." However, Li Yi remained unperturbed. Facing the onslaught with composure, he activated the 9-turn glazed golden body. Entering its second transformation, Li Yi's physique underwent a transformation, seemingly swelling, reaching a height of approximately 1.2 meters in the blink of an eye. His skin also shifted slightly, taking on a faint luminous quality reminiscent of glazed pottery. The ancient sacred body was already invincible in terms of physicality, and the 9-turn glazed golden body elevated it further. The two techniques combined, rendering his body terrifyingly formidable. Anticipating Song Bin's attack, Li Yi extended his hand to block Song Bin's fist, the collision echoing with a crisp sound. Song Bin, astonished, felt as though he had struck iron. His fist throbbed with pain, that he hastily retaliated with another punch, only for Li Yi to counter with equal force that Li Yi's 9-turn glazed golden body allowed him to maintain his ground, while the stone floor beneath him cracked, resembling a spider web. Song Bin staggered back a couple of steps, staring in disbelief at Li Yi. How is this possible? Song Bin began to question his reality. Li Yi had withstood his 2 punches with sheer physical might, and yet he was merely a 5-star martial master. What kind of formidable body technique was this? Was this truly a 1-year-old child? Unyielding, Song Bin pressed on with his assault, delivering punch after punch in a test of physical prowess. Li Yi matched him blow for blow, each strike landing solidly, though his smaller stature meant that his arms were somewhat short. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him significantly. One could not deny the strength of the 9-turn glazed golden body, which harmonized perfectly with the ancient sacred body. Although Song Bin's cultivation was several levels above Li Yi's, his physical prowess proved insufficient to breach Li Yi's defenses, leaving him overwhelmed by Li Yi's counterattacks. At this point, Song Bin was thoroughly disillusioned. "This is impossible," he roared. Li taunted him. "Did you truly believe that consuming a couple of potions to amplify your potential would guarantee your victory over me? How naive! You could have advanced much further. But alas, your journey ends here. You know nothing. Everything is for the benefit of my Song family. You must die." Song Bin's once arrogant and indifferent demeanor had transformed into one of fury and disbelief. In the face of Song Bin's relentless assault, Li Yi responded with his body techniques, the combat arena deteriorating under the strain, with not a single stone remaining unscathed. Hiss, this is terrifying. Master Li Yi was actually holding his own against Song Bin. Despite the latter being a 5-star martial master, Master Li Yi is gaining the upper hand. It must be due to his extraordinary body techniques. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. In the audience, the members of the Li family were equally stunned, their astonishment matching that of the others. Each stared at Li Yi on the stage in a state of disbelief, silence enveloping them. After what felt like an eternity, they finally regained their senses. My goodness, is this truly Master Li Yi? This is utterly extraordinary. He has concealed his abilities so deeply. It was not merely concealment. They could hardly fathom that Li Yi possessed such formidable strength. Dear heavens, is this the chasm that separates me from a genius? Can I not have a second chance? Li Yuntian's voice trembled as he murmured. My son has truly accomplished this. Having believed himself to know Li Yi well, it now became evident that he was entirely mistaken. What other secrets did his son harbor? This young man. What kind of body technique was this? Li Yuntian dared not dwell on it further. The more he pondered, the less he could view Li Yi through a father's lens. The Li Yi is truly remarkable. Qiu Lingming gazed at Li Yi with admiration as he battled Song Bin. a vivid demonstration of what true genius entails. The disparity between the two was unmistakable, but as they exchanged dozens of blows, Li Yi transitioned from a slight initial advantage to a position of undeniable dominance. With Songbin proving no match for him, Songbin unleashed his martial techniques, launching a flurry of punches and palm strikes at Li Yi. Yet each attack was effortlessly countered, that Li Yi's unparalleled comprehension allowed him to exploit Songbin's weaknesses. Retaliating with such force that Songbin struggled to withstand the onslaught. Do you now comprehend the extent of our differences? Chapter 64. Face you a sword come. How infuriating! Songbin seethed, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of a mere child barely a year old. One who was several realms beneath him. Who do you look down upon? You are nothing but a little brat. He shouted, anger boiling within him. Teetering on the brink of losing control, that Li remained calm and collected. A smile gracing his lips as he replied, You see, you're already agitated, that I know you're anxious, but there's no need to rush. Take your time. Surviving this long against me is something you can boast about for a lifetime. And you can cherish the joy of having endured my strikes in a secluded corner. Just be sure no one witnesses your foolish grin. Veins bulged on Songbin's forehead, the urge to kill surging stronger than ever. What can be tolerated has limits. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Li yawned. I believe I've heard that line 3 times already. Are you merely a 3-month-old child, repeating the same phrase, seeking your own death? With that, Songbin drew forth his long sword and charged at Li Yi, determined to end him, that if his fists and feet could not breach Li Yi's defenses, then he would resort to the sword. Convinced that this time he would not fail to eliminate Li Yi, ensuring a swift end to his life. The swordsmanship was Songbin's forte, seldom utilized unless facing an opponent worthy of his full attention. And Li Yi was precisely the target he yearned to vanquish. The long sword glimmered ominously as it lunged directly at Li Yi, though it could not be classified as a spiritual weapon. It was nonetheless a commendable blade, that Li Yi sensed the imminent threat and deftly deflected the sword, the impact resonating in a sharp clang, akin to metal colliding, that a subtle sting coursed through his arm. As Songbin, a 9-star martial master, wielded a blade that outclassed Li Yi's current abilities. With only a 2nd-tier 9-turn Liuli golden body, he could not withstand the assault. Had he reached the 3rd tier, his physical prowess would have been sufficient to absorb Songbin's strike, yet he was but 2nd-tier. As Songbin's sword descended upon him, Li Yi could only retreat to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Songbin lunged forward, thrusting his sword at Li Yi with unrelenting ferocity, that Li Yi extended his hand, employing his masterful technique to grasp the blade and flick it away, with a resonant hum. The sword quivered slightly. Within Li Yi surged innate sword energy, which, through the long sword, surged towards Songbin. The latter instinctively sensed the terrifying edge of the innate sword energy, relinquishing his grip on the sword to shield himself from its onslaught. However, the ferocity of the innate sword energy was beyond his capacity to withstand. He was struck back violently, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his chest, gravely wounded by a single blow. What transpired? How was Songbin injured? I couldn't see clearly. What technique was that? The majority present were oblivious to how Li Yi had executed his strike. Only a select few sensed the overwhelming sword energy that had erupted. Is indeed a prodigy of swordsmanship, but I never anticipated he had cultivated such formidable sword energy, Li Yin mused, stroking his beard in disbelief. How infuriating! Songbin roared in frustration, his features contorted in rage. His aura shifting into something sinister, suffused with a heavy sense of resentment, as though he were possessed, and I cannot lose to this darkened state. The darkness amplifies my strength tenfold. Li surmised that Songbin had consumed a pill. Spurred into a frenzy by his provocation, sacrificing his lifespan to enhance his power. The repercussions of such actions were dire, not only depleting his life, but also risking madness, with potential for complete insanity. In this moment, Songbin was prepared to forsake everything, including his life, to slay Li Yi. However, Songbin's fate was sealed. Even if he could not defeat Li Yi, he would be unable to kill him. For a martial sovereign stood protectively behind Li Yi, that if you wish to die, I shall oblige, Li Yi declared, extending his hand. Face you come. In the next instant, a resounding sword cry echoed from afar, that a white trajectory traced a graceful arc across the sky. Resembling a shooting star, Simultaneously, the temperature plummeted as if winter had abruptly descended, and snowflakes began to fall. Snow? How could it suddenly snow? It isn't even the season for it. What is that? A sword. Observers noted the sword hovering in the sky, intertwined with the falling snow, as if this snowfall was summoned by it. This sword was none other than the Fascia sword, the legendary weapon of the Leaf family. I never anticipated I would witness the Leaf family's Fascia, a sword unsheathed in my lifetime. What is the origin of this sword? Since its inception, the Fascia sword had not been drawn since the first patriarch of the Leaf family, and very few were aware of its existence. The Fascia sword could alter the very climate of this realm. What a magnificent artifact! How could we have been unaware of such a treasure within the Leaf family? Unbeknownst to many, the Fascia sword has been wielded exclusively by the first patriarch throughout the generations of the Leaf family. It is the very foundation of their lineage. It appears that Li Yi has indeed gained the sword's recognition, bringing it back into the world. Given Li Yi's talent, it was only to be expected that the Fascia sword would acknowledge him as its master. As the Fascia sword fell into Li Yi's grasp, it responded eagerly, as though it were a child. The blade trembled slightly, seemingly conveying its excitement at having been dormant for so long, now preparing for its first battle with a new master. Li Yi infused the innate sword energy into the Fascia sword, causing it to shine even brighter, rekindling its former glory that in an instant. A heavy snowfall enveloped the area, blanketing everything in layers of white. Reminiscent of deep winter, so cold. He exhaled, releasing a puff of warm breath that Ayin caught a snowflake in his hand, marveling at the Fascia sword's might. Its mere appearance had transformed the weather, a feat even he, a martial sovereign, could scarcely achieve. Dai Songbin bellowed in fury as he charged at Li Wei. Li raised the Fascia sword, bringing it down in a seemingly casual manner. The snow cascaded gracefully in the direction of his strike. The sword energy coalescing with the falling snow into a singular, powerful arc. Songbin's eyes widened as he sensed the terrifying force of this blow. Against such might, he was but a mere insect attempting to block a chariot. Instinctively, he raised his sword in defense, but it was already too late. Despite his efforts, Songbin could not withstand the oncoming strike. It was unstoppable. With a resounding clash, his long sword shattered into two, clattering to the ground. Thud! Songbin's body crumpled, collapsing to his knees, a narrow gash tearing through his chest. The white snow now stained Reds. The heavy snow fell. It swiftly buried Songbin beneath its chilling embrace. Was Songbin slain? How? Powerful! Li Yi has actually killed Songbin with a single stroke. Is this truly a one-year-old child? The spectators looked on in disbelief as Li Yi stood amidst the snow. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? In the beginning, none believed in Li Yi's potential. Anyone with a semblance of reason would have doubted his victory. Yet in reality, Li Yi's extraordinary talent far exceeded all expectations. Not only securing a win, but also slaying Songbin before the crowd's eyes. The shock was overwhelming, leaving their minds blank and unable to comprehend the magnitude of what had transpired. Chapter 65. The bearing of a sage it cannot be. Song Chongfeng was incredulous, unable to fathom that Songbin had lost, and to Li Yi no less that a worthless fool. How could he possibly lose? Songbin, the scion of the third house, raised without parents, though gifted, was merely that it was intended for him to consume a pill and seize the seal. Sacrificing Songbin was inconsequential. It was his fate. Yet, unexpectedly, Songbin had met his end at Li Yi's hands. What had once seemed a certain victory had now spiraled far beyond Song Chongfeng's expectations, rendering all his preparations futile. Wang Hanlin grew anxious as well. Victory would be advantageous, but defeat would be disastrous. Well done, Li Yintian laughed heartily, applauding. The Li family erupted in cheers, celebrating Li Yi's triumph. Young Master Li Yi, you have done remarkably well. Defeating Songbin was a gratifying release. And the satisfaction was palpable. More significantly, the event ignited hope within the Li family. Li Yi was still so young, yet possessed such terrifying power. His future was bright. He would undoubtedly lead the Li family to prosperity. One person's ascent heralds the rise of all. The Li family had indeed been blessed. Previously, they had Li Xian and Li Shuer, both exceptional talents. And now Li Yi emerged, a true marvel. Each generation seemed more gifted than the last, igniting envy in others. That I can't help but wonder if my daughter would be a suitable match for young Master Li. That I wonder if it's not too late. Brother, have you no shame? Your daughter is old enough to be Li Yi's mother. Do you even understand? At the wife selection event, were there not numerous older women? At this moment, Li Yi sheathed his flying snow sword, and the swirling white snow came to a halt, leaving only a thick blanket of snow beneath. No one spoke of the murder committed by Li Yi in public. Instead, they marveled at his extraordinary talent. Jiang Yao took a long while to regain his composure, his profound gaze fixed upon Li Yi. Such a child, it seemed, would soon create a sensation throughout the great Qian. He could already envision the circumstances of that future. The results of this contest for the seal were announced. Li Yi, first placed at No1, voiced any dissent regarding this outcome. Following that, the remaining ranks were declared. Song Bin secured second place, while Li Zihai took third. Overall, the Li family dominated this segment of the competition. The Song and Wang families left in indignation, likely to conspire over their grievances. As for the deceased Song Bin, an orphan without parents or anyone to mourn him, Li Yi lamented, at least he died for the Song family. Shouldn't they at least collect his body? Li Yuntian, filled with excitement, rushed to the martial arena and embraced Li Yi, exclaiming, "Truly, you are my wonderful son." He intended to plant a kiss on Li Yi's chubby cheeks, but Li Yi resolutely rejected him. "Let us go home." Carrying Li Yi back, the Li family radiated glory at that moment, each member holding their heads high, as if they had just won a great victory. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, the Li family members departed one after another. A new milestone in the reverse plot mission had been reached because of your unwavering expression of love for Qiu Lingming. Her heart was profoundly touched, and she recognized you as the one in her heart. Reward received. The countenance of the Confucian sage. The countenance of the Confucian sage. The pinnacle of Confucianism. Achieving sanctity through literature. The description of this title is succinct yet profound. The phrase achieving sanctity through literature encapsulates its essence. There is no need for extensive elaboration. It is sufficient for one to understand my remarkable stature. Achieving sanctity through literature, the countenance of the Confucian sage, presents a challenge of extraordinary magnitude. The path of Confucianism is arduous, and the highest realm of Confucianism, that of the Confucian sage, can only be attained through literary mastery. Those four seemingly simple words are a feat few in the world can accomplish. Although achieving sanctity through literature is far more challenging than other paths, it carries immense value, showcasing an extraordinary level of power that is incomparable to ordinary paths. Of course, the countenance of the Confucian sage does not imply that Li Yi is currently a Confucian sage. Rather, it denotes his qualifications and innate talent for becoming one that's similar to the ancient holy body, which combines physique and talent, allowing Li Yi to surpass ordinary growth and potentially rival emperors in the future. It does not mean that possessing such a physique guarantees the ability to challenge emperors. The countenance of the Confucian sage signifies that Li Yi possesses both the qualifications and the talent to become a Confucian sage. Li Yi patted Qiu Lingming on the shoulder, saying, "Truly, you are deserving of being my chosen fiancée." Qiu Lingming, perplexed, did not grasp why Yi Ge suddenly made such a statement, her fair face flushed with shyness. Lowering her head bashfully, it felt as though a small deer were racing in her chest. Overwhelmed with joy. Although Qiu Lingming was uncertain about what she had done to deserve such praise from Yi Ge, being complimented by him was undoubtedly a positive thing. Cautiously, she leaned closer to Li Yi, their shoulders touching as they sat side by side. Yi Ge, you said you wouldn't trade me for any number of princesses. Is that truly the case? With wide, sparkling eyes brimming with innocence and anticipation, she gazed at him. Didn't I already say that no princess can compare to you? It seems this new milestone is greatly related to that. Receiving Li Yi's affirmation, Qiu Lingming smiled with pure delight. Yi Ge is the best, she said, her smile appearing somewhat silly. Lingming, she heard the familiar call and turned towards the entrance to see her parents visiting her. "Father, mother, what brings you here?" Qiu Lingming rushed forward, her face alight with happiness. "That we came to see you. Are you adjusting well in the Li family?" Qiu Lingming nodded. "Yes, both my father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as Yi Ge, have treated me very well." "That's wonderful," Li Yi remarked. "Uncle, auntie, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave and not interrupt. Master Li, you jest. How could you be a bother? I fear we may be the ones to disturb you." Qiu Lichuan laughed heartily. After Li Yi bowed and exited, he intended to check the alchemy room, but was caught by Li Yuntian, who carried him to the front hall as a good luck charm. Following the contest for the seal among the three families, various factions rushed to visit the Li family, and even more alarmingly, many brought their daughters, forcibly initiating a second selection of brides. The allure of Li Yi was simply too great. Even a slight connection was deemed valuable. Now was the opportunity. In the future, it would be difficult to aspire to such heights. That as for Li Yuntian's attitude, that was obvious. His grin could hardly be contained. As for Li Yi, being held as a good luck charm, he listened to the repetitive praise from each visitor, feeling as if he had lost his very soul, devoid of any light. That I want milk. The exploits of Li Yi during the contest among the three families spread throughout Su province just as anticipated. Within a day, discussions erupted across various locales, and within 3 days, neighboring provinces were buzzing with the news. Those who had not witnessed the contest firsthand remained skeptical, as the events were simply too outrageous. It would be abnormal not to harbor doubts. Meanwhile, those already connected with the Li family, such as the Baiyun Guan and the Yu Mountain sect, received the news with unrestrained joy, hurrying to visit with gifts. Chapter 66. The Island Master of the Qinsane Island, the Instrument Spirit. This is unbelievable, Li Yi said, staring incredulously at Xiao Lingming, who showed no sign of reaction despite his lengthy study. Truly, it was a mystery. Rubbing his chin, he contemplated. Xiao Lingming lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, unable to meet Igu's gaze, feeling she had disappointed him yet again. Never mind, we shall take our time, Li Yi sighed. Let us go play the qin and assess your progress. Xiao Lingming replied with a smile, obediently nodding as they went to play the qin together. The instrument was a gift from Li Yuntian to Xiao Lingming. Although it could not compare to Xiao Qingya's qin, it was still of considerable value. Gently plucking the strings, she played a melody for Li Yi, the lingering notes enchanting and ceaseless. Through Li Yi's guidance and her diligent practice, Xiao Lingming's qin skills had progressed remarkably during this time, even earning praise from Xiao Qingya, who asserted that Xiao Lingming would surpass her in a few years. Excellent. Your progress is rapid, Li Yi affirmed with a nod that its all thanks to Igu's teachings. Xiao Lingming acknowledged, knowing that without Li Yi's instruction, she would not have achieved such a level. Your own talent is commendable as well. At that moment, a booming and robust voice interrupted. I see you two little ones have become addicted to complimenting each other. It was Li Yin, great-grandfather, Li called out obediently. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Xiao Lingming stood to greet him. Good, 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 Li Yin repeated 3 times, his complexion rosy and vitality renewed, as if he had regained his youth. Li smiled and remarked, Great-grandfather, your cultivation has improved remarkably. Li Yin stroked his beard. Ever since you modified my cultivation method with the ancient techniques during our last meeting, my progress has accelerated tremendously. It is indeed your merit. Great-grandfather flatters me. It is but my duty. Li Yin glanced at Xiao Lingming and the qin, then turned to Li Yi, saying, I see you two have been practicing the qin. Although your talent is unparalleled, it is still essential to devote more attention to your cultivation. I understand, Li Yi replied. Li Yin stroked his beard thoughtfully. It has been quite some time since I've genuinely listened to the qin. Display your full abilities and let your great-grandfather appreciate your skills. He sat upright, eager to hear Li Yi's musical prowess. Although not deeply versed in music, he was capable of appreciation. Very well, Li nodded and began to play for Li Yin. Xiao Lingming also sat attentively, hoping to learn from his performance. As Li Yi entered the zone, he began to play. Li Yin listened intently. Captivated, and under the influence of the music, he entered a contemplative state. After the piece concluded, he stroked his beard, inhaled deeply, and appeared lost in thought, as if reminiscing. You, lad, are indeed a prodigy. Your qin skills have reached such a realm that merely listening to your performance captivates me, surpassing even those who specialize in the art of the qin. Li Yin praised great-grandfather. Have you encountered practitioners of the qin path? Li asked out of curiosity, although the qin path was not entirely obscure. Practitioners were scarce, of course. In my youth, I had dealings with the island master of Qinsane Island. That woman could manipulate hearts through music, rendering one utterly defenseless. Li furrowed his brow slightly. The island master of Qinsane Island? You know her. The tone suggested there might be enmity between them. Great-grandfather. Could it be that you fell under her spell? Li Yin sighed. That woman possesses remarkable skills. I was deceived once, but we are not adversaries. Li Yi's interest peaked, sensing a story behind Li Yin's expression, and he grinned mischievously. Great-grandfather, do share. Seeing Li Yi's curiosity, though reluctant to revisit the past, Li Yin relented and recounted the tale. In my youth, there was a contest of prodigies between the Great Qian and the Great Yin, a showcase of national prestige in which the top prodigies from both nations participated, representing their countries in a display of unparalleled honor. I was among them. Amidst the illustrious talents of the Qian, I was among the most exceptional, basking in a time of boundless glory and forging numerous friendships, one of whom was the esteemed leader of Qinsha Island, known as Shangguan Tianqin. She stood as one of the pinnacle warriors among the Qian's prodigies. Her youth belied the formidable strength she possessed. At that time, I had formed a close bond with the seventh prince, now recognized as the Jing Wang, who was enamored with Shangguan Tianqin and, in a fit of passion, enlisted my help to confess his feelings at her residence. To my surprise, the Jing Wang, in a rather foolish manner, fumbled his words, inadvertently provoking Shangguan Tianqin. In retaliation, she unleashed a mesmerizing melody from her guqin, ensnaring both me and the seventh prince, leading us to shamelessly declare our affections for one another in public throughout the night. A truly humiliating experience. Li Yin sighed deeply, his gaze filled with nostalgia for those youthful days, awash in memories. Lie, contemplating, nodded in agreement, recognizing that such antics were hardly born of animosity, but rather the follies of youth. Back then, I was unaware of Shangguan Tianqin's prowess and fell victim to her charms. However, I would not be so easily ensnared now. Speaking of which, it has been ages since I last saw them, and I wonder how many of our contemporaries still thrive. Li Yin reminisced with a heavy heart, while Li Yi, with a spark of curiosity, inquired about Shangguan Tianqin. Great-grandfather, is Shangguan Tianqin exceptionally gifted? Among our generation's elite prodigies, I cannot ascertain their current capabilities, but with her talent, reaching the martial sovereign realm is certainly within her grasp. After all, she single-handedly established Qinsha Island, now a formidable power. Li Yi, intrigued, asked, how does her talent compare to my master? Ah, you mean Xiao Hanyin. Naturally, she surpasses Shangguan Tianqin. Although a latecomer, her exceptional talent eclipses that of Shangguan, particularly with the robust backing of the Taiqing sect. As for their appearances, both are equally matched, though Shangguan's aura pales slightly in comparison to Xiao Hanyin's. Li pondered aloud, is my master truly so formidable? Indeed, Xiao Hanyin is incredibly powerful and even younger than us. With the ancient cultivation technique she possesses, it is likely that she will soon ascend as the Qian's strongest. Suddenly, Li Yin turned to Li Yi with a knowing smile. Ah, I almost forgot about you. This prodigy. When it comes to talent, who could possibly rival you? Great-grandfather, is Shangguan Tianqin's mastery of the guqin due to some unique constitution? Li posed a crucial question, for Shangguan Tianqin's special constitution resonated with Qilingming. And perhaps Li Yin held the key to understanding it. Li Yin, taken aback by the inquiry, responded, how did you come to know that? I guessed, Li Yi replied, observing Li Yan's expression, which hinted at deeper knowledge. Great-grandfather, what do you know? Please enlighten me. You guessed quite accurately. Indeed, Shangguan Tianqin possesses the rare instrument spirit constitution. Chapter 67. The key to awakening the Qilingming constitution. What is the instrument spirit constitution? Li asked. Perplexed, having never encountered such a term before, Li Yin elaborated, this constitution is quite extraordinary. You are familiar with instrument spirits, yes? Indeed, Li nodded. Those who possess the instrument spirit constitution are akin to instrument spirits themselves. They must find a weapon that resonates with their essence, performing a blood-bonding ritual to establish a master-servant relationship. Only then can they truly activate their constitution. Otherwise, their cultivation will be exceedingly arduous. The effectiveness of their cultivation and its potential are contingent not only on their innate talent, but also on the weapon they bond with. Upon hearing Li Yan's explanation, Li Yi experienced an epiphany. Finally grasping the situation, this is the key to awakening the Qilingming constitution. Had I not learned of the instrument spirit constitution, I would never have deduced this method. And oh wonder, Qilingming is so attuned to the guqin. It is undoubtedly her destined magical artifact. Li Yin remarked, I never anticipated you would uncover Shangguan Tianqin's unusual constitution. When the Jing Wang harbored feelings for her, he sought out numerous pieces of information regarding her. which led him to this revelation. Speaking of which, Shangguan Tianqin's plight is rather tragic. Her family was slaughtered, and she wandered with an ancestral artifact until fate intervened, allowing her to bond with the Guqin and awaken her constitution. Leading to her current circumstances, Lie inquired, great-grandfather, is the instrument's spirit constitution truly powerful? It's hard to say. Beyond their innate talent, much depends on the weapon they bond with. The more formidable the weapon, the stronger they become, and vice versa. It is said that the instrument's spirit constitution is a rare legacy of an ancient race that once thrived. Alas, time has obscured their existence that if one awakens the instrument's spirit constitution, it signifies they are a descendant of this ancient lineage. Lie nodded thoughtfully, realizing the importance of awakening Qilingming's constitution could not be taken lightly. Remembering that the system space still held the Tian Shengji Qin, he concluded that since he had no use for it, it would be best to bestow it upon Qilingming. Good treasure should be utilized rather than wasted. Moreover, the timeline had shifted. Qilingming was now his devoted little admirer, not the vengeful antagonist of the original tale. Assisting Qilingming in awakening her constitution could potentially lead to a new milestone. It seemed a feasible endeavor, a twofold benefit. Great-grandfather, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Li said, pulling Qilingming along. You child, how old are you? And yet you should devote more effort to your cultivation, Li Yin admonished with a hint of exasperation. Did I understand? Li Yi retorted, bemused by the admonition, as if he were up to no good. Once inside his room, he closed the door behind him. Go. What are you planning? Qilingming asked, a hint of shyness and trepidation in her voice. Li pondered for a moment, a smile creeping onto his face. Qilingming, feeling his gaze, became flustered and stood frozen in place. Lie produced the Tian Shengji Qin, and Qilingming's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression one of naive wonder as she gawked at the magnificent instrument. The ancient aura emanating from it was unmistakable. It was no ordinary Guqin, exuding an extraordinary presence. Did I ask this truly a Guqin? She wondered aloud, recognizing its form yet taken aback by its extravagant design. Why does it possess 16 strings? Most Gyukins have but 7. This one is remarkable. Li gazed affectionately at the Tian Shengji Qin, feeling a deep connection, likely due to his prior cultivation of the Tian Shengji Gong, an ancient artifact. The Guqin possessed a degree of sentience, yearning to bond with Li, resonating with his Tian Shengji Gong. Regrettably, Li had no interest in wielding the Guqin. Instead, he intended to gift it to Qilingming. Did he go? What is this? Qilingming asked, bewildered, as she beheld the Tian Shengji Qin. I have yet to bestow a gift upon you. This Guqin, known as the Tian Shengji Qin, is perfectly suited for you. It is my present to you, Li declared. Qilingming was deeply moved. The thought of receiving a gift from Gu stirring her heart. Did I ask this truly a gift for me? It marked her first gift from him, and it appeared to be of great value. Her heart raced and a blush graced her cheeks. This gift is far too precious. Ali interrupted. This is your fiancé's first gift to you. How could you refuse? If you decline, are you intending to break off our engagement? He wielded the ultimate trump card to ensure she accepted, and no, I wouldn't. Thank you, Ego, Qilingming stammered, accepting the Tian Shengji Qin. There is one more thing, Li said, placing a finger on Qilingming's forehead. Imparting the Tian Shengji Gong to her. Both must be practiced in tandem. This is... Qilingming recognized the Tian Shengji Gong, seeing similarities to the techniques Li had taught her previously. What I have taught you thus far is but a portion. This is a comprehensive technique. You must diligently cultivate this alongside the Guqin, he instructed. Understood, Qilingming nodded earnestly, overwhelmed with gratitude toward Li. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling cherished as never before. I must not disappoint EG's expectations. Why are you still dawdling? You must bond with it, Li urged. Bond with it? Qilingming exclaimed, surprised to learn of this additional requirement. Indeed, this is no ordinary Guqin. You must establish a bond to wield its power in conjunction with the technique, Li clarified. How do I accomplish that? Qilingming asked, perplexed. That I shall assist you. Li grasped Qilingming's hand, pricking her fingertip to let her blood fall upon the Tian Shengji Qin. Qilingming inhaled sharply, feeling a twinge of pain. Unlike Li, Qilingming could only adopt the most traditional method of establishing a bond. Seeking the recognition of the Tian Xingjian Qin.as, she entered the bonding ceremony. She embraced the Tian Xingjian Qin, closed her eyes, and communed with it through her spirit. Hoping for its approval, Li stood by, guiding her and using his own abilities to assist Xiao Lingming. The Tian Xingjian Qin, a divine artifact, awakened with a consciousness akin to that of a mature individual. After Li Yi's intervention, the Tian Xingjian Qin ultimately chose to acknowledge Xiao Lingming as its master. In the next moment, the strings of the Tian Xingjian Qin vibrated and emitted a melodious sound, as if signing a covenant of recognition with Xiao Lingming. Slowly, she opened her eyes, feeling rejuvenated and experiencing an unprecedented sensation. With excitement, she turned to Li Yi and exclaimed, "I think I've succeeded." Li Yi smiled and replied, "I told you. You are a genius." Chapter 68. Supreme Bone what? Lingming is actually a Qi Ling body. Are you sure you aren't joking with me? Who can tell me what a Qi Ling body is? Upon learning that Xiao Lingming was a Qi Ling body, the crowd was first astonished, then puzzled, inquiring about the nature of a Qi Ling body. They were completely in the dark, having never heard of such a thing. Yet it certainly sounded extraordinary that Li shouted, "Great-grandfather." At the sound of his call, Li Yin appeared in an instant, seeming to arrive at the beacon, with a strand of noodles still dangling from his mouth. What happened?" he inquired. Li wore an innocent smile, and after a brief silence, the crowd gazed incredulously at Xiao Lingming. Upon understanding the concept of a Qi Ling body, they realized that this girl had concealed her true nature far too well. After all this time together, they had been utterly oblivious. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Xiao Lingming felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Pursing her lips and lowering her head, her face aflame with embarrassment as she shifted closer to Li Yi. Li Yin began to comprehend why Li Yi had inquired about the Qi Ling body. It seemed that Li Yi had been aware of Xiao Lingming's true nature all along. Hence his detailed questions. Curiously, if he himself had not discerned that Xiao Lingming was a Qi Ling body, how had Li Yi managed to, moreover, he had even assisted her in awakening it. Was this the keen insight of a genius? Lingming was indeed a Qi Ling body. Li Yun Tian chuckled. Could this be considered a pleasant surprise? Initially, Xiao Lingming had seemed quite ordinary to him, and as Li Yi's betrothed, he had never been particularly satisfied, reluctantly accepting her. Yet now he found himself humbled by her. To be precise, he had underestimated Li Yi's perceptiveness. Here was a talent not seen in eons. How could his judgment possibly be flawed? His own vision had been too narrow. Looking at Xiao Lingming, he felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Being a Qi Ling body certainly suited him. His insight is indeed remarkable. None of us could see it. Yet he did. This is a good thing. Worthy of celebration. Li Yun Tian clapped the armrest of his chair. Of course, I am a genius. A genius's perception cannot be flawed, Li Yi replied with a grin, turning to Xiao Lingming. So, what did I tell you? You are a genius. You must believe me. Yes, I believe everything you say. Go. Xiao Lingming nodded obediently. Never had Xiao Lingming imagined she would be a genius. She had never dared to think it. Nor had anyone ever called her one. Only Ego had declared her a genius, and he truly had helped her become one. All of this was thanks to him. Milestone achieved in the reversal plot. You have become an indispensable part of Xiao Lingming's life, occupying her entire heart, becoming the most important man in her life. She wishes to be with you for eternity. In her heart, there lies not only love for you, but also an unrepayable debt of gratitude that will last beyond this life and into the next. Reward obtained. Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. A bone inscribed with runes that grants its master a treasure technique, its power rivaling that of ancient divine beasts. Anyone who possesses the Supreme Bone will grow to become humanity's supreme. The Supreme Bone is rather impressive. The reward is exceptional, seemingly transcending this realm. Observing the shy yet joyful Xiao Lingming, one wonders how many more milestones could be achieved. Xiao Lingming's feelings for Li Yi deepened significantly. She was now unwaveringly devoted. Beyond this point, attaining a deeper emotional breakthrough would prove challenging. In such circumstances, further milestones would likely hinge only on physical intimacy. Alas, she is merely a child. What can she do? To celebrate Xiao Lingming's awakening of the Qi Ling body, the Li family held festivities without the need for concealment, allowing the news to spread freely, drawing astonishment, envy, and jealousy. As winter approached, snow began to fall. The flurries more subdued than the snowfall. When Li Yi had wielded the snow sword, did he go, "I've just learned a new piece. Would you like to hear me play it?" Qiu Lingming asked bashfully. This girl often appeared shy and reserved. Whenever she mastered a new tune or made progress in her cultivation, she would rush to Li Yi to report her achievements and showcase her skills. "All right," Li Yi replied. With a wave of her hand, Qiu Lingming conjured a zither from her storage ring and began to play for Li Yi. Was not the Tian Shengji Xin, as she still required time to harmonize with it. Her current mastery over the Tian Shengji was insufficient to perform a complete piece on the divine instrument. Fortunately, after activating her physique, Qiu Lingming's cultivation advanced rapidly, her innate talent shining through, and with Li Yi's support, she shed the label of being talentless. The madam's musical talent has grown increasingly remarkable, Wan Ning praised as she approached. "Not at all," Qiu Lingming replied shyly, biting her lip. "Ego, what do you think?" "Very good, quite impressive," Li nodded. "Young master, young madam, breakfast is ready," Wan Ning announced. Wan Ning took care of Li Yi's daily needs. And since Qiu Lingming was his fiancée, she naturally attended to her as well. They climbed onto the dining table, where a feast awaited them. However, Li Yi's appetite was not particularly robust. He glanced at Wan Ning, who hesitated. "Young master, madam instructed me to supervise your diet. You mustn't drink milk." Li Yi's face fell, a look of despair crossing his features. Wan Ning, seeing this, felt a pang of sympathy and relented. "All right then." Reluctantly, she produced a milk bottle and handed it to Li Yi. He took it and began to slurp noisily. "Young master, you really need to quit. If you can't stop later, it won't be good," Wan Ning warned, glancing at Qiu Lingming. Qiu Lingming looked puzzled, not understanding the strange expression in Wan Ning's eyes. Li declared, "I'm just a child. Drinking milk is perfectly normal." Wan Ning was at a loss for words. "Aside from your body and age, it's hard to see how you resemble a child at all. Younger master, madam said that tonight we will be attending the temple fair," Wan Ning suddenly recalled. "Temple fair?" Li Yi inquired, confused. "Yes, the temple fair. What's the point of a temple fair? It's far better to cultivate at home. Lingming, don't you agree?" Li Yi showed no interest in the temple fair. Qiu Lingming nodded, mirroring Li Yi's sentiments. Wan Ning insisted, "Madam said we must go." "Both you and young madam are required to attend," Li retorted. "What's the point of watching a bunch of bald monks burn incense?" "Bald monks?" Wan Ning blinked in surprise. "It's nothing. Let us just go." Li sighed. That night, the Li family headed to the temple fair. The event was primarily for burning incense, praying for blessings, and hoping for prosperity in the coming year. Li had no desire to attend, but due to Xiao Qingya's insistence, he found himself obliged to participate, even to pray for a harmonious marriage with Qiu Lingming. This generation of adults was truly hard to manage. Chapter 69, Master, hand over all your money. Upon arriving at the temple fair, the crowd was overwhelming, a sea of humanity stretching as far as the eye could see. The noise was cacophonous, creating a lively atmosphere. The carriage halted, and Li Yi pulled back the curtain to gaze outside, where throngs of people filled the streets. Being jostled in the crowd felt like being squeezed into a meat bun. He longed for the warmth of home, his cozy bed, and Wan Ning's comforting embrace. Albeit slightly flat, it was warm and fragrant, making it a pleasure to hold. He glanced at Wan Ning. "Young master, what's wrong?" she asked. "Nothing," he replied, stealing a glance at Wan Ning's chest. It had been a year. Why had there been no changes at all? Had she not taken his advice to heart and diligently consumed her milk? Turning to Xiao Qingya, he mused, "Mother, hold me." Li stretched out his arms, desiring to be comforted. "You child." Xiao Qingya sighed in exasperation, but she lifted him in her lap, cradling him affectionately. Li settled comfortably against Xiao Qingya. Feeling at ease, "You little rascal, so mischievous." Xiao Qingya reached out and playfully poked Li Yi's cheek. The boy remained as endearing as ever. It had been quite some time since she had last pinched his adorable face, and she couldn't resist doing so again. The sensation was just as delightful as she remembered, perhaps even more so. For the sake of Li Yi's development, Xiao Qingya had refrained from such intimate gestures for a while. Though reluctant, she understood that nurturing his independence and self-awareness was essential. After all, he was nearly 2 years old and could not remain nestled in his mother's embrace, drinking milk forever. Yet, the reality was that her efforts bore no fruit. Li Yi's reliance on his mother remained unchanged. Madam, passage is forbidden ahead. I kindly ask you to disembark. Very well. Xiao Qingya took Li Yi's hand, while Wan Ning held on to Qiu Lingming, and they exited the carriage. Qingya, dear sister. The matriarch, Bai Lian, and the second wife, Gong Wenyue, were ahead, having also alighted from their carriage, accompanied by numerous members of the Li family. Li Yuntian had intended to accompany them, but pressing matters had prevented his attendance. Let us proceed together to the temple to offer incense. Seeing the Li family members had arrived, people parted to make way. The Li family's grandeur this year is truly impressive. Best to keep your remarks to a minimum. Have you considered the current influence of the Li family? This display is modest by comparison, that if I were part of the Li family, my display would be tenfold greater. Upon reaching the temple, a group of monks warmly welcomed them and guided them to the place for burning the first incense. The incense offered in the temple was not something one could burn casually, especially the first offering, which Li Yi recalled from his previous world, where one had to spend over 100,000 to secure a spot during the new year. Blessed be the Buddha. Li Yi sighed, contemplating the profits to be made from shaved heads. The abbot, hearing Li Yi's words, clasped his hands together and reverently uttered a single word, good. Young Master Li Yi is exceptionally gifted. I perceive a connection with our Buddhist teachings. With such talent, you are destined to become a disciple of the Buddha. Why not take refuge in our faith? The abbot's face radiated kindness to Lie. However, remained silent, feeling somewhat amused. Did the abbot truly believe his own words? It seemed he had spoken so much that he had begun to convince himself. Just as expected, the abbot was keen on luring naive youths into shaving their heads. Your first words are an invitation to renounce the world. Li Yi's expression darkened. The abbot's interest lay not in Li Yi's potential connection to Buddhism, but rather in the Li family's wealth. Li Yi smirked slightly, placing his hands together in a scholarly pose, exuding an air of authority. Abbot, our Buddha is compassionate. True connections manifest naturally. Good. Therefore, Abbot, have you found your connection? I chant scriptures daily. Abbot, have you indeed found your connection? The path of cultivation emphasizes. Then, Abbot, it seems your connection has not yet manifested. The abbot gazed into Li Yi's innocent eyes, swallowing the words that almost escaped him, feeling an intangible pressure emanating from the boy. This lad is deliberately provoking me, isn't he? No, connection is a matter of. Li Yi continued, the Buddha teaches that wealth is but an external possession. Perhaps the reason your connection has not yet manifested is due to your attachment to these worldly possessions. Why not give your wealth to me? After all, wealth is the root of all evil. Abbot, you ought to forsake everything and devote yourself to the Buddha. Let me bear the sins of the world. You may rest assured. You will surely comprehend your connection with the Buddha. The abbot. His jaw hung slightly open, enough to fit an EGG'd. I asked this little brat trying to deceive me. I have always been the one to deceive others. This is the first time someone has tried to deceive me. It appears the abbot is reluctant to relinquish material possessions. Since he cannot achieve this, why lead others into renouncing the world? Is he not leading the youth astray? Li Yi challenged. The abbot took a deep breath, maintaining his benevolent smile. Young master, you may not understand. Thus it seems, abbot, it is your own sincerity that is lacking. It is no wonder you have not found your connection with the Buddha. The abbot's lips twitched uncontrollably, as if he were on the brink of losing composure. Has the young master achieved such a state? I am not a disciple of the Buddha. Why should I do these things? Abbot, you are quite peculiar. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You must heed the Buddha's teachings and avoid straying from the path. Li stated with utmost seriousness. Xiao Qingya chuckled softly, observing her child's antics. Abbot, I sincerely apologize. My child is still learning how to express himself. Please do not take offense that Lie, with utmost gravity, replied, Mother, we cannot speak to the abbot in such a manner. Nor can we apologize. The abbot is a kind soul, dedicated to guiding all beings, and will surely forgive our transgressions. To apologize would be a sign of disrespect. A true master, with a heart of compassion, would not hold our faults against us. Xiao Qingya. Very well. Very well. I understand. Please cease your discourse. She forced a polite smile, momentarily at a loss for words. The abbot found himself unable to refute this statement. Offering an awkward smile in response, the young master speaks wisely to Li stifled a yawn, disinterestedly remarking, Mother, I wish to take Lingming elsewhere to play. He took Lingming's hand and began to run off. Be careful, child. She turned to the guards beside her. Why are you not following? I shall join you. Wan Ning hurried to catch up with Li Yi and Xiao Lingming. The Lie held little faith in such matters. There were indeed good people, yet they were scarce. From their brief exchange, he discerned that the abbot was certainly suspect. Ego. Where are we going? Xiao Lingming's large eyes were fixed on Li Yi, as though he were the sole focus of her world. Let us explore. A-bit. Li grasped her soft hand and wandered aimlessly. Spotting a vendor selling snacks and candies, he pulled Ling Ming along. Come, let us buy something to eat. That I'll have this one. And that one too. Wan Ning, please pay. Young master, you just finished dinner. Do you think you can finish all this? Wan Ning paid for the items. Of course. Li Yi's gaze caught sight of some familiar figures, prompting a slight furrow in his brow. His memory was sharp. He recognized the individuals from the Wang and Song families, sneaking about like thieves. Without needing to think, he surmised that there must be a scheme afoot. Young master, do not wander off. Where do you intend to go? Wan Ning followed closely behind, accompanied by four guards. That Li pointed at the suspicious figures from the Wang and Song families. Look over there. Are those not people from the Wang and Song families? They seem to be up to something. Wan Ning glanced in the direction Li Yi indicated but did not recognize them. Perhaps we should return and inform the madam. Agreed. Li nodded and turned back to find Xiao Qingya. Just as Li Yi was about to leave with Xiao Lingming, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. A chilling dart was aimed directly at him. Li Yi's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly pushed Lingming aside, evading the projectile. The icy dart found its mark in an unfortunate bystander. Da! A scream pierced the air, drawing the attention of the crowd. The unfortunate soul collapsed, clutching their wound in agony. Li observed the injury. It was a dart laced with poison that he could identify at a glance due to his affinity with nature. As the person writhed in pain, foam began to form at their mouth, causing panic to ripple through the crowd. Assassins, protect the young master. A throng of guards encircled Li Yi, ensuring his safety. In that moment, a swarm of assassins clad in black surged forth, their prowess evident as they targeted Li Yi with lethal intent. Distantly, a volley of arrows flew toward him, intent on claiming his life. Young master. Flee, we shall cover you. The guards urged. It is futile. We are surrounded and cannot escape. Li assessed the movements of the black-clad assailants. Their encirclement was meticulously planned. The elite guards assigned to protect him, all masters of the martial king level, formed a protective barrier around Li Yi, Xiao Lingming, and Wan Ning, momentarily fending off the attackers. Wan Ning anxiously cradled Li Yi and Xiao Lingming in her arms. Let Lingming remain in your embrace. My strength exceeds that of both of you. Holding me will hinder my ability to fight. Wan Ning complied, releasing Li Yi, who appeared remarkably composed. Was this truly the calm one would expect from a child? Young master, are you not afraid? Wan Ning could not help but inquire. We are under attack. Li yawned again, feeling a sense of boredom wash over him. What is there to fear? They cannot kill me. Fear and panic will only sow chaos and give others an advantage. Wan Ning. In disbelief, she thought, the young master is truly extraordinary. He is a prodigy. The temple fair was a cacophony of chaos, with people frantically fleeing. Some took it upon themselves to confront the assassins, creating further disorder. On the other side, Xiao Qingya witnessed the turmoil and the cries of assassins, realizing the gravity of the situation. She urgently dispatched individuals to locate Li Yi and ensure his safety. Li found himself ensnared within the assassin's trap, as those who had previously fled were now driven back up the mountain. A host of black-clad figures surged forward, intent on their prey. What shall we do, young master? Wan Ning spoke anxiously, her heart racing at the sight of so many assassins. Yet Li Yi remained unfazed as he surveyed the gathering of black-clad assassins. Numbering in the hundreds, the scale was daunting, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Could this be the handiwork of the Wang and Song families? The Li family's guards rushed in, swiftly engaging in battle against the assassins. Besides those from the Li family, members of other clans also joined the fray to counter the attack. Regardless of who the assassins targeted, such a massive assault, indiscriminately killing anyone in sight, left no room for mere spectators. "Ira, are you all right?" Xiao Qingya exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Li Yi, her relief palpable upon confirming his safety. She held him close, fearing for his well-being. "Mother, I'm fine. You reckless child, you mustn't run off like that again." Xiao Qingya admonished, her gaze darting to the swarm of assassins. Astonished by their sheer numbers, Abi Lien approached with her sword drawn, commanding, "Everyone, fall back and await rescue." She positioned herself protectively behind Xiao Qingya and Li Yi, and the group instinctively banded together, forming a defensive line against the assassins. "Are they coming for ear?" Second Madame Gong Wenyue inquired curiously. That Li looked up with an innocent expression. "Don't look at me. I know nothing that I don't know." Xiao Qingya shook her head. "This grand spectacle hardly resembles an assassination. It appears more like a massacre or invasion." "Who are these people?" Gong Wenyue furrowed her brow, recognizing the assassins' formidable strength. With their current numbers, breaking through seemed near impossible. They could only await rescue. "They are from the Wang and Song families," Li Yi declared. "What?" Shocked gazes turned toward Li Yi, who was bombarded with questions. How do you know that? What basis did Li Yi have for such certainty? If it truly were the Wang and Song families, such a large-scale operation would leave behind some traces. Did they not fear the imperial court's retribution? A complete annihilation of their clans would ensue. "I saw members of the Wang and Song families sneaking around, plotting something nefarious," Li Yi explained. "Then why didn't you inform me sooner? I was just about to return to tell you when they struck." "I didn't have time," Li Yi replied. Xiao Qingyao was left somewhat speechless, observing Li Yi's calm demeanor. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Are you not afraid?" "What is there to fear, mother? If you are scared, then hold on to me. I will protect you." Yi wrapped his arms around Xiao Qingyao's neck, pressing close. Xiao Qingyao was truly at a loss for words, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Relying on a child for protection, while she couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation, her heart swelled with warmth. This child was worth every bit of love and care she had given. "These two families truly seek their own demise," Gong Wenyue fumed. "How dare they commit such acts, unafraid of extermination? Perhaps they are cornered and desperate, but they underestimate us," an elder from the Li family remarked. At that moment, another group of individuals arrived promptly, their numbers substantial, clearly allied with the black-clad assassins. Unlike their dark-clad counterparts, their attire revealed them as members of the Song and Wang families, led by the family heads, Song Chongfeng and Wang Hanlin. "Indeed, it is you," Li Yi exclaimed. "You have audaciously crossed the line. Is this rebellion? Do you not fear extermination? Rebellion? What a grand accusation." Song Chongfeng scoffed. "Delay invites disaster. Attack. Kill them all," Wang Hanlin commanded. And without further ado, the two families' elite forces surged forward, their might overwhelming that no-one could have anticipated such a reckless strategy. Even if the two families succeeded, they would face the imperial court's wrath and annihilation. Li Yi shouted, "Great-grandfather." Chapter 71. The betrayal of two families, the masters of Dian great-grandfather. Li Yi's call pierced the air, and in an instant a figure appeared above them. It was Li Yin, stepping through the void. Li Yin surveyed the coalition of the two families, holding a corpse in one hand. "You little rascal, remaining calm in a crisis. I thought you wouldn't call for help," Li Yin chuckled. Though calm, Li Yi admitted, "I may be composed, but I am still young and cannot defeat them alone. I had to call for great-grandfather." Li Yin smiled indulgently, but his expression turned serious as he regarded the two family heads, casting the body before them. Having secretly protected Li Yi, Li Yin had long sensed something amiss, but refrained from acting until the two families made their move, avoiding any premature alert. The two bodies, a member from the Wang family and another from the Song family, were their strongest warriors. Upon discovering them, Li Yin struck with blinding speed, swiftly slaying them. Confronting two masters was a matter of overwhelming power, easily crushed, while openly attacking the two families was not ideal, given that the Great Qian had its own laws. Li Yan's strength was not yet sufficient to challenge the entirety of the Great Qian. Thus, certain boundaries must be respected, lest chaos ensue. Now that the two families had taken such drastic measures, Li Yin could justifiably eradicate them. Facing a master, the two family heads showed no signs of panic. "You truly value Li Yi, having a master ready to protect him at any moment," Song Chongfeng remarked with a smirk. Li Yin, looking down at him, inquired, "What other tricks do you have up your sleeves?" "Show them all." Their apparent calm suggested they had anticipated this, and if they were prepared, they must have some means to deal with him. "A master. You guessed correctly. We indeed have a plan." As the words fell, A string of prayer beads shot toward Li Yan's back. Such an attack was insufficient to harm him, and with a swift motion, Li Yan shattered the beads. He turned to see the assailant was the abbot. Who would have thought it was you? All eyes turned to the abbot, astonished that he was in league with the two families. Upon reflection, it made sense. To orchestrate a trap here, concealing so many people, he must have been complicit. Just you few. Not enough. Li Yan surveyed the surroundings warily, recognizing that the abbot, merely a 3-star martial emperor, lacked the qualifications to pose a real threat to him. Ba. The abbot clasped his hands, and suddenly, a formation rose from the ground, enveloping the entire temple area. Li Yan immediately struck out, aiming a palm at the formation. But his attack was intercepted and dispersed. Frowning, Li Yan realized, as he had suspected, that there was indeed another expert present, someone capable of neutralizing his attack. Li Yan, it has been a while. I never expected you to break through. Congratulations. Two figures appeared in the distance, floating toward him. Li Yan's gaze fixed on them, astonished. It is actually you. Both were martial masters, 1-star martial emperors, and acquaintances of Li Yan, belonging to the same generation. You both have reached the martial emperor realm. Li Yan was more shocked by their strength, which matched his own, a 1-star martial emperor. Upon seeing them, he realized the implications and cast a knowing look at Wang Hanlin and Song Chongfeng. You have allied with Dian. Is this an internal collaboration? Ha. Did you not expect this? Did you think we would sit idly by? Song Chongfeng laughed heartily. Indeed, I never anticipated you would betray your country. What a disgrace. Li Yan gritted his teeth, filled with loathing. Otherwise, once we capture Shuzhou, what will your Li family amount to? The entire Shuzhou will belong to my Song family. Song Chongfeng sneered. Li Yan raised an eyebrow and unleashed a palm strike from afar. Boom! In an instant, the laughing Song Chongfeng was reduced to a bloody pulp. Describing Song Chongfeng as overconfident would be an understatement. In close quarters, Li Yan could dispatch him with a single strike. And the two martial emperors were too late to intervene. Their demeanor suggested they had no intention of stopping him, treating the two families as mere pawns. Help. Wang Hanlin managed to utter a single word before meeting the same fate as Song Chongfeng. Li Yan turned to the abbot. I can understand the betrayal from these two families, but what is your reason for betraying the great Qian? The Li family's burgeoning strength made the decline of the Wang and Song families inevitable. If things continued this way, they would face destruction. Aligning themselves with the enemy seemed a potential escape, a gamble. Unfortunately, they lost their wager. Li Yan had never imagined the two families would betray their country. It was clear that Dian had been plotting this offensive for quite some time. As for the abbot, who claimed to save all beings, Li Yan could not fathom his motives. The abbot, hands clasped, proclaimed, My Buddha is merciful. The great Qian has waged wars for years, causing suffering and loss of life. This is against the will of heaven that I act for the sake of the common people. Li Yan chuckled. It seems all bald heads are the same. You can stoop to such shamelessness. Are the souls lost in my great Qian not souls? Labor and financial loss. Master, your staff must be crafted from gold, I presume. The abbot sighed deeply and remarked, As you are not a disciple of the Buddhist sect, how could you comprehend the compassion of the Buddha? Li Yan, without engaging in further discourse with the abbot, raised his hand to deliver a slap, only to be intercepted by the two men. To strike a Buddhist master is to diminish one's own merit. The master is revered and must be shown respect. Li Yan maintained an impassive expression, pondering whether they truly believed their own words. Who were they putting on such airs for? A sudden realization struck Li Yan. I see it now. They intend for the Wang and Song families to collaborate and seize Shuzhou, subsequently having the esteemed master restore public confidence. What a cunning strategy they have devised. What had been promised to the master? A golden Buddha. The abbot pressed his palms together and stated, Wealth is but an external possession, akin to refuse for us disciples of the Buddhist path. All is merely for the purpose of liberating sentient beings. Clap. A resounding applause echoed through the air, revealing it to be Li, whose small hands clapped vigorously. Li Yan turned to the two men and said, Let us see your skills. Demonstrate to me how much you have progressed over the years. The three formidable warriors clashed. And as deities battled, the ordinary suffered. The crowd hastily retreated, seeking to avoid the collateral damage. Following the death of their patriarch, the two families found themselves leaderless, floundering in confusion. that a swarm of black-clad assassins surged forth, indiscriminately slaughtering, without regard for affiliations. What is happening? The crowd was bewildered, uncertain of which side was which to i.e. gaze skyward at the formation, discerning a hint of insight from the flickering array patterns. This formation is draining life. The novel can be downloaded through the open-source and Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file via an agent and the merchant failed to provide the software's source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author S. Email. xingyvoutlook.com. Author SQQ. 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group. 149050832. Official TG Group. https TWEFQ Tool Chapter 72. Li Yi's Hidden Cards Error. What is amiss with this formation? Asked Xiao Qingya, surprised that Li Yi could decipher the array.